No labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In San Francisco, clouds, wind, afternoon showers, high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Right.
Spencer dribbles in and shoots with 1 second. It's good with 0.3 to go. And that'll make the final score 111-96. And a season that was defined by injury has come to a close. The Golden State Warriors just one game removed from a stirring victory over the LA Clippers in a fantastic fourth quarter. Just ran out of gas. Well, here in Phoenix, and give the Suns credit. They had a great game plan. They pressured the Warriors all night long, forced 21 turnovers, and come away with a win.
Oh, hello there. Tim Roy on the call. The final call, not just any final call, the final call of the Warriors 2025-2026 season. Warriors falling to the Phoenix Suns 111-96 on Friday night in the play-in final. And just like that, the Warriors season comes to an end. Sam Lubman here, filling in for Joe Spadoni on the Morning Roast. Spadoni's got a couple more weeks of baby stuff left, so I'll be your host until that time. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And don't forget, the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Good morning to everybody out there on the roads, going to work, getting off work. Good morning to all the construction workers I saw heading into work this morning. Good morning to Steven Risotto behind the glass. Good morning. Whoa, look at this. That's Carter Chickering, everybody. Good morning to Carter. He's finally back from his baby leave. So good to have Carter back in the building. A big old smile on his face when he walked in. And, of course, good morning to Joe Shasky. How you doing, bud? How's your weekend?
Pretty crummy after the Warriors lost, and they just didn't have enough gas. I mean, who cares about my weekend? Let's just get into the Warriors.
I mean, I kind of care a little bit, but that's, I guess, mainly just for show. Let's get into it. Yeah, that game on Friday night, I mean, I don't know how much time was worth spending on it, Shasky. I think it was kind of evident from the jump that this team, I think, exhausted a lot of their energy on Wednesday night. Not just in winning that game, but in celebrating that win as well. I mean, Steve Kerr said, for a night, we're champions. And it seemed like, I'm not saying the Warriors were spraying champagne in the Intuit Dome locker room, but there felt like a bit of a finality in that one, even though they still had a game left to play. And you kind of saw that in their energy in the first half. The turnovers galore, 9 turnovers in that first half on Friday? Not that first half, that first quarter on Friday night. It was obvious early on they did not have the gas, they did not have the juice, they did not have the energy, they did not have the youth and athleticism that the Suns had. And if that sounds like a familiar statement, it's because it is. We've been saying that all year about this team.
Well, no, see, like, Friday was the game. I think they lost on Friday because of all of the things leading up to it. And this is where I'm going to go with this morning. I know you believe different from me, and we're just not going to see eye to eye on this. I never thought this team this year was good enough at any point.
Good enough
Never
for what?
once did this year, this team lure me into believing that they were good enough to be a legitimate playoff team this year. And what I mean by legitimate playoff team is top 6 team, all right? The top 6 teams. You had to win 50 games if you wanted to jump Minnesota and be the 6th seed this year. Was at any point this year, this team looking like a 50-win team?
No, I don't think they were. No.
And so I think we need to be realistic when it comes to the Warriors. Yeah, they lost on Friday night, and they're not good enough. I will listen to the argument everything went wrong in terms of health. Look, let me just give you the guys who led this team in games played this year. Pods at 82. GP2 at 73. Will Richard, third most games, 69. Draymond, 68. What a year from him. Guy Santos, 68. Quinn Post, 67. Pat Spencer played more games than Horford, Curry, and Jimmy Butler. Pat Spencer played 66 games. Moses Moody, who's been out for a full month, played 60 games. DeAnthony Melton, coming off of a torn ACL, played 49 games. That's more than Horford. That's more than Steph. And that is more than Jimmy Butler.
That's more than 3 of your 4 best veteran players on this team, the guys you just mentioned in terms of games played.
So I will listen to they were running out of gas, they're exhausted, and they're this and they're that. Their season ended last year. Why? Because Jimmy got hurt in the Rockets series and Steph got hurt in the Minnesota series. Jimmy wasn't the same player in the second round, and Steph Curry was unavailable. And I look at this team this year. What did them in? Well, a Moody injury is just unfortunate. He's young. But like Jimmy Butler, who checks notes, hasn't played 65 games since 2018, 2019, was hurt again. Now, let me say that again. Hasn't played 65 games in the NBA in 7 years.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay. Steph Curry, we all love him. The number one biggest domino of this offseason isn't, oh, do you extend Steph Curry? And we'll get to the whole, like,
there's
Steph
a lot
Curry.
of offseason to talk about.
It's how much does Steph want? Because if Steph thinks that he's still a max player, like, by production when he's out there, yeah, he cannot make max money, and you build this team around him after next year if you want to win. You just can't.
I agree.
And so
Yeah.
I look at this team, and they've got a zillion issues. You know, they've lost way more games in a row, in my estimation, than they could have if you wanted to be a legitimate playoff team. The year before they traded for Jimmy
Let's
Butler.
say it again, they've lost more games.
So I'm just going to read this to you.
Okay.
At no point this year were they more than 5 games over 500, and they only did it one time.
Yeah, I got
They
you.
only did it one time, Sam. They were over 3 games over 500.
Well, they were 24-19 at one point this season.
That was
right?
it during the middle of a 5-game winning streak, 4-game winning streak technically. Jimmy got hurt in that
was
game.
exactly
all right. This year, this team lost 3 in a row, 4 separate times. This year, this team lost 5 in a row. This year, this team lost 4 in a row. Last year, they lost 5 in a row 3 separate times. Last year, they lost 7 in a row. Now, after Jimmy showed up, things were different. Jimmy didn't play for 2 months last year with the Heat, and so he had fresh legs. I'm looking at the situation where the Warriors are at, and you could tell me Friday night they ran out of gas. I would argue they've been running out of gas for multiple years. And last night, Friday night, was a microcosm of all of the things that's been kind of doing them into this year. Your big deadline deal was for Kristaps Porzingis, all right? And I would have done that deal. Heck, I'd even re-sign him. You know why? Because you don't have a lot of better options. But let's call it what it is. The guy backpedaled in the win the night before.
And twisted his ankle. Yeah.
And was a statue on Friday night. And like, I'm happy that he showed up, but the full Kristaps experience was on display in 2 games. Wow, what could be? Wow, sign him up. He fits Steph. Wow, we have rim protection. Wow, he can hit shots. And oh my God, he just stepped wrong, and now he's compromised, and he probably won't play for another week or 2. So,
well, at least he got the whole offseason off. But To your point, Joe, I agree with you. Listen, there is a part of me that, again, I kind of fell into maybe they can do something stupid here on the basketball court and accidentally trip into the final eight here. Were the odds of that low? Absolutely. Were they greater than 0? Yes. Does that mean it's a good set of odds? Probably not. The Kristaps Porzingis thing, I absolutely agree with you. We got the highs and the lows of it. He looked as fantastic as he did on Wednesday. Oh, my God. He was just such a liability in the paint on Friday night. It was tough to watch.
He couldn't play.
He couldn't. No.
He couldn't play.
I agree with you. It was nice to see him out there because I think it would have been far more frustrating if, you get the Twitter alert on your phone an hour before the game. Kristaps Porzingis, ankle out tonight for the Warriors Suns playing final. I'm glad that he was able to suit up. I'm glad that he kind of was willing to at least make the attempt. It just didn't matter at the end of the day either way. It was just the juice. What little juice they had, it was gone.
They flat out gone. They earned it. They earned getting bounced in the second game. I'm a big a meritocracy in sports. You either earn or you unearn things. They earned being in the lottery. And quite frankly, all Warrior fans, it's funny how 24 hours after the loss, I started seeing, they have a 9% chance of getting a top 4 pick, which is probably a higher percentage than I would have given them against OKC, which was what I was saying for a couple of months. So I'm going to be real with you. I didn't want Steph to come back. He came back. I enjoyed the win. It was awesome. Looking at it now, and nobody wants to hear this, I truly believe we got the best of both worlds.
I actually agree with you on that.
I think we're going to get the top 4 pick opportunity in the lottery, and we got a memory and a moment from Steph Curry, and we don't have to worry about them playing any longer for fear of someone getting injured and it carrying over into next year. Did you see the second half of Steph Curry? He couldn't move.
No one could move.
He couldn't move.
Yeah.
And so,
but no, then they would have won. And then, I had a little bit of that Thunder.
They'd have been down 60 yesterday.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that Thunder Suns game yesterday. And of course, myself, I'm thinking, Thunder, lucky they missed Steph and them boys in this one. But that was just a cheeky way to point out the fact that, to your point, they would have been down 60 at halftime, assuming Steph even did play. I agree with you, Shaska. I think we did get the best of both worlds. We got something fun to enjoy last week. That was a fun show we did on Thursday night. And I tweeted out after the game on Friday night, that was still a fun win on Wednesday. They can't take that away from us.
Of course.
And it was a fun win. And, woo.
Well, this is an exciting way to return.
Some
news from Adam Schefter. The 49ers and 12-time Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams have reached an agreement today on a 2-year, $50 million extension that now contractually ties him to San Francisco through the 2020 season.
Take tackle
2027
off the board.
Season.
All right, take tackle off the board.
Interesting.
Let's go.
All righty.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah.
Let's go.
Rappaport has some more
2
information.
for 50. How many guaranteed?
Here we go. So,
because Trent's all about that guaranteed.
Do you want to read it, Carter, or you want me to read it?
You read it, Sam.
One of you figure it out.
We're producing on air. So Williams going to get 24. This is per Ian Rappaport. He's going to get $24.5 million this year on the 2-year deal that locks him in for the next 2 years. $37 million will be fully guaranteed into next year when he will be 39 years
so
of
the
age.
cynic in me is like, so we'll be going through this same charade next year then, huh?
Probably, yeah. You see, you're catching on. You're learning. I love this.
You know what? Look,
all right, we're a Niners show now. Let's go. Niner 5-7. We're back. Who needs to talk about the Warriors? I'm kidding, of course. We will be talking Warriors.
When you sign Mike Evans and when you bring in older players, keeping him is probably the most logical thing, even though I've been over him for about a year and a half.
The reality is here, Joe. Sorry. The reality is here, Joe, is if you want to protect Brock Purdy's blind side, if you were to make a list of all the options you have available to you, whether free agency, the draft, or Trent, at the end of the day, Trent Williams is the best option on that list.
Sure.
There's no matter how you cut it, hopefully, this is when Trent's available, and Baldy said it numerous times, who he'll be on Thursday morning, which is NFL draft day. We'll be talking with Baldy that morning. He's always said, if you can get 14 games out of Trent, you're feeling good, which personally I like to get 17 games, but that's just me. I can acknowledge the reality of a 38-year-old not being able to play 17 games at left tackle, probably the most demanding position in all of North American professional sports. So, yeah, good to have that cleaned up here. And, Yeah, all that time I spent over the weekend looking at left tackle prospects. Glad that was a complete waste of time.
I still want the Arizona State guy, but that's fine. Neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Getting back to the Warriors.
Back to the Warriors.
There was a moment late in the game when he took out Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I'm talking about Steve Kerr. And they all embraced. And I was sitting there. I was at my aunt's and uncle's house. They were having a party for her birthday. And there was a lot of people there. And I go, wow, that felt like a moment. And I'm watching that, and I'm sitting there, and I'm saying to myself, you know, for someone who we felt like controlled their own destiny, and I'm talking about Steve Kerr leading into it, that felt like either I know I'm not coming back on my own accord, or I know it's an uphill battle for me to fight for my job to come back. And that moment, though special, that moment, though a little sad because there was no Klay Thompson, that moment where they're all embracing, it made me feel like this era is coming to a very abrupt end, and it feels like a decision is set to happen regarding the coach and his status with the team moving forward. And that's before they started talking after the game.
Yeah. No, again, Joe, we had the conversation last week. Before I actually respond here is the moment that you were talking about right here.
You know, just appreciating this year, all the years that we've been.
Foul on me. Let's try this one.
In final year of the contract of Steve Kerr, and sharing a moment with his veterans. What these guys have accomplished.
Unreal. And how many moments they've had in celebration of winning.
So that was Kerr, Steph, and Draymond. Again, they were huddling together on the broadcast. That was a TV broadcast reaction to it. Here's what was said that the TV microphones were able to pick up from that little huddle there.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
Now, yeah, Joe, the other day I was kind of thinking, you know what, I think he does come back, and I think this is a thing that's going to sway back and forth from day to day. Those all felt like things that a guy does before he is about to leave. Like, that felt like there's a bit of almost like a cherry on topness. Well, actually, the cherry on top was Draymond getting thrown out of the game right after that. But that felt like a finishing touch or a finishing statement on a run. I don't know if it's a solidifying act that says one thing or another, but if you ask me today where I think Steve Kerr is coaching next year, I right now in this moment, him being on the Warriors sideline next year feels less likely than it would be.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're going to find out in the next couple of days. So I would ask the audience, like, do you think he's back? Not do you want him back? Mm-hmm. I think most people want him back. Yeah. I want him back, but
doesn't make sense for him to come back too.
Do you think he comes back? Do you think the owner wants him back? Do you think Kerr wants to be back? You know, these are all the questions I had. You referenced Draymond. You know, he builds up so much goodwill, and then right after that moment, he's got to get into it with Booker, and to me, it was just like, grow up, dude.
Honestly, it felt on brand.
He had such a great season on many aspects, and I know that people think that his game has slipped and whatever. You look up, I mean, he's fourth in the team, tied for fourth with Guy in amount of games played. He had arguably his Mona Lisa of the last 5 years defensively in the game prior, and to do the unnecessary actions at the end,
egging on the crowd,
Devin Booker. But you know, I had a bunch of kids running around in the living room, and it was just like, what are you doing? Like, you're a dad now, you know, you're older, you're supposed to mature with age. And quite frankly, it was the loser's limp, which Coach P, wherever you're at right now, I think about you. A DB gets burned and they do the fake, like come up with the hamstring.
I got hurt. Oh, that's why I got burned. Yeah.
You know, win and lose with dignity. I thought it was just, and I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is. I just thought it was so, you said on brand for Draymond, just unbecoming of somebody at his age. Just like, come on, man. Like, really? And then you're going to do all the shenanigans on the way out the door. All the goodwill you built up from the game prior, and then you do that. It's just, I thought it was weak.
Wait, so you're saying that Draymond did something that made you believe in him, and then he did something that made you not believe in him?
Yeah,
I mean, no, listen, that's why I say it's on brand, Shasky. I mean, that's his 12-year career. That's the last 5 years of his career.
Yeah, but I expect you to grow with age. I don't expect you to be perfect. No one expects anyone to be perfect. Like, you lost fair and square, you know, take it like take it like the 4-time champ you are and lose and win with class and dignity. I'm not saying you got to always, just take some humble pie, but every now and then it's okay to just like wear the loss. You lost.
Yeah.
You came up short. You have nothing to apologize for in terms of your effort. You played great down the stretch. You could have packed it in multiple times. I just don't know why you had to do that.
Yeah. We can get into this some more on the other side. I just wasn't surprised by that from Draymond Green at all, but that's the Draymond Green experience. 888-957-9570 is the number to call in. You can also text us as well or say something to us on YouTube. Maybe I'll even read that off as well. Joe, Coach, I see you guys. We'll get to you very, very soon. We're talking Warriors all morning long. Do you think Steve Kerr's coming back? And just where are we feeling about the Warriors now that the season is officially come to a close? More on the other side. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18 counts large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited. Don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know, there's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities. From LPL Financial.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
I don't get it! Now, back to the morning roast.
Hi, how are you?
With Joe Spadoni.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
And Joe Shasky.
Sure, whatever, okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, heck yes. It is the morning roast. Thank you, Jan, and thank you to BPA for that rejoin there. Sam Lemon in for Joe Spadoni, then Joe Shasky. What do you have?
Ramona Shelburne, the Warriors could make big changes to their roster if Kerr leaves. Here I'm going to quote the article from this morning. If Kerr departs, the front office is expected to open up a wider search that would include several external candidates, perhaps even exploring the college ranks. Though there has been an acknowledgement about the complications of delivering Curry, Green, and Butler, an inexperienced head coach, in their final years, a team source has said. But a Kerr exit could also signal the start of a much deeper, sweeping shift. The path has been described by several team sources as an organizational reset and could lead to further notable changes to the roster and the coaching staff. If Kerr departs.
If Kerr departs. Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the story. This is, again, a story that Ramona Shelburne and our friend Anthony Slater have put up on ESPN. It broke just moments ago, so we'll be taking a look at that throughout the show today. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Warrior fans, do you think Steve Kerr comes back next year? Does it make sense for him to come back next year? And just how are we feeling overall about the Warriors today? And this is going to be the first of, I think, many nuggets that are going to be dropping over the next few days, even weeks here, Shasky, as we await the future of Steve Kerr. You talk about the big dominoes that fall for this offseason. Steph, obviously, that's a very, very big one. It seems like so right now, Steve Kerr is going to be the first domino that falls this Warriors offseason. And it seems like, again, we're going to find out in the next couple weeks what exactly he wants to do. Today, though, feels like, again, with this early start coming out here, today feels like a day where right now I'm not feeling confident he comes back next year. It felt like a finality on Friday night. The little huddle he had with Steph and Draymond at the end where he said this.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
That sounds like something. Let me say this, Shasky. If I came up to you after a show and said, hey, Shasky, it's been fun. I love you. I don't know what's going to happen next. Are you feeling confident that I'm showing up for work on Monday?
Oh, I know. I'm going to rock it the next day.
Well, yeah, cool. Way to make it about you.
No, look, I don't know if he's coming back. I don't have a good read on this. I kept telling everybody like, oh, there's no way he'll ever. Dude, when you're his age and you've been doing what he's doing as long as he's doing it, like, you guys keep going basketball reasons. And I'm not saying you guys. I mean, a lot of the younger guys.
The people who expect Steve Kerr to come back. And, yeah, I've thrown a lot of basketball reasons into it as well.
I'm going Grandy and you and Spadoni and other. You guys are all very young, and I understand that. When you hit 60, I watched this with my dad and my mom, okay? When you hit 60 and you start having grandchildren and you start reaching the age where, like, you are physically changing in terms of your, like, energy levels and just who you are. You sit back and you recalibrate your life. Who I am at 43 right now is not who I was at 29, right? I've recalibrated a lot since then. He took the job over at 48, 49 years old.
47, 48.
He's now 60.
Yeah.
His life has changed dramatically. So your children that are now adults are starting to have kids. You are looking at your life patterns and you're like, how am I going to set myself up for the next 10 years, right? And so, yeah, maybe I'll hold off for a year here and there, but I just think, forget basketball for a second. Your life changes a lot. And so I think there's a lot outside of basketball before we even begin to deal like, what's it like dealing with Joe Lacob?
Yeah.
What's it like dealing with Dunleavy? Before I get to what's it like dealing with Draymond and Jimmy and an old team that doesn't have it anymore. And then the outside expectations and the scrutiny that comes along with it. Forget all that. Just where you are in your life. Did you see the video circulating the internet of Greg Popovich?
Yeah, of him kind of limping into practice almost because he's got a surgical procedure or something, didn't he? Or
he didn't look great.
Yeah,
and
no, he looked like he's in his 70s or something, right?
I've
he looks like a guy
standard that there were a couple people that I've known in sales, and I said, man, that guy's gonna die with the phone on his ear, the laptop on his lap, double parked, taking an order, and their whole life's gonna pass them by, right? And I made the conscientious decision that I don't want to have that happen for me. And I think that there's a quality of life that I aim for that others maybe don't strive to. This is why I always say
that would be a traumatizing show if that happened.
Like, think about Jack McKeon, right? For example, Jack McKeon wanted to be a baseball lifer. All right. He was 90 years old. So the Jim Leland, baseball lifer. Not everyone is that way, and maybe Steve Kerr is sitting there looking at Popovich as Popovich is,
hobbling.
He's not looking great, but he gave his entire life to the sport. And maybe he's saying, I'm going to take a little pause right now and enjoy some family, forget basketball and all the stuff that you guys are all talking about. And maybe I don't want to do this until I'm 75, 85, 90 years old. I can't speak on that. So there's the Kerr domino.
Let me turn my mic on first. Let me answer that part first, because I think that's an interesting perspective that you throw there. And I thought about that. You gave me that perspective last week, and I thought about it yesterday and over the weekend, that whole concept there of he is 60. How much does that factor in? And I think on the one hand, yes, it's very easy to kind of look at it. Maybe easy is the wrong term here, but I can understand where at 60 years old, there is a chance here there is an off-ramp here for Steve Kerr if he wants to take it. But I think he's also in a situation where he can create an off-ramp wherever he wants. As far as how he's feeling at 60, I don't really want to speculate one way or another, because I do think, it's easy at 60 years old to say, you know what, I'm going to take a step back or whatever right now. But Steve Kerr is also very different than most 60-year-olds in this position. I mean, he gets paid a lot of money to coach a sport. And I just, guys like that, they operate and think differently than us mortals out here in the real world.
Which is why I think the majority of rightful thinking people, he'll never leave Steph Curry. Well, if you have FU money and the ability to kind of take as much time off as you want and still have any job you want, you don't follow the norms of society.
No, which is why at the same time, I think he could just be like, you know what? I do have more juice left in me. Maybe he does feel this connection with Steph Curry. Maybe he does feel this. Like, listen, I'm not like it sounds like I'm just saying, no, you're wrong. It's this. He feels that way. That's not what I'm trying to say to you. Like, I'm not trying to, get into Steve Kerr's head on this one. I don't know how he thinks one way or another in terms of, I'm 60, what do I do with my life? But I do think these are guys who it's at least possible that they really are just that pot committed to what they've been building here. And maybe they do have a sense of they want things to finish in a certain way. And if we're looking for what might bring Steve Kerr back next year, maybe there is a desire of just like this season left them with a sense of unfinished business. Because as we said in the last segment, Shasky, nothing really went right this year regards to health. But Jimmy went down.
You think it's going to be better next year?
Well, that gets me to my next point, which is that I think that you can make the argument. I feel like you're kind of making it. Forgive me if that's not what you're doing, though, is that we probably could have seen these health issues coming. We could say that this season was derailed by injuries, but it's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this team with a 38-year-old and two 36-year-olds had injury issues. Then there's also 39-year-old Al Horford. I can't believe they weren't healthy all season long. Like, who could have seen that coming besides literally anybody anywhere? So there is a level of like, yeah, you probably could have seen these injury issues coming. And I don't know, maybe Kerr does not want to go through another year of a predictably injured roster. So I don't know. It's hard for me to get a read on either way on how he's feeling.
Away?
I think Bob Myers walked away because he saw an off-ramp to get off a sinking ship and jumped off the sinking ship.
So then why 4 years later, when you've been 3 years in a row in the play-in, why would Kerr not have a similar algorithm?
I think he very well could. I think it's very possible that maybe he doesn't have that same algorithm, though. I don't... Like, we're looking at Kerr's position as if what we would do in that position.
I've never done that. No, I've looked at it from... Boy, if I was his age, because I see older people in my life.
If you were his age, though, but like it's like Steve Kerr is his age. You guys all keep saying he's never going to leave Steph, and yet Pat Riley, Phil Jackson, I could go right down the list. Yeah. Red Auerbach, guys in their prime as coaches left other players in their prime because the situation wasn't getting better or they needed physical, mental breaks from the job. No,
the job is stressful.
It could go that way for Steve Kerr, but I can also see Steve Kerr being the guy who goes against the grain on that. Like, I get
other people. Why have the embrace the other night? We didn't do that in the Minnesota series. We didn't do that, in other
Maybe because
moments.
there is the possibility. Maybe it really is just that 50-50 with him. Like, I think maybe he's trying to cover all bases there. We'll play something on the other side, though, that I do think kind of plays into what you're saying here, Shasky, and I talked about the finality of it all. When Steve Kerr said, we were celebrating like champions, or for one night we were champions on Wednesday night, like that again felt like something you say towards the end. I've been saying throughout this season that sometimes Steve Kerr looks like a guy who gave his 2 weeks. Listen, if you're looking at body language, sure, there's so much that points out that maybe this is the end. This is a strange league, though. Strange things happen, and I don't know, maybe that's just not the best reason to buy in on whether or not some will come back. We'll be getting into this, though, throughout the show. Do you think Steve Kerr comes back? Does it make sense for Steve Kerr to come back? And just how are we feeling about this Warriors team overall? We'll take your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up at the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time to reset your health. If you're ready to lose weight and feel confident again before summer hits, Jumpstart MD has you covered. With the right combination of GLP-1 medications and clinician-led care, you'll get safe, effective results that last. Because not all weight loss programs are created equal. Where you get your prescription matters. Trust the experts at Jumpstart MD. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitigolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Climate change and environmental loss can feel overwhelming. But around the world, ordinary people are proving that change starts where you stand. The Goldman Environmental Prize honors grassroots leaders protecting our planet. Discover their stories at goldmanprize.org.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons.
Yep.
Decorations.
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers.
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Big Pun? It's actually Sam Lubman, not Joe Spadoni, but don't worry, Joe Shasky is still here, and that is why we are here this morning, because Joe Shasky wants to talk Warriors with us. We're going to talk Warriors with Joe Shasky,
keep the
amongst
beat
some other people, and we're going to keep this beat going first, though.
Well, here we go. Riding in my car. Listen to the radio. Oh, Nate Dogg.
No, keep going. I want to hear more. Anyway, 888-957. Oh, okay, we're still saying.
I had to catch the beat. You got to wait and catch the beat.
All right.
All right, so I'm thinking about this, and we've got this big Kerr conversation, which is super obvious. You also have the Steph extension conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the Jimmy Butler. What do you do? Right? Do you buy him out? Do you trade him? Do you wait for him to come back? Does he want to get extended on a way lesser deal? Then you got the Draymond player option. What happens there?
Does he opt in? Does he opt out? Does he opt out? Take a 2-year extension? There's a lot of options.
Kristaps Porzingis. What do you do there?
Trade it. Is he coming back? Do you re-sign him? Do you extend him?
Well, if you don't extend him, you lose the slot. If you do a sign and trade, you can only get one guy back.
And you're hard capped.
right? So that comes with 5 or 6 different layers. Then you got the pod extension eligible conversation.
That'll be a very, very civil conversation. I'm sure we'll have a lot over the next few weeks.
Then you got, what do you do with GP2, who was, checks notes, I think 3rd. GP2, 2nd most games played. GP2, DeAnthony Melton. What do you do there?
Ow.
Al Horford. What do you do there?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, in no particular order, Kerr, Steph extension. What do you do with Jimmy? What do you do with Dre? What do you do with Kristaps? What do you do with Pods? GP2, Melton, and Horford. There's a lot up in the air.
Mm-hmm. And it starts with the head coach. It also starts with Joe in Burbank. We're going to go with the lines here. I do want to hear from Warrior fans today. We're going to be talking a lot about what's going on with Steve Kerr. We're going to be reacting to this story that dropped this morning from Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater about the future of Steve Kerr. There's a possibility that Kerr might not be back, and the Warriors are prepared for big roster changes if that does happen. So again, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Joe in Burbank, how are we feeling about these dubs this morning, Joe? You're on the roast.
Hey, hi guys. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Sam. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
You know, if I had to guess, I would say he might not return, but you guys know and everyone knows it's tough because he has a friendship with Steph. However, I think that some people might miss out on the fact that he might not want to coach for an owner who wants to control all the player movement. And I think Joe Lacob now is in that category. I kind of look at him as the Jerry Jones of the NBA now, trying to control everything. So I think that might be a point where Steve just doesn't want to go through that again. And, you know, as far as also the reason this is tough, and you guys give me a couple extra seconds if you'd be so kind. You know, from Steph's standpoint, he's looking at next year and he says, well, it'll be me, it'll be Jimmy, it'll be Dre, it'll be Al Horford and Porzingis, and that's a good lineup. But unfortunately, all those guys can't play back-to-back. They're limited. They're going to have soft tissue injuries. I call Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Al, and Kristaps the 50-game club because that's quite possible. That's all you're going to get out of those 5 guys is 50 games. And so we're going to go through the same thing next year that we did this year. And so, you know, I think the problem comes down to couple of things. How much is Joe Lacob going to honor Steph's request on you know, player movement? And also the fact that, you know, Steph's now talking about a possible extension. You know, when he's going to come and ask for 67 to 70 million or 72 million, whatever it is, that really restricts the roster.
I agree.
It continues me with Steph when he wants to play meaningful basketball, but he's not. I don't think even on his last contract, he didn't say, I want to have a good bench giving me some good minutes. So I think I'll take a little less. He keeps asking for big bucks, and they've got so much money tied up in rosters for next year. I just don't. You know, the best thing it would be is to go ahead and try to start a rebuild. But there's Steph.
Can I ask you a question, sir? You seem a little older. You feel like you have some perspective in life. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking, approximately?
Not a problem. I've been watching the Warriors for 50 years. I'm 76.
Okay, so you seem like the appropriate individual to have this conversation with.
Gamer.
When I was in my 20s, I wanted to make as much money as possible. I wanted to prove everyone wrong. I still was figuring things out. In my 30s, it was like rise the ranks and get titles and, you know, try to prove everything. And then in my 40s, it's like, you know, obviously it's more family time and quality of life. And I'm trying to hit that certain sweet spot where I can still do what I love, but also hang with those that I love and not waste time doing things I don't want to do. I can't imagine where I'm going to be at when I'm in my 50s and 60s and 70s. Would you agree, logically, when you look at Steve Kerr's situation, everyone just keeps talking about basketball in the on-court with Steph. There's so many other factors that might go into his decision that I think we're being very short-sighted as a fan base, talking about what's going to be in there for what's deciding whether he comes back or not. Joe,
you're right on the money. I agree with you. I think he's in one regard, he's just burnt out. And I think when you look at that and his age, and he's tired, he's burnt out, and the fact that I do think that I don't think he wants to coach for an owner that's going to be making the calls on player movement. So I think those two big reasons.
That's a good point.
But you never know. They may stall, and they may figure they're going to give him time to maybe a month to relax to see if he change his mind.
Well,
so I'm not sure. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, well, you call back again because I appreciate your call. It says here, Kerr himself placed a timeline of about 1 to 2 weeks, meaning for his decision. That's in the Ramona Shelburne article. He also kind of alluded to it and referenced it multiple times on Friday night when he was being asked. I don't know. I think middle of the season, I had a really hard time not seeing him coach the team. I'm not in the prediction, business per se. I just think that he's right. And like working for Lacob is tough. We've all had bosses that are easier and tougher. And as we get older or maybe get more equity, we don't want to deal with them as much. And so that I think is a factor.
Not here at 95.7 The Game. We love our boss here at 95.7 The Game, obviously. He is a great boss. All the time. Yeah, no, he is very not stressful at all, and we love working for him, and I'll be collecting that check later on. Let's hear what Steve Kerr had to say after the game, because he talked about the finality of it, and then we'll dive into some more things here, because there's some other nuggets in this article here that kind of shed some light on it. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say after the game on Friday night about the finality of it being real.
Sense of finality that is surreal. You just go through the 7-8 months grind, you're game after game, traveling, you're with all these people who you love, and it's so emotional, to go through an entire season. So much happens, and we have so many people in there besides the players who, support staff. We're like family, we really are. And so the season ends, and it's like just bizarre. It's just, all of a sudden your entire existence changes, and you're not convening every day. You're not fighting together. You're not trying to, climb to the top of the mountain. And it's part of the beauty of sports and a season. One season is its own journey, and then all of a sudden it's over. Strange feeling, but very, as I said, very, very grateful to these guys this year for all they've been through, the way they continued to compete and play together. It was special to watch.
There's a lot of reflection in there, some big picture stuff where he brings it into talking about the season there. Again, going through this story, a week before the season's final week, it was reported that Kerr is about 50-50 whether he'd ultimately remain with the Warriors or not. This other nugget here that I'm going to read is, more than anything, team sources says Lacob will want to hear that Kerr expresses a hunger to continue executing the nitty-gritty details of the daily job, not a reluctant acceptance that he should continue coaching purely out of loyalty to Green and Curry and the sentimentality of writing out this era. There's also a sense, it says in the article early on, that there's belief that Kerr might just be a little bit burnt out by everything here. So I think that's why he needs those 2 weeks to decide whether or not he wants to go through this. And here's the next part, Shasky, I think kind of throws a very interesting wrench into this conversation. That's why if Kerr decides he wants to return, there is a desire from management for him to sign a multi-year deal instead of setting up a last dance farewell tour that would feel more about emotion and nostalgia than wins.
Well, you have to set your team up not just for this year, but into the future.
Mm-hmm. And in that moment, hearing what Kerr has to say right there, the reflection that was in his voice there, compared with those excerpts from the story we just read, I can't imagine Kerr does want to do multiple years right now. I just don't see happening. Next year seems like a natural stopping point for a lot of this. I know Steph thinks he wants to keep playing. Draymond says he wants to keep playing. I don't know what's going on with Jimmy Butler, but I think if there's one thing this year showed, Shasky, is just with the health and makeup of Steph and Draymond, the idea of going beyond next year and still trying to actually be serious about winning games, that seems very, very far-fetched to me.
Well, this goes back to the Steph Curry extension. So he's got one more year left on his max. The next deal that he takes So there's the Kerr angle.
Yeah.
Then right below it, if not above it, is what's going to happen with Curry, right? And what I mean by that is, if Curry wants another max, well, then we're like, I'm sorry, we're done. Like,
in that
we're
case,
done.
you might as well just bring Steve Kerr back.
Well,
and let's just sail off.
necessarily.
Well, no, if you're going to do that, if the plan is give Curry another max, give Draymond another deal, and you keep Kristaps, maybe Jimmy walks, maybe he doesn't,
but
I don't know.
regardless of coach, I just don't, like, I love Steph. We all love Steph. He cannot be the A player on this team.
No, I agree with you.
A year beyond now.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. If they are going to do that, then you are just going to play the nostalgia game for the next couple years. Then sure, bring Kerr back for that, but that's not going to make anybody happy. That's not going to be fun. Like,
well, that's not going to be you need a winning team. Did you see the play? Like, all the teams in the play, and the only one that was good yesterday, the only one was the Orlando upset over Detroit, and we all know exactly why. All right? Boston faced the 7-seed Philadelphia 76ers. Does anyone know the score of that game? Anyone? 123-91. Yeah. Okay? Did anyone watch Oklahoma City versus Phoenix, who's significantly younger than the Warriors?
It was an absolute blowout.
1984.
And that is not as close as the final score would indicate it to be.
San Antonio versus Portland, who ended up winning. Does anyone know the score of that?
111-98 in that one.
Yeah. So they got to get out of the play-in. And they've been in the play-in 3 straight years.
And this is not a satisfying way to let the season end, which is to just be rotting in the play-in box. And, like, I just don't think that serves your stars well to keep going out like this. If you want to give Steph a good exit from the league, whatever that looks like, you're not doing it if you're doing a holding pattern here, going into next season. I don't think that's a healthy way to go about doing things.
I love Steph. He's been overly compensated on and off the floor his entire career. But the next contract he takes has got to be more team-friendly. This is a very penal salary cap. And as you've noticed over the last couple of years, every move that they could, would, should, couldn't make has been predicated on how far over the luxury tax they are. Everything. Yeah. Like Kristaps. If you bring Kristaps back at a certain number, you lock yourself in above the apron and you can't trade any future assets. Right? So if I know after next year, Steph's salary, let's just hypothetically, is 2/3 or 1/2 of what a max would be. Well, now we're cooking. Now we got some room to absorb some deals. Now we got some room to sign and trade.
Guys got to take less money, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then right below him is, what are you going to do with Jimmy? Do you just buy Jimmy out and then waive it over 3 years, and that gives you more cap room? Do you trade Jimmy and bring something in? Does Jimmy want to sign? I'm going hypotheticals here. Does Jimmy want to sign another 2-year deal? On top of what he's at $20 million a year, right? So if I got Steph and Jimmy for about what one max player is making, isn't this situation way different than 2 almost 40-year-olds making max money and leaving no room for the rest of the roster?
2 things on that. The first thing is that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. The second thing I have to say on that is I do agree with you, and I do think that what those contracts look like, I'm curious how much the Kerr angle impacts that. And what I mean by that is, again, as I look back at this story here that Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater wrote this morning for ESPN, a Kerr exit could signal the start of a much deeper sweeping shift. The path has been described by several team sources as an organizational reset and could lead to further notable changes to the roster and coaching staff. If Kerr does not come back, then you do have a new head coach in. You do have an ability to take the team in a different direction. Does that make it kind of easier then to kind of go the direction that you're laying out there, where you're getting Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy even to take less money because you're trying to build a different roster there? I think that pathway becomes a lot easier if you don't have Kerr as your coach next year.
I don't understand. Like, if you're saying that he won't do a rebuild completely?
I don't know do you think Steve Kerr would do a rebuild, I guess, or do you think he just wants to coach Steph and Draymond and Jimmy for nostalgia's sake, I guess?
You mean he's obsessed with veterans?
Yes.
I don't think he is obsessed with veterans. I mean, he played Gee and
yeah.
I mean, Pods was maybe your... Look, no one wants to hear it. Pods might have been the best player Friday night.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it, but, like, the reality is he shot the best from the field. He had 10 rebounds. He didn't have any assists, but he played his butt off. So this thing that he doesn't want to play young guys, I think I don't think the coach is necessarily prohibiting or allowing me to do anything to my roster that I'm not already going to accomplish. Meaning, I want to do what I want to do to my roster, and the coaches need to be on board no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kerr's no dummy, you think he thinks that signing up for another year of Al Horford playing less than 50 games is really good for the overall health of the team if they don't have other younger players to supplement in his absence?
I would hope that he's aware of that as a former GM.
I think he knows that.
Yeah.
I don't think he's all in on the old or not. Does he want to do 2, 3, 4 years is the question.
That's the next question I was going to ask.
I don't know.
If you told me that Kerr is coming back for 1 year, like that I could probably get on board with, but maybe I need to adjust my overall perspective on this because the timeline I've been going with has been like everything's been tied to Steph. Like Steph is the centerpiece of which this organization moves.
Are you adjusting at all after what you've seen this year?
I think what I'm starting to do here because I do think a lot of that timeline got blown up when Jimmy got hurt. I think the plan was it was going to be, Steph until the end of next year, and that's why they had Jimmy's contract end at the next year. That's why they had Draymond with the player option going into this next year because they knew obviously he's going to pick it up. Everything was set up for those three to wrap up their contracts at the same time, but they all needed to be healthy. And that's where the Jimmy Butler thing throws a massive wrench into everything here because, whether or not Jimmy didn't get hurt this year and the impact it has on this season, we can have this what-if conversation later on. I honestly think it's immaterial to the conversation because I don't know how much different the season is if Jimmy is healthy, but what is different is what you're feeling about this team right now and where you're feeling about the direction of this team.
That I would agree.
If Jimmy Butler is healthy, because if Jimmy's healthy, right now, if Jimmy was healthy, you're feeling good or better about where this team is at.
But the Steph question is still remaining. And the Steph question is this, who is he currently? We know he can draw back and be awesome for times, but can he do it for 50 games, 40 games, 60 games?
Well, he mentions the new normal here, and I think that's where the injuries of this year, whatever could have happened this year is whatever. But going into next year, this is going to be a less durable roster going into next year than we had in this previous season.
So he played 4 regular season games. He had the great game against the Rockets. How were the other ones? Sacramento twice and the Clippers. How were they?
Talk Steph at the end?
Yeah. I thought they were pretty mediocre.
I have a tough time answering that specific question because I have seen Steph Curry come back from injury a lot in his career. And those first few games, it's always kind of a hodgepodge of sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
The Rocket one was the first game he played in. He was amazing.
No, he was, but that's what I was saying. Sometimes the returns are good the first game's back. Sometimes it's a mix and match those first 4 or 5 games back. That's just been the history of Steph Curry returning.
Sure, but again,
there's the reintegration period.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, what makes him the MVP in the league is that he does it 70 nights out of the year, right? And that's who he is.
That's what, And it's what Steph used to be too.
Exactly.
Used to be.
Exactly. And I'm not trying to throw dirt on him.
No, it's a reality. Steph
29 points against the Rockets and then against the Clippers on the 7th. He basically came back April 5th. We're now the 20th. Did you see any? This would be like the 3rd total week. Did you see any hope that he could get through? Forget a 7-game series, a 4-game series.
Yeah.
He played the great game against the Rockets. I think 3 mediocre. A great game against Clippers.
The Clippers. I'd say more of a great half, but to your point.
Sure. Okay, that's fine.
Point, and then he looked like he was running through molasses on Friday night.
He looked awful.
Could you imagine? Let's say they did pull that win off on Friday night. It would have been horrific.
They would have played Sunday at noon.
Yeah, and that's assuming they would have actually played and not. Joe, we were talking about load managing them for that Sunday game.
I hate criticizing Steph Curry,
reality.
But I think we need to assess where he's at.
I don't think you're criticizing him. I think you're bringing out just an absolute reality that he called it the new normal, Joe. This is something we're going to see him go through. He played 43 games this most recent season. I mean, do you think he can get 55 next year? That seems like a massive ask here. So,
here and the bigger question is not how many games he can play. It's where is he at the end of the year? Because that's the thing with Draymond when he was talking about 16 game players versus 82. Well, right now they don't have enough 82 game players to qualify for the 16 game season.
We're brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's go to KC and Marin here before he hit this break.
Hey, KC.
He's got some thoughts on the Warriors. KC, how are you doing today, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show as always. My thought was taken by the previous caller. And I think it's an important one that we only need to talk about. And that's true is ultimately making player personnel. Or is it Mikey D? And I think nothing should be talked about until we have a definitive, firm answer, because like that gentleman previously said, we have Jerry Jones 2.0. Bought the team, moved the team, built a stadium, hired his son, sent out every known basketball mind that was with the team so he could be ultimately in charge. And as a diehard lifelong Warriors fan, it really scares me what this franchise future looks like with Joe Lacob and start making moves.
Let me stop you there, because you're the second person to call Joe Lacob Jerry Jones. A lot of other people are calling him Jerry Jones, and he's done an incredible job running this team. What's the moment that's making you think that he is Jerry Jones? Like, I get it. He hired his son. Sure, Jerry did that too, but Jerry's been running the Cowboys into the ground for a while now. Are we sure that Joe Lacob's running the Warriors into the ground, or are we just in a rough stretch here because this team is old? The quick leap from Joe Lacob to Jerry Jones, I still have a hard time seeing it.
And here's where I see it. Jerry West, gone. Bob Myers, gone. All of the basketball minds that had built this roster, gone. Travis Schlenk, gone. It's really worrisome. I don't see a bright future with Joe Lacob owning it. I see them in the playoffs every now and then. I see them right around 500. And man, having lived through Chris Cohan, it scares me.
Well, wow. I think it's definitely a fair point of view to have this morning. I'm not as harsh as he is. But on the other side, I do want to explain how I think one decision was a microcosm for everything that went wrong with the Warriors this year.
All right, we'll get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. How do we feel about Steve Kerr coaching this team next year, Warrior fans? Do we think it's going to happen? Do we think it's not? We got a YouTube poll going right now. It's a simple one. Do you think Steve Kerr will be the Warriors head coach next season? So far, 57% of you in the YouTube chat are saying, yes, he will. Oh, okay. YouTube, very optimistic today. That's very unlike you guys. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18 counts, large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Lubman in for Spadoni, Shasky here, and I was teasing something before we got to the break, and it was like one of these moves was, and I don't want to go too deep into it, because today to me is about Kerr and Curry. That's what it feels like to me, and to a lesser degree, Draymond, especially after that hug on Friday night. Season ends. Warriors are done. They don't make the playoffs. They lose to the Suns.
The hug in question, by the way, is this one right here.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
It's just, it felt like a moment in time.
It felt like a kind of like a goodbye. That's kind of what it felt like in that one specific moment.
Yeah. And I'm looking at like how this team played. And all year, it's not just that game, but all year. Like they just, to me, they never got their act together, and I never bought in on them. And trust me, I'll buy in on a team. I know I could be the biggest homer on the planet, but you got to meet me halfway. You got to actually like prove it to me. I feel like the offseason of the Kuminga stuff, Kuminga's camp, Lacob, Dunleavy, Kerr, everyone involved. That lingering as long as it did until September 30th when he signed his little 1-1, and them not playing him because Moody gets hurt right away, then not playing him, then hanging on to him, then asking him to play, and he doesn't want to play, and then you trade him, and the only thing you can get is Kristaps, and he's kind of hurt, and he's got a club option, and he's making a lot of money, and we know he's hurt, and he's sick, and actually we didn't really realize how sick he was, but he is sick, but maybe Atlanta didn't tell us the truth, but maybe we did, and then he shows you a glimpse of what he could look like in a playoff game, and then in that same game, he backpedals and hurts his ankle. The whole Kuminga to Kristaps kind of timeline, to me, was as big, if not bigger, than all the injuries.
Well, it's because it cast a massive cloud over the season. I mean, Joe,
they just never got off to a good start
Joe,
this
they couldn't even have an offseason last year.
Exactly.
We're sitting around thinking we got wink, wink, nudge, nudge deals to Al Horford and Seth Curry, which did very little to excite me at the time. And sure, Al Horford had a great finish-ish to the season. But what was the thing about the Niners last year? They came in, it's like, we just want a drama-free offseason. We got that for the most part last year, if I recall, right?
Yeah, Juwan Jennings notwithstanding.
Yeah, so that was the one little wrinkle in the one little fly in the ointment there on that one. This one was about as stupidly dramatic as it could have been last summer with the Kuminga crisis, because it wasn't worth it, in my opinion. I don't think Kuminga was worth all the trouble to let it all get hung up on. And yeah, it casts a pall over the season that they never were able to get out of, and they get off to a 13-15 start. And, says here in the article, there was a lot of disconnect with that start because they were a pretty healthy team during those first 28 games, but they won only 13 of those first 28 games, hence the 13-15 record. When you stumble out like that under a dark cloud like that, it's hard to get things going in the right direction. And it kind of cut the legs out from the season before you can even get things going.
I go back to Kerr. You said something there. Do you think Kerr wanted to deal with the Kuminga stuff?
Not at all. I think if Kerr could write his dream offseason last year, at the day one of free agency, whenever that day was, it was July 3rd or somewhere around there, that first week of July, Kuminga is either locked in long-term to the Warriors and there's a set direction on where things are going, or Kuminga is on his way to a different team.
I think it would have been Kuminga gone to another team.
It could.
I don't think Kerr ever wanted to hang on to Kuminga this long.
My thing is just he would have wanted a solution a weekend, whether it's he's in or out, whether he preferred out, sure. If you had that all settled in going into this season, things are maybe a little bit different. Maybe he's a little less burnt out at this point here. Yeah, I'll buy in on that.
I just think he was done with Kuminga a year ago, 2 years ago, whenever. At some point, he would have played Gee more earlier on had he been, not committed and hamstrung with the Kuminga thing. So I go back to Kerr, and I think there's 4 or 5 elements on if he's coming back. There's the Curry angle. There's his own personal angle. And the angle that I don't think we've talked enough about is control over how they put together the roster.
Yeah.
And not necessarily free agents, because I do think they're all on the same page when it comes to DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, Seth Curry, some of the free agents that they've acquired over the years. I think it's about the draft picks.
In terms of just how much control. So do you think the thing is, do you want Kerr to have control on these draft picks? Do you not want him to have control?
I think Kerr wants a little more leeway on, hey, if I'm not feeling someone, this goes back to the Kuminga draft.
I want you to listen to me.
I want you to listen to me. Exactly.
I don't want to redux of that. And I'd be curious to see what his working relationship with Mike Dunleavy is going to be like in this point. Apparently, there is an internal belief. This is from the Shelburne Slater article. There's an internal belief that Dunleavy has drafted well, and despite a no-nonsense and at times harsher approach than his predecessor, Bob Myers, he has gained the trust and ear of the figures that matter, Lacob, Kerr, Curry, Green, and Butler, who have all only talked well of him. And when you look at the draft picks that Dunleavy has made, granted, they've been later in the draft.
So pods,
Kerr likes playing them. Guy Santos, Kerr likes playing him. He went out and found Pat Spencer off the scrap heap. Kerr likes playing him. Quentin Post, for a moment, Kerr liked playing him. For a moment, Kerr liked playing him until he stopped
I don't think he's very good. I think he's gone this offseason.
But my point is that
what
he was
about
a guy.
TJD?
He was a guy that Kerr drafted, Dunleavy drafted. He played him until he was not playable anymore.
I mean, they had very few other options.
Yeah.
What about TJD?
TJD was a guy who I think early on Kerr was not afraid to play until he showed that, you know what, I don't think that you're good enough to be on the floor.
Yeah.
I think, Ian, that's the same thing with happened with Quentin Post. This all goes to say is that all the guys that Mike Dunleavy has drafted, as late in the draft as they are, Kerr has found ways to get them into the rotation. So, yeah, there's clearly a good working partnership there. If it is Kerr and Dunleavy working on these drafts together and Uncle Joe stays outside the room and watches from, the window, maybe that entices Kerr to take another year or two, multiple years. That's where I get stopped here, Shasky, is the multiple year
but
part.
as an organization, you can't make moves for just 1 year. You have to make moves big. So, for example, Kristaps Porzingis cannot be a move that you're only thinking about this year on. Because if you sign him, it locks you in above the apron, right? And so that's one element. If I give Kristaps a multi-year deal and Kerr's only in for 1 year, well, what if the next guy doesn't want to deal with Kristaps at all? All right? You know who's extension eligible up until October 20-something? Brandon Podziemski.
Jimmy's up in February as well, right when he's coming back. That's going to, I'm sure, play a role too because Jimmy Butler has a history of being
before you get to Jimmy, though, Pods, if you keep Kerr,
do you keep Pods?
You got to keep Pods. See, like it works. But if you don't keep Kerr, I could see them flipping Pods, right?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this.
Draymond Green. Let me ask Draymond Green. If Kerr's gone, does Draymond himself want to come back? Do you want Draymond back with a different coach?
Is any coach wanting to coach Draymond Green? Outside of the
maybe even a better question.
There's definitely people if they went inside the organization, like Terry Stotts, Jerry Hacks,
I don't think they can do
Jerry
that.
Stackhouse. I think Draymond maybe listens to them, but I don't know if you're getting anything better from them that you're already getting from Kerr.
Today's not the day. I don't think they can hire internally unless it's Jerry Stackhouse. I love Terry Stotts. We had him on Friday.
Yeah.
I don't think you can have Terry Stotts to this fan base replace Steve Kerr. I think they would have to go way outside the box or super young.
That would almost, it kind of remind me of, it would be a Bob Melvin-esque hire.
Yeah, 100%.
Where it's like we watched Terry.
100%.
We watched Terry from afar in Portland. Steven Risotto gave me the thumbs up with his A's hat on.
No, it's a great call.
But yeah, because we saw Terry have some good success with the Blazers. He had a successful run with the Blazers. But how many times do we just see it fall short?
It would be Dennis Erickson.
Yeah.
For the Niners, way back when.
That's Kane's legend, Dennis Erickson to you right there.
But the Draymond thing is very, very interesting to me. Like, he has the player option. He can opt out. Like, there's do the Warriors want him back? And then there's does Dre want to be back if Kerr's not here? Because if Kerr's not here, as I know everybody thinks he has no value around the league, if he goes out there and says, hey, I'll sign a 2 or 3 year deal for less money than what I'm making over this 1 year deal that I have right now, which is about $25 million, I could see Detroit. I could see Orlando, even though they don't have a lot of
calling up
spacing.
Kerr.
What?
Calling up Kerr?
No, Draymond.
Oh, so you see that was going to be my next question.
Antonio?
Is there any other?
I could see the Lakers, the Nuggets.
Any team LeBron goes to.
Yes.
I could see giving
100%.
Draymond a job.
Draymond,
but LeBron's not going to Detroit or Orlando. He's either coming.
Why not?
I don't see those.
No, I'm just saying if I'm them and I need that defensive, okay, I've made the playoffs, I'm established. I need a winner guy to help get us over the top.
I don't think LeBron's going to just go to any market, though. I think he's picky enough that he's going to run. Well, yeah, but if you're going off of he's going to go where LeBron goes.
Well, no, that's one of his top. Wherever LeBron goes, would be at the top of his list.
Yeah, we'll have a job.
I think he has a lot of options.
And I don't think, if he's going to go to Team LeBron, I don't think Team LeBron's going to be playing in Detroit or Orlando. That's just my guess. I think it's going to be
but what I'm saying is there's the LeBron teams that he could plausibly go to, and then the next set of teams are the teams like Orlando, Detroit, etc. Heck, let me throw a name at you. Boston. They've got a ton of shooters.
They love him there.
It would be hilarious to see him, but he would fit right in, would he not?
The only thing is, I just don't know how much other teams want to deal with the Draymond Green nonsense, because I don't know how much that plays in other locker rooms. Like, Draymond has a level of ability within the halls of Chase Center to be himself. He can get thrown out of the last play-in game, the last game of the year, and everyone's like, well, yeah, typical Draymond. Like, going to another organization where he doesn't have that goodwill.
Teams talk themselves into it. Like, that's what the Warriors did with Kristaps Porzingis. Everyone in the league was like, Porzingis has no value. And the Warriors are like, we think he's got value. And so I think Draymond, people are going to point to the Kawhi Leonard moments in the fourth quarter of that playing game and go, oh, if we surround him with a lot of young players, situationally, he could do that.
Well, I think then that could also work out here at the Warriors situationally if you want to bring it back and you're trying to create reasons why Kerr would come back. This is where, again, if you could work out the contract situations with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, those are going to be some insane negotiations there. But, again, I'm going back to this article here, which shout out to Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater for giving us content this morning. They're talking about the Kawhi Leonard deal, and the line here is ambition flickered inside the Warriors headquarters at the trade deadline neared. They were waiting, league sources said, for word from the LA Clippers on a trade concept involving Kawhi Leonard. Obviously, the deal never went down. I don't know how close it was going down. I'm skeptical on it going down, but if there is a way to bring in a big fish like that this offseason, whether it is Kawhi, whether it is LeBron, whether you can get the money figured out, then I see a situation where maybe Steve Kerr is willing to re-up for 2 or maybe even 3 years, 2 years plus an option. Can coaches have options? I'm not sure. If you could bring in the right big fish to kind of add a little bit more, an extra layer of excitement to this team, whether they're, again, it can't just be that one big fish.
If I hear about big fish, one more offseason, 5 in a row about us going after a big fish, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm just tired. Well, aren't you tired of talking about this potential big fish trade that never materializes?
Well, has it never materialized? I mean,
Jimmy Butler was like, yes, it eventually was a good trade. Jimmy Butler was not playing for Miami, and no one else in the league was going to give him the extension that the Warriors gave him.
But no, I mean, if you're looking for if you're in a situation where the Warriors need to go out, find, premier-ish player X. Like they went out, they did that with Jimmy Butler. They needed to find someone else this year. They went out, they got Kristaps Porzingis. Now, I'm not saying he's top-tier premier level player, but I think the Warriors have shown that they are going to be aggressive. Yes, they've fallen short, and that sucks. If I told you that this offseason was dependent on them landing that big fish for you to feel good about next year, I'm not.
No one's giving them an in their prime big fish. This is who you're going to be like searching for. Embiid, major red flags. Paul George, old as hell. Like there are no big fish that are in their primes. San Antonio, OKC, the teams that are winning right now. Detroit, they're not trading you. They're good players. They're just not. You're getting someone who has a tremendous red flag. Now, even that, I need to know what Curry's making too. If I take on someone's giant contract. So play the Curry cut on his extension, please.
Yeah, so here's what Curry would say if he would sign an extension.
Multiple, for sure. That's more than one. Yes, that's perfect.
Would you be interested in an extension?
For sure. But none of those conversations have happened, so it'll be a busy summer for the Warriors.
Which I interpreted that as pay me. And I was like, uh-oh. And if that's the case... If that is the case, like he wants to get another max out deal.
You're not getting meaningful games if you do that, though.
We're in the Kobe zone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we are. We're in the Kobe zone.
It's funny that you say that because that is literally a line
what does it say?
In this story. So blah, 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 blah. The Warriors, that is the Warriors' current reality. In the late stages of Curry's career, they're in the construction zone, rebuilding while employing a franchise legend. One league source compared it to Kobe Bryant's final season with the Lakers. And
it's funny that you say that because Carter says in the article, it's now being reported that I guess we all missed it. The Warriors signed general manager Mike Dunleavy to an extension months ago.
Yeah, Dunleavy quietly signed an extension in recent months, team source says, and has multiple years left on his deal. So Mike Dunleavy, I thought that Mike Dunleavy's job was ending this era of Warriors basketball. Or not ending it, but just shepherding the team along towards the end. And my belief was always that once Steph and Kerr and them are gone, Dunleavy will go too, and Lacob brings in a whole new wave of people, and that is who runs the next, the new world order of Warriors basketball. Mike Dunleavy, though, he will be around going forward, and maybe that's the first pillar of trying to keep this group together for the next 2 years. But Joe, I'm
going to be real. I don't. You really want to keep this team together for 2 or 3 more years?
I don't know if I want to do that.
No,
I really don't.
No, it's yes or no.
I don't.
Okay.
I say I don't know if I want to do that as a long-winded way of saying no, I don't want to do that.
No one does.
Like, it's a gentle way of saying no, I don't want to do that because it's just, I think it's unfair to Steph and Draymond to make them go through that. Like,
they've been compensated.
Well, when I say unfair, I don't mean like with money. Sure, they're going to get a lot of money for it, but like, come on, this is not like, do you really want Steph's career going out the same way that Kobe's career went out? Like, sure, that last game
he had one of the greatest careers ever. And then he had the final couple years.
He had 2 years at the end that were just
but like the kind this isn't a video game. Why do we think that everyone should be competing for titles till the very end? Well, like Brady is unique.
Well, then what do you want? So what? Are we just, if Steph does stay on for the next 2 years, we're just going to go out with 2-3 years of 37-win seasons and 9-10 play-in games?
Just get into the playoffs, start building towards something. You know, maybe we have some moments here and there like we did the other night. Like, because you don't win a title doesn't mean we can't build something and have some fun in the final couple years.
Well, that's what we've been doing here in these last couple years, and literally no one has been happy about it.
This year wasn't fun.
For being honest, Joe, I mean, there's been a lot of not fun over the last
year
couple
was
years.
fun.
No, the last 2 months were fun, but then it was undone by the...
Sure.
The whole year was not fun. The year prior to that was not a lot of fun.
No, but I thought it ended on a pretty fun note. Outside of the Minnesota injury and getting beat, like I think overall, most Warrior fans would have signed up for the 2 months of Jimmy like they had the year before.
Since the last championship parade, it has been a frustrating, clouded year that ended the second round of the playoffs, but that was still a younger team that had a little bit more talent. Then you had a year where you got knocked out by the Kings in the 9-10 game. And then you had last year, which had 2.5 months of fun. And then you had this year, which was not fun. So if I'm going back to the last 4 years of Warriors basketball, I'm counting about 2.5 months where we were like, this is a lot of fun out of 4 years of basketball.
I would say
do we really want to keep doing this for 2 to 3 more years? That is not the way that these careers should be ending. And if they have to go,
what is the right way to end a career? Like do you know how NBA careers end? Tim Duncan on the bench where he can't move. Larry Bird on his back getting stretched out. Like that's how most NBA careers end. That's like very few guys hit the Jordan shot and then retire.
Shaq in Boston.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like the big cactus, the guy that couldn't even, he was terrible. How many teams did Shaq end up playing for? 6?
All of them. He had a rainbow.
It was so bad. Like, I know.
So are we really okay with doing that then with Steph and Draymond? Are we really okay with, think about how much fun the last.
They've been more successful than the 1980s Celtics.
That was then. This is now, though.
What do you mean?
Like, again, Shasky, like, all that success happened prior to, like, July 1st of 2022.
In their careers, there's one other guy who has overlapped their careers, maybe 2, who has seen the success that they've had. Kobe, Duncan, and then you throw in LeBron.
So then
you're talking about they're on such a short list of like what they've accomplished in the league. This thing that they've been shortchanged, I just don't believe in.
I'm not saying they've been shortchanged, no, but like what I'm saying is going forward now, there is a new reality where Joe, again, the last 4 years have not been enjoyable. You really want to think of this season specifically. You're probably going to get this season specifically next year, but maybe a little bit worse because there's more age, there's more wear and tear.
Don't sign a max contract that soaks up 40% of the. Just hear me out.
No, that's where it comes down to.
40% of the salary cap when you're 38 years old and you only play in 43 games. Like it goes both ways. Don't sign another guy who's 36 years old to the other 40% of the salary cap, and then Draymond gets about 10 to 15% of the guy. 3 guys are soaking up almost 95% of your salary cap. Like that, and they're all over 35. So they all kind of signed up for this. I'm not saying that I love it, but that's the reality. I'm very well aware of what we signed up for.
If Mike Dunleavy calls Steph and Draymond into his office, I assume it'll be separately, not together, and says, look, guys, we're going to give you an extension, but it's not going to be a max extension. And they both, or Draymond won't get one, but it's not going to be the max of what you want.
Look, if Draymond takes a 2-year, $12 to $13 million deal over the next 2, meaning 25 total over 2, and not the 1 year 12, it gives them more flexibility to build the team.
What would you, if you're Mike Dunleavy, what would you offer Steph Curry for the next 2 years?
If he took, let's say, I'm just throwing hypotheticals out. If most of the max deals are tied to the salary cap, so you're looking at $70 to $75 million. If he took $45 million instead of $75 million, all right.
Okay.
That frees up so much money. That gives you room to get Porzingis on a multi-year deal.
No, you're absolutely right.
And bring in Melton and still keep your mid-level exception.
Totally agree with you. What if Steph says, I want my 67 and 71. Draymond says, I want my 27.
Then guys, be prepared to be in the play-in or worse for the next 2 or 3 years.
I really hope that
there are consequences when you take that money.
Yeah. And that's just not going to be, that's going to get old really, very, very, very fast.
No,
and
I know.
just think
no one wants to take a pay cut, but Sam, this is a salary cap league where we now know every single dollar is extremely important.
That'd be just such a crappy way for them to have to end their careers. Though they've had great, successful careers. I just don't I do not want to have to sit through 2 to 3 more years of
Who's
just
your favorite non-Warrior?
My favorite non-Warrior right now. I mean,
just in general, and all-time basketball.
Let's say in the last 20 years, I like Dame Lillard a lot.
Okay, how's Dame Lillard's career ending?
It's ending on the injury table.
How many finals did Dame play in?
He did not play in any. Warriors are a big part of that.
He would have died to have switched places with Sean Livingston.
Oh,
Forget
absolutely.
Steph.
Yeah.
You know? And you just bring up, this is one guy.
So is this kind of like what I'm hearing there is because of the success that these guys have had throughout their career, which is a lot, probably the most successful dynasty maybe in Bay Area history, because of that, we're okay with just kind of, read the last 4 years, just keeping that going for the next 2 to 3 years.
No. It's saying hey, if you take max money, the consequences are we're going to have a really tough time building this team around you. And you're forced to probably have to keep the pick and develop the pick because it's the only salary suppressed slot on the team where it's workable with these max contracts.
Do you think you can still build a foundation? We're going to get to the calls in just a moment, but do you think you can still build a foundation for the next generation, which is what Steph has to say? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we build the foundation again? Do you think they can build a foundation if they're spending money on these guys?
Again, $75 million for Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler beyond next year is probably not a prudent way to build a team in 2027.
That's going to be a very fun.
Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right.
No one wants to hear that.
That's going to be the dilemma that Mike Dunleavy has to figure out. He's going to have to figure out a sequence of words and sentences to say to Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler to convince them to take less money if they are actually serious about, to your point, Shasky, you could make the case that giving them less money, bringing in the better, younger players. I mean, you can have a much more fun end of your career with Steve Kerr as your head coach if you take that step back. I will believe, this is the cynic in me, I will believe that those contract numbers will look like such when I see them. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the
$500 million.
Yeah. Is the number to call or text. How are we feeling about the Warriors right now? Do you want Steve Kerr back next season? Let's go to Paul in Palo Alto. Paul, you're on the roast. What do you got for us?
He's earned it.
What's up, guys? I love the conversation. I think I want everybody back for one more year.
Okay.
As a fan, but as kind of looking at it as, does it make any sense? I don't think it makes sense for anyone, literally any of them. Lacob, Curry, Kerr. I feel like Lacob has really got to figure out who his future. I really just wanted to hear Dunleavy's extended, in my opinion, but maybe the power structure will change, and I think he's got to find his next architect. He's got to find his next head coach, and they've got to figure out the next 5 years instead of the next 2 years.
Yes.
And as far as Kerr and Curry, it's kind of Curry's wearing hats to say trophy hunting, and I know it's probably looking too deep into it, but I don't really think he's the kind of guy that's going to just be a Dirk Nowitzki or Kobe on the way out. I think he really does think he can win another title, and he gives me more of the Tom Brady vibes going to Tampa Bay. And
interesting.
The Tom Brady Tampa Bay thing to me is similar to Belichick and Brady kind of always had this a little bit where Belichick felt like he could take any quarterback in the top 5 or 10 and probably have that dynasty. I feel like Lacob's got that too, where Lacob feels like he could probably take any 5 great players from this era and he could have had at least as much success that he's had with Curry. And I think there's that kind of the element where they both want to see, maybe I could do this without you. And there's really only 2 or 3 seasons left for all 3 of those guys as far as Kerr, Curry, and Lacob to kind of prove that in this window. And I think it's time. It's just there's a ton of teams that could use a guard like Curry. There's probably a few teams that could use a coach like Kerr.
Can I ask you this question? What if Curry just is content with where he's at right now? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, I would be grateful as a Warriors fan, but as appreciating greatness and what he probably does have left. If he really could go to somewhere and just have to play 40 or 50 games and just get ready for the playoffs and just walk into a 3 seed or something like that.
But you would acknowledge.
So much more exciting
Okay, but 1 second. You would acknowledge if he goes to that place, he'd be the B on that team to someone else's A.
Oh, he'd be the C. I don't even think he'd be the B. I think he would literally be almost Ray Allen-ish, where it's like you cannot rely on him to get you that 3rd seed. He's no longer an A or B in my. That's kind of the problem here. I feel like it doesn't matter how much money you offer him. He could come back and play for $15 million a year. I mean, who are you going to bring in? In free agency, it doesn't seem like players really want to be here unless you overpay them. So I don't even see how you can fix that. Even if you could make the money work for everyone. Kevin Durant didn't want to come back here. Jimmy Butler wanted to play elsewhere. He took a big extension to be here, and he's played all of 80 games. I know the injury, but I don't really see how, even with the money, without money restrictions, how does it work?
Good call.
Yeah, thank you for the call there, Paul. That was Paul in Palo Alto. Again, we're talking about 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Do you think Steve Kerr comes back next year? And he was kind of mentioned there, does it make sense for Steve Kerr to come back next year? And I think if you want to continue it with this core of Steph and Draymond and maybe Porzingis and maybe Jimmy, I think you can make the argument that it would make sense, but I think, to your point, Shasky, it has to be for less money to build a better roster. I don't think it makes sense for the Warriors as an organization to just keep with the holding pattern here for the good vibes, because you're not getting good vibes.
Jimmy was, I believe, the 8th or 9th highest paid player in the NBA this year. Is that correct, Carter?
He was 8th.
8th.
That's crazy. Yeah.
8th. Now, before the injury, was he giving you 8th best production in the NBA? He was really good.
Can I give you a kind of a cop-out answer you're not going to like? I kind of think Jimmy was saving stuff up for the second half of the year.
Okay.
And
so you didn't think he was close to that?
I think you see what I say? If I say yes, it makes it seem like he did not have that extra gear in him. I do think he had an extra gear, but I think he's also smart enough to know that the latter half of the year was the better time to break out that second gear rather than the first half of the year. So did he produce like a top 8 player in the first half of the year? The answer is no. I don't think he's a top 8 player in the league either. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. But
well, the other, who is going to be number 1 in the NBA next year in terms of cap hit?
Is going to be Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, and I don't think Steph Curry should be a guy who should be a top number 1.
I'm just saying, do you know who's number 1 this year?
Who is number 1?
Steph Curry.
Steph next year and this year was the biggest.
And technically, Jimmy was tied at 5th.
Isn't Devin Booker going to be number 1 next year?
Well, that might be after his extension.
I think it kicks in next year.
Yeah, they have to announce the official salary cap, even though they have an estimated number, and then once that, because it's all tied to the cap number. Yeah. Devin's at 9 this year, $53 million. I mean, it's just look at these numbers: 55 for Joel Embiid, he's 2, tied with Jokic. Is that great money? No. Kevin Durant was 4. Giannis is 5. Anthony Davis tied for 5.
Joe, I know you always say these guys have made a lot of money in their lives and stuff like that. Again, the whole notion of they've made money in the past, so they'll take money in the future. I'll believe it when I see it. Again, these guys make a lot of money off the court too, but again, there's a reason why these guys get so rich. It's because they take in as much money as they can.
Yeah, but this isn't the middle of your career. It's the twilight of your career, right? And so
I don't think you're ever going to stop trying to get more money.
No, of course you're going to try to, but you also have to be realistic and you don't get everything you want. One day you'll go house hunting, right? You'll understand this. You'll go house hunting in the Bay Area. No one gets what they want. You're going to look at houses that have 1-car garage, maybe a backyard, maybe it's got crappy kitchen or crappy bathroom, right? Yeah. You have to compromise one of the things that you love to be able to afford a home in the Bay Area, no matter what your price range is.
So do these guys love the money more, or do they love competing in the playoffs more?
Well, if you want the money, then you're compromising some of the competitive balance around you when it comes to team building. Yeah. If you want a little less money, now I'm getting myself more teammates around me. You have to compromise on one end or the other. Otherwise, you're going to get shortchanged in both.
Yeah, Again, maybe it'll happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'll simply just believe it when I see it when it comes to these guys taking that much less money. I don't know why people don't do it more. Like the fact that Tom Brady did it, I feel like that should set a standard for, athletes of this caliber anywhere. Like we always used to say, like, when it comes to guys spending their whole career with one team, well, Joe Montana didn't do it, so anybody could. Like if Tom Brady is giving money back to keep his teams competitive, I've always felt like you have no excuse, because if the greatest of his sport, one of the greatest of our time, is doing it, like, what's your excuse? I don't know, but yet we still very rarely see, like, Tom Brady is more of an exception than the rule when it comes to that. So it's
this top 10 in terms of like highest paid. If I were to just go the top 15 players in the league, highest paid, there's a consistent theme with all of them. Curry, season was marred with injuries. Joel Embiid, season was marred with injuries. Jokic, relatively
Let me ask
healthy.
you something. Let me ask you, you're going through this list here. I'm seeing a pattern developing here. On this list, how many of these guys are under the age of 30 that you're looking at?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown's the only one.
Yeah, we pay too many old people in this league.
That's
kind of how it works.
It's not just this league. How about what happened this morning?
Trent Williams.
Oh, 100%.
You want to talk about people who tries to get every dime every year?
Absolutely. But you know what, though? That's not the case, because Brock Purdy actually left a little on the table.
That's fair.
And I think Brock Purdy got the best of both worlds. I think he got a very team-friendly deal, but he's also insanely rich, and he was able to say, I give you guys the Devontae Smith quote every time. Devontae goes, I just got 3 years, $75 million. If I can't make this work for the rest of my life, I've got bigger issues. And I thought it was the most level-headed thing I'd ever heard.
Yeah, again, everybody says that, then they get the money, and all of a sudden you want more money. I mean, that's great that Devontae said that. And, Mike Evans left money on the table to come back here. It's, in this day and age, it's get as much money as you can. And, again, we all want people to, at times, take the noble high road here and leave money on the table. But
look, hear me out. When you've only made like a small amount, if you're Guy Santos, dude, get every dollar you can get.
Yeah.
Who knows where you're coming?
No, everyone's going to get all
made $500 million.
That's why I think the Devontae Smith one is kind of dumb. That was your first contract. You take every penny.
But I think his point was, if I'm good, I'll get another deal. And if I invest this appropriately, I should be able to eat off this for quite some time.
Not a sport where anything's promised.
We agree, but I thought it was great perspective. The guy was dirt poor growing up.
I wish he was on my team doing things like that.
I do too.
I'll say this, Mike Dunleavy, you got to put together a hell of a presentation here to get this buy-in at these lesser prices, because I agree. I think the pieces are there at the right price. Whether we're playing at the right price or not remains to be seen. Here we go. This is going to be some insightful calls here. Cameron in Antioch.
Hi, Cam.
What do you got for us today, Cam? I'm actually excited to hear what Cam has to say today. This is a great day for Cam.
What's up, y'all?
What's going on, bud?
That was a terrible call, the last caller. But anyway, what are we talking about here? We do not need to keep lumping Draymond and Kerr with Curry. Leave them separately. Curry would be the first option on any team, pretty much the first option. Name one team Curry would not get doubled on if he went to any other team in the league. They're still going to hound Curry. They're still going to double Curry because they know what he could do. The reason Curry is not producing the way he should is because the lineups he's in, and yes, he is getting older. But at the same time, put him in the best position to win. He's playing with three other guards, which makes no sense most of the time. And please tell me, what has Kerr done these last 4 years to make this want to re-sign him again for nostalgia reasons? No. Let him and Draymond go. If you remember this season, every time Draymond went to the bench, we start coming back and we start taking the lead. And when Draymond came back in, that's when we start losing again. Yes, Draymond had a few spectacular games and did his thing. I'm not going to take those away from him. But the whole season, that's just like y'all keep saying, Steph only had a few good games. No, Draymond only had a few good games. So we got to really look at this here. Curry is definitely, if you want to take a pay cut, let him take a pay cut. But he's worth the max. You put him around decent players, he's going to produce.
But you can't afford decent. Okay, Cam. It's really hard to afford decent players when you have two guys making the max who are almost 40 years old. Like that, we have to deal in reality a little.
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy should have traded Jimmy at the deadline. He was done. Why we got so much loyalty to Jimmy? Jimmy and Draymond need to go. And Draymond, I don't even want to see Draymond for 2-3 more years if he takes a pay cut. Let him go. He holds up the offense every single time. He's great on defense occasionally. But
I agree with
let
this.
that contract go.
Thank you for the call, Cam. Cam brings up an interesting point
I don't
here.
think Butler was dealable at the deadline.
No, and that's I don't know.
He had too much time.
I don't know how much. I don't know what Jimmy Butler's trade value is right now.
I agree with that.
Let's set that to the side for now. But that's an interesting point that Cam brings up that I kind of don't hate. Is maybe the move is it's Kerr and Draymond are the ones that need to move on, and maybe you refocus in how you rebuild this team around Steph Curry without Draymond Green on the roster. Can you see a roster next year where it's Steph and, well, I don't know who else you put around him right now at this moment, but basically you're moving off of Kerr and Draymond and basically forcing Steph into the new era of Warriors basketball, and that is how you set the new foundation around just Steph and no Draymond and no Steve Kerr.
I can't even think of who would replace Steve Kerr. Like I've thought
we're a ways away from that. I'm not thinking of who the replacement for Steve Kerr is until I know when the announcement is coming.
Well,
which is not going to be for a couple weeks.
But in my mind, okay, if we were I'm going to throw a couple quick names. Stackhouse, okay? All right, I guess that makes sense because he's got some familiarity. He's younger. All right, Steve Nash. Nash was with the Warriors way back when, kind of came out of nowhere and coached the Nets. That's an idea. Well, if I went
coach. Yeah. He's a good players coach. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box. All right, if I go to the college ranks, is Todd Golden, who's only been at Florida a couple years and
USF
was
guy.
locally here, is that something like this? He has really no NBA experience.
Well, that would be I think that's an interesting move if it's like you are trying to basically rip everything down to the studs.
You're going to go Todd Golden with Steph Curry? Like that I would have all, and again, I'm rooting for Todd.
I don't know what that looks like. No, I honestly don't. But this is where, if it's just Steph back next year, I'd be curious what kind of a team you could still build around him when you don't have Draymond Green on the roster.
Well, is Jimmy still on the team? Because you'll have
right now. I'm assuming Jimmy Butler's on the team.
Him.
Right now, I'm assuming Jimmy Butler's still on the team. Listen, Bonte loves saying there's always a sucker in the NBA. I don't know if you could find a team out there that would take Jimmy's contract because basically any team that takes Jimmy in a trade, you're basically paying $54 million for him to rehab all of next year.
There's three things you can do with Jimmy. You can extend him with less money after next year.
We'll see on that.
You can trade him or you can buy him out, right? And if you buy him, or technically 4, you let it play out and he becomes a free agent. If you buy him out, you can waive it over 3 years, which is what the Bucks did with Damian Lillard. Remember, they basically bought out the final year and then they prorated it over 3 years.
That seems like a last
amortized it.
That
over
would probably
3 years.
be a last option or last resort option there. They're probably going to spend this offseason. Well, they say they don't want to trade Jimmy. That was what they said before the deadline, is they had no plans to trade Jimmy. They've said over and over again, they said. It's been reported by Friedel, Slater, Shelburne, and all of our friends in the NBA media that the Warriors have no intention of trading Jimmy Butler. I don't know, maybe you take that at face value. I personally don't buy that. I think that if the right deal presents itself, they would trade him. Let's say they can't, though. Then I think option number 2 is, I think maybe then they go to looking into buying him out. I don't feel comfortable waiting till next February to get Jimmy back because, Joe, it's not just that you're waiting for next February to get Jimmy back, but then you got to wait another month or so for Jimmy to get back to whatever Jimmy level he's going to have post-injury, which at age 37, coming off an ACL injury, like whatever Jimmy we had prior to the injury, far from a guarantee to be back after the injury.
On top of, you don't know what his emotional state of mind will be because he's going to want an extension.
And if he comes
back,
back,
what did in the Miami situation for him, and he wanted an extension. The whole reason why him and Pat Riley got into the beef that they got into was over the extension.
I am not giving Jimmy could be on this team next year, maybe 27, 28 season, though. The Warriors are not going to have Jimmy Butler on.
I'd take him for $20 million a year. I would.
I would think that the real advantage of a team trading for Jimmy Butler would be if you were trying to reset your books fully, right?
Yes. And that's where I think maybe a team like, I'm going to say it, the Bucks. I mean, I'm going to use the Bucks as an example. I'm not saying go get Giannis, but if you like, that's an avenue.
No, I hear you.
I'm not saying
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. He also offers another thing, though, which is that he's out till February. That's a positive because you're going to lose a ton of games, you know?
Yeah, and he might not want to come back.
And then in that case, I don't want Jimmy to just be a dead asset on this team. Let's keep this conversation going. We'll take some calls on the other side.
It might just be.
Before we do any of that, though, let's get to the injury report. Oh, that's how you know Carter's back. Delays on the injury report.
So worried about chiming in. You wait, baby Sienna. When I get back on air.
I remember my first day on the board, too. Hey, did you know we have a baseball team here in the Bay Area? They're called the San Francisco Giants, and they announced that reliever Jose Butto had a surgery to repair an axillary artery in his upper right arm. That's his throwing arm. This was after he already underwent a procedure to remove a blood clot from his right arm a few weeks ago. What originally was a 2 to 4 month recovery timeline has now expanded to 5 to 6 months. It is very likely that Butto will not pitch again this season, and wow, that really does suck. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, who opened up training camp yesterday. Ooh. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and don't you forget that the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anybody who wants to be treated like one. You know who I want to treat like a hero right now? It's Mike in Napa. Mike, how are we doing today? You're on the roast. What do you got on the Warriors?
Hey, am I on?
You are absolutely on, Mike. Well, depends what you say.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll make it fast. I want to see a Luke Walton coach, Steve Kerr general manager. I will never forgive Draymond Green for 2016. The Warriors had a 3-1 lead, but Draymond got his technicals and cost us the championship. Jimmy Butler could score 40 points a night if that's what they wanted him to do, but he's a team player and he fits into the system. And I'm watching the NBA championships, guys, and I'm telling you, I don't see small ball. Warriors need some big men.
All right.
Did he say Luke Walton?
He wants Luke Walton as his coach. That's hey, he came in with a take. That's what I like. I don't know if
had like 5 takes. I
don't know if I agree with it, with that specific Luke Walton take. But
how are you feeling about the Dunleavy extension?
Oh, my God. That kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. With Dunleavy's extension, is it more or less likely Kerr returns? Or, it means nothing?
Today, because again, I'm going to be waffling on this for the next couple weeks, Shasky. I'm just going to warn you right now. Today, I think it would make it more. Today, I think Steve Kerr is probably not coming back, but a Dunleavy contract extension could play a role in him coming back, just because I do think there is more synergy and cohesion between Kerr and Dunleavy than there was maybe in the past during the draft. And I say it specifically because of how disastrous the Kuminga draft pick has been for this organization, how disjointed that conversation was.
Dunleavy is a part of why Kuminga was still here and here and here and here and here and here, and they didn't ever make a move.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't have a Kuminga on the roster anymore to hold things up. So that specific issue, I guess, in theory, would not be an issue going into this summer where, I don't know, it's not as cut and dry, but you don't have that lingering issue hanging over things unless the Pod's contract extension does that, but I don't.
Does the Dunleavy extension signify to anyone that he's more aligned with Lacob than we initially anticipated?
Oh, absolutely. Again, I thought that Dunleavy was connected to Kerr and Curry. As long as they're here, then Dunleavy will be here. Like, I never saw Dunleavy as the guy who's building the next iteration of Warriors basketball. This contract extension makes me think that Dunleavy might be the guy building the next iteration of Warriors basketball. And I don't know how I feel about that, because on the one hand, Dunleavy has drafted quote unquote well. Again, it's from a not limited sample size, but you're the back of the first round. So you're basically picking lottery tickets at that point. I don't know what Dunleavy would do if he had basically 2 to 3 years straight of drafting deep within the lottery, which is what he would probably have in these post-Steph years.
If they get the pick this year and it, let's say, jumps into the top 4, he'll be judged immediately.
It's going to be the biggest draft pick of his career.
Oh,
hands down. That's
not
not even a bold statement at all. I say it like it is, but it is not. And
I wonder with Kerr, man. I have a feeling by the end of the week we're going to have some resolution.
Hey, Steph, do you think Steve Kerr has an expiration date? This is Steph Curry after the game on Friday.
I think everything we've done is unprecedented, and there's only a few examples you can kind of look to in the history of basketball, especially in the modern era where when we started, again, the way the game is played has changed from 2013-14 when we were kind of ascending to, or 14-15 when Coach got here, where we were ascending to how it's played now, roster construction, like all of those things. you have to adapt and evolve for sure. I think coach is fully capable of doing that and thinking, outside the box as we go. But to his point, and your spirit has to be in it, your mind has to be in it, your coaching staff, like every dynamic has to be on that journey with you. So only he can answer that. And it sounds like he's put a lot of thought into it, but we'll have those conversations where I get to kind of understand where his mindset is, because it's not like he was going to open up to me on that front over the last, or at any point during the season, because we still had a job to do.
This is where I kind of wonder about whether it makes sense for Kerr to come back or not. Like, if the reports are that he's feeling burnt out, if Joe Lacob does want to feel that Kerr still has that burning desire to keep coaching, I don't know if it makes sense for Kerr to come back if it's just going to be, if the next 2 to 3 years are going to be very similar to the last 3 or 4 years, because from what it sounds like, these last 3 or 4 years are draining Kerr of his energy. And I don't know, to your point, Shasta, you bring up at 60, if he's reevaluating his life, I think the only thing that makes sense for Kerr to come back to is a roster that is reshaped, able to adapt to what the NBA is right now, less of these gadgety guard players, more size, more youth, more athleticism. If the Warriors aren't going to be able to provide that, then I wonder if it does actually make sense for Steve Kerr to come back and not, for his sake, take the off-ramp right now. I do believe when he says he won't be coaching anywhere next year, it'll be the Warriors or nowhere. But in that sense, if it's nowhere, then I think he's going to do the Bruce Bochy. Take a year, maybe 2 off, get right, and then have his pick of jobs that he'll be able to jump into at that point. Then, that's where I think it doesn't make sense. If you're going to roll it back with this same team, if I'm Steve Kerr, I don't want your definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. I think it makes no sense to give Steve Kerr the same roster, albeit older, more expensive, still going nowhere, and still banging our heads against the wall in the play-in after an 82-game session of teeth pulling. I just don't think that makes sense for him to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what is in his sense. I just know that when I am
I'm looking outside in on the outside.
No, I know, but like when I'm burnt out, having time off is really important. Mm-hmm. And then after X amount of time off, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go again. And you brought up Bruce Bochy. Like, Carter, how many weeks off were you after having the child? 8 weeks. Jesus.
Really?
You took all 8 weeks all at once.
Oh, I've got another month to go, Shasky.
I took no time off.
And that's with the butler helping out.
None. Well, I'm a sick individual, because after like 2 or 3 weeks, I think it was 3 weeks, I was like, I got to get back. I got to give these Niner takes. Like I was dying for it. So be real with me. I know there's a part of you that never wants to come back to work, and I get that, but you do love this. So at what point were you like, all right, I've had a little break, I'm ready to come back?
Legitimately, like a week ago exactly, I was like, I cannot wait to get back to work.
And this is normal everyday work, not what he's doing, which is the NBA, right? And so there is a mind, body, recalibration that you need. And look, here's the other thing. Kerr could change his opinion after a week off. That's something that's entirely plausible. You take a week off, you take a deep breath, you exhale, you sit down with your wife or the people that matter to you in your life, and you start writing out the pros and cons. You go, you know what? I was in the heat of the moment. I was exhausted. I actually do want to come back.
He's also playing a lot less this year than he did last year. He's got a couple more weeks.
That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. You play a little golf. You get a little sun.
Yeah, they all do. They all have 6 months to get right again. And again, Steph's knee, he needs the rest. He'll have 6 months of it.
Is he going to play Olympics ever again?
Well, we don't need to worry about that for another 2 years, so we can cross that bridge when we get to it. Again, getting back into this article that Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater wrote about the Warriors this morning that just dropped on ESPN. We've been reacting to a little bit. Part of it is, the meeting that Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr want to have is Joe Lacob wants to suss out if Steve Kerr still has that drive in him. And again, Shasky, you hear him say this at the end of the game on Friday night.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
He says things like it's time for new blood.
Time for new blood and new ideas and all that. And if that's the case, then I will be just nothing but grateful for the most amazing opportunity any person could have to coach this franchise in front of our fans in the Bay, and to coach Steph Curry, to coach Dre, the whole group. So it may still go on. It may not. I don't know at this point, but we all need to step away a little bit and then reconvene.
Those all sound like, again, things that, are said from a guy who is ready to pack it up, maybe does not have that love. But then, Shasky, we're getting up to it against it here.
No, let me stop.
Okay.
When he says time for new blood, do you think he feels that way or the front office feels that way?
I wonder if it's a mix of both. Like, I don't know.
If you had to pick one, who do you think feels that more?
Probably Joe Lacob. I think Joe Lacob is ready to move on to the next era of Warriors basketball because, I mean, you don't get to his level of success in life by purely reacting in the moment.
Yeah, I think we all agree it's both, like to some degree. But I'm with you. I lean a little more Lacob. I lean more Joe. I lean more with that.
Well, I lean more Joe Lacob too because
kind of worries me.
Well, I lean more Joe Lacob too because I mean he's the one who's going to be keeping the ship running once Steve Kerr leaves. Like Steve Kerr, once he's out of here, like he's washes his hands of it. The everyday fate of the Golden State Warriors means absolutely nothing to Steve Kerr once he's no longer employed by the Golden State Warriors. It means everything to Joe Lacob because he is the guy who's running the show here. So, and you don't get like Joe Lacob unless you're looking several years ahead every single day. That is in part how they really get Kevin Durant is they were working on setting that deal up 3-4 years prior to that offseason. So yes, in that sense, that's why I think it's very important for Joe Lacob to look Steve Kerr in the eye. And Steve's going to say things like, yeah, Joe, I am really enjoying coaching here. I really do love it. Yeah, I get to come in and work with Steph and Draymond every day. And Joe Lacob's got to look into Steve Kerr's eyes and, the phrase, the eyes never lie. It's not exactly appropriate to the situation because it's about where the eyes are looking. But I do think you can look into people and kind of see through their eyes where they're thinking in a certain situation. And Steve Kerr might be saying, I want to come back. But if the eyes are saying, I don't know if I have much left in me, then I think it makes it a lot easier for Joe Lacob to say, you know what? I'm pulling the plug on this now. It's time to start making the transition to the next generation Warriors basketball. Then he gets to the Steph and Draymond aspect of it after that, after he probably goes about hiring the new head coach.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think there's just a lot. The new blood aspect, I keep coming back to, is it on Kerr? Is it on Lacob? What are they feeling regarding new blood? Are the players themselves asking for new blood? Well, that I doubt. Mm-hmm. I doubt they're asking for new blood. When I hear new blood, that's a management conversation.
Well, I guess apparently I think a lot of the coaches, their contracts are up at the end of this season as well. Let me get the specifics here. Yeah, so Chris DeMarco's already gone. A lot of the other coaches are already gone. So, yeah, that sounds like new decision makers may be coming in. It's not going to be Mike Dunleavy. The only other new blood that I think we're talking about here is the role players. And I don't know what kind of options you're going to have in that regard.
How many great coaches in the history of the game were going to take this team farther than where they went this year?
Well, I wonder is just could another coach even be successful with this team going next year?
How many coaches in the history of the game would get them to exactly where they were this year?
I don't think there's I think you maxed out this team.
That's what I'm saying. A couple. But so, like, as much as new blood, we could talk about coaching new blood. The roster needs new blood. Lots of new blood.
I agree with that as well. We're going to keep this conversation going on the other side. Casey, I see you. BPA, get back on the line. I want to talk to you on the other side. Maria, keep talking about this with Steve Kerr. Do you want him to come back or not? Does it make sense for him to come back? And then I also want to start talking about, again, the future of Stephen Curry. Was this year just a preview of what the next few years of Steph's career is going to be like? That would really suck if it was. What's Coming Up game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time you pull into a station, it feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about what Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. It's one of the vehicles that makes the most sense for everybody in the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it's great on gas, but it still gives you the truck utility when you need it. So now think about it. You've already got a vehicle that's saving you all the money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. The process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race in Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
What's up, Steve? Would have been a lot better if you said my name instead of Joe Spadoni's, because it's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Spadoni, the pride of the University of Miami.
He cannot be that guy.
The U. Sam Lubman, the U. That's how I would say it if I was introduced. Joe Shasky joining me here on the Morning Roast. He's still around. Carter Chickering, Steven Risotto in the back. Warriors season is over, and we are doing the post-mortem here. It's going to be continuing for the next couple of days here on 95.7 The Game. Before we get into the NFL draft. Oh, by the way, we had some draft news break this morning. Kind of forgot to mention it in the last hour. If you woke up this morning, you're like, oh man, what's going on with Trent Williams? Well, Trent Williams signed an extension today, 2-year, $50 million extension. The details of which I'm going to pull up right here. I don't know where it's at. He's going to make it $24 million next year, $37 million guaranteed over the next 2 years. 2 years, $50 million for Trent. I have so many notes and papers in front of me. I cannot figure out where my life is at right now. Can the Warriors figure out where they're at right now? That will depend on whether or not Steve Kerr comes back next year. It's going to take a couple weeks to think it over and decide before meeting with Joe Lacob, at which point Joe Lacob will look into Steve Kerr's eyes and suss out whether or not he believes that Steve Kerr still has that itch to keep coaching this team. Whether he does or not is really up for Steve Kerr to decide.
So if Steve Kerr comes back, does that have any sway on the amount of money you're giving Steph Curry in an extension if he accepts it?
I was literally about to ask that same question. Is just basically 888-957-9570. How does Steve Kerr coming back or not impact next year's Warriors team? Off the rip, Shasky, if Steve Kerr does not come back, I think it makes it a lot easier to change up this roster. That's where I'm feeling right now.
So is Jimmy's status on the team, does it sway whether Kerr is on it or not?
Yes, I believe it does.
Meaning what?
Like I said, I think it makes it a lot easier to move off some of the veterans on this team.
Okay.
If you are not bringing Steve Kerr back. If you do not bring Steve Kerr back, if you do bring in that new blood that Steve Kerr talked about in his end-of-game presser on Friday night, then I think not only you bring in new blood for the coaching staff, you could bring in new blood on the roster, because if you have a new coach, my guess is that new coach might have a slightly different style of play, slightly different philosophy, slightly different attitude, temperament. We don't know if the new coach, I don't know what his name's going to be, Coachy McCoachface, who cares? Maybe he doesn't want to coach Draymond Green. Maybe he wants to coach a younger team.
Does Dre want to come back?
I don't know. Would Draymond...
Well, if Kerr's not here, let's just say hypothetically, Kerr's not here, and it's first-time coach X, former player, would Draymond want to be back?
Let me say that. Let me answer.
Do you think?
Well, yes, let me answer your question. Another question, then I'll give you an answer. Do you think Draymond Green would have a say in the next head coach? Do you think
That's a great question.
Do you think he's in that interview with Joe Lacob talking to Todd Golden or Jerry Stackhouse or Doc Rivers? God forbid it's Doc Rivers.
Well, I think with the Dunleavy news that I heard today, now I'm thinking it's Dunleavy and Lacob, which is scary. I admit it. It's scary. It doesn't mean I'm out on it. It doesn't mean that I'm, loving it. It just means it's scary. I'm a little worried. But I think now it is clearly Dunleavy and Joe Lacob creating the path of forward. And I think having Steph with some influence and to a much lesser degree Draymond Green, but I think Draymond's status is now up in the air.
I would agree with you, yes. And I think that's because Steve Kerr's status is up in the air. And, yeah, I think no player, I mean, Steph is obviously very tied to Steve Kerr, but I think there's a lot of coaches that could come in next year, first time or not, and still find a way to win with Stephen Curry. I think he's the kind of player that a lot of coaches could succeed with, right?
I mean, they've been in the play in 3 straight years. So right now you're a mediocre team.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
are there a lot of coaches that could be mediocre? I think there's a lot of coaches that could make it worse than mediocre.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm not going to get into the who would be the next coach conversation. I want to know that we are going to need a new coach before we get into that. But I do think, again, if you want to do an organizational reset, which is what I think this organization is very quickly hurtling into, then moving off of Steve Kerr, I think, just makes it easier to move off some of these higher-priced veterans on the roster. Let me say this.
What about KP? What do you do with Porzingis? If Kerr's back, you're keeping Porzingis, right?
I think that's very dependent on who the next head coach is.
No. If you keep Kerr...
Oh, sorry. If you keep Kerr, sorry.
You're keeping Porzingis, right?
I mean, maybe I just make it a blanket statement, Shasky. I think if you keep Kerr, I think it makes it very easy for Steph, Porzingis, Draymond, and Jimmy to all come back.
So now you're over the apron. You're probably over the apron.
And now we're just kind of running it back, and let's just see if we can... Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
Okay. What about Pods? Are you extending him? If Kerr comes back, are you extending him before October 31st, which is the deadline?
I think so.
Or are you making him play it out?
Assuming Brandon Podziemski wants to stay in this market, let's just assume that Pods does want to stay here for this argument. I think it's very easy to bring him back. I think he's a guy that a lot of coaches can find a way to plug him into the lineup and plug him into the rotation and find some success with him.
He's
so
the only guy to be healthy every game.
No, yeah, again, he scores a lot of points. He's gotten better every year. He does a lot of the dirty work stuff that people don't talk about in terms of moving the ball around. He gets in there, gets his rebounds. He fills the stat sheet up. Granted, it doesn't always fill it up in the most sexy way possible. There are flaws to his game. I think he's a bench guy, fringe starter. I don't think he's an everyday starter.
He started 43 of 82 games.
Yeah, I think ideally if Brandon Podziemski is your first or second guy off the bench, then that's the best role for him. If you could build a roster that creates that, then yeah, I think a lot of coaches would want Brandon Podziemski on their team.
The problem with Pods is that it's a double-edged sword. He's so valuable to you, yet also he's probably their most valuable on the team, under 30 trade chip.
Yep. I don't know. I mean,
maybe Gee, but I think it's Pods.
No, Pods is definitely more valuable than Gee, right? I mean, Pods was...
But Gee's under contract for 3 years at a very... Gee might be the best contract in the league. Caruso was. His deal will be coming up this year. I mean, Gee for $3 million. What is it, $4 million?
3 for 15 or something, right?
Yeah, it's a crazy deal. I mean, it's...
5 for 50, yeah. So it's...
So I know everybody hates Pods. He's so valuable to the Warriors. Simultaneously, he might be their only value that's not a draft pick that's under 30 years old.
Well, I mean, but again, is he even a guy? What's his salary this year right now?
Like $5 million, $6 million.
Yeah, that's not really going to get you anywhere on the trade market. You got to obviously lump him in with other contracts, but again, you can't lump him in with Porzingis in a trade because Kristaps can only be traded in a 1-for-1 type deal.
He's only available in a sign and trade scenario.
Yeah, Porzingis is, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you could do a similar thing with Podziemski. I just don't know what options you have to trade Pods.
The problem with the Pods deal, any Pods deal that would be potential, is the team on the acquiring end would need to know exactly how much they're willing to extend him for, because again, he's hitting the final year of his,
But again, so if you're trading him, though, you're trading with that $5-6 million salary slot,
which is dirt cheap,
which is not going to help you out if you're trying to bring in someone who's going to be helping you out. The reason why you don't trade Pods was his team need going into next year.
No, I think he's more valuable to them on the roster than he is in a trade.
Exactly.
But I think the duality of the Pods situation is he's one of the few people that is value to others outside the league. So, let's say you wanted to trade the Jimmy deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to attach Pods to it because no one's just going to eat the Jimmy deal for picks.
Yes, I got you.
No one's going to do that. You would have to trade... Pods plus Jimmy, which I think that's too rich. I don't think they can afford to do it.
It would depend what the return is on the other side. I mean, that could, in theory, set up a potential Giannis deal, which I know, again, I'm throwing that out hypothetically. I am not really in on Giannis right now either. I don't know what other. Maybe that's what helps get the Kawhi Leonard deal done. If that's even still on the table.
You want 34-year-old Kawhi?
If you're partnering him
Who
up
wants
with
a new deal?
If you're partnering him up with Steph Curry, and maybe if that's enough to get Steve Kerr back, if it's Kerr with Curry and Kawhi, I don't know if Draymond's a part of this team. Is there any world where Kerr comes back but Draymond doesn't?
Kerr comes back but Draymond doesn't. That feels like the most unlikely of scenarios.
Yeah. And I feel like if you did swing a deal for a guy like Kawhi Leonard, hypothetically, I think that would motivate Kerr to want to come back.
Yeah, but in said deal, Jimmy would have to be out the door because Kawhi makes so much. And
well, in theory, Jimmy is going back to LA for Kawhi in this.
And what are you doing with Kawhi? He's got 1 year left on his deal. You extending him?
You're probably extending. Well, if you bring,
God.
Well, again, is it crazy to think that you're bringing Kerr back for 2, maybe 3 years? You're extending Curry for 2 years beyond this year. You bring Kawhi in, you extend him.
So you want 3 more years of this band back together that couldn't get out of the play
with Kawhi Leonard, though. And he'll just be getting, I know, it sounds ridiculous to say, while at the same time you're punting on draft picks, you're punting on pods.
What do you do with GP2 if Kerr comes back?
I think GP2 is back if Kerr comes back. I think GP2 is a guy. I would agree. I would bring GP2 back regardless right now. I don't know how long.
He played 73 games.
I don't know how long you keep GP2 on going forward. I almost feel like it's year to year with him. GP2 is back on this roster. Guy Santos is back on this roster. All those guys. Pat Spencer's back. Al Horford. I don't know if just Kerr's status impact Al Horford.
I would probably trade Al Horford no matter what. Because I think a contending team, and you kind of, not that you owe it to him, but he's a little older, and I think he would be a nice little trade piece. You can get a back of the end, the round first rounder if you attach maybe a second rounder and Horford going out.
So Al
He'd
Horford
be perfect for a contender.
So Al Horford made about 5.6 this year. He's on the hook for about 5.9 next year. Pods, by the way, is 3.6 this year, 5.6
3.6
next
what
year.
A deal.
Yeah,
Pods for 3.6. I know everybody hates the guy, but
I'd be curious how.
Gone.
And maybe this is a conversation for tomorrow, the Brandon Bajemski conversation in terms of just how much his stock rose in these final months here. Is that like? You always hear about, the contract year players. I think one of the all-time great contract years was what Brandon Crawford did in 2021, where he finished 4th in MVP voting, got that contract, and then immediately regressed to the Brandon Crawford we all knew and loved. Like, these last couple months, the way that Pods have been playing, he's been playing very, very well. Is that because he's getting better as a player, or is that because he's gearing for a contract? I don't know about that.
I think he's just young, and he hasn't in his prime.
He's 22 years old.
He's extremely valuable on this team.
When it comes to trades, I'm not as familiar on the NBA, CBA as most. Is Pods, if he is put on the trade market, is he on the trade market at $3.6 million, or is he on the trade market at $5.6 million, which is his contract next year?
It would be for next year.
It would be for next year. Okay, that's what I thought there. So,
but if you sign him to an extension, you can't trade him. Remember that happened with Jordan Poole. This is the Kuminga Jordan Poole thing all over, in the sense of, if you make a decision on extending him, it needs to be made by the 31st of October. And if you do extend him, he can't be traded until about the deadline, give or take. And if you trade him, his salary this year is really low, but whatever he is set to make in years coming,
which means
that's what teams are absorbing.
Yeah, that means he's basically going to be a $5.6 million trade chip going into next season as you approach, which means if you do sign him and extend him, he's going to get traded at the trade deadline if he does get moved. And that means we're playing the whole, we're not going to do anything big this summer. We're going to see where things are at come the trade deadline, and we're just going to play the same. You're going to be Marty McFly. Hey, I've seen this one. And I just, Joe, this is where I get frustrated with this team. I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again.
But a week ago, you wanted to run it back, and you thought that they could, and I'm not trying to hold you to that.
I know.
But you thought they could go and do something. And now, I lay out the reality of where they're at. Yeah. This is why, after losing on Friday, the best of both worlds happened. They won one game. We got all excited and nostalgic. It was awesome. I loved it. It's a memory I will remember. Like, I will. I'm not going to say it's going to be up there with other playoff victories, but it's a moment I will definitely remember.
They can't take that away from us, yeah.
But they needed to be in the lottery.
Yeah.
They earned that. And I want to win the lottery now. Give me Adam Silver. If any team you owe us. Say that right to Sacramento's face.
There you go. Again, the Warriors have a 9.4% chance of jumping up
forever.
into the top 4 of the lottery. 2% chance at the number 1 pick, 2.2% chance of the number 2 pick, 2.4% chance of the number 3 pick, and a 2.8% chance of getting the 4th overall pick in the draft. 888-957-9570 is the number. How would Steve Kerr's departure or return impact the Warriors roster building for next year? That's what we're getting into right now. Casey in San Jose, what do you got for us?
What's up, Casey?
Yeah, hey guys, just a couple of points on Steve Kerr coming back. I think, Joe, you kind of hit on this earlier, but I've been at a path in my life where I'm thinking about retirement, and we happened to have about 2.5 weeks off in December.
Yeah.
And it was the first time in years where, the iPhone and the phones and the BlackBerry, nobody was pinging me. And after 5 days, I had really good time, spent time with the kids. The next 5 days, I hadn't thought about it. And you can reset so quickly.
Yes.
You're like, hey, when do we go back to the office? When is the end of the year? That being said, I do think he will come back, not just based on that, but other things, just the contract stuff that you guys are talking about. But I do think Dunleavy extension means next year is it.
Yeah.
Everybody's contract clears up, and we get all our draft picks. This 11th pick or better is going to be the best pick we've ever had. Next year is it. Nobody's getting an extension, including Steph. Dre might even get traded. But next year, that's it. After that, it's game over.
It's funny you bring that up.
No more.
My dad.
Thank you, Casey.
Stay on the oh, he's gone.
Sorry.
My dad had this countdown for 2 or 3 years until retirement, counting it down.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't wait. I'm going to golf every day. He got retired. He was home a month and was like, I'm bored out of my mind.
Yeah.
Out of my mind. He went back to work with the city 6 months later. You could legally go back for, a fraction of the time 6 months later. He couldn't wait to get back to work. Look, I know. I'm not saying everyone's this way. I'm just saying, a lot of people are I'm going to retire. I'm going to do this. And then you have the time off, and then your family's like, actually, we want you the hell out of the house.
Yeah.
That's what my mom wanted.
No, and honestly, that's a part of me why if I'm going to lean into the direction of why I think Kerr would come back, is I do think there is a part of Kerr that still burns to get out there and coach. I think there is a part of him that still loves coaching Stephen Curry out there. I mean, how could you not like coaching Steph Curry? I mean, that's super fun to do. That would make me lean into Kerr wanting to come back.
Can I ask you this question about the Steph Curry angle? Everybody thinks it's all roses and it's all peachy and it's amazing. And I agree, it's amazing. It's amazing. But there are some things that we don't acknowledge. Expectations, which are through the roof. And I think it's really difficult to have expectations on anything in life and basically be put through the scrutiny of having to deliver week after week after week and feeling like I am holding something that's valuable, and if I'm not able to maximize said value, I'm the weak one. I think that's really hard. I don't think people acknowledge how difficult it is to coach one of the great players, whether it's Shea, go back in time to Jordan or Kobe or whatever. It comes with tremendous expectations, which are very, very, very strenuous. It is. I know everyone, give me LeBron James to coach him. Look through LeBron's career. It's not easy to coach him. And I'm not saying that Steph is as difficult as LeBron is. I'm saying that the expectations and the scrutiny is difficult. And then I think about your own expectations and your own scrutiny that you kind of, Steve is very reflective. And I think that he's very analytical. And I think that he probably overanalyzes himself and his own decisions. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. That becomes a mental drain. I really do. I think that becomes a mental drain. And so I think about how, it's so easy coaching Steph. Yeah, on one level, it is very easy coaching Steph Curry. But on the other side, there are some things that I think we all fail to acknowledge that makes it a little more difficult than the average person would admit.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it was easy to coach Steph, but I do think he has a lot of fun coaching Steph Curry, and that's
no doubt
part of the draw that would bring him back. I wonder how much Kerr would look at this season as there's some unfinished business here. I think it's very easy to say this season just went off the rails because of injuries. Maybe there's an argument to be made that we should have seen this coming with how old this team is, but I kind of wonder so would Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr sit down together? Obviously, Joe's going to have his checklist of things that he wants to get out of Steve Kerr, namely being that I want to know that you're all locked in for the next couple of years to do this. But what expectations do you think Steve Kerr might set down for Joe Lacob and Dunleavy? Like, if I'm going to come back and coach this team, I need
imprint on draft.
Yeah. Like, is that a sticking point?
No, that's like, I think that's huge. I think imprint on roster.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, if I say I don't want Kuminga, you got to trade him no matter what, even if we're getting pennies on the dollar. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, well, when the draft pick comes, it's Mike and I are making the pick, not Joe Lacob, because Joe Lacob obviously is the guy who saw the star potential in Jonathan Kuminga and wanted to go in on him. I'm curious how Steve Kerr's demands get kind of received by Joe Lacob here in this situation, because if Kerr can get the influence he wants for the next couple years, that may obviously probably makes it more likely that he comes back. I still don't know what the impact is on Steph and Draymond, though. Is at that
you
point.
Brought some of this. I'm intrigued on Lacob's checklist of Kerr. What could even be on that?
Well, again, I think he wants to know that. Let's see here.
Know that you're committed more than 1 year. Correct.
Yes.
Will we start there?
That you're not getting burnt out by this. That you still love the coaching, which. Well, here it is, right here in the Shelper and Slater story. More than anything, team sources says Lacob will want to hear Kerr express a hunger to continue executing the nitty-gritty details of the daily job, not a reluctant acceptance that he should continue coaching purely out of loyalty for Green and Curry and the sentimentality of riding out this area. It's why if Kerr decides he wants to return, there's a desire for management for him to sign a multi-year deal. Team sources said instead of setting up a last dance farewell tour that would feel more about emotion and nostalgia than win. So if I'm Joe Lacob, I think part of that checklist I want from Steve Kerr, and 888-957-9570, if you're Joe Lacob and you're looking at Steve Kerr, what do you want to hear from Kerr that would make you convinced that Kerr wants to keep coaching, is that you're going to coach Steph, sure, but you're also going to coach the new world order of Warriors basketball once Steph retires.
So young players that we like?
I don't know.
Me and Dunleavy?
Well, I don't think it has to be.
If I'm from Lacob's, yes.
I don't know if it has to be. I think it could be all three. I mean, if you're Steve Kerr, we give you the chance, hey, when Steph leaves, you and Mike are going to have, a fresh roster to build up with a bunch of draft picks. I could see Steve Kerr being enticed by that.
Yeah, but what if Steve's like, nah, I'm not really feeling that draft pick. This kid from the G League is who I like. Isn't that in part some of the friction over the last 4 years?
Well, let's assume Steve Kerr is the one making the draft pick along with Mike Dunleavy, and they agree.
See, I think on Lacob's checklist, it's no, you don't get to choose who you want in the draft. I think it's the reverse of what Kerr wants.
Why do you think?
I think that's in part one of the few frictions. Not that everything's harmonious.
Why do you think Joe Lacob would have so much desire on the next draft pick and not let Kerr and Dunleavy have control of that?
I think Lacob has signified with the extension of Dunleavy, him and Dunleavy are in toe-and-toe. They are like hand in hand.
Well, yeah, but so if you could get Kerr back for 2-3 years that extends beyond Steph's time.
And what they're saying is if we take someone, let's say we land in the top 4 and we take that guy, we better not have an Anthony Lamb situation. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, right?
I agree with you. But my theory, the theory
and Kerr's like, no. If I think Anthony Lamb is better than your draft pick, you should have went with my draft pick.
So Caleb Wilson right now in North Carolina is mocked to go 4th overall. So we'll use him as a fill-in for this one. If Steve Kerr comes back, we'll pick this conversation up on the other side. But if it is Kerr and Dunleavy in tandem saying we want Caleb Wilson here, then in theory that you would expect that Kerr would then continue to play Caleb Wilson. If it's an Anthony Lamb situation, it's because he got saddled with a draft pick that he does not believe in.
I think that's why on Kerr's checklist, it's different than Lacob's. Lacob's saying, you play who we put on the roster. Whereas Kerr's saying, no, I want the roster shaped in my eyes. And I think that's kind of been behind the scenes, I'm sure there are many frictions, but like one of the situations here, it's just like with Shanahan. If Shanahan lost player control, I think he'd be looking at this whole situation with the Niners differently.
Yeah. Let's keep this conversation rolling on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. What would you be looking for from Steve Kerr to convince you that he is worth bringing back for the next couple of years? We're getting into that and more on the other side. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balanced Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day same-day coverage. There was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Coach? Jerry Stackhouse, you could be on the list of potential Steve Kerr replacements, should it get to that point. Sam Lubman in on the Morning Roast for Joe Spadoni. He is out on baby duty. Carter Chickering's back, though. Not that anyone really cares. I care that Carter is back. We're rolling along here on the Morning Roast, talking a lot of Warriors this morning, what their future is going to be like. But we did have some breaking news earlier this morning regarding one big Trent Williams. He signed a 2-year extension worth about $50 million. He will be getting $24.5 million this year. And then next year it will be 39. He'll have $37 million fully guaranteed into next year when he is 39. So that is one less issue that the 49ers have to deal with. Warriors, however, they have lots of issues. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr, is he back next year or not?
Let me ask you a very simple question.
Let me give you a very simple answer. Maybe. Depends on the question.
Are you disappointed with how the season ended? Or did you just accept their fate?
I am more disappointed on how the season went than how the season ended. I think the season ended about as realistically good as you could have anticipated, in that you got a fun win over the Clippers. You felt very good and warm and happy about it. You had a loss on Friday night to a Suns team that was just frankly just the better team on the floor that night. They were the younger team. They were the fresher team. I don't think you could be disappointed by a predictable outcome, I guess, is what I'm saying. But maybe that therein lies the disappointment, is the fact that it was so predictable.
Wait, it was so predictable that it wasn't depressing?
Well, it was like it.
Because
it wasn't. No. It wasn't disappointing because it was predictable. But the fact that it is this predictable is what makes the whole thing disappointing.
Okay.
Like, it's the fact that you're not surprised is what makes this
disappointing. Just play the game next time. Listen, it's very simple. Were you disappointed?
I said I was going to give you a simple answer.
Were you disappointed Friday night? Or did you just saw it coming a mile away?
I think it was more resignation on Friday night.
Okay.
Like,
so
was
next
there a part of me?
Next year's going to be better?
No.
All right.
Next year they're going to be older and slower. Like this, next year they're going to be older and slower. There's going to be more wear and tear.
So why would anyone want to roll anything back? Now,
good vibes.
There's a part of me that's like, hey, Steve deserves to write his own ending. Mm-hmm. There's a part of me that says, to a degree, Draymond gets to write his own ending. When I watched them embrace Friday night, I got sad that it might be over.
This is what he's talking about, by the way.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
Sad that it might be over. Sad that they lost that game. Sad that it's probably not getting much better. Sad that Clay wasn't there. Sad that it just feels like so many, like, woulda, coulda, shouldas have led up to this point. But it's also the reality of sports. And this is where we're at. Yeah. And all year, I was labeled the hater because I'm watching the team and I just didn't really ever, their play on the floor never made me buy in. And I just never felt like I was all in. Now, last year, I admit, I was swept up in Jimmy Mania. Mm-hmm. They had bought me in. They had won enough games. And even though you look back, there weren't a lot of signature wins against like signature type opponents, I still was swept up with the emotion of it and I was in on it. So I was really disappointed when Steph got hurt and the season ended. This year, I just feel like it is what it is.
Well, I think it's also because...
But I feel like I'm alone in that.
Well, the disappointment last year came the fact that Jimmy and Steph both got injured in the playoffs. This year, they got injured in January. So you had kind of 2 months to basically digest the writing on the wall, which is that pending a miracle, the season's going nowhere. And that's kind of like... I don't like it when you're in the hope for a miracle part, Shasky, because that's I think we were in on Friday is, something weird might happen and they might trip their way into this 1-8 matchup with the Thunder. That was always a long shot. So, no, it's hard to be disappointed by how Friday went because, again, it was that predictable. And it was a predictable end at a season that absolutely was disappointing. Now, they believed in that locker room that they could compete for a championship. I might disagree with that. I think they believe they could have an interesting season, but they never really got to get a chance to truly put it all together, I think, for a long enough stretch to make us believe. I mean, the best stretch they had this season, Joe, was that stretch from December to January. They won 12 of 16 games. They're 24-19. You're feeling really good. And then Jimmy's ACL goes out, and that was the season. Then if you still believe that there was a season left, it was the double tap came a couple weeks later when Steph went down.
They were tied for the 8th seed when Jimmy got hurt.
Mm-hmm. No, before that stretch, they were a game and a half back of the 7th seed. And then that stretch happened. And then they were...
Just tell me where they were. They were tied for the 8th seed.
Oh, no, I think it gets more ridiculous than that. When that 12-4 stretch started, they were a game and a half back of the Suns for that 7th spot. When Jimmy went down, they were a game and a half back of the Suns for that 7th spot.
Don't do that.
I mean, it's just they were never right. Jimmy was disgruntled leading into that winning series. He wasn't even happy with how they were playing.
Yeah.
Remember?
Well, no one was happy
Jimmy
with how they were
was
playing.
ticked off. I don't even know what we're doing.
But no, it's the only argument you could make for why you think the season could have gotten better is at that point, they were playing their best basketball of the year. And it was either a situation where things are going to veer off in a positive direction from there. Maybe if Jimmy doesn't get hurt, I don't know how the rest of the season goes. I don't want to really get too bogged down to that what if. But I don't know if it changes. Steph getting hurt, probably still gets hurt. That knee was going to go out eventually.
The Steph knee is a big issue.
Well, this is kind of why 888-957.
Big issue moving forward. He's like, well, golf will help. Oh, that's great. He's going to play a lot of golf.
Well, yeah, he does just get in the golf cart. Let the guy don't walk on the course.
The knee is just going to be a recurring issue that he's going to have to now he has to manage that the rest of the way.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about the year that Steph and Curry had. Is this year a preview of what's to come for Steph? Or do you think this was just a one-off here? The whole thing with runner's knee is that it needs the rest. Give him the rest. It'll get healthy. He took 2 months to come back from it. Clearly, it wasn't fully ready to go yet. And you saw him looking slow out the gate. Maybe it's because he still needed more of a ramp up. I don't know. All I can see is what I saw with my eyes on the court, which was a guy who looked like he was running with cement shoes on. And that's not how Steph operates. He wasn't moving around as much. I mean, Joe, I think at one point he shorted a lay-in on Friday night. He went in for the lay-in and he shorted it. That never happens unless he's gassed in a half.
He couldn't move in the third quarter at all. I mean, he was just standing underneath the hoop with his hands on his knees, on his quads, and he's just hunched over. When have you ever seen him like that?
Only when he's incredibly, you
know what it reminded me
gassed and tired.
It reminded me of old man Elway at the end of his career where he could still have moments and drives here and there, but he can't be your best player. And if you want to be taken serious as a contender, even though he's still great, he just can't carry you physically like he used to.
And the moments are going to be fewer and further between. That's why when Steph said this is the new normal, that kind of changes how I view how the rest of his career is going to go. Because, Joe, I think I got swept up in the Curry mania of this guy could do it forever. I mean, well, not forever, but it's going to sound ridiculous, but the way LeBron's body has aged, I do think, and I was part of them, I was part of the group of people that believe that Steph could also keep his body operating, not at LeBron levels, but just he could keep his body healthy and right and productive enough into his age 40, 41 season.
But he's already been the outlier. There are no guards in the history of the game who have been this efficient this late in their career. He's already the unique unicorn amongst his contemporaries at that position and at that size.
No, he's gone far beyond what the usual use by date is. I agree with you on that. But let me say, if you were to fast forward to the start of last season and you ask, how many more years do you think Steph has? You're probably saying, I think he has got 2 or 3 good years of basketball left. I mean, geez, Joe.
But there's a difference between 2 or 3 years of good basketball and MVP caliber dragging a team to a top 4 seed, no matter how bad everyone is around him. Like, that's how good I am. I'm in my prime. I can do it every single night. Like, that's...
No, he's not that anymore.
No, like, there's just... You watch, and I know Cade's hurt right now, but you watch the Cades and the Sheas and the Wembys. I mean, these guys have unlimited gas to go in their tank. Pods is nowhere near on their level. Did you see the way Pods was running around for 82 games? That's what 23-year-old legs look like. And Pods is nowhere near what those other guys in the league who I represented are. But, like, at 37, 38 years old, like, you're already giving me more production than I ever anticipated.
Oh, absolutely. And this is why I think this year was the violent shift from the Steph we knew and loved to the new Steph that we're going to be getting for the next couple of years, which is, like, we always used to say, if you have Steph, you have a chance.
Well, yeah.
In one game, absolutely. In 7 games, I don't think that applies anymore.
Well, I think the hard part is, and this is where they're at, like, navigating the 82-game season to qualify for a 7-game series is going to exhaust them to where they'll have very little shot to beat anyone. Maybe 1 series, 2? Yeah, I don't see it.
And that's why I think you need to get the younger blood around Steph to take that strain off of him, because that was supposed to be the whole thing for Jimmy Butler. Wasn't it, Shasky, where it was you bring in Jimmy to have that secondary star to make things easier? And I've heard, people have theorized that part of the reason why the runner's knee acted up after Jimmy went down is Steph had to run around more. He was getting doubled a lot more because there wasn't that helper on the court that he had. I don't know. Listen, or that he's 38. Or that he moves more than anyone in the league. I think that knee was a ticking time bomb.
Or that he really hasn't had a lot of like this offseason was quiet, but the years past were not.
Yeah.
He played Olympics all summer. The year before.
I think that knee was a ticking time bomb all year long. He had it wrapped and iced up before the runner's knee even acted up. Like, yeah, it was inevitable. And I think you're going to go into next year, Joe. I think it's going to be a lot of the same. I'm not going to say 43 games, but if I put the over-under at 56.5 games for Steph Curry next year, I don't know how I'm feeling about that.
Probably leaning the under.
Probably.
The number one need of this organization for the last 4 years has been a 6'6", 6'7" shooting guard who can defend. It's the number one need forever. They need a wing who can defend, occasionally knock down some shots, maybe get their own shot. But for right now, like, can they get a 6'6", 6'7" defender opposite Curry? I think it would take a huge load off this team.
Yeah, again.
And then it would enable them to not have to force play GP2 and Melton and all these undersized guards. They need a big guard opposite Curry. That's the number one need.
Yeah, because other than that, that's where I think if you do throw Steph back out there with this same group next year, you're not doing him any favors. Like,
no,
it's going to be load management out the wazoo, and that's just not going to be fun for anybody. You're going to get maybe 55 games from him. Hopefully you put together a good record in those 55 games, because in the 25 or so games that he's not going to be on the court, you're probably not going to do well in those games. So the trust in Steph as your number one, it sucks that we're kind of here, but the runner's knee, I think, was the rude awakening that the Steph Curry of yesteryear is officially gone. And now we are officially into the twilight years of Steph Curry. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And if Steph Curry is not that guy anymore, then, that's going to be a massive factor. Well, A, do you think the Warriors can admit that he is not that guy anymore? and then start building the roster around him accordingly after they can admit that he is not the guy that can lead this team as the number one anymore.
Rephrase that?
All right,
yeah.
Do you think the Warriors can take a look at where Steph is at right now and be honest with themselves and say, you know what, Steph can't be the number one anymore. We need to bring someone else in to be
That's why I think this contract negotiation for the extension is the most crucial part of the offseason.
That'll tell us.
It's not like you're not telling him, hey, we don't think you're good anymore. It's, hey, look, dude, like you're getting up there. We want to compensate you. You obviously deserve every single penny. We probably underpaid you. You're worth probably $1 billion if we're being 100% frank. But the reality is that for the next deal, after this one, we need you to make a lot less, like $20, $30 million less per year, so we can build that around. If I said on this team, you had $30 million more to play with, this year's team, would it not have been put to good use?
Probably.
On this year's team. Maybe they somehow sneak into the 7-8 game as opposed to the 9-10 game. Maybe. And maybe it's only one game you play. Yeah. And you get a couple extra days off. I don't know. But you're like, yeah, so for every $20, $30, $40 million that they can save on him and Jimmy on their next extensions, if they choose to go that route with Jimmy, like that is crucial. Real quick on the LeBron comp. Do you know how many career minutes LeBron James has played?
All of them. I don't know the exact number.
Over 60,000 minutes.
No one has played more minutes of NBA basketball in the history of the sport than LeBron James.
Do you know how many minutes Steph Curry has played in his career?
You tell me.
36,000. 74th all time, which is
say LeBron's number again?
LeBron's double. Yeah. He's at 60. I think it's 61.
That's insane. Does that include playoffs too?
What?
Does that include playoffs too, those minutes?
That I don't know. I think it's just regular season.
I mean, regardless, LeBron has played an insane amount.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. Curry is already in uncharted territory.
Yeah.
Okay? And so to say I thought he would do what LeBron did. What LeBron has been doing is the most incredible thing we've ever seen.
And honestly, I could make the argument that Steph has been about as close to doing as what LeBron is doing as any athlete in the NBA right now.
I never thought anyone, a big Kareem Abdul-Jabbar putting together all the records. He held all the minute records before. That made sense to me. You could kind of prod your way up and down the floor. He was in great shape. For LeBron as a wing to do what he's doing, you look at the guards that are in the Curry zone, he is in uncharted territory in terms of minutes played. Then you factor in, he moves more than any of these guys. Chris Paul would bring the ball up the floor and be standing there and pounding it like John Stockton, but he wouldn't move off ball to the degree that Steph is.
Steph runs 3-4 miles a game.
So in his 36,000 minutes, how many true minutes is he standing there where he's not moving?
Well, I would rephrase
Not
it
many
as,
of them.
in those 36,000 minutes, how many miles do you think he's ran? Again, he's doing 4 or 5 miles, 3-4 miles a night. While also, let's keep in mind, we talk about all the time the whistles that he gets. I mean, that dude has been abused on the court for his entire career and never got the whistle that he truly deserved. I mean, if he had the SGA or James Harden whistle, that's a little less wear and tear on him there. Again, maybe that's changing things around the margins. But, Joe, again, this is where it's at some point. Let me start over here. It's the whole Steph aging like LeBron thing. It was always possible, basically, until it wasn't. He was going to be Mr. Invincible, Mr. Superman, until at some point something was going to happen to zap that energy from him. That was the runner's knee. That was the moment Steph went from he could do this until he can't to that was the he can't moment. He can still play and stuff. He can still play at a high level, but the aura of invincibility, that was the moment that is going to be a little dramatic way of putting it, but that was the moment you made God bleed. And when that happens, he becomes less immortal at that point.
When Kevin Durant was ruled out for game 1 of the playoffs, were you surprised?
Sorry, Carter was in my ear. Say it again.
When Kevin Durant got ruled out for game 1, were you surprised?
No. Because at this point, because his body has aged enough, and he's another guy. He's also
second in the league in minutes played.
Yeah.
Second in the league.
On a torn Achilles that has been since surgically repaired.
By the way, guys, Sports Science did a whole thing on Curry.
Yes.
He runs 2.5 miles a game.
Oh, okay.
Just 2.5.
Oh, is that the average?
Yeah, that's his average.
So that means there's days where he runs more than that. There's days where he runs less than that. That is indeed how averages work.
I mean, when you just look at all these older players, like LeBron, I picked the Lakers to beat the Rockets because I think the Rockets are in shambles.
Yes.
I just even though they won a bunch of games down the stretch, I think they all hate each other. The number one reason why they wouldn't win is like, do you really trust LeBron? Again, the outlier of outliers to be healthy and play that well for 7 games?
At some point. And
I don't know.
And this is how it works, Joe. At some point, the gate, sometimes it comes down gradually on these guys.
So shame on us for buying in on, and look, I know Steph's defied the odds.
I don't think it's shame on us.
For many of his years, but like the reality is that Father Time is undefeated, and you're going to hear that over and over and over again, and that's why we're at. But it's just natural.
But you never know when the moment's going to come. I mean, sometimes it fades away gradually. LeBron James, probably going to have the gradual fade out. He is the unicorn of unicorns. Sometimes the gate just slams down on you out of nowhere. Like Kevin Durant, when his Achilles popped, he has not been the same player ever since. It could be a similar situation for LeBron.
Durant's still really good.
Yeah, but I mean, it's starting to fade away. LeBron, it could be the same. I mean, at any moment, something in his body could go pop, and then he's not LeBron anymore. Steph's moment happened this year. Like, that's the reality, is that the moment of Steph going from God-tier player to a player who's going to be retiring in a couple of years, that this year was that transition, and it sucks to say. He's still very, very good, but I think the health issue is such now that the dependability you had in him is not there anymore.
So, like, remember when Clay was starting to decline, and it was like he really couldn't come to grips with the fact that he wasn't a top-tier type of a player anymore? Mm-hmm. That was, like, a really difficult thing for, I think, the fans, for management.
For everybody.
For Kerr, for Clay, for his teammates. If, let's just say, Steph was an A++ player. A++, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going on, like, we're at. Now he can give you A performances, but he's probably in that A-B+ zone, right? Like, that's kind of where he's at right now. If Shea and Victor and those top, Jokic are A++ players currently, right? And there's very few of those guys. There's a handful of them. Curry was once an A++ player. Now he's down to like an A-B+, who can give you A performances occasionally. But every now and then he's going to give you a C.
Steph Curry dropped 35 points in the play-in game on Wednesday night. Yeah, and that was incredible. He went off in the third quarter, scored 16 points in that third quarter. He was absolutely dynamic. I'm getting to you there. On Friday, he gave you 17 points on 4 of 16 shooting, 3 of 10 from 3. That's going to be Steph Curry next year. One game will be that Wednesday night game against the Clippers. The next game, it'll be Friday night against the Suns. Gesundheit there. And that's going to be, and then you'll play 4 games. And Steph will have 2 great ones, 2 not great ones. One of these days, you're going to play 4 games. He might have 1 great game, 1 okay game, 2 not great games. It's going to happen slowly, and then it's going to start to pick up more and more and more. Next year, my guess is he's going to come into next year feeling really, really healthy, really, really good. He'll look great those first months or so, and we're all going to buy in again. Let's see where it's at in December, in January, in February.
How did you feel, let's say, Christmas Day, about where Steph and the team was at? Steph in particular.
Steph, I felt great about on Christmas Day. Like, overall, like, the shot's always going to be there for Steph, is my belief. And at the time, I felt great about Steph. And the team overall, it's like, you know what? Can they get into a groove and then try and get something going together? That obviously never really came to be, in part because of the Jimmy Butler injury.
They were 16 and 15.
Yeah. And they're fighting in the 8th seed.
And his numbers were through the roof, okay?
Yeah.
And I could pick, and I'm not trying to, like, nitpick. He's great. He's amazing. He had a lot of poor fourth quarters in games that they lost. They need to find someone who can be the running mate for him, and maybe down the line can eventually get the baton from him. But, like, he needs other guys around him. And Jimmy might not have been enough. Even this year, it just might not have. I don't know if Draymond Jimmy was enough. I think clearly it wasn't. And we could have talked ourselves into maybe they win a series, but to get through the gauntlet of the playoffs, look who's dominating. It's all the young legs.
It's all the young players so far this year. You're absolutely right. We'll keep this conversation going on the other side, and just, I don't know, man, just how much did these injuries truly derail this season? We can get into that a little bit on the other side as well. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lubman. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device access and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Sup, Zooch? Sam Lullman in for Joe Spadoni as he is out on baby duty right now. He'll be back at some point in the future when you'll have to stay tuned and find out. Ooh, there's a tease for you. Joe Shasky is still in with me, though. We're talking all Warriors today, except for this next 45 seconds when I will be talking about the new deal that the 49ers gave to Trent Williams, a 2-year, $50 million deal. Williams would get $24.5 million this year on a $50 million deal that locks him in for 2027. He has a $37 million fully guaranteed deal into next year when he will be 39 years old. With the NFL draft coming this Thursday, that's a pretty one to get locked in there because now we don't need to ask the question of what left tackle the 49ers will not be drafting on Thursday. So Trent Williams back for the next 2 years with the Niners, but will Steve Kerr be back with the Warriors for the next 2 years or more? That is what we've been discussing this morning. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Let me ask the audience out there, knowing everything you know now, you still doing the Kuminga Porzingis deal? You saw the full Porzingis experience. Wow, this is what it could be. And then immediately when he backpedaled and hurt his ankle, everybody knew that this is the other part of the experience. This is the other side of the coin. I'm going to go around the room. Carter, would you do, knowing everything you know now, you still doing the Porzingis-Kuminga deal?
Yeah, I am, absolutely.
I might have done it earlier if it was on the table.
I mean, at least you got a guy that played.
That's true.
Sort of.
Risotto, would you have done the deal? Think about it, because Sam, you're over there pondering.
I still would have done the deal.
I would have too. Now, I almost feel like they have to bring him back. You're going to lose the salary slot. I don't see a lot of trades out there that are going to be more upside than him, even though I know like him playing 50 games feels very unlikely next year.
Mm-hmm.
I still think I'd re-sign him. I know that sounds insane.
I mean, if they could keep the body healthy, like, which isn't impossible, sure, I'm down for it. Would I do the trade again? Probably more so because you needed to move off of Kuminga, less so than you needed to bring in Kristaps. Like, that's why I saw that trade more of, is that you moved off of the cloud that was Jonathan Kuminga. You got Kristaps out of it, which is really, really good in a sense because you got a player who can potentially help you out. And, you know, it did look good when Kristaps was out there at times. There were times, especially Wednesday night, where it's like, oh, this absolutely could work. I see the vision here. Friday night was the other side of that coin. It's whether you have to bring him back or not. I don't know what this roster looks like if you do not bring him back. Because again, as you said, you do lose the slot. I think you do bring him back next year. Right now, I think you do bring him back next year because at the end of the day, yeah, it's like you said, he is the best option.
Do you want Draymond back regardless of coach?
I'm probably not. No, I think right now it might be. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'd take Draymond back. I had to talk through that one a little bit there. Sorry on that one. I'd take Draymond Green back.
It's okay. I think a lot of people he give it and he take it away.
Well, here's the thing, and I think the way they use Draymond Green is very, very important next year. And this is where if you're trying to make the case for Steve Kerr to come back next year, this is where I think it falls into this category. Who is getting the best out of Steph and Draymond right now in the basketball landscape? It's probably Steve Kerr, and I don't think there's anybody else on that list. So,
is there a different path, though, where maybe Draymond's utilized in a different way?
That's what I was going to get to right here. I think the way they utilized Steph at the end of the season when they were working him back into the lineup, I think that kind of lays a blueprint for how the Warriors can utilize Draymond Green last year. Like, Draymond Green this year, minutes per game throughout the season, he played in 68 games, started 68, then played about 27.5 minutes per game. I think if you shave that down to maybe 23, 24 minutes per game, which is, by comparison, that's how many minutes per game Kristaps played with the Warriors. D'Anthony Melton played about 23 minutes per game with the Warriors. Maybe you structure it where I'm fine with Draymond still being in the starting lineup next year because I think you want to have a defensive tone set within the first 3-4 minutes of the game. But then with Steph, he didn't come in. He played the last 6 minutes of each quarter.
If you're all in on Draymond, you're all in. There's no, you can't wishy-washy with Draymond. So to me, if Draymond is on this team next year, all the old guys are probably on this team as well. That's the way I'm viewing him. I'm all in or all out. If I'm all out on Draymond, well, then a lot can change. And I'm open to a lot of different things. He needs a big that can be a stretch shooter alongside of him. He doesn't want to play the 5. He wants to play the 4. He doesn't want to come off the bench. He wants to start. I don't care what he says on a microphone. I know what his intentions are.
Yeah.
So Draymond, there's only one way, all in or all out. So I think that people need to come to grips with that. You're either all in for one more year with Draymond or you're all out.
Wait, so you don't think there's a middle ground where it's either he has to have the exact same role he had this year or he's not on the team?
It's going to be very close to this year. I just don't think that you're getting the best version of Draymond Green, nor are you setting yourself up for success. Because think about it. He doesn't want to play small ball 5 throughout the year. He wants to have a shooting big alongside of him. Mm-hmm. How many shooting bigs in the league are better than Kristaps right now that are available?
I can't think of any.
Okay, how about Al Horford? Okay?
Yeah.
So if you're down to that, because you're not playing Quentin Bost, if you're down to that, you're either all in on Dre and you're bringing those 2 guys back, or you're all out on all 3 of them.
I think you can make a case that if Kerr does come back, that's your best chance to convince Draymond to take a slightly different role with this team. Like, if there's anybody who could talk Draymond into reducing his average minutes per game by 2 to 3 minutes, I mean, he's still in the starting lineup. He still has that little ego boost. All I'm saying is, maybe you give him a quicker hook to start the game, and then you have him finish out quarters, and you have him finish out in the 4th.
But you need him to start these games because they don't have any defense.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So if maybe it's 6 minutes in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarter, so that's about 18 minutes right there. Then the other 6 minutes, it's 3-4 minutes at the start of the 1st quarter, and then maybe you're looking at 2-3 minutes at the end of the 1st quarter, and then you're having him finish out quarters here. After that, I'm just kicking around ideas for how to reutilize him. And the reason I think that Kerr is the best option to get this out of Draymond is, I believe this is from the Draymond Green show, Carter, Steven. There we go. Apparently, Steve Kerr kept Draymond Green from doing some pretty brash moves this season.
I'm not a quitter. I don't know how to quit, but everyone has thoughts. You're a human being. And I can tell you, there's several times this year where I thought about quitting. And each time, he just say the right thing to relight that fire and make you want to go again. Say, yo, you are a winner. That's a special coach. When you're coming into a season expecting to compete for a championship, and it goes the way that it's gone for us, man, good luck trying to keep that together. So many coaches you see get fired because they just can't hold it together. When it all goes wrong, they can't hold it together. Steve Kerr's a master at that. Not many coaches throw themselves under the bus. We see coaches every day point fingers. The finger never does this. Steve Kerr never does this. He only does this. Still to this day, the way you get amazed by Steph Curry's shots or the way Sam is amazed by my defense is how I get amazed by his coaching when all the money is on the line.
So, yeah, Steve Kerr apparently several times kept Draymond Green from wanting to quit and retire this year. This comes a year after Shasky. Remember last year when Draymond had that indefinite leave, apparently he had a couple times throughout that period where he said he had to sit down with the commissioner. The commissioner kind of convinced him to not retire. This is the second year in a row that Draymond Green has had to basically get talked into keep playing.
I don't.
What do you make of that?
I'm not going to be triggered by him. I don't know. Did he talk him into not retiring or not quitting on the season? I don't know. That's only Draymond and Kerr can know. I'm not going to be triggered by him.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this, if Kerr's not here, I do think that there is an avenue where Draymond is not here.
Yes, I agree with. Do you think the only reason is that the only thing that brings Draymond back next year is the presence of Steve Kerr?
I think there could be. I mean, if LeBron comes, I could see Draymond coming back.
Do you think LeBron still comes here if Steve Kerr is here?
I don't think LeBron's coming here at all.
Okay, but
now
if LeBron does come here, is that dependent on Steve Kerr being here?
No.
You think LeBron would come here if a different person was coaching this team?
LeBron is very unique. I have no idea what would draw him in, draw him out. And I don't know which guy in his Rolodex he would want. But I thought that he was coming here. I don't think he's coming here anymore. I don't.
Yeah.
I currently do not.
I don't know what would be the series of events that would set up LeBron coming here, to be honest. Unless, again, he just decides to take a mid-level exception of $6 million, and that just sounds ridiculous.
I think what is the most likely thing is Draymond either has a good indication of whether he can get a multi-year deal or not. He either opts in and they're stuck with him, and then they either keep him or trade him, or he opts out and signs a multi-year deal somewhere else. They bring Kristaps back. They figure out what they're going to do with Jimmy, whether that's a trade or a waive over multiple years. They get some sort of a Steph Curry extension that's under the max done, and they start slowly building for the future while also trying to, quote-unquote, compete for the now, which it can't be much worse than what we saw this year. We saw Nate Williams and, Sam.
Malvi Leones.
Pat Spencer. I had it written down right here.
Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer played 66 games. I didn't have that on my checkerboard this year. Did you?
Nope.
Guy Santos is a keeper. They've got something there. Pods is a keeper. There's something there. Will Richard played 69 games. I think there's more to be discovered there. GP2 will probably walk in free agency. I think Melton will probably walk. Buddy Hield played more games this year than Horford and Steph Curry.
And he got
Buddy
traded.
Hield.
He got traded.
Exactly. So I don't think you can expect anything from Moses Moody.
No, I don't think Moses plays basketball next year. I'd be stunned if he gets back on.
Which sucks.
Yeah, no, because he looked like a guy that you're keeping for the next New World Order.
Spots are up in the air, and I think that it's going to be Steph and a bunch of spots. I think they're going to extend pods, and I think they're going to execute some draft picks.
It really it all sounds like it's going to be a lot of the same.
But is it that much worse than what you saw this year?
I mean, if they could get
37 games,
if they could get younger. Be honest, Joe, I don't know if it's going to be so much harder to top what they did this year and next year.
What if I presented this? Hey, a hollowed out roster. They win 39 games, 38 games next year. They make it into the 9-10 play-in game with a bunch of young guys in Curry. I'm playing these extreme hypotheticals.
Is Draymond on this hypothetical roster?
No.
Okay, yeah.
No. And KP somehow plays 50 games. He's on some sort of a 2-year deal. Maybe Jimmy comes back, maybe he doesn't, but I've got a couple of draft picks that are looking real good. Pods is taking a step forward. Key's taking a step forward. Now we're building something.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm thinking about what
that might be better for the health of the organization than praying that Horford plays 42 games again.
And I think it makes this comment from Steve Kerr after the game on Friday make a little bit more sense.
Time for new blood and new ideas and all that. And if that's the case, then I will be just nothing but grateful for the most amazing opportunity any person could have to coach this franchise in front of our fans in the Bay, and to coach Steph Curry, to coach Dre, the whole group. So it may still go on. It may not. I don't know at this point, but we all need to step away a little bit and then reconvene.
Now, he says the new blood there. It sounded like it was more in reference to the coaching staff, but I think that could also be in reference very much so to the roster. And, Joe, again, as we're talking this out here, is there a crazy situation where there's a world where Kerr is back next year, but Draymond is not back next year? I think from a roster-building standpoint, that gives you a lot of flexibility there because you don't have to throw a bunch of money at Draymond Green. Like, you get some of that money back.
I have a hard time seeing that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one.
It feels like to me, Steve is very aligned with those two. I mean, he basically said, like, Steph and Dre, and then the rest of those guys. And I'm, paraphrasing, but that's legitimately what it feels like.
I also think Steve is worldly enough to know that that's not how the NBA works. I think Steve once thought that he was connected to Klay Thompson as well.
Yeah, but they thought this situation was different. They all did.
They thought
they all thought it was different.
We thought it was different a couple years ago with Klay, and then the NBA reared its ugly head and introduced that dose of reality. I don't think it's crazy to surmise that the Warriors could go into this offseason with a plan of maybe Kerr does come back, but we need to seriously rework this roster around Steph, and maybe that means figuring out a way to trade Jimmy Butler this offseason or in the regular season. And then maybe it means just not bringing Draymond Green back, though he does have a little bit more power in that one because it's a player option. I doubt he would exercise out of the player option.
The only way he's exercising out of it is if he thinks he can get more than $25 million over 2 years.
I don't think he's doing that.
I do. I actually think that money is out there for him.
You do think so?
I do. I actually think there's a variety of teams that see Draymond Green as the perfect defensive piece for the playoffs, and they'll load manage him the same way the Warriors identified like Horford. I think Dre is viewed that way. There's a lot of teams that could use a tough guy enforcer.
Yeah. Well, I guess I think it is possible that you could have this team with Kerr back next year and not Draymond.
If you put Draymond
the other way around,
you put Draymond on the Spurs alongside all those guys, like he'd be perfect. Give me lobs he'd throw to Wemby.
I think a Spurs.
And you say, hey, you only need to play 45 games in the regular season. Just be ready for the
25. 16. Yeah, 25 minutes a night.
He'd be a perfect Spur. Would he not? Carter's mad that I even suggested that.
Yeah, I am.
He'd be perfect there, right?
Yeah.
I agree. I think it works. I'm starting to believe now that I kind of feel like maybe it does make more sense if Kerr does come back. Give him a roster that's him. Give Kerr a roster that's Steph. I guess I would keep Porzingis in this situation, along with Pods, along with Gee, and then that's kind of who you're building around next year. I don't know if Draymond really needs to factor into next year's roster.
I can't speak for Draymond, but if I were Draymond, there's one of two options. I'm either staying here and accepting that it's probably not championship in the cards, or I'm ring chasing and I'm just going to go to whatever situation, whether it be OKC or San Antonio, whatever one, or maybe it's Detroit now that they're good, but they've got so many bigs. I don't know, but I would be looking at a situation to go, where can I go to manage the last 2 to 3 years of my career and play in all these important games down the stretch and not get worn down during the regular season? It's one of two options. That's how I would view it.
Yeah, and I think then it makes more sense for Draymond to be off this team, I think, from the Warriors' standpoint, because, again, you have the money that you would have gone to him. You can now allocate that elsewhere.
To Kristaps.
And I think you can start building a new foundation, a new culture that doesn't have Draymond Green screaming and yelling all the time. And I still think that with that money, you could build a solid team around Steph. Maybe use that money to bring in. I don't think there's a free agent out there that immediately becomes a better player than Steph if you add him onto this team.
There's no one's. All the players that are good are all on extensions.
Yeah, so you're not finding on the free agent market, which means then it's, do you pair Jimmy and Pods up for a trade? Have fun with that one, Mike Dunleavy. Let's have fun with Kim on 580.
Hi, Kim.
Kim, how are we feeling about Kristaps this morning?
I'm not a fan. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Look, I just came back from Phoenix. We've been season ticket holders for 25 years. He doesn't have the hands. He's too skinny. He needs to bulk up. I just saw him in Phoenix. I'm not a fan. Sorry. I don't know what to do, but
Porzingis?
Boy, it's frustrating. I'm not a fan.
You know, he's not going to bulk up because it just kind of is who he is. He's been in the league for, I don't know, about a decade plus. I hear you, but
he gets passed around.
I know. But part of what makes, his body is he's a bouncier guy. He's just so fragile. He's just fragile. It just is what it is. But even the bulky guys like Embiid, they're fragile too.
I'd rather take a bulky guy than a skinny guy. I mean, bulk up. And his hands aren't strong enough. They don't seem strong enough to me. I don't know. I saw what I saw.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, he's not shaking the soft Euro, play on the outside stereotype.
You can't really bulk up and play the way he plays.
That's what I'm saying.
On the perimeter.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no way.
And he's a guy that he wants to be a little more bouncy.
There's a reason that all those 7-footers who can really shoot are not super bulky.
No.
It's because you don't really do that on the perimeter, so to say.
And like I said, the reverse of this is you want Embiid, who looks out of shape every time I see him play.
I am out on Embiid.
Well, also, you lose any ability to go around someone on a pump fake.
Well, that too.
With the extra weight.
That's a great point. I get why she's mad, though. I mean, if he didn't suit up at all, I think it would be 957-957-0, the Porzingis.
I think it's easy to say no if Kristaps does not suit up. Like, when it comes to like Kristaps' concerns, it's less to do with the body. And when I say the body, I mean like whether it's the knee, the ankle, the back, or whatever. Because like those are things that with treatment on the trainer's table and with Rick Celebrini, you can make that better. You could heal the body. It's the illness. It's the illnesses. It's the constant. It's the dealing with the pots.
It's all of it.
Well, no, because that's the thing, though.
If the guy sneezes too hard, I'm worried that he's going to throw his back out.
But again, you could heal a broken body, so to speak, and maybe Celebrini is able to work his magic and keep Kristaps' physical body and tendons in workable shape next year to play a majority of the games. But he's got kind of, again, another ticking time bomb there with the pots where Shasky, again, we broke it down, a third of the games that he was available for, of the 32 games that he was employed by the Golden State Warriors, a third of them he was out with an illness designation.
But that's all, to me, that's all under the same category. No, I know you are filing a different, like illness versus injury.
Yeah.
To me, they go hand in hand.
I would say it like this. It's health is its own folder.
Yes.
But then there's subfolders of bodily health of bones and back and tendons, and then the viral health of dealing with the pots. To me, it's two sides of the same coin there.
When he got hurt backpedaling and rolled the ankle, I was like, of course he did. I was did anyone else think this? Of course he got hurt.
Well, let me rephrase it like this.
Of course he did.
If Kristaps Porzingis came in with
if
Kristaps Porzingis came in the next year with tendons made of steel and bones made of steel and he was an unbreakable body, I'm still feeling concerned about it because there's a virus in there that at any moment could wipe him out for an indefinite period. That's a level of uncertainty I don't want to deal with. And I hate the fact that the only reason we're open with dealing with it is because we have this there's no better option mentality to it.
They also had no one, and regardless of Kristaps, I know we were stuck on Kristaps, the number one need from this game, which screamed at me, no one could guard Booker, who had a bad game, Dylan Brooks, and Jalen Green. Again, they don't have a perimeter defensive stopper. And I love GP2. He gave a lot of moments this year. He's undersized, and they need a 6'6", 6'7", 6'8" wing who can defend the best players in the league on a nightly basis. Like, we haven't discussed this at all. Jalen Green destroyed them. And he is, how many guys, he's a nice player. How many guys are you naming before you even think of Jalen Green in the league?
I'm naming a lot of guys. He's not a guy who should be dropping 35-plus on you and bombing it from three like he was on Friday night.
He adjusted in the 7-game series against the Rockets when he was on the Rockets last year and had a really good game as well.
Yeah.
Down the stretch.
No, you're getting torched from Jalen Green.
He
from
got
distance,
any shot he wanted.
Yeah. And that's why I think you need massive roster turnover behind Steph if you are running it back with, a Steph-centric team. And that's where I think it makes sense that maybe you got to move off Kristaps. Maybe you got to move off Draymond Green. Maybe you really do need to.
When you lose Kristaps, though, you lose the slot. So, for the short term, they're taking a step back.
You could be bringing Kristaps back and still lose the slot.
Yeah, I know.
That's
why I think you have to bring him back no matter what, because even though I know it's going to be a bad deal and he's only going to miss 50 games, I'd rather have something than nothing.
So you're saying that 48 games of whatever you're getting from Kristaps next year is better than the 0 games you're getting from that absent slot?
Absolutely, because I saw that what happened with Jordan Poole and Chris Paul. And when you lost the Chris Paul slot, you had nothing. You had nothing to show for it.
God, NBA roster building sucks. Filmo Mike, what do you got for us today, Filmo? Love you, Filmo.
You know what's crazy? We're so delusional. We're not even better than the We Believe Warriors.
Not even close.
We're not better than we're not better than the team that missed the playoffs. What was it, 44 and 38?
48 wins.
The second year, 30. Yeah, 48 wins. Yeah, we're not even better than them. You got Steve Kerr, and I love Steve Kerr. He's calling Pat Spencer that guy. What are we smoking? What are we smoking?
Trying to make molehills in the mountains.
Hey, shout out to Carter. Carter, this is 420. Carter is smoking gelato. Loveman's a thinker. He likes train wreck. Steiny smoking Reggie. Swear to God. Who else is there? My guy.
I don't think I've ever tried train wreck.
Div smoke cookie. Yeah, for real. Willard, I don't know what Willard doing. Willard do some other stuff. You already know that. But shout out to Nahegian.
He's cleaning out the ashtrays.
Does Gorilla Glue. He smokes Gorilla Glue. I could tell. Nahegian, he's off Gorilla Glue. Spadoni,
look. I can't see.
Guy. He's a Kush guy. He's a Kush guy, for surely.
What about Guru? Yeah.
Guru may be smoking crack, but
all righty.
Unfair.
Oh,
That's
Filmo.
so unfair.
Oh,
Hey,
Filmo, you were going so well there,
Filmo.
Filmo, and then you just veer off in the wrong direction. Jan in Mountain View, bring us home.
Oh, my God. Poor Guru's got a drive-by.
Jan, how you doing?
All right. That's kind of hard to repeat, but good morning. What I was gonna point out, and I heard it over, I believe, with Steiny and Guru last week, that Nicholas Kerr is a part of that coaching staff, and I wasn't aware of that. And I was thinking, what do you think if Steve was to come back and take a lesser role and have his son take over coaching to, maybe set up the next going of keep Curry here, keep Draymond here, but set up the next, the next team of the Warriors, perhaps. I thought of that, and Steiny was kind of like saying, well, he's on this coaching staff and he could take over. Have you thought of that?
Yeah, I can't speak to his coaching chops, so I don't know. I think it would be a really tough sell.
I don't know if I would just give the reins of this coaching staff to Steve Kerr's son. If I'm going in-house, there's quite a few names I'm going to before I'm going to Steve Kerr's son, Nicholas Kerr. Jerry Stackhouse, Terry Stotts being among them.
You know, I'm really reading this article that was out today, and there's a lot about Kerr. I think the most insane part of all this that is underreported, this goes back to Mike Curry's got to take less than a max on the next deal. Curry was on a search for information about why his right knee wasn't healing. He had been out weeks. MRIs continue to confirm no structural issue, but it kept hurting and swelling whenever he cranked up his on-court activity. He flew to Los Angeles to see a specialist. Like, that's not good. And then they're saying that he's not going to have, surgery or anything in the offseason. Like, are we sure about that? Is this thing just going to flare up again next year?
I think it's absolutely going to flare up again next year. I mean, he's talking about, Curry was down there trying to figure out how he can run and cut without his knee blowing up, as he termed it.
They have 80% of the salary of next year tied into Curry and Butler. Pods.
Yeah.
I'm calling you Pods, by the way.
You're calling me Pods?
Because the hair. There's the hair when it's slicked back like that. It looks like you're wearing a headband with the headset on.
Okay, fair enough. I think his is a little bit more poofier than mine.
His is way more poofier than yours.
He's got a lot of poof in there. My hair doesn't poof up quite like that. And this is where it says, Kerr says it right here, the Jimmy's injury changed everything. It derailed us. When you look at the rest of the West, the league, teams are loaded. We got into this argument on the phone last night about how much the Jimmy thing changed things. And again, I could sit here, Joe, and I can make the argument that they probably are better if Jimmy doesn't get hurt. It doesn't matter, though. And I do have a good argument I can make. It's a shame we won't be able to hear it. But it doesn't matter in regards to the regular season, because at the end of the day, I still don't think it's likely that the Warriors are playing basketball right now if Jimmy does stay healthy. The only way that Jimmy makes things different is it's a lot easier, I think, to rework this roster in the offseason.
Yes.
If he is healthy.
I would agree.
And that's where, again, if Steve Kerr says we need new blood on this team, I am fine with rolling it back with Steve Kerr for another couple of years. I am fine with rolling it back with Stephen Curry on this team for another couple of years. Dunleavy's going to be the guy running the show, sure, whatever. That might be it in terms of running it back, though. Sure, the ancillary guys, Pods, Geese, stuff like that, they'll be back. Pat Spencer, he'll be back. Charles Bassey, I want Bassey back. That's how bad it's gotten. Al Horford, I take him back.
I want Bassey.
I want Bassey. I'm happy with Bassey. But after that, though, if they are serious about taking this team in a positive direction, actually trying to do something entertaining during these 2 to 3 years that they're extended here for, I don't know if you could do it with Jimmy and Draymond's contracts on this team. That's the reality that the Warriors are going to have to grapple with over these next few months.
Is it final thoughts?
We got another minute.
Oh, my bad. I was going to do... Okay, that's fine.
We can do extended final thoughts.
I don't want to ruin it. My bad. I apologize. I just think we should be grateful for the game that we got the other day. And understand that these things are few and far between. And who knows what the future holds. But the knee injury for Curry, to me, is even more pressing than whatever happens with Kerr.
Well, the entire health of this organization is basically built on that knee. And that's why... you got to figure out a way to rebuild this team around Steph for the next couple of years in a way that also sets you up beyond that. And that'll be a very, very fun task for Mike Dunleavy to figure out this offseason. It is as it's not under, I don't think it's a hot take to say this is going to be the most important summer of Mike Dunleavy's basketball career.
Was there any positives to this year? Anything?
That
one win was pretty special. That was fun.
Yeah.
But that's a sad sentence. I get it. It's a 9-10 plan. But it was fun.
Yeah. Again, it's still fun to watch Steph when he's playing.
Yeah, okay, but what about anything else?
I have one. I think Guy Santos really grew this year.
He was great.
And he grew into like a player who can, go to the rim a little bit. He can look for other people. He can shoot the three a little bit, and he's not
great.
A liability on defense.
But he's a role player.
But he makes $5 million.
No, I love him. But we would agree.
Nuts.
Not a pillar, but a great role player.
The rise of Guy Santos is definitely on there. Will Richard
He's
look
Matt
like
Barnes
he's all
meets
right?
Brian Cardinal.
Look, it was a season of a lot of not good, but in very small light, I think that was
That's a really good point.
Moses Moody was that for me until,
Poor Moses Moody.
that happened.
Poor Moses Moody.
All right, now let's get the final thoughts. Joe, you want to lead off final thoughts? The Giants did stuff this weekend. Your boy, Patrick Bailey. Oof. I don't know if that was your final thoughts. Sorry.
Come on, dude. What are we doing? My final thoughts are this. San Francisco native Paul Taboni runs the Washington Nationals. He was a part of the A's at one time after Cal, played with Marcus Semien over there, St. Ignatius boy, went over to the Boston Red Sox, was second in command over there over a decade, was doing scouting and whatnot, and now is running the Washington Nationals. They're clearly a team that's young and trying to improve and get better. They've got a lot of talent. Abrams, obviously James Wood, they got a lot of different players. I am rooting for Paul Taboni from afar as a San Francisco native to do good things for the Washington Nationals. And he hired the youngest, I think he's 32 or 33 years old, the manager.
34, I believe.
Is he that old? Okay.
Soto?
33.
33. There you go. And
God, what am I doing with my life?
Look, they're just a complete team in transition, but I'm rooting for them. And to see someone from our community get an opportunity to run a baseball team, how freaking cool is that? So shout out to Taboni family and Paul. Keep running things, and let's make a great trade with the Giants. Maybe we can help each other out here.
Yeah, send us James Wood and C.J. Abrams. That's a fair deal. My final thought is, just when you thought they were maybe putting together a little bit of some momentum, the Giants had a day yesterday. Just reminds you that, no, they're still not quite there yet. They got blanked by Miles Michaelis yesterday. And, Joe, Miles Michaelis has the fourth worst ERA in baseball since the start of the 2023 season, the worst ERA in baseball since the start of the 2024 season. And they made him look right yesterday. And that's not even the part of the game that angers me the most. It was the Keibert Ruiz fly to left that Ramos almost got to it. Better angle, maybe gets to it. Oh, there's wind. But it was the throw to Bailey at the plate where once again, Pat Bailey whiffing a relay throw to the plate. And it drives me nuts. Every time there's a play at the plate now, I'm just assuming the other team's going to score, because our catcher, who has 2 gold gloves and maybe plays at the plate don't factor into that, can't catch a ball at the plate.
He made a really nice throw down to third on a guy way too far off the line, so they come up and it go away. that they started with some other guy, some lefty, to start the game.
Yeah, they went the opener yesterday.
And then, they had opportunities in the first inning to jump on them, and they couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, it seemed like every inning they had first and second with one out, and they just still could not come through there. But, hey, it only gets harder now because, the Dodgers come to town. Carter, what do you got?
I just wanted to say what a joy it's been to be back with you both in the morning.
It's so nice to be back.
Have Rizzo here. And I'll add, I think there is one path in which Steph Curry would take a pay cut. And I think that path would be if LeBron James were to say he would join the team. I think otherwise, I don't see it happening.
Is LeBron taking that pay cut too?
They would both have to. But, let's see it.
It would be one of the most magnanimous moves by NBA players maybe ever. I think that's that kind of pay cut.
That's the only path I see where he would take a pay cut, personally.
Jeez. Rizzo, what do you got?
Yeah, I want to welcome Carter back. It's been
welcome back.
Been a long time coming, and I know Carter's a celebrity when I get Jan and Mountain View calling and asking where Carter is when I'm screening the call. So Carter is back. Good to have him back. And also, just real quick, I think we're taking Steph Curry wanting to be a one-team guy for granted too much, because I was thinking about what the caller earlier said about the comparison to Tom Brady and him going to the Bucs to seek out another title. And we want Steph to be a one-team guy. I think Steph wants to be a one-team guy, but let's not take that for granted. Let's not waste some of these years away. So I'm all in.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants to be the one-team guy, and it's a hard thing to do. There's a reason why it does not happen very often. I agree, though. I would like Steph to be a one-team guy, but the way things are going, I don't know if that's 100% in the cards here. It's been a fun show. I think we had some productive conversation here, and so, I don't know, might as well have it again tomorrow. So that was our final thoughts. Steiny and Guru are coming up next, and that's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Bye, everybody.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Committed to winning.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're starting out in a positive. All day. Guru's back. And so is Norm.
Yes, sir. Well,
that's the big story from the weekend.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. And I just want to thank you, Evan, the station, and all the listeners that were put Norm in your thoughts, Donnie. He made it through, and I'm going to just say this, and we'll move on. Thursday afternoon or Thursday morning, my family was at Sutter Hospital in Oakland in a waiting room with other families, and there were tears and sorrow coming out of that room, not for us. And it doesn't make us feel better, but it just puts in perspective what people are really dealing with and how things, can go the other way. You know what I mean? Sure. So it was a lot of emotion, but I'm happy to be back. And you and Evan held it down. And apparently I'm smoking crack. Phil on Mike texted me before we got on. I love you. And I thought that was because of Norm, but apparently he had a little joke on the morning roast. But we're good, Mike. But I'm all yours, baby. What you got? I missed you.
Well, lots happened since you left on Thursday. The Warriors, they won a game against the Clippers. So you missed Thursday, which I had made note of a few times, and it was a shame you were missing that day.
That one hurt me. That hurt me. Those was what I live for, man.
I know. But look at it.
I went shirtless Thursday night. That's how fired up
we make
Wednesday.
fun of that.
Oh, no.
I didn't, because I didn't see it. But, I think the one silver lining is that because you weren't here Thursday after the win against the Clippers, you didn't say anything so egregious that today we would be laughing at you.
Well, listen.
So the good news is,
man.
You don't have to backtrack on Steiny. I think they got action.
That was, let me start. Let's go back to Wednesday night when they were down to the Clippers, double digits in the fourth. What Steph Curry, what old man Horford did, just Draymond Green. I don't know if you guys gave me my victory lap. I said that, a big part of that showdown with the Clippers was going to be Draymond on Kawhi, and that was a TKO. He did something to the claw. But it just captured to me the essence of what this dynasty was, and for it to play out in front of the world and Steph bring it home, it was incredible. And I promise you, man, I hated not to be here because it wasn't about what I said. It was just how I felt. And then Friday happened, and I don't know. I'll ask you real quick here. Did they look spent? Because they got it to 5. They were down 16 early after 1. I'm thinking, here we go. And to be honest, Donnie, they just ran out of gas.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. The one thing about the Warriors is they struggle sometimes. Some of their older players, when they have to play consecutive games, I thought that was kind of the case. We talked about how much energy they expended on Wednesday with that win. It looked like that game meant a ton to them, obviously. And sure enough, they come out and they get down 18 right off the bat to the Suns, and we've kind of seen that. We've seen that movie before with this team. Sometimes they struggle to match the energy of a younger team early in the game, and they dig themselves a hole. And by the time the game settles down, they either don't have enough time or they can't get over the hump.
I'll say this to you about the rat on the table in regard to the Warriors, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control, about what's next. Because, you are right. I was a Warrior fan at different junctures this season, mainly before the first ball was tipped on the first game, that if they could get to the offs, they could be a problem. But you just talked about them running out of gas. And, when you look at their collective age, it was a fool's errand to think this version of the Warriors, led by Steph now with runner's knee and Dre and the rest of the gang, had enough durability or stamina to get through a long playoff run. Now, there was no Jimmy. I get that. There was no Moody. But what did you make? Because it hit me in the cardiac when, shout out Norm, when Steve Kerr was heard saying he doesn't know what's going to happen to Steph and Dre. I've been thinking about it all weekend. I don't know if he knew he was mic'd up. Evan talked to me about Kerr's post-game press. It didn't sound like he did, or he forgot. But I told you when we went out there was a finality that I thought I saw in Steve Kerr's eyes and I heard in his voice. But then I walked that back like, this dude's going to be here. But after the coach telling his 2 players that he's been to war with many times, I don't know what's going to happen, lets me know that he's not Janet Jackson maybe in this situation, and that means in control. And maybe Joe Lacob has, might want a new voice, but I'm just getting a read that Kerr might have coached his final game. How did you see that?
I think it's possible. I thought a few months ago that he wasn't coming back, and then the last month or two I thought it sounded like he was coming back, and now I'm not so sure. But that's the way this offseason is going to be. There's a lot to get done for the Warriors, and to me it's very interesting because there's a lot on their docket for sure, but I'm not sure that necessarily translates into making all kinds of changes and reshaping this roster. But to my way of thinking, we've got to figure out Steve Kerr, what's going to happen with him. if he's going to coach next year. Steph Curry talked about wanting an extension after the game. Said he thinks he has multiple years left. So the Warriors are going to have to figure out whether they're going to give him a deal after the one that expires at the end of next year. Draymond Green's got a player option. He says he doesn't want to retire, so that means you would think he'd be back for
Unless
at least
they
one
trade
more.
him. Yeah, go ahead.
For at least one more year. But there's a decision to be made with Draymond Green and a decision that he's got to make. Podziemski's got a contract extension possibility. Are they going to do that? Al Horford's got a player option. What's he going to do? Porzingis and Melton are free agents. What are they going to do? What are the Warriors going to do with them? Who do they want to bring back? Who do they not want to bring back? What does the team look like? All these questions now are fair game because the season's over. And I don't know what happens first. I guess Kerr's got to happen first. Do you feel like something's going to happen in the next week with Kerr?
I do, and he said as much, and he did say something, I don't know if you guys caught it, to me, to where he said he still wants to coach, but he talked about that voice and the Bill Walsh. I always give Bill Walsh credit for it. I don't know if he really said it. You know how a coach's voice, you can lose it being in one place for so long, and Steve Kerr's been here double digits, man. So in regard to years, so maybe Steve's looking around like, maybe my voice and my style has run its course here. So I do wonder, it has to start there, right? It just does. The voice.
I would think.
Yeah, to me.
Yeah, I would think, if
like, do we find out before the playoffs or over the finals?
Yeah, I don't know. But I do know that the one thing that also we found out today that I don't think people knew, I didn't know it, but it was in a story in ESPN by Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater that a couple months ago, Mike Dunleavy got an extension.
Yeah.
So Mike Dunleavy is under contract for the next several years, according to Ramona and Anthony Slater. They didn't announce it, but I don't know how much of a surprise it is. But if it is to you, then it is. I mean, Dunleavy's going to be running the show for the next couple of years. That's what it seems to me to be. And Joe Lacob, if there's not a lot of stability with the coach in terms of the questions and who knows who's going to be back, it feels like the one thing we know at this point is Mike Dunleavy's going to run the show for the next couple of years.
Yeah, and you brought this up in the green room. The Niners kind of did that a couple years ago where Lynch and Kyle got extended, and we kind of didn't know until York spoke. But I'll ask you this. I didn't think Mike Dunleavy, who was about to draft or have his highest spot in an NBA draft since he's been on call here, what did you make about that not getting any run or no announcement?
I mean, the Niners didn't make an announcement when they did it. I don't know. I don't know how you decide to make an announcement when you extend a general manager and other times why you don't. So I have no idea. I just remember the same thing happened with us with the Niners, where we found out that Lynch and Shanahan had gotten extended, but it didn't get reported till after the fact. So Mike Dunleavy's in control right now of the Golden State Warriors, and the next shoe to drop is obviously Steve Kerr, but the offseason is officially underway for the Golden State Warriors.
And light your candles, open, read your Bible, because, Stoney, this lottery, I know the chances are slim and none, but, man, imagine if something, good happened for the Warriors better than they obviously think in that scenario. That changes a whole hell of a lot to me. If they were to get a top pick, better than what we think they're going to get.
Yeah, this is, let's see. This is what we're doing today. The Warriors players have, a lot of their players have exit interviews, except for Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler. Steph apparently had a nice weekend at Coachella, Goo.
Yeah, he looked good, and so did
that's good.
a couple.
Well, that's good.
Him and his missus.
That's good. So here's what we're going to do. Brandon Podziemski is going to talk to the media at 11:20. Al Horford, 12:20. We're probably going to take both those guys live if we can. So don't go anywhere. We'll have some live interviews from some of the Warrior players today. And that's what's going to be the theme. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices, they're crazy right now, but Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yes, they're helping you fill up too, and it's happening now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And as you know, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe you've been in a car accident or suffered a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly's named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Brings it down the right wing. Left-hand dribble middle, out to Guy Santos, over to Steph Curry. He's open for three, got it. At Golden State, back-to-back three balls have cut the lead to 7.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, thanks, Steph and Tim Roy on the call on Friday's game. 111-96, Warriors get eliminated.
Were you at the lab at home? I was thinking about you, too.
Yeah, I was at home.
All right.
What was your main takeaway after the game? What were some of your thoughts after they got beat on Friday?
I'm not mad as a fan, and I do understand if it was for one night against the Clippers, Steph Curry can still do that. I understand why you went out and got Butler. I understand why you brought in Horford and rolled the dice with Porzingis. And if Steve Kerr decides not to come back or he doesn't come back, whoever Gandhi could be the Warriors' next coach, you're going to be, and I keep saying this, a slave to the availability and the health of your stars, and that's going to go a long way in regard to deciding what this iteration of the Warriors do moving forward. So I wasn't mad because Wednesday fed me, but it fed me a tablet of belief to where maybe – could they do this again just 24 hours later, 48 hours later against Phoenix, and they couldn't. They ran out of gas. But now I'm thinking, Steiny, I'm being real because this is all we have right now. Our reality is how's Jimmy's, rehab going to go? Steph runner's knee when he gets months off. And I guess we'll, take a flyer on LeBron or Kawhi, see what goes down there. But I understand our reality and where we're at. And for a night, it looked like it still could happen against the Clippers. So I'm not angry. I'm going to hope again come next November, late October when the season starts.
Yeah, the one thing that I wonder about with this team, and I think that they're kind of caught now, and Draymond talked about it right before the playoffs, about how, the Warriors are a 16-game team, meaning that, they're built for the playoffs. But the reality is they're not built for the playoffs anymore. And I think the reality hit them last year that maybe they're not a 16-game team either, because in 12 playoff games last year, Butler got hurt once and Curry got hurt. So I don't know that they can make it through a postseason.
Wow.
With the particular roster they have right now. So they're kind of caught. I mean, they got a team that's struggling to make it through the regular season and a team that's kind of struggling when they have to play a series where they might play 5 or 6 games in 12 or 13 games. So I don't know what the answer is to that, but it's clearly. As much as this is going to hurt, you got to lessen the load on the veteran guys. But do you have the young guys who can chip in enough to keep this thing rolling in a positive direction?
Do you have a problem with my answer, lifelong fan? Right now, the answer is no.
Well, then there's no way out of that except you're going to have a tough year next year. If your old players aren't as reliable and your young players haven't emerged yet to the point where you want. I mean, I don't know what you do then if you're the Warriors. I don't see a major revamp. I mean, I don't know how they change the team dramatically, or even if they want to change the team dramatically
How about LeBron putting on a Warrior uniform?
That's fine. I mean, I think anything like that is a stopgap at this point.
Well, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But I will say this. Before the ball tipped Friday night, and as excited as I was about the Warriors' chances and all of Dub Nation, there was one way they were going to win the game. And that was if Steph Curry did what he did and went Superman. And I got to be careful here because life's unfair with real stuff, but we're talking about sports. But, Stoney, that was the title of the jam before in Phoenix. Steph had to be Superman. He wasn't, and they didn't win. But, I think to myself, well, what if you had the option of Jimmy Butler out there? You didn't. Then could it have gone a different way? But the reality is our guy's hurt, and now not only did he get hurt to lessen our chances of beating Minnesota in the second round last year, Steph Curry follows that year up with 27 missed games and now an injury that nobody knows how to not describe, but how to tell how much it's going to be a part of his reality moving forward the rest of his career, which is scary if you're going to give him more chicken and expect the same results from him. And right now, from my viewpoint on the Warrior chessboard, Steph Curry is everything still.
And unfortunately, that's the problem. They're still asking him to do way too much.
The Lord's work.
And, I'd have to go back and look at all the games. But the one thing, and I'm interested to hear what Warrior fans, think about this. It does feel like it's getting more and more difficult for Steph to put together stretches of games where he's, as dynamic as he once was. I'm not saying anything that nobody doesn't know already, but it feels like, when he has a good game, it takes a lot out of him because the teams are still focusing on him defensively, and he can still use his greatness to have great games. But consistently, when teams are defending him like they're defending him, and they have a supporting cast like they have, I just don't know how he can keep playing consistently well over the course of a season or a playoff when A, he's getting to be old, and B, he doesn't have a cast around him nearly as good as he did when he was in his prime 10 years ago.
Wow. I hear you, well said, and I'll just throw this back to you. I mean, how do you get better, or how do you expect to do something different? And we'll just forget about Coach Kerr right now for this moment. When you got about $130, $140 million invested in one guy that is definitely going to miss part of the season next year, Jimmy Butler and Steph and Dre, how do you accomplish that? And that's why I'm hoping this lottery, somehow it could be a gift from the basketball gods that something goes crazy and we get a higher pick than expected. But how, when your core is older, but the money is going to them?
You can't.
Wow.
I mean,
I guess that was the answer I was looking for, because right now, that's how I see it. You can't.
And the other thing is, like, all these, to me, all the decisions the Warriors are going to have to navigate, there's not a right move and a wrong move. There are moves that are going to be impactful one way or the other. And look, Steph Curry said it after the game. He'd love to have his contract extended. I mean, okay, how does that go? How does that go? He's making $62 million next year, so you've got to work out a number the year after next year, but you have to give him a contract extension after a year where he played 43 games and had an injury crop up that we haven't seen before, and he's going to be 39 next year. I mean, that's the first delicate situation that the Warriors have. It just is. And maybe Steph won't ask for max, and maybe it won't need to be, at a crazy number. But how do you even entertain that with Steph Curry? The contract after next year.
I kind of, I'm not comparing him to Trent Williams, who got his bread, but I was so sure from the outside looking in that what the Niners are trying to do and accomplish and what standard or what level of play you're still getting from Trent Williams is still stellar. I knew it would get worked out, and it did. I think he got 2 for 50. Steph Curry's got way more left in the tank, on the basketball level to me than Trent, but that's not the story. The story to me, Stoney, is he's still your best player. The way that you're set up with Jimmy not taking the floor opening night next year, you still got to rely on 30 to do everything. And when he's out there, he's still a problem. But that if now is rearing its head more now than when he signed his last extension, because you didn't have the hammy going in the offs, and you damn sure didn't have this runner's knee. But I guess I'm saying to you all, there's nothing to really see here because he's worth it.
Well, worth what?
All of it. The box, you would do it, whatever he asks, I got to give it to him.
Okay, well, I hope he doesn't ask for $67 million or $60 million in 2 years. I mean, I just hope he doesn't ask for $60+ million 2 years from now. And again, that's kind of what I mean. Like, would they do it? Maybe they'd have to. But I don't think that's great.
There you go.
I don't think it's great if that's the case. And there's a lot of those decisions, they're going to have to make. I was kind of messing around with Evan before you got in today. And
what'd you say?
I was saying, you know what? I was kind of joking around, but maybe I wasn't. I said, this should be the hardball summer for the Warriors. Or this could be the hardball summer. So what does a hardball summer look like? Well, okay, Steve, what are you doing? Okay, you don't really want to coach next year? All right, you don't have to then. Steph, you've meant everything to this organization. Let's table an extension. See how next year goes with your health. Draymond, you have a player option. We assume you're going to exercise your option. You'll be back for one more year. Okay? Butler. Nothing to do with Butler except wait for him to come back. Pods, you can wait too.
Yeah.
Pods can wait.
Yeah.
Melton, no rush on Melton. Horford, that's his decision. Let Horford make that decision. And then who else? Porzingis is a guy you're going to probably have to make a decision on.
Because he says he needs some time. It's a very important offseason for him. Loves the Bay, loves the team, but he's got to go to the lab and see what's best for him.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of just a phrase, play hardball this summer. But, I do wonder if you could talk Steph into sitting tight for a year. It wouldn't mean
there you go.
It wouldn't mean that we don't want you, but I'm sorry. I don't care if the guy's Jesus Christ. If you pay him an exorbitant amount of money 2 years from now, you got to know that he's going to be ready to play a certain amount of games. And I don't know that you can get a feel for that right now when he just had this runner's knee. But that's a delicate situation. And I'm not saying kick Steph to the curb, but boy, we could use him just hanging in there for one more year for the sake of everybody, I think.
No, I get that, and I do wonder if Lacob would have the guts to say it, and maybe, Steiner, you could say back, and I'll give you a chance to say, Goo, that makes no sense. It doesn't take guts. But if I'm Steph Curry, all that I've done, I know I've gotten paid, and I remember the Dibs model in regard to what Steph's getting paid. He's still underpaid for what he means to this franchise. But if you said, hey, can we table this basically because we don't trust or believe that your body can hold up, I wonder how the chef would that come across like too hardcore in a sense. Like almost if I'm Steph, like, oh, so now you know what I mean? And now I'm on tryout, I got to show you, huh?
Yeah, you do. You're 39, buddy. You're 39. And you only played 43 games this past year, and you've come down with something that everybody seems to acknowledge is something that's going to have to be managed. Like, here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Can somebody define what his new normal is? What if his new normal is 55 games a year?
And what if he doesn't even know his new normal? What if it's 45?
Exactly. So at that point, you gotta wait to see what is like. We're gonna see this new normal. We're gonna see what it looks like next year, and maybe it'll look great. I don't know what it'll look like, and if it looks great, then revisit him the following year and sign him up for 2 more and call it a day.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm in your office now, and I need San Jose Jazz fan in the chat saying, Goose, stop making sense. I do have to say this. Our new normal in Dub Nation now, with old and young, because Moody's out. We don't know his availability. So is Jimmy Butler. Steph's got this injury. What if I told you the new normal for Dub Nation is, and we don't know if we're going to be healthy night in, night out. And one thing we do know is Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody will not be in the starting five come next opening night, wherever that is. And Steph is, with this runner's knee, as you just talked about, there's a cloud.
I'll tell you what, I'm so fascinated by how people think the next couple years should go. Chris A. from Oakland on the YouTube chat. Steiny's treating Steph like he's James Harden. No, I'm not treating him like he's James Harden, but I also am curious, and I'm not going to say I disagree or you're right or you're wrong, but how many Warrior fans out there are of the mind that just give Steph an extension for whatever it is, for one or two more years, no matter what, no matter the money.
Yeah.
Okay? And if
he's earned that.
Okay? You do. I hope people realize that when we say he's still worth it, like he's not. You realize that, don't you? Like, I get it. He's really worth $1 billion if we want to play that game because of the value of the organization. But you can't tell me a guy who played 43 games this past year, you have to continue paying him $60+ million. There's got to be a middle ground, right?
We'll find out, and it doesn't have to be. And I'll say this with that exercise that you just you put on with Steph. I mean, we could do that with about 10 or 12 players, Donnie. Of no matter how old they are you getting a bang for your buck in regard to what they're getting paid and what you get? Not that should make the Warriors feel better, but the buck shouldn't stop with Steph Curry. I mean, especially, again, I'm living in the past, and it was just last week. Wednesday night was Exhibit A of he still can, then if on one night.
If that's good enough for you, then go ahead and do it.
No,
I would say that.
It's Seriously. Good enough for me to write that check, but try to get better around the edges. So if he's not that on said night, we still, it's not 98% of our chances to win said game. We got to get better around him.
Well, you can if you're going to give him 65 more. Like, it's really going to be hard. You know, right now, like, people say, well, what can we do next year? And the only thing they have is LeBron. And I don't, like, I read a story in ESPN about LeBron. It feels so far-fetched that he's coming here. Like, if you just look at the things, well, it doesn't make sense for him to come here, I don't believe. But, you know, if people want to hold on to that until he, you know, makes his decision, that's fine. They don't have a lot of options right now with Steph and Butler on the team occupying as much money as they are occupying. It's going to be hard. They got two things, maybe.
Give it to me.
They got their 11th pick in the draft, and
or
then
higher.
they got or lower, and then they got some kind of mid-level, one of the two mid-levels to use. But other than that, I don't know.
I'm being so serious with this question I'm posing to you and the listeners. Last year when Steph pulled that hammy and Kuminga looked to have had, to me, a breakout playoff performance that was going to turn his career around in a Warrior uniform, and this next season, which just passed, was going to be watch out. I felt good about everything moving forward, that there was no way in hell, and I'm always one of those, a big take Jake at the end of the season going into the next. But what if I told you this is the first season in a long time that I don't feel confident saying this Warrior team is going to make the playoffs next year? Because that's the goal, especially after not qualifying technically this one. There's no way in hell you feel like this Warrior team can miss the playoffs next year, can you?
Wait, do you think they can? Yes, of course. Of course they can miss the playoffs next year. Why would you say that you wouldn't think they could? Like they missed them this year. And
well, Jimmy went down. Jimmy's going to miss, but he'll be coming back.
You can, okay.
And hopefully Steph kicks runner's knee in the ass.
Okay. And everything goes right. What do you have?
See, that's what I don't know. I hope that would be a 4th, 5th, or 6th seed in the playoffs and avoid the play-in.
Okay.
And I think that's what they're going to do, try and do.
That might be all they can do, quite frankly. But no, I mean, if you're asking me right now, could they have another season like this season? Of course they can. My gosh, why? Like, of course they can. They, like, first of all, they better be healthier than this year.
Well, and that, again, that is everything. But you can't predict it. And right now, it's not on their side.
Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Gentlemen, I got to admit, it's been a very rough year.
Yeah.
I'm perturbed with this organization, and rightly so. They're acting like a clown show. You got a guy who has a clown haircut, and Draymond acts like a clown. Are we going to allow him to continue to embarrass the organization the way he did last night? We can't do this. He's a bully. We know he's bullying everyone around him. Oh, we're afraid. I know we're San Francisco, but we got to have some dog about us as fans. We can't go soft. We're getting older, as Charles Barkley would say. We can't go older, get older. We need young blood. We need to revamp. Dish the whole thing, throw it out, man. This money could go to charity. Don't give him $62 million. He runs 10 miles a game. He falls down 25 times. Don't you know he's going to get hurt again next year? He can't get open without running around 5 and 10 miles a game. Create an offense, take the weight, the balance, the emphasis off of Steph scoring 35 points. Come on now, we deserve better.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call.
I didn't get to hear you and Evan. And again, it's in my short radio career, it hurts me that I missed that show, that euphoria from the station and the fans. But he could not have made that call about Draymond Green Thursday after what Dre personally did Wednesday to show you what he's still capable of.
That's why he waited till Monday.
And I was disappointed Friday, and I'll give you a 2 on that. And I was disappointed that Dre got ran Friday. Champs don't go out that like that. Especially after you just got your flowers. I'm just telling you how I saw it. But the bottom line is Dre is the winner, and he's in control of this player option. He's no fool, and he's talking about I might not be here. Now, if they pulled off a trade or something like that, you wouldn't. But that's highly unlikely. Dre would be a fool to turn down that team option he has, right?
I mean, I just look at it. Man. Yeah, I mean, Curry was great on Wednesday. He stunk on Friday. Draymond was great on Wednesday. Took all his flowers, received them from Kawhi Leonard, went out on Friday, absolutely stunk up the gym, and then pulls what he always pulls at the end. Now, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care that he got thrown out.
I'm trying to fight you on that.
All I care about is do the math. Porzingis, Horford, Draymond, and Curry were all pretty good on Wednesday, and none of them could come to post on Friday.
Oh, man.
Like, none of their old guys can string together. It's hard for their old guys to string together long stretches of really good play.
But it was that way from the outset.
Right. So I don't know why we would come back next year unless we have to. And if we have to, we have to. But I would not be excited about running this back, but I would understand if they have to end up running it back.
Do you hold on to your bread in regard to what you think you want to pay Porzingis and give Quentin Post another shot at it or anybody else? Because if you're telling me you're going to write that check for Porzingis, but you still think you could miss the offs, to me that doesn't match. And again, I'm not saying Warrior headquarters are saying we don't got a chance, Koo. But, Steiny, you got to roll the dice and hope you're a healthier ball club next year, and that's going to be bigger than any addition you could make at this point to me.
Well, keep in mind that you're not a regular team hoping to stay healthy. You're an injured team that's already been injured, hoping to stay healthy. And as for Porzingis, I'm back to 1 year and 1 year only.
That's it.
Tops for him. I can't have salaries bleed into 20, 27, 28 unless it's guys that I want on the team. For sure, that I know I want on the team right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kind of a roller coaster, Warrior fans. Wednesday was dynamite. Friday, not so good. And here we are Monday, and the Warriors are having their exit interviews. We'll have Brandon Pajemski. He's talking to the media around 11:20. And then Al Horford will talk around 12:40 or 12:20. Well, 12:30, 12:20. So 11:20 and 12:20, we'll get some Warrior live interviews with the media coming to you. And you know the number, 888-957-9570 is the number. What are we doing this offseason, Warrior fans? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Doesn't want to shoot it. Brings it back outside to Brooks. 7 to shoot off the screen. Brooks gets Porzingis. Backs up, shoots a 3 over the top. It's good. And the Warriors, just like the other night, they fell behind 10 right at the get-go, and they trail 8-2 here.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coach Kerr! Has he done his last 95.7 The Game promo? Has Steve Kerr done his last interview with Willard and Dibbs?
What's your gut? Well, you don't have one these days. You're looking good. But what's your gut tell you?
Boy. I don't think he's coming back now, but I don't know.
Do you think it's when he says, I don't know, as he told Steph and Dre, I kept rewinding it like if it was just solely your decision, you would know. And he said, I still love coaching. Maybe him and Lacob just don't see eye to eye, and that's why he kind of spilled the beans when he said what he said about some people in the organization. Because if I said something about some people here at the station, all that matters is the boss. So Steve's living his reality, Steiny, and maybe he took the shackles off like, you know what, I'm just a real one. I can't bite my tongue or front. And maybe he gave us some insight to where this thing is going. But, whoever comes in here, if there is a change at the head coaching position, I just hate to me that I know it's a big deal, partner, but the state of the Warriors now, a new coach ain't propelling them from 30 to 52 wins. It's luck, hope, duct tape, and Gorilla Glue in regard to these injuries. I hope he comes back, man. I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah, the one, what's interesting is I read these 2 paragraphs in the Athletic story.
All right.
I'm not sorry, ESPN story. And remember when I asked Kerr about his sense of urgency?
Yeah.
And the fact that, I was like, you've been a part of 4 dynasties, or 3 dynasties, how they all end.
I remember that one.
Do you really have a sense of urgency when you know that this might just be the regular cycle of the league? And listen to this line, these 2 paragraphs from this story on the future of the Warriors. It says, more than anything, team sources said Lacob will want to hear Kerr express a hunger to continue executing the nitty-gritty details of the daily job, not a reluctant acceptance that he should continue coaching purely out of loyalty to Green and Curry and the sentimentality of writing this era out. That's why, if Kerr decides he wants to return, there's a desire from management for him to sign a multi-year deal, team sources said, instead of setting up a last dance farewell tour that would feel more about emotion and nostalgia than wins.
Can you understand how on the Goo computer that equates to me, or it has ingredients of being messy? It has ingredients of a coach not having to bow down but it's questioned by his authority figures in the organization about, what do you mean express hunger? That should be a given. And if Joe Lacob feels like maybe Steve Kerr is, what word am I looking for? Set in his ways or content, maybe Joe wants more fire from that position.
Maybe. Go out and get Tennessee's version of Tony Vitello.
What did you
Bring in Danny Hurley.
Speaking of which, real quick, did you see the video of Gilbert and Vitello doing the boxing thing?
No.
Before the game. I did not like it, but I was like, all right.
All right, this is Steve Kerr right after Friday's game talking about what's going to go into his decision and the timetable.
My plan is to take a little time and, I don't know, take a week or two and eventually sit down and talk with Joe and Mike. We've always had a great partnership and collaboration, and just see where they are. And I'll tell them where I am, and we'll talk about what's next for the Warriors, what the plan is this offseason, and we will come to a collaborative decision on what's next. I don't know what's going to happen. I still love coaching, but I get it. These jobs all have an expiration date. There's a run that happens, and when the run ends, sometimes it's time for new blood and new ideas and all that. And if that's the case, then I will be just nothing but grateful for the most amazing opportunity any person could have to coach this franchise in front of our fans in the Bay, and to coach Steph Curry, to coach Dre, the whole group. So it may still go on. It may not. I don't know at this point, but we all need to step away a little bit and then reconvene.
Do you have a problem if I feel like Coach is telling you within those walls over at Warriors Way, he feels like, or he's hearing or may have heard, my boss might not be too happy with the way I've gone about things. The way I just hear the great Coach Kerr speak, Steiny, he's hearing the possibilities, or he's feeling it, or it's been said to him maybe a subliminal type of way or ways, to where he's ready and can still go, but he's telling you that others might not be so keen on him coming back. I hear it, man.
Well, what I'm hearing is it's not his decision. It's not all his decision.
And would that bother you if you were Kerr and as accomplished as he is?
No, it would not.
I think it would bother me.
Oh, if I were Kerr, it might, but...
that's what I meant.
No, it doesn't bother me as a observer.
Fan. Yeah.
No, this could be the natural time where Steve leaves. And if he leaves, then I think it will have been the natural time. But I've said it. I don't think he's the coach to usher the Warriors out of this situation.
But what if what we know, partners are still in it? Mired with injuries like Jimmy Butler's coming back. Hope.
Okay. Well, then bring him back.
I guess what I'm saying is,
you really think there's a lot of hope going into this offseason?
No.
I don't.
Who called and said hope is not a strategy? Remember that one?
You just said.
No, I'm telling you, for whatever reasons, there's a new Golden State Warrior head coach. I'm telling you, the state of with the players and the financial situation, they're not hitting the ground running, no matter who that guy is.
Well, they could have a couple young players on the team. There'll be an 11th pick in the draft who should be in the rotation, period, end of story. If they draft the right guy, they should be able to get a guy in his prime who's not a star, but should be a pretty good role player. Let me tell you, the one I wouldn't bring Steve Kerr back if the reason I'm bringing him back is because, well, who else is going to coach? That to me is not a good reason. And there is something about, there's something about Steve Kerr and where the Warriors are right now, where I do feel like Steve Kerr sees writing on the wall that maybe Joe Lacob doesn't see or doesn't want to see. And if Joe Lacob doesn't see it and Kerr thinks he sees it, then it's time. It's time.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. Let me throw this at you and everybody else. When you look at this team and the wins that they, put together, Do you feel like there was chicken on the bone for this Warrior team? Forget the excuses. Do you think that Joe Lacob could look at this team like, we should have won more? Yeah, we had this, we had that. We should have won more. I wonder if Lacob is looking at his team like, yeah, we'll start, 37 wins time? We could easily had 44.
How?
I'm just, if Joe Lacob is thinking that.
Well, this
or is there any?
The Warriors are not a 44-win team. If Steph misses half the year, Butler misses half the year, Draymond is good some of the time and not good some of the other time. Like that's not a 44-win team. I don't think.
And that bodes well for Steve in regard to how, his boss or anybody else can look at this Warrior team like they underachieved.
Let's go to Shane. Shane's in San Francisco. Hey, Shane, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, all right. So, I'm a pretty big critic of the Warriors these days. Just naturally, I'm very in relation to Steiny on this. But, that Clippers game, it was encouraging. It was exciting. It was vintage Steph. It was vintage Draymond. It was vintage Kerr even. The whole thing came together in a beautiful moment. It was great. And then I can't help but feel sad watching that game on Friday night, and it was just like I tuned in and I was like, oh, darn it. Like, of course, they're just going to lose by 15. Big deal, whatever. But all that said, Kerr, I'm a Kerr critic as well. Shout out Jonathan Kuminga. But it's just time, man. Like, now is the time, in the Clipper game, they're like, oh, look at Porzingis. He's a real basketball player. And then, like, where's he at? Where's he at when it comes to making the playoffs or whatever? Like, he's nowhere to be found. And then, like, yeah, Jimmy Butler, great, amazing. Just, like, even if he was around, like, in the playoffs last year before he was anything, like, it's not that impactful, Like, there's nothing happening with this team. It's time to face reality. I don't know what they do with Steph. I feel bad for him as well. But, like, Kerr, I got love for him. But also, like, I mean, if not now, then what's next? And Guru, dude, like, there's no chicken left on the bone. They got all the carnage. They got everything, dude. Like,
I got you.
Like, what do you want,
They've started to eat some bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shay. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't here, so I guess I can say it, and not too many times I can say it today. You could call me a fool, and I'll wear it, but what if Wednesday gave me a glimpse into I understand the strategy, and it's not even a strategy. It's pretty much all you can do at this time is wait for Jimmy to come back, hope that Steph has a great offseason with this runner's knee. How will you know? You don't. And Draymond comes back and is Draymond, and we just basically run it back with Horford and see if you can work something out with Porzingis and Steph Curry and Peyton and Pods will be here. And, like, that seems like where this thing is headed, plus the lottery, and that we'll just say 11 pick for the sake of this discussion. Like, if you're telling me they're healthy, I'm watching. But I ain't yelling they're about to be a threat for Steph's fifth chip.
I mean, the issue is, one of the issues is that they are capable of a game like Wednesday. And then everybody comes out and says, look, but they're not capable of a series like a Wednesday.
So sustaining
anymore.
It, you mean?
They can.
Curry only got up 16 shots in 36 minutes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I got to take one here. Do you know who the leading scorer for the Warriors were Friday in Phoenix?
Probably Pods.
And do you know he took the most field goal attempts, 17? And if you know the game is not easy to hoist up a field goal attempt in an NBA game, but again, I'm just comparing the hate and the venom towards his way on what he actually does. He's, Steiny, one of few that can create his own shot. And he did it 17 times and led the team in scoring. Yeah, you lost, but don't tell me you lost because of him.
No, they lost because of the old guys. That's the problem. When their old guys play pretty well, they're a good team. But they kind of got swallowed up a little bit on
Phoenix
on
was
Friday.
faster. They're faster than the Clippers, and that speed was on display from the outset.
Let's go to the King in Pasadena.
Uh-oh.
What's up, King? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
You got it.
Hey, how'd you guys enjoy that dead cat bounce on Wednesday? But listen, I wanted to talk about Ramona Shelburne article, and where she talked about, Kerr having fire in the belly. They wanted to have more attention to detail. When you take a look at the two games against the Clippers and the Suns, both games, man, first quarter, we got blown out 64-37, right? 6 assists, 13 turnovers, leading to 20 points. We got out-rebounded 18-26. So basically, the two games are the same. The only difference is Al Horford went nuclear against the Clippers.
Man.
Right? Because we're down by 13 in the fourth quarter in both games. Al went nuclear, saved the day. But Steiny, you played competitive basketball. I got a question for you. When you look across the field and you see a team that's committing turnovers, not ready to play in the first quarter, fouling a lot, what does that tell you?
I think it's fatigue. I mean, I just think it's energy. I mean, they started, let's look at who they started. They started Curry and Draymond, and then they started Porzingis, who apparently was hurt going into that game. And they're playing a younger team, and yes, they struggle against younger teams. And I do feel like, they've not gotten off to great starts this year in general when they've, been together even. So both games were the same. They got down 12-2, 13-2 early, which is never good.
Yeah, if you have one of the guys in your station pull up the stats for quarterly plus minus, you'll see that they struggled in the first quarter, even when Jimmy was healthy. So that tells me, are these guys ready? Did the coach get these guys ready to play in the first quarter? Because they become better as the game goes on.
Right.
So it's almost like if you take a look at the plus minus, they're negative in the first half, but positive in the second half throughout the entire season.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I think one of the things that happens with veteran players is, they need a little time to ease into a game and, take the first 4 minutes, see how the game's going and adjust. But I don't know that they have that luxury anymore.
Yeah, they were down 18 after one, and not Jalen Green, Jordan Goodwin getting steals, multiple steals, and it was apparent to the naked eye that one team was fresher, younger, and faster. But to the Steve Kerr thing, he doesn't need me to defend him, and I won't, partner. But, okay, when the Warriors go on a run or they come back in that Clipper game and pull it out, obviously you want a good start. That's everybody knows that in sports. But does the coach get any credit when they get their feet underneath them and go on a run and kind of offset the, non-good start that's followed the Warriors pretty much all season? Or do you attribute that to age, which I do?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's age. I think a lot of it's the makeup of the team. I don't know how much Kerr's got to do with it. But again, he's been around for a while. He's seen the change.
Will he come back?
He knows the difference between a championship team and a 37-win team. And I don't think Steve Kerr would tell you that they had, that they got hosed this year. He would probably tell you we deserved everything we got, and we got hit by injuries. We were a 37-win team, and that's who we were. And how do we become a 45-win team again next year, if they can? Let's go to our good friend Javier in Vacaville. What's up, Javi? How you doing, man?
How are you doing today, Mr. Johnson?
Hey.
Mr. Simons?
Yep.
Seeing the game, he went on there. I'm a Kings fan and a Warriors fan. My first game ever, 1998. I was 6 with my mom at, Arco Arena. But my first game, 2002, I'm there. The Nick Van Exel, Speedy Claxton, Antoine Jameson, those days of, and dealing with, the Warriors in that old blue, that the off orange that doesn't match anything. I was there when they were really bad, and just seeing the greatness of the last 13 seasons, it felt like it all flashed in front of my face when Kerr had brought, Curry and Draymond together at the conclusion of that game. And I'm not going to lie, it made me sad because I don't think not just the NBA, but the Bay Area fans, but the world of basketball and as a whole in this country appreciate what they've done. And yeah, it's not the best ending per se if this is the end, which I don't want, but the standard has been set by the Warriors, and whether people want to attest it or not, we've never seen an era of basketball like this. And the consistency of what has been after the 14-15 season and onward has been nothing but competitiveness, championship-style basketball. And to act as if Steve Kerr, whether they're not playing well in the first quarter or not, or whatever, Steve Kerr deserves better. And he's made bad decisions, etc., said things that people don't like, that I don't like. But I'll tell you right now, when Steph Curry deserves what he wants, and that is for Steve Kerr to finish with him, that's something that Steve Kerr is more than worthy of. Because nobody in Golden State thought that Steve Kerr would bring 4 championships and 6 finals appearances to the Warriors in 2014, 2015. And now we're talking about 12 seasons later, and he's brought 4 chips, 6 finals appearances, and multiple playoff appearances. I don't know what Dunleavy has, but Dunleavy, to me, I'm just being real, he's nobody compared to Steve Kerr. And all this power he's been given, decision maker, like, yo, you are a mediocre player. You've been mediocre at best as a GM, and you're not him. You're not that guy. You're not Bob Myers. Like, I don't know what him and Lacob got going on, but there's no way you could tell. I don't care how bad Steve Kerr's been. It isn't as if the Warriors were not in the play-in/playoffs. Mike Dunleavy has done nothing productive outside of giving Jimmy Butler a huge extension. And that could be questionable, too. That's like, oh, yeah, Mike Dunleavy knows what he's doing. I don't see that. But I know Steve Kerr's a champion, man. And what we saw in that game against the Clippers, that's the heart of a champion. And whether you want to discredit Steve Kerr or not, Steve Kerr deserves to go out on his own terms with Steph and Draymond Green.
Thanks, Javi. It's a good place to end it.
Yeah. Tell us how you feel.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about when you say Steve Kerr deserves to go out with Steph and Draymond. He might, but he might not want to. Like, I don't
get that. I get he wants to.
I don't think he's chomping at the bit to get back, and that's why I think over the course of a whole season that maybe Dunleavy and Lacob just they don't think he's got his competitive fire like he used to.
Well, that's a big deal then.
And there seems to be, I'm not saying Steve Kerr's giving in, but they need, I almost think they need a guy, and maybe the time's not now. Maybe it is another year down the road, but they need a guy in here who won't just accept, well, we're on the back of a dynasty, so this thing is going to take a while. I think it's going to take a while, but you can't have somebody coaching or the GM who doesn't have a sense of urgency that they can turn it around more quickly than that. And I'm not sure Steve has that.
You know what? That's interesting, and I'll say this for that. If this were Hollywood and it was a script, and I love me some movies, Steve Kerr would ride out with Draymond Green and Steph Curry. That's how I feel. And part of me hates that Klay Thompson didn't get that opportunity. But things happen, things change, and stuff comes at us quick. But we both have spouses. If my spouse kept reminding me where I'm lacking as I'm getting older, it would irritate me. And I'm starting to really think that fading dynasty comment to Joe Lacob, regardless if it's true or not, and obviously it's true, it probably didn't hit or sit well with the guy that's put this all together for the coach to say something's fading. I'm speculating, but I'm really starting to believe his future, Steve Kerr, is not up to him, and that's why he says he doesn't know what's going to happen. But when you make comments like that, even though it's your truth, maybe the guy that's putting this together, that's kind of an insult like. fading.
Hey, if you're a Warrior fan, all right, and you want Curry, Draymond, and Kerr to ride into the sunset together, that's doable. You can take care of that this offseason. Easy. You tell Draymond to rip up his player option, and you give him 2 more years. You extend Steph Curry 1 more year, and you give Steve Kerr a 2-year deal. Then they're all up at the end of 27, 28, and at that point they can ride off into the sunset together. Now, who wants to do that? Bueller? Bueller? I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would want to do that, and that's okay. But you can do it. You want them all to end together? You can do that easily this offseason and fix it up so they're all lined up with each other.
But nobody wants Steph out of here.
Exactly. So extend him. My point is he's under contract next year, so give him another year, and then for the next 2 years, Curry, Kerr, and Draymond are under contract. Yes or no, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. You can do that. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocks that, slowing your
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
blocking the right lane there.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking for an award-winning and fuel-efficient sedan? There's a Honda for that. The Civic and Civic Hybrid. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Brandon Pajemski. And momentarily, he'll be stepping up to the podium. It's the exit interviews for all the Warriors not named Butler, Curry, or Green. Brandon Pajemski's going to talk to the media in about 5 minutes, and we'll go there right away.
And Porzingis, yeah.
And Horford's at 12:20. Is Porzingis talking? Are we going to jump? No Porzingis. No Porzingis.
Yeah. That's what you said, no Steph Dre. And I'm saying no Porzingis.
Why no Porzingis? Can you get on that, Evan? Hey, there are a lot of people out there that want the big three to ride out together.
Yeah. I'm one of them.
Okay, so are you doing what I just told you to do? It's for those that do want that, honestly, I think people are thinking I'm kidding, but I'm not. If you want the big three, Kerr, Curry, and Draymond to ride out together, it's simple, and you can take care of it all off season, and that is extend Steph in 27, 28. Maybe you can get him to take 50 million, something like that.
Yeah.
Tell Green, rip up his last year. We'll give him 2 more at 15 each. And tell Steve Kerr we'll give him $38 million over the next 2 years.
I would like that, but I'm feeling like Kerr is not wanted. And I don't want to be dramatic. I'm starting to feel like that if it were up to me, we'd get past Dre, but he's going to be here. I understand he's a lifer. So I'm really starting to think after, hearing that sound, Steve Kerr told Dre and Steph, man, like his days are numbered.
All right, so would you, if Kerr's not into it,
okay,
would you do that with Draymond and Steph then, without Kerr? Draymond and Steph for another 2 years, but they're going to have a new coach.
Yeah, I would do that. But what if I told you I don't know if Dre wants to do that? Like if he felt, because you'd be saving $9 million if you ripped it up. from the 15 he would be making, right? What'd you say, 2 for 30?
Well, he'd end up making $5 million more, but he'd be here for 2 years, not one. So you'd rip up $27 million over 1 year.
But annually he would drop.
Yeah, but he'd make more overall. But then he'd get to play 2 more years if that's what he wants.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be interesting, man.
I mean, would you be willing to sign Steph and Draymond up for 2 more years without Steve Kerr?
Yes, I would.
All right, and then who's
now? Yes, I would means that's what I believe is going to happen.
All right.
Yeah.
Then we need a new coach.
This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
I would not, and there's nothing against these guys. Stackhouse has been good to you and I in the station, but I feel like he's just a spinoff of Kerr and even Terry for that matter. So I would want them to go get their new Steve Kerr. You know, a guy that doesn't have anything to do with the organization. Do you think that could happen if that move were to happen and Steve Kerr was gone?
Say that again, Goo.
Do you think it's possible they could do a search outside of what's in the building?
I would think so.
All right.
If I know Joe Lacob, yeah. I mean, the last 2 coaches who got jobs were from outside of the organization. I don't know who you'd get to coach this team.
Think about it. Man, you got to think about life without Steph, you know? That coach.
Yeah, or you hire a coach that you only expect to be here for a couple years. And, I mean, maybe in that case.
And what scenario would that be, Stoney?
Give it to Stackhouse or Stotts.
But with an X date on it from the beginning of the marriage, huh?
Yeah, he's got 2 years to coach Curry and Butler and Draymond and whoever else is in here. And in 2 years, we'll determine whether we like him or not. Let's go to David. David's in D.C. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
David, if I cut you off, it's only because of Brandon Pajemski, and I'll get you right on afterwards. But go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Run it back. Sure. They won't win 30 games next year because the other teams won't be able to tank. And this year, that's all they ever beat were teams that were trying to lose. They were the worst team in the NBA of all the teams who were actually trying to win. As far as Steph is concerned, there's only 4 players in the NBA that I'm paying $60 million to. And unfortunately, Steph ain't one of them. We may be looking at Steph. He's still great, yeah. But this may be I'm using an analogy, the Jordan on the Wizards version of Steph, as opposed to the unanimous MVP 10 years ago Steph. And that's just the reality. Like I said last week, it's time to blow this whole thing up. Unless you want to keep being mediocre, Guru, because their record since 2022 is 172 and 153. So if you want to continue to be mediocre, sure, run it back. But if you want to take that leap and start moving and try to catch up to the OKCs, the Detroits, the San Antonios, and God forbid, the Hornets and the Hawks, then yeah, time to blow it up. Because the Warriors are worse than the Hornets and the Hawks, if you think about it. And maybe they should have kept Onsi as the GM instead of Mike Dunleavy. And I'll hang up so we can listen to Paz the Connector. Who connected them to Cancun, just like I told you guys. So
oh, man. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, David with some heat.
He dropped a mic.
With some heat.
Yeah.
Boy. All right. They didn't. What do you think when you hear that?
He's not by himself. There's a lot of sentiment in Dub Nation going around just like that. But again, the reality is we're talking about, you know, the best player arguably in the franchise ever in Steph Curry. So whatever that blank check, how many zeros Steph wants on is going to be on there. I get that. He's earned that. And then you could say, well, Goo, you're not looking at the task at hand. But I'm looking around the NBA. And he's still the number 1 selling jersey. Wednesday, he put on a show, but can he do that, you know, every other day? But the bottom line here in Warriors World this season was when Jimmy went down with the ACL, so did our hopes. And that's an indictment on the roster. And now you don't have Moody available and you don't have Jimmy. So I'm just here to see how they're going to move around the edges. But I do know the main characters are still going to be Steph Curry, Draymond Green. Now, Steve Kerr, I don't know, and I am curious to see how this plays out. But, I mean, you're not moving the chef. You're just not. I don't believe. And it starts and ends there.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're moving the chef either. The question is, are you extending him? And if so, for how much money? And that's going to be so tricky to my way of thinking. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are saying, well, whatever Steph asked for, he's worth.
Right.
And
they're writing that now.
He is. If we're talking about things outside of being a basketball player, he's no longer a $62 million player. And that's okay. You could probably get him for 40 or 50, but he's got to have some teammates who can hold up. Problem is if he has teammates that can hold up, then he's got to hold up. And Butler's got to hold up.
Well, yeah,
and Draymond's got to hold up.
And they didn't hold up this year.
Exactly. And so my question always is can you really just expect that they will next year? 888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Podziemski is going to be talking to the media momentarily, and when he jumps on the mic, we will pick it up. We'll have Pods talking in a few minutes, and then we'll jump in and hear what Al Horford has to say. They'll probably ask Pods about him being eligible for a contract extension.
No doubt.
That ought to get Dub Nation all fired up. And Al Horford, of course, with the player option on his deal, will he take it, or will he ride off into the sunset, or will he want to play for another team next year?
I know it's been a week, but what grade did you end up getting, Pods?
One more time?
What was the grade you gave him, Pods, on the season?
Like a B, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think that was me. You gave him a C+. I think I gave him a B. And you gave him a C+.
Yeah, you're wrong, because I have my grades written right here.
Do you see it?
Yeah, he got a B from me.
Or did I give him an A?
I don't know what you... Yeah, you probably gave him an A.
Yeah,
you gave a lot of A's.
Now, please stop. 3.
More A's for a 37-win team than any 37-win team in history.
Him and Guy, I gave A's. And Peyton.
All right. All right, I'll take a call here because Pods has been pushed back like 5 minutes. So we'll 5 or 6 minutes. Let's go to Kevin in Louisiana. Wants to talk about the future. Hey, Kevin, how are you, buddy?
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
When asked about Pods, and Steve Kerr says he makes it make sense, that's what threw me for a loop with Steve Kerr and Pods. He makes it make sense. How? You know what I'm saying? So the pieces, they have pieces there. The Warriors are a defensive power forward and a defensive small forward away from where they need to be. When they won in 2022, they had 2 people on the team that really made a difference, that we had. And the center that went back to Lithuania or wherever he went. But we didn't have that much to contribute to Steph. Because Kuminga and those guys, only one to really contribute on a regular basis was Poole.
Yeah.
Pods is not Poole. He's not even Jordan Poole. So the last caller, he was correct. When Steve said he makes it make sense, how does he make it make sense? Podziemski has his good points. He has good points. He's coming off the bench. You can use him. Great. But he's not a starting guard. They feast on him. Other teams look forward to playing him. They can't hide him. Like I said, Pods got good points. He's a hustler. He's good on driving a charge. But when he goes to the basket to make a move, they don't respect him. Defenses don't worry about him. That's why he was able to blitz Steph so much. The last 2 games, they blitzed the hell out of Steph, and they didn't even put Steph in or nobody else to help him. That was crazy. But I'll go ahead and get off and let you guys go ahead and tell me what you think.
All right, Kevin, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I couldn't agree more. I mean, I like Pods, but he's playing too much, and he's got too big of a role on this team, and that happens. with teams that don't have enough talent.
No doubt.
Then guys who should be slotted into certain roles have to try to expand their roles, and that usually comes with more inefficiency.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we grab Pods, without any changes right now, I would just tell the Pods haters to get ready for his role to increase or damn near be the same because, now I'm kind of doing a disservice to my thought because a lot could pop off. But right now it looks like he's solidified, and I'm telling you, man, I'm not saying it's the right decision, but I feel like he's eligible to get re-up his deal. I think that could happen this offseason. I know they could wait.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to treat him like Poole or are they going to treat him like Kuminga? Do they give him a big deal when he's eligible or do they say, you got to wait? And why didn't the Warriors give Kuminga that deal at the time they could have? Is it because at that point he was asking for way too much money? If he truly were asking for a $150 that year, then maybe that's why the Warriors said we're tabling it. So if Pods asked for something ridiculous, I would think that the Warriors may do the same thing and just say, we'll hold on.
Well, how much more of $15 million is Pods worth to you, or is he that, or I'm just using the Moody deal?
He's around Moody, probably a little higher because he'll end up signing it a few years after Moody signed his. I don't know. I don't know what you can get Pods for.
Yeah, it's going to be curious. It's going to be interesting to see.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is more Steve Kerr talking about what he may do or what he may not do.
Time for new blood and new ideas and all that. And if that's the case, then I will be just nothing but grateful for the most amazing opportunity any person could have to coach this franchise in front of our fans in the Bay and to coach Steph Curry, to coach Dre, the whole group. So it may still go on. It may not. I don't know at this point, but we all need to step away a little bit and then reconvene.
Yeah, you know what? The only thing we're not hearing is I want to be back. I want to coach this team. And I feel like the reason he doesn't want to say, I want to coach this team, is because he knows that it's not all his decision. Man. I don't think it's all his decision right now. I think they're going to talk about some stuff, and I think that it's going to come down to whether Steve Kerr thinks Lacob and maybe to a lesser extent Dunleavy are being realistic with the situation that they're in right now.
I hear you. When do you think that changed? Because coming into this season, I thought, man, that's weird. But we had been here before with Steve Kerr coaching in the last season, and then the deal came. Do you think anything changed in regard to how good or bad the team was from a Joe Lacob standpoint?
Yeah, I think something changed.
Thing?
Yeah, I mean, there were times all year long where it just didn't seem like Kerr was his normal self. I do think that there is. He does say things that probably rankle ownership when he talks about the team and how mortal it is at this stage of their careers. But he's been through it 3 times, and he knows what this looks like. And maybe that's the reason not to have him coach this team, because he knows how hard this is. And, in a way, I don't think Joe Lacob wants to hear it. Because that's who Joe Lacob is. Joe Lacob wants to be the first team to have back-to-back dynasties somehow with only 3 years between them. And Steve Kerr probably thinks that's unrealistic. Let's go to Shane. Shane's in Richmond. Hey, Shane, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Nice. First of all, I just want to say shout out to 95.7 The Game. You guys do a great job every day.
Thank you.
Well, let me just say, man, there's literally no future right now for the Warriors, and I think people's eyes get covered up by all the wins and the championships in the past and stuff like that, but no one is never ready for the rebuild. This is a major rebuild we're going through right now, and I understand it a lot, but at the end of the day, I don't see us winning no championships no time soon, and I'll take it. We just need better players, and we need consistent players. Until then, I don't see us winning anything. And that's just my opinion. And I hopefully Steph Curry gets some rest on the offseason because he needed to be ready for next year again. So we'll see, man. I'm just kicking back, so everybody might as well kick back on the couch, grab a beer, flip through channels, and watch something else because it's just not going our way. And you know, hey, shout out to the Warriors at the end of the day. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Shane. Appreciate you. This is Draymond Green from the Draymond Green Show. And he released this today. This is more on what he thinks about what's going to happen with Kerr.
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and like he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
Like you and I saying we don't think Kerr's coming back, that's one thing, you know. But a guy instrumental in this dynasty and has been with this guy for a decade, for him to feel it and say it on his podcast as Draymond Green, like that's heavy to me. And I'm sure he's privy to way more than you and I just on the inner goings or what's going on with management. But it seems like something's going on with management.
Yeah,
Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it's like I said, I thought a few months back he was gone. More recently, I thought, feels like he may stay.
Right.
And now, I guess if I had to bet, I don't think he's going to be back. And that is the one. That, to me, means more than anything that's been written or said by anybody. And that's Draymond Green says, I think not.
Man.
He doesn't think he's going to be back. Draymond Green.
Yeah, and he knows Steve Kerr.
So throw in, I just wrote down some things. Kerr's status, Curry's extension, Draymond Green, player option, Podzemski, contract extension, Horford, player option, Porzingis, free agent, Melton, free agent, and now maybe at the top of the list is you got to find a coach.
Yep. And it's fast. Or I say fast just in regard to Steve and the Warriors making that decision to let us know if he's here or he's gone.
Yeah. So we're going to find out what happens. I think sooner rather than later. I can't imagine the Warriors want to let the Kerr situation linger one way or the other. I mean, I do think on the one hand, the timing doesn't matter, but on the other hand, I think they probably want to get some kind of finality sooner rather than later, going into the draft and going into free agency and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I don't, like I said, I'm on record saying I wouldn't mind Kerr back, but man, I would love to see and yearn for what would change and what would be different under, new toolage from a new head coach.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors eliminated on Friday by the Phoenix Suns. They lose 111-96. And today, a lot of Warrior players are having their exit interviews with the media over at Chase Center. We're going to be bringing them to you when Pods comes to the podium. We're going to take him. When Al Horford comes to the podium, we'll take him. Pods will probably be up on the other side. He was supposed to talk around 11:30, and now it's 11:40, so maybe some other guys had a lot to say. But 888-957-9570. You saw the highs of the Warriors on Wednesday. You saw the lows on Friday, and how we feeling Monday as we head into the offseason, as the Warriors move forward and get a little older, Goo. Yeah. A little older. Hey, the third annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming up on Monday, April 27th. That's next Monday, people. That's a week from today. And Goo and I are going to be out at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We're going to be out there broadcasting live. I think we got some guys playing in the event. So it's going to be a fun day out there next Monday at the Agape Charity Golf Tournament. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance, and all proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. So if you want to play in this tournament or you want to be a sponsor, go to the Agape Charity Golf site. It's agapecharitygolf.com, where you can sign up to sponsor or be a player. The number here is 888-957-9570. And how the Warriors going to attack this offseason. They've got a lot of questions. We're talking about it on the other side. But what do you think is going to happen with Steve Kerr? Seems like at the very least there's a lot of uncertainty. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Internet work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online online 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. That's SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
In San Jose, clouds, afternoon showers, high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I thought everybody be in a little better mood today.
What you mean?
Because of Norm. It's all that matters.
Well, he was hoping they won Friday from his bed, but they didn't.
Well, I could pose.
Go ahead.
Okay, so would you rather the Warriors have won?
Oh, stop coming right. No, come on. That's a no contest. But, I mean, man, what do you do, man? What do you do? And you're not going to like this.
It's rehab time. We're talking about Norm, right?
I'm still holding on to Wednesday night, man.
Good for you. That'll last all summer if you want.
It can. Yeah, sure. I can prorate it, but where do you go from here? And it starts with the head coach. I mean, like, do you understand just the gravity of Draymond, what you just played before the break? Him now saying, I don't think he's coming back. Something's going on. And it could all be love, but at the end of the day, it's just, you know what? The owner wants to go in a different direction. But it feels that way now. And I told you when we sat down with them a couple weeks ago, I felt there was a finality, the tone in his voice, the look in his eye. But it was before this. And to sit there and grab two players and say, I don't know what's going to happen, leads me and the nation to believe, well, you're not in control of it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's on my mind.
Yeah.
Let's say, like Friday night, what time did it tip off on Friday?
About 7. Well, I was upset. It got to us on Prime. It was 10-2.
Oh.
We missed buckets.
So if, let's say tip-off was about 7.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Steph had his Coachella tickets before that game started last Friday?
Well, we're talking about millionaires.
No, I know.
With the world at their disposal.
I'm just wondering.
So,
do you think he had Coachella hanging over his head?
I'm uncomfortable with the conversation.
Why?
Who cares you do after?
Because I thought that, you were the guy.
Tell me.
Okay, so
Sirianni cried during the national anthem.
Let's get this straight.
I didn't like. Yeah.
Who were the 49ers? When they lost that Super Bowl, they went to a party and you hated it.
Right.
Steph Curry's been eliminated, and the next day he's partying at Coachella. I'm just saying, I thought you might have a problem with it, but I guess not.
And I found out that Niner party later was scheduled. So I get it. You just got to go in your room and, cry.
What if he would have gone to Coachella if they'd have won?
He was the reason they were playing in that game Friday anyway.
What do you mean?
What he did Wednesday.
Oh, you're dismissing the 40 games he missed during the regular season.
That hurt.
I got you. Veggie says they can get a ticket anytime. I'll bet you they can too.
I mean, who was do you know what? Did your daughters go? Any of your daughters participate?
Coachella?
Yeah.
No. That's for old people.
I don't even know an
act. For guys your age and mine.
I don't even know an act that was performing.
Justin Bieber. I think that's who Curry was seeing. Seriously. I'm being serious. Right, Evan?
Evan, is that Justin's old material from way back?
Curry saw Justin Bieber on Saturday, right?
He did, yeah. He was headlining at Coachella on Saturday.
Evan, I guess I'm asking, I was a Beaver fan. What, this is old stuff, or does Justin have something the last couple of years, bangers that I don't know about?
Well, he came out with a new album recently.
So, hello?
But I'm sure he did play a lot of his older stuff.
All right.
I've seen him.
How was he?
It's incredible. Quite frankly.
Name a Justin Bieber song.
I can't. He was just really good in concert.
Where'd you see him?
I think
he was that good,
I
huh?
think it was the arena. It was either Chase or the old place.
Sounds memorable.
I believe you.
I might be getting him mixed up with somebody else. No, I saw Justin Bieber.
Do you know when you saw him?
It must have been 10 years ago.
Stop, man.
So he was like barely an adult?
Yeah, I took my
You went to go see the Biebs?
with my daughters, yeah.
Well,
okay.
now
With
I'm
two of my
believing you.
daughters.
All right, now I'm believing you.
Yeah. It was great. You just, what you do is, you just keep the daughters in the arena, then you go up to the, to the concession stand, and
CPS,
that's where you see all the parents.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who's been hanging in there? Oh, boy. Coach in Vallejo.
Our man.
I know. We got to get Kuminga back. And then we got to get this thing rolling again.
Kuminga's in the playoffs, Steiny, so we can, he's busy.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny, you got me cracking up here. That was funny. That was funny. But, here's what I want to say about the Warriors, and hopefully the last, since it's all over with, mercifully. Number one, not only do they not have very talented players, these players have no charisma. They don't even connect with the fans. And Goo, you know what? Despite, say even if you like Porzingis' game, say if you like what he's doing, his personality is what people don't like.
No, I figured that out. Yeah, I figured that out.
Yeah, they don't like his cockiness. They don't like his hair flopping around like Reggie Bullock or somebody. They don't like that type of stuff. So they like the clean-cut, conservative Steph Curry type of guy, okay? That's the Bay Area type of athlete. Deshaun Livingston, Andre Iguodala type, Harrison Barnes. So not only are they not good enough, they don't have the personality. He's good, but he's not a starter, and he's quiet, okay? Kuminga brought flair. Even if you didn't like his game, he brought flair and excitement. That's what the fans need, excitement and talent. They're devoid of both. And you know what? Mike Dunleavy is you're talking about a dull guy. Mike Dunleavy is super dull. Kerr, super dull. We need some excitement back in the Bay Area. That's why I'm more of an Athletics fan than I am a Giants fan. The Athletics are fun.
They're Sacramento. That's no Bay Area.
Yeah, I hear you, Coach,
That's
on
not
that,
the Bay
though.
Area.
I hear you on that.
You're watching Kurtz and Butler and Denzel Clark making those plays out there. So who do the Giants have? I mean, come on. You got Devers, who's 108 years old. You got Fat Devers. That's who you got. So anyway, I think the Warriors need to get them some more flair and some more talent.
You know what?
They need to get the most exciting player in the draft. They really do.
You know what, Coach? I just got an idea.
What'd he do?
So he said Kuminga's got flair. What do you think about this nickname for Kuminga? Tchotchke.
What does that mean? I don't know.
Tchotchkes. They're little pins. They're called flair, like that you wear on your lapels. Like when you have 18 buttons, they say you have flair, and they're called tchotchkes. They're these little tchotchkes are little things that really don't mean anything, but they're there.
Not your best work.
You've never seen one of the greatest movies of all time, Office Space?
Who's in it?
Jennifer Aniston.
Oh, my girl.
But she doesn't have a big part.
Wow.
But she works at a TGI Fridays place, and they all wear tchotchkes, which sparkles up their uniform, but yet it's really just still a fast food chain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the tchotchkes, they give it flair.
I'll tell.
Charisma, if you will.
Well, flair in my book was a move when we break dance, and that's when you open your legs up and spin on your back, Stoney, and you keep going. But I'll say this to Coach in Vallejo. He got it wrong from this standpoint. My flair is I want the dudes on the court in the starting five to have the flair. My coach and GM can be bumps on a pickle, and sometimes it's better that way. And I'm just saying, Coach and Vallejo wasn't calling and saying that about Kerr and the GM when we had Durant, when we had Sizzle, and we had all that Steakum, and we were cooking with grease. So it's about the players, and I'm just wondering how they're going to navigate getting some better talent in here. But what truly has me excited, until the day does come and go, the night of the lottery, I just feel like something's going to go the Warriors' way, and we're going to come in here, and it's going to be a game changer.
You know, as good as it would be to move up, I don't know that it would be necessarily a huge game changer. Like, so do you anticipate if the Warriors were to move up into the top 4 and they take somebody, you envision that player
top 7 rotation, like top 7 or 8. He would we'd get Will Richard on steroids.
Okay. And then, all right. So you don't expect that guy to bring you a championship in the Curry era?
No. Well, hey, I'm watching, but again, you know me, and I'm like, Coach, we want something to look forward to. And that's why, say what you want, the Kuminga thing debacle was just another reality check of if you were pro or anti-Kuminga. He was something for the future that is now gone, and to be honest, has not been replaced in a hope standpoint. This new draft person is hopefully it's a top 5 pick or top 3, whatever. It's not top 1, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I remember talking. Maybe you weren't here when it was Thursday or Friday.
I wasn't.
No, I don't know. What was it? It was a. Can't I think of the name? I can't think of the name.
I turned it on when you snitched on me.
No, it's the crossover. I couldn't even remember the crossover.
Our guys.
And I'm with. If the Warriors were sitting with Jordan Poole and Kuminga right now, you wouldn't feel better about the future.
Well, that's kind of unfair, and I think I was here when Willard said that, or they were on remote. The bottom line is there were junctures where I felt hella good about both players. But now it's easy for you to say once the dust is settled,
well, that's
and one dude got hit in the face and career ruined, and the other got traded, still playing in the office. You know, it's kind of easy to say that, but the best part about those two players was, well, not Poole, because Poole looked like he was about to take the mantle as far as he could take it to where we could be excited about him. But those are both those guys are gone.
Yeah, I mean, now looking back, I don't. Like Poole was great in 2022.
Oh, Steiny, man.
Kuminga had his ups and downs here.
Yes, he did.
The bottom line is if they would both still be here and we were saying, well, they're going to be here after Steph, I'm sorry, I don't think we'd be saying, boy, they got a nice 1-2 punch after Curry leaves. I don't see it. They right now they're two. Poole's a marginal player, and Kuminga's not where he needs to be yet.
And Pods is playing too much.
Exactly. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Big Smoothie in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, Smoothie.
Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
Hey, that didn't age well on Wednesday.
No, he didn't. He was hitting. Yes, he did.
Hey, but you can see where he got hurt on Wednesday. I saw it, and I was like, oh, man. And you can see Steph a little hobbled. But anyway, I'm thankful for Wednesday. Wednesday made Friday a lot easier to digest. It's okay. I'm hearing Willie Green. I wouldn't mind Terry Shots. I mean, they're going to get somebody who knows how to use Steph. They're not going to they're not going to bring in a whole new system. So it's going to be a guy who's familiar with Steph, and that's fine. At this point, man, I personally, in a perfect world, would love to see Porzingis, Jimmy Butler, Steph, Draymond, and Big Al. I would love to see that. I don't know if it's possible.
I think it's happening.
But I would love to see that.
Yep.
I would love to see it now. And they're going to get a good pick, man. This draft is loaded. 11, 12, 13. You're going to get a good pick. Now, again, don't know about you guys, but I'm not super confident in our talent evaluation. I mean, Will Richard was a good pick. I'm good with that. Will Richard was a good pick. But I agree with you, Steiny, man. We're looking at, first of all, let me say this. Jalen Green, man, hats off, brother. If you go back and look at some of them shots he was hitting, he balled out. Now, let me ask you this. Is that what was Poole? Was Poole supposed to be Jalen Green? Is that what people were thinking, that Poole would be Jalen Green? Jalen Green, hey, hats off, man. We humiliated him last year. He comes back. He's not over anxious. He balled out. And he single-handedly, in my opinion, won that game.
It's incredible.
He won that game.
Smoothie. It's incredible. Yep. The Warriors arguably got him traded off his last team with how bad he was in this personally in the series last year against the Rockets, but never when he was on the Rockets, but never in a million years, Steiny, would I thought he would throw up the 3-8 Magnum on us. Never.
What? Like, why? Do you think he was garbage?
No, I'm a fan, 36. I'm a fan, but I thought he had Warrioritis. I just thought the side of the Warriors jersey and, that series just being last year and he hadn't played a full season. He was dealing with some stuff, but he definitely went out there and reminded everybody, and mainly the Warriors, just how good he is. Like, man.
Who could guard him?
I'm being honest. Nobody.
Who can guard him next year?
But Moses Moody before he got hurt. Just to make it more difficult. So I did think about Moody when I was watching my man go for 36. And maybe Moody couldn't have stopped him. He would have gave him the business. But he looked like he was at open gym in Fresno. Like, I got this. I'm getting to where I want to go. I might miss it. And then I'm hitting from deep. Steiny, 8 of 14 from 3. He was comfortable.
Don Dada, Steiny, you called him garbage. Oh, no, I didn't. I had him in my draft.
What draft?
With Evan. Evan and I drafted. I had to take him. And the reason I took Jalen Green is because Jalen Green, if he didn't play great, the Suns still could have won that game on another night.
Yeah.
Here's the thing when I look at a guy like Jalen Green, and I know that he can be good and bad.
Right.
The Warriors don't have a player who can score 36 like he just did. They're like, Pods can't do it. Moody can't do it. None of their younger
at one point could do it.
Okay, well.
I got you.
I mean, this guy went 8 for 14 from 3-point range.
Man.
He was 14 for 20 from the floor. And, like, the beauty is, like, he only played 30 games this year for him.
Yeah.
And so, like, Houston last year had to rely on him more than the Phoenix Suns do this year.
Man.
And so when he has a game like that, they're going to be tough to beat.
Now, what about the sentiment from some Warrior fans? I don't agree with because we don't know if it would have played out. But yesterday we saw it was blowout outside of Orlando upsetting Detroit. Do you feel any better or relief that the Warriors weren't handed an L in game one of the game that they wouldn't have been prepared for because it was on short notice? Did that make you feel any better? Because I would have rather saw the Warriors just play a playoff game and get ready for game 2, even if they would have lost by 20. And that's why Friday kind of hurt.
I don't think they would have played anybody on Sunday, yesterday, against the Oklahoma City Thunder had they won that game. Let's go to Binker Bryant in Foster City. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
Happy Monday.
Hey. Yep.
Hey, so, quick question. If you guys talking about Steve Kerr maybe potentially leaving, if he does end up stepping away, who out there is worthy enough to coach Stephen Curry's potential final season and still keep the Warriors at a championship level? Like, I mean, there's like Michael Malone. I mean, I don't know, Chris Quinn, or hell, maybe even Mark Jackson. I don't know, full circle moment, but just, who do you think is worthy enough to fulfill those two? Basically, is what we're looking for, right? If Steve Kerr was to step down, that'd be my biggest concern.
All right,
who can help Curry really still be good and still take it to the champ, at least have a chance to win something.
Well, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, and Malone's in North Carolina.
and he may have said it by accident, but he said, who do we get to keep the Warriors at a championship level?
I was going to jump
come on.
Saying that ship has sailed.
To me, a Stackhouse or a Stotts makes some sense.
But then you're looking at it through the 2-year prism. I don't like that. I want to get my new Kerr that's going to be here, during Curry, what's left, and then after.
I don't know who that guy is.
Sam Cassell. I was watching him like, man, is he going to get an interview?
Maybe. I don't know.
I was ready for you, but you eased up. You didn't. I was like, what you got to get Sam? I'm just saying.
Okay, Sam Cassell. His name's been brought up a couple times here and there. But no, if Steph's going to be around for another 2 years, I don't know that there's a coach you can hire who you could say, well, let's get somebody for the last couple of years at Curry, and then that same guy will be perfect for after Curry.
I feel you on that. But it might be what you have to do.
I want to play this from Draymond Green because I got a theory here that I want to run by some Warrior fans. This is Draymond Green. He's got a player option. He can either become a free agent or he can just play under next year's 27. We got pods? Okay. We got pods on 95.7 The Game. Exit interview from Chase.
And everything.
I don't know. I think you hear it, but it doesn't change who you are as a person or the things you try to provide for the team. Obviously, like I said before, a lot of it is self-inflicted. So can't really do much on that end, but just be a positive light for my teammates and show up for them each and every night.
Do you feel like you kind of learned some things from that experience?
Yeah, I do. I definitely did. There's goods and bads to everything, but I definitely, sometimes you need to go through some stuff to figure some things out, and so I think that's kind of what happened to me with that kind of stuff.
Brandon, obviously, Draymond and Steph talked after the last game about Steve and his future. What has he meant for you in your first 3 seasons being coached by him?
Yeah, definitely full of gratitude. He gave me a big opportunity that, most young guys don't get. And so definitely thankful on that end. But I think Steph said it best, just whatever makes him happy, whatever he wants to do, whatever brings joy to him at this point in his life, that's what we're here to do. Obviously, we would love to have him back. But if his happiness takes him otherwhere, that's his choice.
And with the contract extension, was that something that was ever on your mind during the season? How easy was it to ignore that and just let that be what it is?
I think it's pretty easy to just put by the wayside. Just when you think about it coming into the year, if you do at all, you realize the next summer is so far away and there's so much in between that has to go on. That if you live and die by that each and every game, it goes like this. And so for me, I just let my agent and my group handle that and just go out there and try to put my best foot forward every night and just continuously try to get better.
Did Jonathan's situation last summer have any kind of influence on wanting to get a deal done now and wanting to avoid restricted free agency at all?
I think both seeing him and Moses do two different things for me helped just seeing the goods and bads to both sides. I don't think, one's better than the other. But seeing that as a teammate and seeing how they handle both situations, I think it's going to help me.
Hey, Brandon, how much do you think growth there was by some of the young guys? Quentin was in here earlier and Guy just forced into bigger roles with so many injuries and the starting lineup changing almost every night. I mean, it just gave people a chance to be put into some key situations. And I know that Guy kind of tried to find a positive in that growth, despite some tough moments.
Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of alluding to when I said it's kind of a blessing. Obviously, we don't want nobody to be out via injury, but it put us in positions that if everyone was healthy, we probably wouldn't have gotten. And I think when you look at long-term success, I think it's going to help us down the road. Like you mentioned, Guy, him stepping up, I think me being pushed and put into a situation that I probably wouldn't have been in, and seeing different things from different defenses, different defenders. I think it helps us all in the long run, especially when we're all healthy all together.
How much do you think that experience that we're talking about without, a bunch of the key guys kind of put you in position to thrive in March and April?
I think it was very critical. I think the month of February for me, I just learned a lot. I was seeing a lot of different things I haven't seen at all yet in the league, and going through those, setbacks, failures, losing helped me in the month of March and April, and in the playing games of just taking the bull by the horns in the moment and being successful.
What's the next step for you in your development this summer? What do you want to work on in the offseason?
Yeah, there's a bunch of things we can talk about. I think if you just look at things from a whole, guys who take leaps or take that next step, the two common factors are their three-point attempts go up and their drives to the rim go up. And naturally with that, you get fouled more, you get to the free throw line, makes you more efficient. I think Jimmy's a case in point of that. Shoots, 7, 8 free throws a game. So it makes it a lot easier, and it calms the team down. I think towards the end of the year, I was able to find that a little bit, getting fouled a lot more and just learning the nuances of the game, how it's officiated and stuff like that. And so just continuing to be more efficient, more effective on both ends of the ball.
Paz, obviously there's a lot of time between now and October and whenever decision is made. In your initial conversations with Mike, though, do you get the sense that they're open to getting something done as well?
We didn't talk about it. We just kind of talked about the season. We talked about the goods, the bads, what he was impressed with, especially towards the back half. But I know when that time comes, I know him and my agent, Bill, will take care of it.
To follow on that, you mentioned the month of February being a critical month for you. Obviously, a big spike in production down the stretch. What did you find? What were you seeing in March and April that allowed you to, have the success and the efficiency that you had?
Yeah, I think the opportunities I was given in February allowed me to take advantage of those in March and April. Like I said, getting downhill more, getting fouled more, it makes things a lot easier. Basketball's a game of rhythm, and so when you're able to establish a rhythm at the free throw line, it helps in all facets of your game. And so just being able to take that, understand that there was no Steph, no Jimmy, and the load has to be dispersed throughout a bunch of guys, and me just trying to lead that and show other guys that it's possible to do stuff like that.
Brandon, in what ways did you feel the difference between play-in games and regular season games? Even though play-in games, quote-unquote, are not playoff games, the intensity obviously goes up. What difference did you feel?
It's a lot different. We just played in 2 Game 7s back-to-back, win or go home. So the intensity is obviously a lot different. The quality of opponent is probably a lot different. But I think it's just the mindset, the locked in you got to be to win those games. Obviously, we didn't win Friday in Phoenix, but, playing games are none different than playoff games, and I treat them as such.
And you mentioned something about how some of the outside noise is self-inflicted. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I think some of the comments that I said early on, wanting to be better than Steph, things like that. Obviously, anybody would want to be better than Steph. I know I'm not going to be better than Steph. He's the only person that can be Steph. And so for me, it's just having that confidence, but understanding that I'm just trying to be the best version of Brandon Podziemski I can be. And wherever that kind of takes me in this career I have, that's where it's going to go.
And do you root for the the Santa Clara guys that are in the playoffs?
Absolutely. Love to see Jalen succeed. Hopefully he can win another championship, go back-to-back. It does nothing but good things for our program and the Bay Area. So, wishing him the best.
Just where are you at health-wise? How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. Feel like I can keep playing. I prepared that way if we were in a series against OKC right now. So I feel like I could play another 82. I feel great. So the lessons I've learned from injuries, from surgeries, have helped me through this year and hopefully beyond this.
How nice would that be to have an offseason where you're not worrying about 2 surgeries and getting your body right and be able to rest, heal up, and do what you need to do?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think having those surgeries and having to take time off, being forced to take time off, I think allowed me to play 82 games this year. I think if I approached it similar to I did after my first year, I think there would have been a little bit of a burnout, and I would have maybe had an injury or two here and missed some games. But being forced to take time off and understanding my body, I think I really learned that sometimes less is more in those areas. And so I'm going to kind of take that similar approach that I did last summer and this summer.
This is a bigger picture question, but I remember when you were a rookie, you said that you never wanted to play in the play-in again.
Yeah.
How can you avoid that as someone who has more of a prominent role in this team, who is more of a leader going into year 4 now? How can you avoid the play-in?
Yeah, I think for us, we just look at it as 2 segments. The segment before we get Jimmy and Mo back, and the segment when we get them back. And, how can we win games before that comes? And then, obviously, the hope, organizationally, is that we're going to have the same success we did when Jimmy first got here, when they come back. And so, for me, having a more prominent role, Guy having a more prominent role alongside Steph, how do we find ways to win games? Because, personal success down the stretch for me and Guy is nice, but, it takes you so far when you're losing. And so, for me, it's just going to be tuning in on those nuanced details of how we can win games. Thanks, guys.
All righty. That was Brandon Podziemski. That was his exit interview with the media. And for what seems like the umpteenth time, he said, I probably shouldn't have said what I said about Curry.
Got to give it to him.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that aren't going to give him a break.
Well, I'm going to give him credit because, he's reflecting and self-reflecting, and damn it, he's saying it. How many times now? It feels like 1,000 that he would walk it back if he could. But, I'm looking at the Warriors record, who was worse than the Sacramento Kings after the All-Star break. And you tell me what you do with this. What? They were 8-19, I believe. But the fact that Pods was the leader of the team, is that a Pods problem? And am I being unfair, just kind of crunching the numbers, saying, okay, yeah, he was the lead guy and he was the most consistent, but they were 8-19. How would you put that through the Steiny computer, or am I being unfair to him?
No, if he's one of your 2 best players, you're not very good. If he's playing without Steph and he's playing without Butler, and then he's got to be, I know there are a lot of people that don't think he's very good, but when Curry doesn't play and when Porzingis sits and when Butler's out, he's one of the best players on the team. And that's a problem because he's not that player right now.
Bad hombre, my guy in the chat. Guru, you hype Pods up too much. No, I don't. I'm just telling you, I appreciate a guy that can put the ball on the floor in the NBA and create his own shot. The Warriors lack a lot of guys that can do that. So in dire times, even with the chef, I saw Podziemski bail the Warriors out. So give the dude a break. That's all I'm asking. I'm not telling you he's top tier. I'm telling you, bad hombre, he's playing too much. But don't tell me he's not an NBA player. And, Coach, I love you. You talked about the look. And I get you, but what are we talking about? The dude can play ball on this level, and I'm going to leave you with this in regard to Pods. I know they can wait to pay him. An extension is coming soon for him. New money is coming towards him soon, this offseason. Put that in the cap.
Oh, you hear that, E?
Put it in the cap.
Goo says Pods is...
Didn't say want.
He said Pods is you said put it in the cap.
Yeah,
he's going to he's going to get paid.
Yeah, but you said want. Like I'm rooting.
No, he said it's going to happen.
Yeah, there we go.
Pods is getting paid.
This offseason. Okay. That's my prediction.
All right.
From what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Now, I do wonder if Kerr is gone, does that take a hit? Nah. Coach said he was going to be an all-star a few years ago. The owner. Remember that?
Oh, I remember it. What was I going to say? I can't remember.
While you do that, let me get this off because I've been out a couple of days. So you're telling me Jason Tatum can come back from this injury and look as good as he does for coming back so soon, and then we go and move mountains, it feels like, and bring in Jimmy Butler, and then the second season that we get with Jimmy Butler, he goes down with the ACL that's going to go into next year, and Steph develops runner's knee. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, and Tatum gets hurt, and he's already back. that's what takes guys longer to get healthy when they're older. Let's go to when are we out here? 25E, 25. Roxy. Actually, we'll hold off on Roxy for a second. I got a theory.
All right, you've been saying.
I got a theory, and it involves Draymond Green. This is Draymond Green after the loss to Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not retiring from basketball, though. I still love to play. I think I'm still pretty decent. But this league we're in it's an interesting one, and it's one that you don't really control everything. So, for me, I hope I've done enough to still be here. Because at the end of the day, if I ain't done enough, I don't want to be here. I don't, like I've told y'all before, I don't ever want we just going to keep him around because what he's done before. Like, what can I still do? And by the way, that's not just playing, right? Like, that's leadership, that's helping bring the young guys along, that's helping move the organization forward. Like,
see, I think something's going on with Draymond.
Man, please go ahead. I don't want to interrupt because I got something, but
okay,
your theory.
You
like, where was that 4 years ago? And you're talking like a guy that doesn't have a player option. It's not you control it. You are Janet Jackson. So miss me with this I might not be around crap. You're not going anywhere right now.
That's where I disagree now. I disagree. So he acted when word came out that the Giannis thing was going on.
Right.
And obviously the Kawhi thing had going on. I did feel like, man, Draymond's really bothered by this. And I'm starting to think that Dunleavy is absolutely open to trying to move Draymond Green if he can. And Draymond is drawing his line in the sand right now, saying, I want to be back with the Golden State Warriors. So what Draymond's saying is, and we all knew this, I'm not ripping up my last year and retiring. That's never, that's out of the question. So, okay. So where are we from there? Well, I'd love to retire here. Okay. But I might want to play after this year. Well, we're not sure. Like, I think Green,
and that bothers him?
Dunleavy, I think Green feels like Dunleavy is more open to moving him than Bob Myers ever was, or that he sees that it's a possibility. And I don't think he wants to play for another team, but I think he feels like there might be some sentiment in the front office to move off him. And he doesn't, and I think it hurts him a little bit.
Dude, that's a theory. I like it. And we out of here?
No.
I do have to tell you this. It makes what Mike Dunleavy tried to do when he tried to put the ketchup back in the bottle at the deadline and say Dre was never shopped. Regardless of what you think of that, the bottom line is why I appreciate Draymond Green's sound there is Draymond, he didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. He acted, he reacted, told his spouse, talked to it with his son, his kids, about the possibility that daddy was on the block. So regardless of what Mike D said was popping off, Draymond felt like he could have and might have been moved. And you are right. We're talking about a titan, a warrior, no pun intended. And, his, what word am I looking for? Stoney took a little hit. His ego. Just the fact that, the team that he's balled out for could be looking to move him.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to read this text on the other side because I noticed the same thing, but I'll get to that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Spring is warming up, but is your body ready? If you're ready to lose unwanted weight and feel your best, it starts with the right combination of GLP-1 medication and real clinician care. Because here's the truth, where you get your prescription matters. At Jumpstart MD, you get expert-guided weight loss with affordable plans designed for real, lasting results. Don't wait to feel confident this summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right. Jimmy Butler was there Friday. And hopefully he'll be back sooner rather than later next year.
Yeah, well, sports can wait. Like, what just transpired during the break is every time I think I know you and I appreciate you, you do something that just blows my mind. Evan comes in as you leave. Yep. The door's closed, so it's just Evan and I.
Right, I'm getting water.
Having a moment, bonding.
Yep.
You have no earthly idea what we're talking about, what subject is being broached.
Right.
And you come in and interrupt the conversation first.
Actually, I didn't, but go.
Okay, and then second, look to Evan as if I'm not in the room and say, you don't confide in me anymore.
I walked in.
Why does he talk? I'm his brother as well.
You're the only one on my side here. Carter, I walked in and I heard Guru say something like, well, I get you, buddy. Hang in there. And I thought, you know what? Evan doesn't confide in me anymore. He just doesn't. It's fine.
But how do you make something like that about you?
Because you would never say that unless
You're the selfish one. No. You're really this. It's all about you, how you fit in.
Yeah, and I don't.
It was about
and I don't
Evan.
fit in. I get it.
You just had 2 days with him, so I don't know.
No, we know how Evan feels about tough love. He's gonna go run to you first.
Oh, that's pretty good. Hey, real quick, did you guys fight over the 2 days?
No.
On air.
We don't fight when you're not here.
That is weird.
We fight off air.
Right. Well, there you go. And I may owe you a victory lap. It's about
on
the
which
Warriors.
One?
Raphael Nevers. It ain't Nevers. What is going on? You can throw it by him. I'll just leave it at that. It's
won
early.
2-3
I don't
Washington.
give a damn. It's bigger than that.
Oh, you didn't realize if they win every series from here on out, they'll make the playoffs.
What happened with the series before that?
They got beat.
All right.
4-5 is a good road trip.
All right, anyway.
You play 500 ball on the road.
I'm worried about
650
Devers.
at home. You're
That's
making
all.
the playoffs.
Donnie, they're throwing it by him.
Yeah, but you think he's going to hit 40. He's going to hit 40 here at this state. How many's he got? Does he have 2?
I think he's
got 2.
Yeah, he's got 2. And don't remember, I'm not burying him. I'm making all the giant problems on him. But, dude, he started off last year in Boston 0 for 19 with 15K. So he can go cold.
That's 4 games. They're in game 25 now.
Steiny, and he looks back to the ump like, did that just happen? I'm like, yeah, man, you missed it. Anyway.
This is Draymond Green after Friday. And this is about Kerr, and he's talking about how he deals with change.
One of the biggest blessings as far as my career has gone is being able to be in one place. Had the same coach for 12 years, obviously Coach Jackson for 2, but I'm not really someone who likes things to change, like pretty vanilla status quo. Keep things the same. To have the situation that I've had has been incredible for me because I just don't deal with change well. I don't love it.
All right, so that's probably why he was really upset when he heard his name in trade rumors.
Oh, man.
But I forgot the one thing. The final piece to this. Dunleavy got extended a couple months ago.
Yes.
So,
wow.
If Mike Dunleavy were talking to the Milwaukee Bucks about Giannis and Draymond said, I don't, and he was really hurt by it, and they've just extended Mike Dunleavy.
Oh, you go ahead, man.
Then Draymond probably knows his future is not all the way guaranteed here.
Yeah.
Perhaps he hasn't, quote, and maybe that's what he's talking about with, if I haven't done enough to be here, I don't want to be here.
He has, yeah.
Well, that sounds to me like he knows that he's not guaranteed to finish here.
And it's bothering him.
Yeah.
And I'll steal from Willard and Dibbs because it could be a revisitation sensation. If they picked up the phone again, and let's just say, Giannis or anybody for that matter, but the fact that Dre is not letting it go, and I love Dre for it because he never folded or retreated on that take about, Steve Kerr keeping it real. And now that I'm thinking about Steve Kerr, who was being open and telling Willard and Dibbs, he's asking, how's the family taking it? Steve can live his life no other way. He's just being his authentic self, right? And if there are powers to be, you can't say that out loud or it's not a good look. Like Kerr is like, take the shackles off me. I'm just living my life and being true. And Draymond, again, Steiny, that theory, you might be onto something because he is bothered. Because I'm like, you got a player option. You're going nowhere. But it's like, no, what's bothering him is if something popped off, it looks like the Warriors could have been like, yeah, we can do without Steiny. He can be in this.
I mean, or do you tell, look, 4 years ago, Draymond Green had a player option. He opted out and got a 4-year deal. I think maybe Draymond's probably going to say, hey, if I opt out, what do you say we 2 more years? And I think that maybe Mike Dunleavy's like, no.
Wow.
That doesn't really make sense for our organization right at this minute. And I would kind of agree with Mike at this point.
Joe Lacob is on record as saying he looks at Draymond Green like a son.
And he just got Mike Dunleavy extended, who apparently was looking to move him for Giannis at the deadline.
Now, Mike Dunleavy did say, Steiny, names did not come up.
Okay. Sure.
Look, I can't, you diffuse me when you say that.
Roxy's in Lafayette. Hey, Roxy, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny.
Hey.
Thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm just calling because I just want to thank the Warriors for a great season. And, yes, this year was not as successful, but, within everything, suffering and, being upset, just grateful for I would say, maybe with the last game, the one they won against the Clippers, that was amazing. That was like a championship game.
Appreciate it, Roxy. I got to run because we got Al Horford, but I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is Al Horford.
Learning experience, being in a new environment and seeing things in different ways. But I think it was good in that sense. Obviously not pleased with some of the injuries and missing some of the games and obviously everything that happened with our group. As a team, we didn't accomplish or achieve what we wanted to. So that wasn't that wasn't it. But individually, I felt like it was good for me. It was still at year 19. I feel like I'm still growing and developing. So that was positive, and I felt like it was a positive step for me, basketball-wise.
Al, you didn't need to come here. You were an accomplished NBA player way before you even got here. What brought you here, and why? I mean, I assume you probably want to keep going, but where do you stand on that?
I felt like it was a nice opportunity and a challenge, to be here and to play with some of these, these great players and this great franchise. That's the reality of being here. And for me, these next few, about this week and a half, I'll be, speaking with Amelia and just thinking about everything and seeing kind of what we're gonna do, with our future. So that's kind of where we're.
So you're not decided yet what you want to do?
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you like it here?
We really like it here. Yeah, we like it.
Steve's future is obviously uncertain right now. Just what has your experience been with him this season, just having him as your coach, and what have you kind of gotten from that?
It's been a very positive experience for me. Steve, just such a legendary coach already in its own, and just getting to see how he operates, how he thinks. It's been great for me to be able to learn and see those things. So it's been for me, it's just really a big learning experience, just trying to take different things in and just see how I can be better and see how he does things and how he's thinking the game and things like that. So it's been a very positive experience.
When it comes to your future, what are some of the factors that you and your family might consider in terms of how you want the rest of your career to unfold?
I think that, for me, it has to do with not rush into anything or not let emotions or heat of the moment determine anything. So I just think it's this. I've done this the last few years, and it's just kind of taking time to step back and have a clearer picture. Look at the outlook of the team, looking at the future of the team, how things look, and also seeing kind of where I'm at and how I'm feeling, and fortunately for me, I'm healthy. I feel good. I still feel like I can contribute and play at a very high level still. So those are all things that that I'm gonna look at, and now that everything kind of gets quiet, it's something that I'll reflect on all that.
Al, to follow up on exactly that, obviously you have a decision with the option, whatever you're going to do in the next couple of weeks. Is retirement off the table? I mean, are you confident that you'll play somewhere next year?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. It's definitely that's been on my mind. But I enjoy, playing and being in this position, and definitely taking all that stuff into consideration.
Both Quentin and Charles talked about just how you've kind of, helped them along, the big men. And I remember I asked you a while back, I said, you want to go into coach? And you were like, nah, I don't think so. But, I mean, it seems like you have a lot to offer. And what is it you try to do to the young guys on this team, what kind of advice did you offer those guys?
Yeah, for me, is really trying to, give them perspective, but also trying to help them, see things and try to help them become better players and trying to understand kind of how the league operates and works and things like that. So and any chance that I can to talk to them or give them advice or tell them different things, that's what I've tried to do in this season, or making sure that I'm always making myself available if they have questions or if they want to talk about the game or experiences of mine. So always just trying to be mindful to help them. That's just finding a way to kind of pay it forward and be there for them.
And those 4 threes that you banged in L.A., did that tell you anything about yourself that you didn't already know?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it was rewarding, but something that, I guess, to answer your question, I think, yes, I think it told me that I have that ability to be able to do that. And in that point, it was like, I work, so hard to put myself in those positions and to be able to be in those moments. So when those moments come, or at any point, I feel like I'm capable, that I can do that. I put in a lot of work, I put in a lot of time, but I'm confident that those displays, I could continue to do those types of displays.
Hi, Al. What's your favorite moment in this season?
My favorite moment in this season, man, I think there's I would have to say that a win against the Clippers, going on the road and being in the play-in and, it wasn't quite playoff basketball, but kind of fighting for your playoff lives and giving ourselves an opportunity. I felt like our group was so resilient that game. We've already had so much adversity, and then being down multiple times and not knowing what was going to happen. But for us to find a way to groups band together as a group and figure it out and win the game, it felt very rewarding in a season that, that we were, just kind of our backs against the walls all year, and, bad news after bad news or different things happening, and finding a way to still care and try to represent the Warriors in the right way. That to me was important. I know that our fans, appreciated that, and I think they understand that, that we gave everything we had, for the fans, and we appreciate the fans, in that matter. And I think it showed with the way that we played. Even, the Phoenix game, obviously we lost that, but I felt like, we were playing hard and we were trying to do our best.
Al, obviously when you got here, the hope was that there could be title contention.
Mm-hmm.
Like you mentioned, injuries, 100 things happen. If in the thought process of the next few weeks, there's a reality that may not happen here, how much would that impact your decision of whatever you decide to do for next year?
Yeah, I don't know. I think those are all things that are fair questions, and then we'll have to ask and address. But like I said, I like being here. We've gotten acclimated, my family and I, to be here, and those are questions. All that stuff that is going to be going through our minds.
When the Celtics were here, I guess a few months ago at this point, you said that your departure from Boston was about something bigger than basketball. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a question that kind of stayed out there, kind of open-ended. But what I meant by that was that a lot of the times, when people are making decisions, there's also the things that you see and the things that kind of make sense for the human eye and the things like that. But the way that I operate and that I've carried my career, it's been through my faith. And when I went to Boston, that was 10 years ago. So it was 10 years ago. Boston wasn't what it was now. They were in the middle of a team that they just lost to the Hawks, and I was on that Hawks team, and we beat them. And there was other places that I could have gone that would have put me in a better position, but I chose to go to Boston and take that chance. But I took it because of my faith, because that was the place for me that I felt that I needed to be. And then when all of this happened, I felt like it was time for me, or I shouldn't say I felt, I knew that it was time for me to move on. Nothing to do with Boston, but again, following my faith, my belief. And I knew that I had to go elsewhere. And when I looked at it, I felt like here was a place for me to be able to do things. And sometimes it's bigger than basketball for me. That's what I meant by that. There are other things that I need to do and accomplish. And that's why that decision was made. It wasn't an easy decision for me to leave Boston, because for me, I was very happy there with my family and everything, but I just felt like I didn't feel like, I knew it was the right time, and this was the next challenge and the next step for me, and now I'm here. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens now, but I have to be able to embrace this new challenge that I have.
All right, that was Al Horford talking to the media. Warriors players available today. most of them. And we heard from Podziemski. We heard from Horford. What do you think?
My initial thought is it's not money in the bank that Al is, going to be back here in a Warrior uniform. I mean, grown man say grown men things, and he was doing it, but I don't know. That was my initial thought. Like, he's got to do what Porzingis said. I know we didn't hear KP today. Basically, I got to go to the lab, talk to the missus, and think about it. And unlike Porzingis, I'm wondering if retirement is still back on the table for Horford.
I think he's gone.
Wow.
That's kind of what I heard. I heard a guy.
He did a lot
saying
on and on.
all the right things, but I don't think he's coming back.
That's interesting. And we didn't get to talk about his best day here as a Warrior. Steiny, those threes, they were like Joe Frazier in his prime body shots. Just whack, 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 whack. And you hear that clip, and it's like, okay, what would life or this basketball team be without him?
Well, they played 37 games without him.
And that's where I was going.
By the way,
I mean, he hit those three. I couldn't do that.
Were you here last week when I was talking about the Joe Frazier documentary?
No.
No, that must have been with Evan.
What is it on, or is it coming out?
It's out. It's been watched by me.
Oh, my gosh. I
think it's on Tubi, right, Evan?
Tubi?
Isn't that what we talked about?
Tubi.
That's free.
I know what Tubi is.
But let me tell you something.
Yeah.
First of all, it was absolutely
Netflix.
fantastic. Yeah. I got to tell you.
Joe Frazier. I got to say something.
It didn't put your guy in a good light.
No, I'm mad at my guy, and I'm about to ask you real quick, did they touch on the time where Joe, this ain't in, this cut me. I guess Joe was, Ali had just got out of jail and needed some bread. Joe loaned him some money.
Yeah, that was in there.
And Ali act like he never did it and went in on him.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to watch this. I didn't like that by Ali, man. That's my hero.
Well, then don't watch it.
No, I have to.
He's not going to be your hero after this documentary.
See, I'm not like you in that sense. It's not a character flaw.
The way he treated Joe Frazier was flat out uncivilized.
Dude, it's the only mark I got on the column of L's with Ali, but you're saying it gets brought to light.
Yeah.
Joe helped him out.
Yes, he did. He did. 53. We're getting out.
Did you find that on Tubi?
It just pops up on my algorithm.
All right.
And I like it. It knows I like sports, for example, especially boxing. So there you go. We're getting out at 12:55. Short segment next. Okay.
I hope you're wrong on Al. Sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what I want to touch on the other side. This is Steph Curry on Friday night about an extension.
Multiple, for sure. That's more than one. Yes, that's perfect.
Would you be interested in an extension?
For sure. But none of those conversations have happened, so it'll be a busy summer for the Warriors.
All right, so of course I want details, but I don't know if multiple years for Steph means just give me one more and that'll be two for multiple, or no, I want multiple year extension. I think he could get two at the most right now.
You know how you got your theory on Draymond, and you could tell it kind of was bothering him that he was shipped, or he was being talked about being shipped off. What if I told you Curry answered that question, but I felt like he'd not guilt, but a basketball version of it, because he knows last year the hammy went out, and there went their chances of doing anything in the postseason. And then this year to miss as many games with the runner's knee. What if I told you didn't, like, I'm feeling like, and I've said this, he ain't
multiple for sure. That's
multiple
more than one.
For sure.
Yes, that's perfect.
Multiple for sure. I didn't hear any guilt when he says multiple for sure.
Just like he ain't gonna ask for that. Like if Joe was like, "Hey, work with this man," like that could happen.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home?
Start smart with Balanced Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. What it really means, this is going to be a spring to remember. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I got my own complaint. It's a difficult situation.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors season ended on Friday, and today a lot of the Warriors spoke to the media. Al Horford and Brandon Podziemski. Feels to me like Horford's weighing a lot of things.
Man.
And, Pod's just saying all the right things about his season and what he wants out of this team.
The reporter asked Horford, and I'll ask you, what was the best part of this season to you from a Warrior observer?
Those back-to-back wins over the Spurs.
Oh, that was, man. Mine was Wednesday. Obviously, that was the most important game, but I ain't mad at you for the Spurs one.
I always like when and I know that I'm being a little bit exaggerating here, but like sometimes when people say anything for Steph, then my next question is, okay, well, was this good enough this year?
No. But unlike other years, this could be like when he hurt the hand, he personally was a big reason why we didn't achieve our goals, because without his greatness, we suffered. And it was an indictment on the roster and everything else you want to go add, and plus who already was hurt when he went out. But I would say no, hell no to that.
Hell no to...
It blew up in our face, everything for Steph. Because when he's not around, it's all bad.
I mean, and the other thing is, you got to know what you're going to get out of him next year. And, when he talks about this new normal, I really do kind of wonder what that means. Does that mean a reduction in games? Does that mean a reduction in minutes? Or does that just mean a change in his routine to get him back to where it was?
But what if that means he can never answer truly your question?
What do you mean?
Until he goes out there and feels it and plays months of basketball to find out if the knee is going to bark,
Right.
There's just no... Wow, man.
Right. So everything's a gamble.
Oh, good Lord. That's not good at all.
And that's why...
I live a life of that, yeah.
And that's why if you're talking about an extension for Steph, it's risky.
But can you turn around where you're at now? You know what I mean? Like you got to roll the dice and hope you come up roses in regard to him doing what McCaffrey did when he had his injuries and it cost the Niners their season and he bounced back last year with his games played. You just have to hope. That's all you can do now. And I guess you're going to write that check, and half of that check, partner, in regard to Steph's re-up, is going to have hope in it.
I guess.
Because Jimmy Butler, you're not telling me that 2-year contract didn't have hope? And how'd that work out?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to extend Steph. I don't know if Kerr's coming back. I don't know what's going to happen with Draymond Green. They do have a lot of questions. And it's to me, it's ironic. There seems to be a ton of uncertainty, but there's no guarantee that there's going to be a lot of change. So if there's not change, but there's uncertainty, then it sounds to me like next year could be uncertain too.
No, I mean, just with Moody and Butler, I know it's a different discussion than the one we're having, but if you think about that, that's letting you know where you start. I got to throw this to you. Do you get the sense when you just talk about the team, the Golden State Warriors, that the wheels have come off?
No. Well,
this new normal. This new normal with Steph to me means I'm going to always have to pull over and check and see if the bolts are still on, because just with what you itemized, they'll never know moving forward how available or not available he's going to be.
Right, but as an organization, don't you look at Steph Curry and say, what do you say we assume that he's not going to be able to be the same player?
Then I think we have outcomes in regard to the season culminating in a non-playoff berth or still part of the cockamamie plan. And I thought that was the goal that we were trying to alleviate.
Let's go to Caleb, our buddy in Newark. Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Hey. Feeling all right.
Feeling all right. But look, I wanted to talk about Steve Kerr, man, but shoot, there's a lot of stuff that I actually wanted to bring up since you guys were talking, man. Look, Al Horford, in my opinion, man, I think he's done. I think he's hanging it up. And I want to say this. I think Steve Kerr, look, at the end of the day, I think it's time. He's a Hall of Fame head coach. He's been one of the best coaches, I mean, obviously, in the NBA for a while now, but it's time. It happens to everybody. It's time for the Warriors to go younger, man, and just change it, man. You know, everything run its course. But even beside the Steve Kerr point, guys, I don't think there's going to be a more entertaining team to watch in the offseason than the Warriors and see what they do with this roster. Because Moses Moody, you know, unfortunately, he's probably going to be out for the year next year. What's going to happen with that? You've got Butler on an expiring deal, and if he's back, he's going to be back when? Like towards the All-Star break. So what's going to happen with him? You got Draymond. If he opts into his player option, what happens with that? I mean, it's just you got potentially a top 10 pick maybe. It's just like this Warriors offseason is going to be interesting, man. And but yeah, the main thing about Steve Kerr, I think it's time for sure.
Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate the call.
It's interesting hearing that.
Which part?
It's time, because I think of Draymond Green, and the Warriors and their fans loved him through his slippage, mainly offensively, his movements, and they still loved him, and he still started, didn't lose his position. So my question would be to the Calebs of the world, who, again, Caleb, I'm not saying you're trying to jetson Kerr, but is Steve Kerr really preventing the Warriors from getting or accomplishing their goals to the point to where a new voice would put this team in its current state in a better position? I think it's just health related. And I understand that, you know, you do lose your voice and it runs its course. But if Dre can stay as long as he stayed with slippage, then Kerr's got a few years left before he gets there to that juncture.
I don't think Steve wants to coach a few more years. That's just me. Or he might want to, but I don't think he wants to commit to that right now. This is Brian Windhorst of ESPN, and he's talking about Draymond Green, who talked about he thinks that Steve Kerr might be on his way out. I'm talking about Draymond Green, and this is Windhorst talking about Draymond's comments.
I think he was being honest. I think there isn't a certainty, and that includes from the top reaches of the Warriors organization. They're not sure how Kerr is going to feel about this, and I think it's important to realize that this is not a situation where there's a contract sitting on the table that's just waiting for Steve Kerr's signature. Steve himself decided not to have contract extension discussions, to table them, and to go and reevaluate right now. We don't know where the Warriors are in terms of exactly what they would want to offer him. He makes $17 million. He's the highest paid coach in the league. I don't know if they want to adjust that. Anthony Slater and Ramona Shelburne had a report today about this dynamic, and they talked about how there's some factions of the Warriors front office that may want strategy changes or even staffing changes. Is this something that Kerr would even be open to? So there's a lot of things here beyond the sentimental. If this was just sentimental, it would be easy. And remember, at midseason, Draymond thought there was a chance he might get traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo. So the Warriors are entering this period here through this buildup that's been happening. At some point, we're going to see the plug get pulled. Maybe we've reached that point.
All right, that was Brian Windhorst of ESPN.
When I hear strategy, some questioning strategy, I've been around a few blocks, Donnie. That's never good. That means somebody second-guessing your approach.
Yeah, and this particular year, I don't know what you could be second-guessing. I mean, this team, come on now.
I think I tried to make, you said it well. I think that's the point I was trying to make the last segment. Like, come on now.
$125 million and two players who played each only half the season. There's just, this team wasn't at that. I mean, if I would have told Warrior fans before the season that Steph and Butler are only playing about 40 games each, I don't know that anybody would have said, oh, they'll still win 37 games.
Man. I would have said what happened. They're not a playoff team. So hopefully we won't have to experience that again. But I'll say this to Caleb. That's our guy. I get what he was putting down, but what if I told you I don't like that? I mean, we're excited about the moves, but it's an indication that things are bad with the big club on the court, and that's why our offseason has started sooner than others. He's right, but it's not kind of how you want it to be, Caleb. You want it to be, we're going into June. I mean, you know what I mean? Playing in the finals or something like that.
That was 4 years ago. I mean, yeah, if they were playing in the finals this year, we wouldn't have any questions about this team.
But even Steve Kerr, it's been a cloud, but now it's turning dark in regard as there is water coming out of that bad boy because, I mean, how can you truly get started until you find out who's leading you, you know?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll get to some calls on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
I'm Pierre Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Are you lacking energy, have low libido, stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of, working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Home Ownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing costs grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America, N.A., equal housing lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
I love rice. I live with rice.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're picking up the pieces to the Golden State Warriors season. They lose to Phoenix on Friday and miss the playoffs. And now the offseason starts, and there's a lot of questions, and it starts with Steve Kerr, but it extends down. It's going to be an interesting one, Gil.
No doubt about it. And, again, we talked about it, the price of a dynasty. You talked about, what was it, 3-6? We've been part of the plan or missed the playoffs, what have you. I mean, just where the Warriors are at right now, partner, if I asked you what part of the process do you think we're in, because the dynasty, we got to lose that. You know what I mean? That's over. That's gone bye-bye. That's for OKC and others, the Spurs, to try to, make that apply to their team. But right now, currently, what word would you describe where the Warriors are right now? A non-playoff team?
They're in limbo. They're not a dynasty, and they're not rebuilding.
That's bad. They say the worst place to be in the middle. You can make the playoffs in the middle. They didn't again.
Well,
made it last year.
Look at it this way: they're in the bottom 10, or they're not.
So you say that for the draft, the lottery. When you say bottom 10,
I'm saying they're not quite in the in the middle. They're more toward the bottom than the middle.
But this would be, if I want to narrow it down to my favorite player or our favorite player or the most important player on the Warriors. What if I told you I feel like we're wasting Steph Curry, but how the hell can I fix my mouth to say that? Because my alter ego's talking to me when he got hurt last year in the most important series.
Then he missed half this year. The question you have to ask is if Steph Curry can play 60 games next year, what kind of team are you? 20 some more, or about 20 more than this year. I don't know what that gets you.
How many can Jimmy play?
Well, he's going to miss 40 at least, you would think, right? So
I'm not feeling any better. Damn.
I'll tell you who can make us feel better. Let's go to Priest.
Our man.
Priest is in Palo Alto.
Of all the days, our man.
Hey, Priest, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey,
I'm down.
I don't know if I can help you I don't know if I can make you feel better. I'm going to have you feeling about how I feel right now. Under the weather. But listen, I lay all of this, and I disagree with Steinmetz where this is concerned. I lay all of this at Steve Kerr's feet, and I'll tell you why. He is the determining, convincing factor in the direction that this organization goes in. They do things according to his bidding, and I'll tell you why. Because he has control of the minutes. He controls who plays and who doesn't. And I'll tell you right, I looked at Joe Lacob's face the other night during that game, and Steph was on the court, and he was looking like, this is bad. This is really bad. And his wife whispered to him something, and he shook his head, yeah. And I'm saying to you, the reason why I brought that up is because Jonathan Kuminga was not allowed to flourish on this team. He was not going to give him the leeway to develop the way that he's capable of. So as a result, you got a bunch of old men, the AARP Society, sitting on the bench over there, trying to figure out when they can play back-to-back. Half the team can't play back-to-back.
I know.
Half the team is on a minutes restriction. And everybody's talking about this team going to the – you got to be nuts to believe this team has any potential whatsoever. Steph is not the player you think he is. That's the player you're romancing from the past. You'll never – that guy that played the fourth game in Boston in the playoff, in the finals, you ain't never seeing that guy again. Never. And I'm saying that knee, his health is not going to improve. It's going to get worse. I've watched great players through over 60 years, man. I watched Jerry West, what's the name, logo last night. And I can remember how frustrating it was to see him at 33 years old. Always bandaged. He always had bandages on him. And he could still hoop, he could still go, but he wasn't the same. And I'm telling you, I told you when he hit 35, you do not build around a guy that old. When you say all resources for Steph, you're delusional. You're delusional. You're sentimental and delusional because he's 35. It's got nothing to do with who he has been. I love Steph just like the rest of us. Rest of y'all. What I'm telling you is reality speaks loud. The world is round. The earth is round. It ain't flat. And the Warriors are trying to convince everybody that the earth is flat. You can't do that. So they got what they have to do right now is to look at the Steve Kerr. I would never, not just on the Jonathan Kuminga thing, I would not bring him back. He's talking about bringing Al Horford. Man, are you crazy? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to move on. Joe, move on.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate you.
Well, look, man, this is from my vantage point, and that's all I try to do every day. We got a text from Butch. I'll read it in a minute. But I hear you, Priest. But what and why I feel like Kerr is not out the door is why would the guy that I thought was one of the biggest Jonathan Kuminga supporters, Joe Lacob, finally give in to a coach, if alleged stories are true, and trade said player a year before Coach Kerr was no longer going to have the reins to the team. So just from I think I got something with this guy, Kuminga prospect, why give up on that and Kerr leave at the same time? I don't see that. Like, that doesn't align to me.
Well, it aligns.
Something must have popped off.
It aligns to me if Joe Lacob finally realized in his mind that it didn't matter if Kerr was here or not, that he'd given up on Kuminga. I think everybody looks at it as though Kerr hates Kuminga and Lacob loved Kuminga, and then Lacob decided, well, I don't love him any. Like, I think it happened over time, and Lacob saw the writing on the wall with Kuminga that either he wasn't going to fit here or he wasn't going to work with Kerr. But I mean, I'll do you one better, and I don't want to compare these guys, Kuminga and Chris Webber, but I mean, the Warriors traded Chris Webber and then fired Don Nelson like 3 months later. So then they didn't have the coach or the player.
Yeah.
And that led to 12 straight non-playoff years.
Yeah. Before you grab the call, Butch's tweet was, he loves Priest to us. Yeah. Who doesn't?
Yep.
But now he's showing up because he's like you. He's kind of, it's looking like what you guys been saying was going to happen here in Warriors World for a while. And it looks like we're in that garden of doubt.
I mean, the way I look at it,
of losses.
See, I lumped the last 4 years together at this point.
Even last year with the series win and momentum going into the Minnesota series.
It was a nice blip. That's all it was. It was a blip.
But I didn't pay $55 million to Jimmy for a blip.
Well, yes, you did, Goo.
Well,
and you should have known that whether he got hurt or not. The guy's 36, 37 years old. He helped you for what? A year.
Yeah.
And now he's hurt.
Boy, man.
So I don't.
I mean, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. I'll leave it at Mike. He's going to earn his money. I mean, this is a long to-do list.
It almost sounds to me like Mike Dunleavy. I don't know what his. If you haven't heard, ESPN reported that Mike Dunleavy got an extension a couple, weeks or months ago.
Why does that bother me that we didn't know?
Well, I don't know. Did it bother you about the Niners when they didn't announce it? Sometimes you announce it, sometimes you don't. But I'm starting to think, you know what? Maybe Mike Dunleavy said, I need an extension to deal with what I'm going to be dealing with for the next 2 years. And if you want me to, maybe
that's a hell of a card.
Maybe the extension to Mike Dunleavy is a message that everything's changing.
Wow.
And maybe Mike's ready to do stuff. I don't know.
Wow.
But
that is interesting.
Mike,
put to bed all those bull rumors.
The bottom line is, it sounds to me like the person in the Warriors organization right now who's got the longest tenured or longest term contract is Mike Dunleavy. Because it looks like Mike Dunleavy's under contract for at least another 3 years, and they don't have players who are under contract for 3 years other than Will Richard, and they certainly don't have a coach who's under contract for 3 years.
I feel like I get you and Evan. I get your true, honest answers to every question I pose, not even related to sports. But being in a hospital waiting room for 2 days, by myself at times, going for walks, I had this thought about the Warriors before they lost Friday. Do you call Memphis just to see what the price tag would be for Ja Morant?
Yeah, Goo. They'll call for Morant. They'll call for Kawhi. They'll call for LeBron.
What sticker price
for Zion?
It would scare you, specifically Ja Morant. Where would you be like, oh, hell no? Because I got to believe you can get him on the low.
If you think he's worth something, then take a flyer on him.
Now, let's just stop there. He's better than a perfect superstar. Outside of Steph, he's damn near better than anything you have now.
Yeah, and I think, hey, look, to me, when you're talking about a guy like Ja Morant who hasn't done much for a while,
yeah,
you're telling on yourself with what you think of this team.
Well, I think they told on themselves. We all saw it.
I mean, look.
No playoffs.
Okay. And Ja Morant's teams are doing what?
Well, yeah. I kind of get your point, but I don't. He's been in and out so damn much. It's been a wrap. He needs a new scenery. He's not old. I'm just saying, this is how desperate I feel like the Warriors are. What would that conversation go like, and what would the Warriors be? How would that look? But man,
what?
This dude was once supposed to be the face of the league. Like, I don't think he's gotten worse at basketball.
Well, it clearly has. I mean, he's not the player he was.
Well, he was playing with guns, you know.
But I'm talking about, like, the league.
Staying healthy.
He can't make a three-point shot. And that's big in this day and age.
Well, he would fit in.
How? Like,
we don't got many guys that can shoot a three-pointers.
Right. Oh, I got you.
I was waiting for my video.
Look, the good news for Warrior fans is you're going to hear them all.
Oh, okay. So you ain't.
You're going to hear Ja. You're going to hear Zion. You're going to hear some talk about Wiggins coming back. You'll obviously hear about LeBron.
Keep going.
You'll hear about you're going to hear about them all.
I would check the box.
Yeah.
Check them.
Yeah. You're going to hear about them all, Goo. Have fun hearing about them.
Man.
I've heard about a lot of guys for the last 2 or 3 years.
And the Seth Curry signing, we could say that didn't work out well for Mike Dunleavy.
I don't believe that was his signing. Break.
Wow.
Come on.
You taking the onus off him on that one?
Come on. I mean, no, it's his. But look, I don't. The minute they signed him, it wasn't going to.
But I thought it would be better than Thanasis.
No, it's not going to be better than Thanasis. You know why? Because Seth is 36.
And looked all of it here, man. Played a couple games, man. I'm just letting it all out.
Tom's in San Mateo. Hey, Tommy. What's going on?
How we doing, gentlemen?
Hey.
It's hard to follow up this and priest, obviously. As a son of a priest and being flat.
Whoa.
Straight, steep.
Hold on.
Flat.
A son of a priest, not a Catholic priest.
Catholic priest, yeah. He was Leonard Duggan, yeah.
Wow. I thought priests weren't able to get married.
Well, when you fall in love with a nun in the church, you have to do things there.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, we move on.
Heck of a story. It'll be written one day. Nevertheless, Flat Earth. Steve Kerr. He just won one of the most beautiful Olympic championships of all time. Obviously, he played all the young players to win that championship, of course, because Tatum was in there hitting threes at the end. I was just trying to get at, if Steve Kerr decides he wants to come back, what we saw from Steph, and we saw Dre put up 68 games. If you give Steph 60 games, you give a Dre another 60 games, you get whoever you do, LeBron, whoever. We have the money to go get someone and include a pick if we want to do a trade. You see what you still have in a Steph. You give him the opportunity to finish this beautiful story. That there's still a story to be written about Steph and Steve and Dre. That's all I'm saying. Priest, I love that man. That's what I got, my guys.
Appreciate it, Tom.
So the priest's son is saying it's not over? Did I hear correctly?
I guess not. So there's something for you to hold on to.
You just went over 5 names, and I jumped across the table, and I'll take them. That's where I'm at. Until I see otherwise. Man, no playoffs. And Steph did what he did. I mean,
What did Steph do?
Wednesday night.
Okay. Yeah, great. Congratulations. You did everything for Steph, and he had a hell of a play-in game.
Man.
Like that's where, like, when
it was like the Olympics.
But I'm sorry, when everybody talks about,
incredible.
well, next year this and next year that, and maybe this and maybe that, and what this and
you
that.
You got to do something,
right?
You can't just go get in fetal position and be like, we're screwed. I hear what you
go ahead and make some stupid moves. Like you're not going to get out of it with stupid moves. You are going to get out of this by staying the course, using these draft picks, and signing some smart free agents with the mid-level this offseason. You can't change this in one offseason. So what do you want to do? How about getting me 2 players? Get me 2 players in here who at the end of next year I can look at and say, all right, we got some guys who are going to be on this team in 5 years. The guy we drafted at 11, who's going to be a good player, and the guy that we signed as a free agent who's 26, who we think is getting better. Okay, that's step 1. Okay, well, what about next year? Well, next year you're at the mercy of fossils anyway. You're at the mercy of the health of Butler, Curry, Draymond. If Porzingis is on the team,
and
if
you're in a deficit.
If Horford is on the team, you are at the mercy of health next year.
No. And you're at a deficit with that because 2 dudes are already hurt, one of them being your older player. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
So you just said something I hadn't heard.
Got to get 2 players in here. And if you get 3, great. But there's 1 to be gotten in free agency and 1 to be gotten at 11.
Well, what if the one in free agency is Porzingis?
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the mid-level.
Oh, well.
I'm talking about the mid-level.
Oh, man.
But, you want to rip up Dre's last year and give him 2? Okay. You want to keep Kerr around for 2 more years? All right. You want to extend Steph this summer for another year, and we look at Steph, Dre, and Kerr for 2 more years? I guess have at it. I'm not crazy about that even a little bit, but that's me. That's me.
What hit me is you said this is more. It's more than just one off season.
Of course,
I know, but when you hear it, it hits different, man.
Right, and they haven't started yet. Like they haven't.
But the ramifications have
started.
No playoffs.
No playoffs. Right, and
I got to sit here and watch games tonight.
Right, no
here
playoffs.
We go again.
Yeah, no playoffs, and you still haven't rebuilt. You made no playoffs, and you still have all your star players. Your star players.
That's not good.
So, but again, like the one thing that I do not believe in is, well, next year it's going to be what? Well, if you bring the same team back, I will actually understand it, because at least I believe at that point the Warriors would be saying it's all about the year after next. Because it is. It has to be. It can't be about next year. There's already 7 question marks about next year. Yeah, they're not all going to go well. Curry's not going to play. Curry's not playing 65, and then Draymond plays 65, and then Butler comes back and looks like Butler, and then Moody comes back and actually has taken a step. It's not going to look like that. I don't think. Now, if you want to test fate and see if Curry can turn back the clock and play 65, and Butler looks like here's the other thing, nobody liked the way Butler was looking in the playoffs last year.
And I'm one of them. But we thought that was injury. But even when he was upright this year, I'm like, my man don't like to shoot.
Does it matter if it was injury or not at this point?
I got you. Listen, this is where I'm at. No Warrior fan could call this station or send in a text and say they thought this season was going to culminate with a non-playoff berth.
Well, I don't want to argue that, but I think there are a lot of people that said this is a play-in team at best. And one was Harry.
Now, where's he?
Oh, he's just he doesn't.
Don't say ecstatic.
No, he doesn't contact me anymore. He's too busy running victory laps about the Warriors and the Hawks. He had the Warriors 9 or 10.
And I'm gonna say this, and I'm having some fun. the people still can continue to call in and make Kuminga jokes, but he's in the playoffs. I'll just leave that there. His team qualified for the playoffs. So he played. He was awful. He wasn't awful. That's too strong. He was bad. 3 of 7. But he's in the playoffs.
Okay.
We're not.
Right.
We got bigger fish to fry than Kuminga jokes.
Yeah, but, I mean.
On the internet all weekend, Kuminga performance. I'm like, oh, he balled out. And I was off the grid. And all his shots were misses. I'm like, oh, y'all having fun, but we ain't got a playoff game.
I mean, the way I look, those are two.
Like, dude, what do you have or we have to look forward to? It's the lottery. No, I get what I'm talking about the lottery. Who are they going to see?
Yeah, keep in mind, Goo, that, there's a chance that the Warriors don't win the lottery. Right. But you know who does? Oklahoma City.
Well, they already did.
Okay, they might again.
The Clipper collapse.
They have the exact same chance of, essentially, as the Warriors of moving up because they have the Clippers pick.
That was, oh, man.
Oh, but Adam's still. He'll do.
I couldn't believe that happened. The rich get richer.
You know why? Because the Thunder had a plan, and it took some time.
Holmgren will be off that team.
Why?
They can't pay everybody.
No, but they're going to keep drafting stars. That's the way they're doing it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Holmgren was wanting to go to a new locale, they still would have action, man.
They didn't fall off the map when they traded Harden. All right, what do we got next? Crossover, Willard and Dibbs. Yes, that's what we have. Crossover with Willard and Dibbs. So there won't be any calls on the other side. You're just going to have to listen to Guru, myself, Willard, and Dibbs. All right, the third annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming on Monday, April 27th. That is next Monday, people, at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. Guru and I will be out there broadcasting live. I think Shasky and Spadoni are going to be playing in that thing. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. So if you would like to play in the tournament or even be a sponsor, all you have to do is go to agapecharitygolf.com and make it happen. Mm-hmm.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Struggling with social isolation? Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together-ing heals.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000. Use code COVER to borrow up to $10,000.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered, bayalarm.com. And here's how I'm going to start, Willard and Dibbs. There was a text thread we had over the weekend, and I didn't really understand it. But now I'm looking at it, and I do understand it. And I think we've got a problem. Are they allowing Drew Holiday to play with a toothpick?
It blew
in his mouth.
He had it in his mouth, and Reggie Miller wouldn't let it go last night. Dusty Baker on line one, I've never seen anything like it.
UL Washington.
I was like, there you go. If Norm's listening, he would appreciate that.
Sorry for anybody who hasn't turned 40 and has no idea what that is.
Or 50 or 60.
Come on.
I'm shocked that you know that.
Where were the refs at?
I don't know, but I
didn't even notice that.
There'll be a memo.
Evan texted Vine and alerted me, and I rewound like, Evan, what's he? Young kid needs glasses, and I go, there it is, and then Reggie picked up on it.
What could he be doing?
Well,
I love people our age. It's so dangerous. You're gonna.
No, in hoop it is, Will.
It is,
yeah,
I know, but you can swallow that.
Yeah. That
Not to mention poke somebody else's eye out.
Well, I mean, honestly, if we're going to do all that, then we should be doing like fingernail checks because if you have like long nails or jaggedy nails, you can like carve somebody up. And I was looking at Steph, and I think it was Friday night after the game. You look at his arm, and he's got scratch marks on each arm.
Oh, yeah.
And that's common, but so I don't think a toothpick is going to be that much of an issue.
All right. Well, what did we think of Friday, guys?
And what have you, real quick, Willard, diagnose what you've heard? Because, there's many facets to me. I came in here depressed, but Wednesday put me, that was like they won the finals, so I'm not. But Steiny went over 4 guys, LeBron, Ja, Zion. I'm like, get him. Wiggins back. So that's where I'm at now. Keep going. I don't know, but it feels like Kerr is not coming back.
So I like the part of feels like, because, I try to dig as much as I could over the weekend to at least the people who were in the room and the people who have the ears and all of that. And most of them were still betting that Steve's going to be back. But a lot of people did that. But I was in the room and it felt like. Man. And then Draymond came out and said it earlier.
That's the part.
Which I do not take at face value.
Ooh.
We'll talk about it. But diagnosis of Friday is I'll just say it in a more overarching way. This all did not feel like I thought it was going to feel. There is absolutely more mystery around the Kerr situation. I think that there's clearly something going on between Kerr and ownership and the whole vision for the future. I felt like Kristaps Porzingis on Thursday morning, everybody was like, sign him up. And then the game happened on Friday, and we're like, actually, that's the 18th thing on our list, and we don't even know if he's playing next year. Did you see how that just flew to the back all of a sudden? And so, and then that article in ESPN this morning that makes the Warriors sound like all of the people, the big names that they think they were close to getting, they have not been that close at all. It just doesn't feel like I thought it would feel. That's what I'd say.
And the Mike Dunleavy extension.
Yeah.
That was tucked into that story, which I find interesting.
Yep.
And now it's, I don't know how much there is there, but now I am wondering if, Dunleavy, he thinks Draymond thinks Dunleavy might be open or is open to moving him, and he doesn't want to go anywhere. And, that's maybe something on Draymond's mind as he has a player opt out. And what's he going to do? Maybe this 2-year thing's not even open to him. I don't know.
Well, didn't Draymond, both after the game and on his podcast, sound very similar to you as to how he did right before the trade deadline?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Which, and I've come to feel like that was not so much Draymond just sharing just for the sake of sharing. I think Draymond is putting a message out on purpose.
Yeah, I do too. I think Draymond.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think Draymond, back at the trade deadline, maybe offended was too strong of a word, but I think he maybe thought he was in a different level, and when he heard it without any warning, maybe he didn't like it. And, now I think he's looking at, well, boy, if Kerr's not here, Mike's going to be here. My future's not safe.
Right.
Or I'm not guaranteed anything either.
And I think that a lot of things will happen in order that are going to tell you exactly what's going to go on in the future. And first and foremost will be Steve. And I don't think we're going to have Steve this week.
I was just about to ask.
I think it's going to be next week. And I don't know that for sure, but it feels like it's going to be a week of, Steve just going and reflecting. And then when Steve comes on and they make a decision on Steve, I think we'll know more about Draymond and, and Steph and then Kristaps and Al and Melton and all the rest of it.
If I were to walk over and I know my man ain't feeling well, Steiny, and put duct tape over his lips so he couldn't respond.
Oh,
and I said to Dub Nation, what did you expect when Jimmy went down and then Moses, your young gun, went down in the fashion that he did? What did you expect? Because if we do run it back and there's going to be some additions and hopefully not too many departures, but what if I told you Wednesday gave me a glimpse of, I know it's a long shot and a roll of the dice, but if guys are healthy, let's see what the old G's got.
Okay, so what if I threw this back, which is in the play-in tournament, the Warriors played 8 quarters. Feels like they won one of them.
No, that's a fact. Yeah, that's
so like Dibs and I were talking about that on Thursday and Friday, to where I was like, it was a great win.
Yeah,
there's no minimizing it. It was an amazing experience for everybody and a trip down memory lane and all these things. At the same time, I'm like, did they just get hot in the fourth quarter? And that's it. That's really
you were down double digits to start.
I mean, they got hot. They hit all their threes.
Oh, Will, they didn't have what I said, Jimmy. So the Warriors are missing Dibs, their second best player.
Not going to have him for a healthy part of next year either. And then what version of him would they do?
Maybe one that's, I don't know. I'm worried about Curry next year in this new normal situation.
Man, fair.
Yeah, and you said earlier, like about Steph Curry doing it once, fine, but doing it back to backs. And so I was thinking about like the Steph Curry game log, and I'm looking at it now. Forget the early in the year when he went back to back games, not 2 nights in a row, but in San Antonio when he went for 46 and 49. But you get into the real meat of the year, right? And he goes for 31 against Atlanta at home. 2 nights later, he goes for 7 against Portland in 24 minutes. They win. Then he goes for 27. Then it's 14, 19, 16, 38. Then it's 26 and 27, 23. It's a little bit more of that, I think, Steiny, where you have like 1 night or 2 nights out of 4 that are like, oh my God, Steph, he's back. He's him. He's young. But by and large, forget the 43 games. He can't do it like 5, 8, 9 times in a row anymore.
Well, I got married at 30 and,
30.
Doing whoopee, hey, let's go another round, let's go. Yep. Now I'm at my age now, like, there is no other round.
35, right?
Right. 35? There is no other round, yeah. You know what I mean?
That's 8 minutes, Stu. This is a 48-minute game.
TMI, but yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I think Dibs is on to something where if you flash forward to just the concept of a playoff series, like let's say that this was a healthier group and a playoff series, and they have a fourth quarter like that, and they go up 1-0 on a team. All right, now it's 48 hours later. Do it again.
But get them better help then.
Well, sure, but like also
how
38 years old.
Yep.
No, I
mean, the reality of all this is the reality. To me, that's what this whole thing is about. Is kind of how do you fit these puzzle pieces together? This is terrible for sports radio, but I feel like both sides have a point. And this is what
Steiny will
this
call
is
you.
what I
no, but I hear.
This is what I've read and what I've gathered. Ownership, Lacob, Dunleavy, whatever. They do not want this to just be a nostalgia tour. Like it can't. Like no, okay. That's right. When he talks about the urgency and does Steve have the energy for the nitty gritty? But from Steve and Steph's perspective, can this ever just kind of not be about Steph? We're making $65 million a year, and he's Steph flipping Curry, and he's bigger than the building. He's got a point, too. They've got a point, I should say. All right, can you find the middle? And I think that's what Steve's been saying all year with alignment. Can you find the middle? And if you can't, then move on. If you can, then you can keep doing it. And I thought Steph Curry took a good step in the direction of yes, you can, with what he said after the game. When he started talking about, let's stop with all the championship every year. And instead said, we need to rebuild the foundation of just being.
I didn't hear him say that.
Oh, yeah. And can we rebuild the foundation? He talked about what it was like when they first built this. And he's like, and I want the locker room to feel like that. Learning how this group can win. It's time to evolve. It's very, very much adapt or die.
I mean, the other thing that's happened is they brought in, you can bring in players for a year or two, but I think that's kind of what he's talking about is, you brought in Porzingis and you brought in Butler and you brought in Horford. They're probably all great guys, but it's about continuity over 4 or 5 years with the same kind of core, and that's how they built it. And maybe what he's saying is, I want to help build that again on my way out. And then I'll leave, but we'll have a core here that everybody can feel better about.
But how? I mean, the only way you do that with him still here is, Jimmy's going to be 37 in September, and he's coming off an ACL, and he's making 56.8. So Jimmy would have to like turn into something immediately, and Draymond making 27.7, he would have to either take a lot less over 2 years, or he would have to do something else. So honestly, like, yes, we all want them to like evolve into what's next, but how?
Well, like I told Goo, the first thing you need is you need the 11th round pick to be a player who's in your rotation, and then if you have a taxpayer mid-level or non-taxpayer, depending on you need another player there. So I would like to see at least two young players on this team, one through the draft who should be about 20, 21, and then maybe somebody about 25 who you think's still going to get better. And but like that would be great, but you're still going to have to live with the residue of can the big boys still produce to a level more than this past year? Like, I think you're at the mercy of Curry and Butler and Moody, and if Horford's back, Horford next year.
Green,
and Draymond. Like, if they're, if they're not, you have to be prepared to go kind of young next year and play guys if these older guys can't play because they're hurt.
Could I argue that if we, and we won't, but if we could all just get rational for 1 minute and remove emotion, didn't last week probably go perfectly?
I ain't mad at that. I'll go Tupac.
Wednesday made us feel great and gave you a little snapshot of like, oh, on certain nights, these guys can do X.
And keep the lottery.
While we're at it, while we're at it, well, go get somebody who's 20.
And I would add yesterday as well, watching Phoenix try like heck to hang with OKC.
Yeah,
they cut it to 17, and then all of a sudden it's back to 33.
Yeah. But that was a scheduled loss.
Phoenix isn't very good.
No, but to your
the Thunder
point,
are phenomenal.
The Warriors would have lost by the same amount, if not more.
Probably.
So for your point, like the whole thing, like Friday, sure, they lose, and it was a bummer, and I kept waiting for that. Okay, let's make that run. Let's get back in it.
Look,
and I even live bet it like Warriors to win. Stupid me, but and then you watch Sunday, and it's like, oh my God, OKC's up 17.
But they're that good,
and they bring in like people you've never heard of, and now it's 28.
Does anybody want to take the field if I get OKC and San Antonio?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I like Boston. I like Denver.
Let's play.
I like the
Doing
Cleveland.
the whole thing?
Let's play.
That's greedy of you to take both of them.
No, it's not greedy.
One of them. Laughing like that.
There's like a Steiny bet.
I've never heard of two teams in the field.
Seriously.
What dinner?
He would not allow me to do this.
Wait, Grady, I'm going to use my first time out.
But this is personal, Diz. My boy Reg Basie is so high on the Thunder.
Yes.
They're vulnerable in a sense that it's going to take a good team to show the naked eye that could happen.
To beat the Thunder.
Yeah.
But he's also taking the Spurs. Goo, just between me and you, we go way back.
Hey,
excuse me.
Let him stand on his own. He's a grown man.
No, for the sake of radio.
I've known you longer than I've known him. I've known you longer than I've known either one of these guys.
Damn right you have.
Although I'm closer to Steiny, but I have a soft spot for the Goo.
Yeah.
Doesn't it suck that we've known each other for so long, but we met at a Final Four where the people who are playing are now retiring from basketball?
I mean, maybe
you two met at a Final
Al
Four.
Horford, maybe he's not retiring. Yeah.
Come on.
We met at the
Those
Final Four when Al Horford was at Florida.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love the young
That is
whatever, Granny.
You're
Why don't you lay out
listening.
for a second?
So you guys were kidless then. Not a kid between the two of you.
I mean,
Probably.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing
I think Dibs had offspring. It was close.
Okay.
it's
It
funny.
was buzzer beater.
As we congratulate Spadoni on the birth of his third, I was thinking like 3, 3, 3, 3.
12, yeah.
Spadoni, 16 between the six of us. And I was doing the thing. I was walking, just lay outside.
Wow,
I was walking to the farmer's market, and I was trying to like rank them by age. And in my mind, I was trying to figure out if I could get it right, because it goes Steiny's daughter's 1.
All of the morning shows are all the youngest.
Not true, because I have a 3-year-old.
Oh, I forgot about your. I forgot about Mila.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Speaking of Friedman's Appliance.
Lately we call her Wyla because she asks Wyla.
Okay, I like that.
But it goes Steiny's oldest, and then it goes to Quest, my oldest, and then it goes to, I think, Keon. And
Who is how old?
He's 22.
Oh, well, Donovan, my oldest, is 23.
He's 23.
Yeah.
So that's the one that I was trying to haggle with because, it was Keon and Donovan. Yeah. So it's Donovan, then Keon, and then Grace comes up pretty quickly, who is 21.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Yeah.
And this is
one
where
of those numbers.
I'm going to be honest on this. I know when all their birthdays are. Well, I've forgotten the age,
the year. Yeah.
You don't know what year they were born?
No, Josie's 27. She might be 26.
She's by far the oldest. Yeah.
And Grace is. I think Grace is 23.
Yes.
Okay.
Grace is younger than Quest. I know 20. That. Right.
Okay.
There you go.
Whatever.
I might be off by a few months.
Willard,
Is there any chance that there are more?
No.
Okay.
The
Donovan and Keon one, and then I knew that Mary Page was younger, and then it goes Willard.
Yeah, I'm going to go on a run.
Because he's a little bit of, his kids are all the tweeners.
I got all the teenagers.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
anyway.
Speaking of younger, you guys were a part of my weekend, you two. So I'm headed to SAC Friday night, right before the game, and I'm like, man, I just need a detour to get away. Been in the hospital 2 days. 49er Frankie says, meet him in Pleasanton at a place called, you guys know it.
The Draft.
Yes. So I went there and watched the game.
How is
the
it?
owner. It's incredible, great
Beautiful.
food. And
we
then
can't
the owner
wait to go.
comes out and goes, you guys are pulling up on us.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see you guys after we get off for that show.
You gonna
Thursday.
come?
Yeah,
You
I'm
come?
coming. It's
Oh,
done.
beautiful.
Steiny's looking at me like
No.
he ain't showing. I'm coming.
Hold on.
Go to Kalshi. What does it say? Go to Kalshi.
The no is 88% right now for Google showing up.
I'm putting 20 on the. I'm putting 20 on the 12% now.
But I'm getting to this younger. Yeah. I left here. I said Dre on Kawhi. That's the key. And that panned out. Yeah. Kawhi's the older version of Steph, still incredible, but Phoenix, Jalen Green and company, they were just faster.
Well,
they were the younger team.
He had a great game.
They cut it to 5. I'm starting to believe, here we go. But they won that, and it wasn't close, man.
Yep. It wasn't. And Dylan Brooks, and Draymond Green. Did you hear what Draymond said about Dylan?
No. What did he say?
He said, Dylan Brooks gave him all kinds of love, showered him with love.
They always do that after the game. And then Dylan got on a flight and punched Chet Holmgren in the face. Why
did Dre get ran? He marred a great couple of days. I didn't like what are you doing, Dre?
But who cares?
You're right, but I just didn't like it.
I can't even understand how this gets people anymore. It's just like that's the way you end a bad game. That's just how you do it. You start freaking out and you go, and you get kicked out. That's what he does.
That wasn't Dre's best material. I didn't like it.
Whatever.
End of the year, whatever. He frustrated. The year ended that way. And then the 3-way hug. And I guess that's where it all started as far as oh my, could this be? Might this be? And when I saw that, for the first time, I was like, oh.
He's not in control.
Well, I don't know about that so much. It felt like it caught Draymond and Steph a little off guard.
No doubt.
That's the surprising part for me. And that's why I was like, ooh, I didn't.
Well, Dre, today, you heard on this pod, we played it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He said,
now he had 72 hours to think about it. So, we're going to talk about that. I think it's noticeable to me that I'm not saying that he's not being authentic. Yeah. I just think he is sharing feelings in order to push a certain response. I think he would like Steve Kerr to be back. I think he would like to be back.
No doubt.
So start throwing that stuff out there. Get the fans a little bit riled up. Let them know how you think. It's the same thing he did at the trade deadline.
But do the fans want Steve to be back? And that to me is the interesting part of it. Not that it matters, but I wonder what fans think.
Sure, it matters.
The ones we hear from, I would say no is in the lead.
Right.
Yeah.
The ones we hear.
Just like the ones that don't like pies.
I think most people want Kerr back.
Those are the ones you hear from.
Yes.
The ones you don't hear from are 98% yes.
At some point they'll have to move off Kerr. But, I'm not, he could coach next year or the year after. It's still possible. So what do you think about this idea? For everybody that wants they talk about the three guys riding off into the sunset together.
Yeah.
You could accomplish that this offseason. You give Steve a 2-year deal. You rip up Draymond's 1 and give him 2 at half the money, and you extend Steph one more year. And now it's all three of those guys are aligned for 2 more
Dre
years.
would lose bread annually, and I think his ego wouldn't like that.
But he'd make more overall.
Yeah, and I mean, you said earlier like 2 and 30.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'd have to be like 2 and 40 minimum.
Okay, well,
I mean, because he's making 27.
That's fine.
So
it's less about the money than about letting those three guys retire at the end of 2028 together, all of them.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, what about Pods?
Oh, I already told you he's got some new money coming this offseason. We put it in the cap.
That young fella today, he's trying to apologize.
No doubt about it.
And nobody wants to hear it.
Not nobody, but those of you who are in your feelings about Pods.
Coach and Vallejo called already.
I swear to God, he could drive to your house and make you dinner tonight. And
Cure
still be
cancer.
like, this is you burnt it. You burnt it.
Right.
One of your hairs is in the food.
But he's doing it so well.
He's
it was
trying.
my
He
doing.
walks over to you and gives you $1,000 in cash, and you look and go, these hundreds are crinkled.
Yeah.
How dare you? Yeah. Like, okay. I mean, maybe another offseason will be the thing. And
he lost him the game on Friday.
He did, single-handedly.
I was like, what are you talking about?
No, that's what I read. That's what I read.
Yeah.
He lost him the game.
Man.
And all the other games, too.
And Steiny, I was asking Mark last week about, like, the Valkyries, because he was our Valkyries correspondent. He came on every week.
It's continuing.
Is it?
Didn't you have him on to make the announcement when you talked to him that day? When we were out there, that's what you led with before you gave it to him.
No. I
was off that day.
First of all, I didn't give it to him. You stuck it to him.
But for the people in the room, Willard, you did. We didn't see that.
He stuck it to Pods, and then he stuck it to Kerr.
Yeah,
apparently.
Oh, boy.
Listen,
we was like,
might have been you.
I'm here to hold feet to fire.
Yeah,
this is what I do.
After that show.
No, I mentioned that he did that last year.
I thought you were saying it's back. Wow, Goo.
I have no idea that it's back, but I'd guess no.
Real quick,
my guess.
Niners draft, Goo got safety, edge rusher, O-lineman. Any problem?
In that order?
Yeah.
No. Edge rusher.
Maybe.
Edge 1.
No, Lynch
They need a safety.
Let's get one early.
Lynch said today safety is a priority in the draft.
Did he say it? Okay.
Yep. It's a maybe. Throw in wide receiver also.
You guys will be on the road in Pleasanton.
At the draft.
When?
Not that draft.
Thursday.
The draft.
Yeah.
Remember I told you I went to the locale to watch the game with 49er friends.
I just didn't realize it was...
Come by after the crossover. We'll tip one and watch
we should
people.
really go.
If I feel better, I will.
Feel better.
Yeah.
And then we'll watch people read names on TV. It'll be fun.
Can't wait.
Now, will that pick be before you guys get off?
No chance.
No, that's what
The draft starts at 5. They pick at 27.
Trey
They
Lance
trade up. Trade up.
Not
even close.
It's going to be gone.
Not even close. I bet Grandy will be on, though, at 11 o'clock at night doing some. Yeah, right?
Sterling
How
and
long are
Evan.
you on that night?
Yeah, it's me, Sterling, and Evan on until 10.
Oh, we got it.
There you go.
Also Friday night, too.
I mean, I don't want to spoil
Friday
their
too.
show, but they're going to rip the pick. Sterling for sure.
And you're going to love the pick.
I like the pick already. I like the player,
Am I the
and I
only
like
one
the
worried
pick.
about Devers? They're throwing it by him.
I got it.
Well, we got a Sharks conversation, too, Tiny.
Oh.
All right.
And it's going to happen right here on 95.7.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, how's everybody doing? That was a big Bone Thugs and Harmony weekend, I thought.
In what way?
Because we have arrived at the crossroads.
In the crossroads.
We have arrived at the crossroads for the Golden State Warriors.
Bum, bum, bum.
And I do believe at the fork in the road, absolutely, this could still go either way. I do. This could still go either way.
I mean, it could, but I had my faith shaken over the weekend, not stirred, but shaken after the Friday hug and then the press conference and all the rest of it. And as I've gotten through the weekend and into today, Steve Kerr's coming back. I believe it, and I will stand on it. I'll stand on business, and I believe he is coming back.
I have been on that side of the fence.
I have been too the whole time.
Correct. I remain on that side of the fence. I'm closer to the fence than I was.
Are you straddling?
No.
Are you going full Humpty?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I'm staying on that side of the fence. However, this is one of the parts of what everyone said on Friday night and over the weekend that I believe. I don't think it's been decided. Like, I think that conversation that's coming up does need to go a certain way. Like, if Steve Kerr is buying a car right now and you're the salesman, he is willing to walk away. So you better make him a good offer. You better get that payment down to what he's asking.
Right.
Because he drove here in another car, and he is willing to drive it off the lot.
And I think that they also are in that same mode of, like, Steve Kerr. I don't know if he has to sell them.
Less so, don't you think?
Right. I think so.
I mean, the Warriors are not sitting here with some perfect head coaching candidate waiting in the wings if he leaves.
No, and they also have, like, 2 players on their team who will be on their team who like the coach. And so for me, if you want to talk about leverage, Steve has more leverage than the Warriors do. The Warriors have the leverage of, we decide, we're your boss, but he has Steph and he has Draymond, and he's got 12 years of, I've been awesome. So it's not that he has leverage, because ultimately when you don't have a job, I guess you don't have leverage, but he's got Steph and he's got Draymond.
Yeah, I guess I just never felt like leverage was a big part of this one. Leverage is a big part when 2 sides don't agree. I don't necessarily know if this is about a disagreement as much as it is like time for a philosophical twist, and can everybody kind of get on that same page? Like, there is actually common ground between Steve Kerr and the Warriors. I think all sides agree that right now this doesn't work. This isn't whatever. Like, Steph Curry would say that. Draymond, who wouldn't say that? They lost more games than they won. They need a new normal. Steph Curry is over here, and my God, my vote for the most underrated comment of the weekend was his. All you championship or bust people, Steph Curry came out and said, This doesn't need to be only about a championship. Everybody who's been going, they got to get the 5th one for Steph. He's like, yeah, but can we just win? Like, let's start there. Let's try to win more games than we lose. And then we'll worry about whatever's going to happen in the playoffs and all that. I loved that quote. And I'll find it for you. We got it in here somewhere.
Right, a lot of sound.
There's a lot of sound.
Yep.
There's a lot of sound. We would love to hear the sound of your voice today. This is an easy one. Okay? 888-957-9570. And your thoughts on whether or not you would like to see Steve Kerr continue as the head coach of the Warriors. But this is kind of what I threw out in the crossover, that I just, this one did not feel like I thought it was going to feel. I walked away from listening, forget the game itself Friday. I didn't find that to be terribly shocking or anything like that. But what everybody did and said after that sort of left me thinking, okay, I think there's more at work here than I realized. When Steve Kerr came on the show last, whatever that was that Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
Sure.
He came on, and do you remember the question where I was like, hey, Steve, I'm having a hard time understanding why everybody's doing the, like, let's wait till later in the summer to figure this out, because this is what I have heard. You still like coaching, and you still want to coach. Steph Curry wants you to be the coach. Draymond Green wants you to be the coach. And the Warriors don't really have some other name in mind. What am I missing here? Why is this not done? And then he gave the answer that he's given me. Well, we got to, we got to step back, and we got to see if we're all on the same page. There is something going on between, and whether you want to call it Lacob or just the front office, I don't know if it's all Joe. There's something going on there between what the front office sees and what the coach/veteran players see. And there's something there that is either butting heads or they just simply haven't found the common ground yet. And maybe it's as simple as they haven't had time to sit down and find it.
Maybe. I mean, it could be as complex or as simple as that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, or just Joe Lacob, wants to try something else because, Steve Kerr on Friday said these jobs all have an expiration date. Yep. And he said that to us before. And there's a run that happens, and when the run ends, sometimes it's time for new blood and new ideas. And maybe that's where they think that we are after 12 years. And I texted you about this and the show thread. Only 7 coaches have had a longer run with one team than Steve Kerr. 12 years with one team is a long, long run. Only 7 guys have had a longer run. So it's not like if this ends this way, it's going to be, they pulled the plug too soon, because only 7 coaches have ever had more than 12 straight years, and he's won 4 titles. So if they think that now's the time to reboot it, then they're allowed to. I don't believe that now is that time, and that's why I think that after all the comments, Steve's and Steph and Draymond, and now we've had a whole weekend to reflect, and we got a whole week to actually look back, because I don't think they'll make any decision until maybe next week sometime. I don't think that when they look at it, they'll look at it and say, now's that time.
I don't know if they know yet. Like, I'm with you, but I don't know if that's the question. Is now the time? It sounds to me it's more like, is this the person? If we're going to do X, is this the person to help us do that? And Steve is also answering that question almost about himself. If they're going to do this, does that align with kind of what I'm thinking? I think Steve and Steph Curry are more open to evolving than probably they have been before. It just sounds to me like the front office is thinking to themselves, look, we're all big fans of Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, but we're not doing a retirement tour. We're not doing a parade. This is not a nostalgia tour. This is Warrior basketball. We want it to be competitive. We want it to be exciting, unpredictable. And yes, Steve Kerr can be the coach of that, and Steph Curry can be on that team, and Draymond Green can be on that team, but not if. This is why I felt like Joe Lacob didn't like the comment about a fading dynasty. I don't think that Joe Lacob ever wants his organization to be described as fading. That's why, I felt like we got that answer over the weekend. That's why it pissed him off.
I'm sure.
Because it wasn't like disrespect to the greatness of Steph or anything like that. It was, no. Like, this can still be about Steph and Steve and Draymond. But stop with all the verbiage that makes it sound like we're just out here waving to people as we head into our 40s. That probably got Joe.
I'm sure, but I mean,
I get that.
I do get it also, but Steve was being real, and he was being honest about the reality of where we are. And the thing about the ESPN article, and we've talked about it, Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater co-writing a great article, and the one thing that they wrote is sources indicated that Lacob wants to hear Kerr express a hunger to continue executing the nitty-gritty details of the daily job. They want him to express a hunger. So, do they want him to go in there and say, yeah, I'm really hungry, I'm 60, and I really want to, still do it? That quote to me, it's not a quote, but it's a paragraph. That one struck me like, oh, if that's really what they want, I don't know if Steve Kerr is going to want to go in there and, sing for his supper?
Yeah. And you know what? Maybe this is one of those where we do take the comments at face value. I think that they know more than they're telling us, but these 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever it's going to be, maybe they really are going to sit down for 2 weeks, get away from this, and think about, how do you want it to look? I can imagine answering a question like that when you've got a game the next night is probably pretty difficult. Or you're on a plane, flying back from Atlanta or Washington or something like that because you played a game the night before. It's probably pretty hard to work through all those thoughts when you're also thinking about, damn it, Guy went the wrong way on a pick and roll last night, and I got to talk to him about it. I get it. they probably all need some quiet. And yes, that's why Steve is not going to join us this week, because he's already answered the questions that we're ready to ask, and he doesn't have the firm answers that he'd probably like to have. And so when he's next ready to talk, you'll hear it here. And that'll probably be, as you said, either next week or the week after. But yeah, have some quiet. Everybody go to their corners. Figure out exactly how do you want it to look for you. Then get in the room and see if those things fit. And I'm with you. I still like their chances to come out of there and see white smoke come out of the chimney. I do. But I think it's less likely than I thought last week.
I agree with
Let's put it
that.
down.
I mean, because I thought even last week or the month before or 2 months before, you and I both were like, he's coming back. And it'll just be at the end of the year. And then they'll announce a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal or whatever it is. But after the hug that we saw on Friday and then the comments and all the rest of it, I do think that it becomes a little bit more in doubt. But as I went through the weekend and I got through today and, listening to Steiny and Goo throughout the course of the morning and then into the afternoon, I still do believe that when all the dust settles, he'll be back.
888-957-9570 is the number. What a great opportunity for all of us to sit with this here for about 4 hours or so and work through this. We'd love to hear your thoughts. It's a little bit layered and complicated, but how do you see it? And do you want Steve Kerr to keep coaching this basketball team? 888-957-9570. We're going to take your calls right now. We're going to take a lot of them throughout the day. Nick Friedell's going to join us at 4:15. He was at all the exit interviews today. He was at every single thing that happened on Friday and over the weekend. And so his perspective is going to be treasured today. And so he's coming up at 4:15. But outside of that, let's hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also coming up next, we'll play that Draymond comment that's getting all the buzz today, coming off of his podcast, talking about Steve Kerr. The draft is Thursday in the NFL. We're broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick, win some great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. We'd love to see you there. Thursday, 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. All right, here we go. Your call's next on Willard and Dibbs.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The NHL playoffs are here, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. Tampa Bay is trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $673 if they take the Stanley Cup. With Kelsey, official partner of the NHL, you're trading against other people in the live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That was interesting.
Yeah, what a weekend.
That was interesting.
Yep.
I want to read this because we're searching this out. But for me, for my brain, this was actually the fascinating quote of the weekend. And it comes from number 30. Okay? Let me read this. It is a handful of sentences. It's not that long, but it's more than one sentence. So let's just see if we can follow along.
It's called a paragraph.
Okay, can we? Yeah. Well, actually, in the way that's written, it's actually 3 paragraphs.
Oh.
But don't get intimidated. It's not those kind of paragraphs. It's like sports writing paragraphs. Just, can you follow along for, right?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. Steph Curry, quote, I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years. Before you win the title, you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you have no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, and then everything else is based off of that. It's been that way since 2015. I think we can reshape the narrative, knowing in the back of our mind that a title is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team, every single night. Realize how hard it is to win in this league. Can we rethink how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship, championship, championship every day. Even though we've experienced that, can we build the foundation again? End quote. That, for me, is the middle ground. That's alignment. Steph Curry, as usual, has the answer.
Right.
Here's Steve Kerr on the left. It's all about Steph. I'll follow Steph anywhere. Here's Joe Lacob and company on the right. Hey, we're not on a nostalgia tour. And then here's Steph creating the middle ground that would allow everybody to stay together. This doesn't need to be maniacal about championship constantly. Can we all get together, evolve a little bit, redo the foundation, and just be a good basketball team? Young guys, old guys, all the guys.
We can, but does that include Steve Kerr? That, to me, is where, what he said is exactly right. They're not going to win a championship again, most likely. Even if you go out and you add Giannis or LeBron, like LeBron comes in on the minimum and, you get Al to stay and you get Kristaps to stay for cheap and whatever. All the things that you want to have happen, you win the lottery and you get whatever player you want, DeBonsa or whoever you think could actually fit better or best. If all those things happen, do you go out and you win next year? Probably not. Or the year after? Probably not. So what Steph is saying, I think, is the reality of where we are, where he is 38. He'll be 38 and a half when the year starts, and Jimmy's 37 and, coming off an injury and all the rest of it. So how do you go from where you are now to where you are in 5 years? It's by starting to rebuild the foundation.
Exactly right. And by the way, there's too much Thunder talk. If you want to talk about the remainder of Steph's career and actual championship contention, I give you one team. Hell, I give you one person. How the hell are you beating Victor Wembanyama in the next 2 to 3 years? Tell me. Explain that to me. Stop it.
That'd be hard.
It's not the Warriors' problem. It's everybody's problem.
Right.
It's everybody's problem. Explain to me how the Nuggets are going to do it. How the hell's Luka going to do it? How the hell is Shea going to do it? Hasn't been able to do it this year. Until I see otherwise, screw the Thunder. The Spurs are the team. They may not be fully ready yet because they haven't done it yet.
Right.
But they're going to go through their run this year. It's going to give them all the experience they need and then figure out how to beat them starting next year. He's unstoppable. He is the craziest cyborg I've ever watched with a ball. Did you watch him last night?
Not since Shaq have we seen somebody so unstoppable. And Shaq was unstoppable then when the 2 was better than the 3. Right. We didn't know about the 3 then.
Yeah, he was unstoppable as long as he was inside of 10 feet from the rim. Victor can be anywhere on the whole floor. He's bringing the ball up. He's 7'6", and he's bringing the ball up. I just... miss me with championships over the next 2 years, unless you're wearing a Spurs jersey.
Right. Or, I think Boston has a real chance this year. Detroit down 0-1, whatever. You never know what could happen, as we've seen.
Sure, he
things
could get hurt. He could get hurt.
Or
I get it.
You could get upset, or you could have to go into a long series or whatever. But as far as the Warriors and their chances over the next, 2 years of Steph, before Steph turns, 40, it's not likely. Even look at the Lakers with LeBron. LeBron was awesome this weekend, and he looked great.
Incredible. He's just incredible.
He's just incredible. But can he do that 16 times in the playoffs and knock off OKC and San Antonio and Boston or Detroit? Probably not.
Probably not. All right, 888-957-957. We'll play the Draymond thing for you here in just a few. Marino in the city. Hi, Marino. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yeah, I listen to Steiny sometimes, and I love the way he grew up in the East like I did. And I was really getting on the Warrior bandwagon in 2017 and 2018, even though I first visited here in 1988. So San Francisco has changed so much. And you have people under 40 that want to call the Warriors a dynasty. I'm sorry, that's not a dynasty. The Celtics, when nobody appreciated the Celtics, and I was a child, what did they win, 9 out of 11? So they're not, for example, they're not dynasties in baseball anymore. But, one calls a dynasty, another one will call a mini dynasty. I'm tempted not to call the Bulls a dynasty. They won 6 out of 8, but they haven't been seen since.
All right, Marino, thanks, man. I think you're coming from a completely different time on planet Earth, and that's fine. That's your backdrop. But the Bulls were a dynasty. The Warriors were a dynasty.
Right.
I can't see that any other way. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's just
9 and 11. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that was a different world. What were there? 1.5 teams?
Right, exactly.
Like, I mean, we got to be, and that actually. What's interesting about Marino's call is that's where we're at. And I thought that's what Steph was saying. You have to learn how to evolve based on what's new. That's true if you want to assess dynasties, and it's true if you want to learn how to, score the basketball in 2026 in the NBA. You can't just sit out of the three-point line and fire away, especially when you are a middle-of-the-pack shooting team, and that's what the Warriors were this year.
Right, and you have to evolve, and you look at, you mentioned San Antonio with Victor Wembanyama. Well, those guys don't just shake off of every tree where you get a guy who's 7'6" or 7'5" or whatever who can do everything. But in this day and age, you have to be able to score in different ways. And the Warriors built their dynasty, and I apologize to Marino for using that term, but they built it based on the fact that they did something that no one else was doing. They did it first, they did it best, and nobody else could catch up to what they were doing. But now everyone does what they do. So what's the future of the NBA? Well, the future is, in part, having a guy like Victor Wembanyama who is unguardable and phenomenal, but also you have to figure out what is going to be the next trend for the NBA to, try to counteract that.
Let's go to Shaw in Oakland. Hey, Shaw, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I see what you're talking about, especially about evolving, and I think that's what needs to happen. And under Kerr's watch, I've seen a lot of things that happen, but I've seen a lot of mostly good things that happen when he was there. Well, I mean, when he's there. Besides all the Durant situation, the Jordan Poole situation, could they have handled it a little bit different? Yes, but that's over and done with. And Draymond still being Draymond, that's another rock in the road that if we're going to keep dealing with that or for one more year or we'll figure something out with him and his contract and everything like that. But at the end of the day, we need to start getting a little bit younger. We're mixed with some veteran stuff, but is that going to include Kerr or Draymond? We don't know. But they got to get a little bit longer, a little bit bigger all the way around. Steph can't keep playing all these minutes that he's been doing. His body is starting to break down a little bit. He's still amazing, but you get Father Time is undefeated. So you got to adapt to it, and that's the whole coaching staff of the Warriors, too. They need to adapt to certain situations and look around the league and see what they can do about getting better. So hopefully Kerr is involved in that, and if not, well, I mean, I still have faith in Kerr. I still think he's a good coach, but if he's not included in this shuffle, hey, man, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing road trip, and we'll see what happens.
Shah, thanks. I think that's all very, very fair. It's easy for us to talk about, everybody needs to evolve, and then you go, okay, how? What is it that you want to see done differently? What is it that you want to see? And I mean that about all parties. Here's where I'll fall back, and this is where I land on your side with regard to Kerr's future and whether or not he will or won't be back. I think Joe Lacob wants him back. I really do. And I think Steve Kerr wants to be back. And we know what Steph Curry and Draymond Green think.
Right.
They've said it publicly. So when everybody wants a certain thing to be true, the only question then becomes, all right, how do we go about making that a reality? And I think all that takes is really an openness to, for instance, what Shah is talking about. Is there an openness to not making the sun, heaven, moon, earth, everything totally 100% revolves around Steph? And it's not because he doesn't have the talent. It's because he has runner's knee. So, we gotta, everybody just kind of needs to move to, I imagine this sort of like Twister. And you got all those little circles all over them. Everybody just needs to move to a new circle. You don't have to leave, but Steph has been standing in that center circle for 17 years. Move to the next row, and let.
Who can be that center circle?
There probably isn't going to be one right now, and he's still going to be quote unquote the center circle, but maybe just not shine so damn bright. Like right now, he's the entire board.
He is, but I think the frustrating part is what happened to Jimmy, because if Jimmy Butler didn't get hurt, you could at least say that, all right, Steph may not be the center circle every night, but you got Jimmy. And if Jimmy can play, 65, 70 games as the, number 2, and sometimes he'll be Batman and Robin the other days where, Steph is on the court. If Steph is out, then Jimmy can be that guy. But you didn't have that this year. You had, Malachi Leones, and you had, Yurt 7, and you had Pat Spencer, and you had so many games where you didn't have really anybody but Pods, and that's why I think Pods got a lot of heat that he didn't deserve, is the fact that a lot of times he had to be that center circle.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, thank you for calling in. What's up today?
Man, I don't know what the Warriors are going to do, man, with the likes of Wembanyama and, whoever, like Oklahoma City. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, you got to get like 3. You got to make bold moves. Suddenly, you got to go out there with Lakers, got to back him up, and they got to go get like LeBron, and they got to go get like 2 other players of that caliber to start with Curry and Draymond. If you're going to keep playing Draymond or slide him to the power forward, I mean, what are you going to do with Wembley except like hack him to death? You know what I'm saying? During the game, you got to get physical with cats. But the NBA is not. You can't get physical. It's not like the old school NBA where cats would beat each other up. So, they protect the players now a little bit more, but they're not protecting Curry as much still. That's why he gets beat up a lot, too. You know what I mean? It's like, man, come on, man. One of the greatest players of all time, he gets no respect from the rest still. And it's just, very, very frustrating as a fan to see him get tugged on, his jersey tugged on constantly. I mean, he might as well just get by one of those old tear-off jerseys like Earl Campbell used to wear. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, man, come on, man. Seriously, what are the Warriors going to do? They got to go out and get some big brand names if they want to keep people in the stands and keep the excitement. Is that why they're keeping Curry around, just to put people in the stands, or are actually trying to rebuild? I mean,
it's pieces of all of it. Nick, here's how just the way I'm thinking, here's how I would respond to it. When you say, what are the Warriors going to do because of Wembanyama? This is real tough for people now. Here's what the Warriors need to do. They need to stop worrying about championships.
Right.
That's not what we're doing right now. And if you don't believe me, would you like me to read again what Steph said over the weekend? Quote, we don't have to keep saying championship, championship, championship every day. Can we build the foundation again? That's your job. That's the job. That's not a rebuild. That is, can you evolve? Can you adjust? Right. Can you bring in some new faces? Can we start doing things a little bit differently? He wants to focus on just being a good team. And I love that idea. And it is incumbent also then upon us to remember 2009 and every year that happened before it, when we weren't sitting there going, you must be a championship contender or we won't come to a game. That building across the bay was filled every damn night, and there was never a thought about a championship.
No. We celebrated a thing called We Believe because they won a series.
Yes.
And they were in 8 that beat a 1, and I get that. But even beyond that, you went to Utah and you lost in 5, and that still is one of the greatest moments in franchise history. And if you talk about building a team, think about San Antonio. It's not just, oh my God, you won the lottery. You got Wembanyama. And I'm looking at their draft right now. Back in 2019, they got Keldon Johnson with the 29th pick. He's still there. Next year, they got Devin Vassell at 11.
Good player.
They got Joshua Primo in 2021. In 23, they got Wemby at 1. The next year, they got Castle at 4. They got Dylan Harper at 2. So, I mean, they did well in the lottery.
They did really well in the lottery.
They won the lottery, but they also got good players around him.
And read their records all of those years.
Awful. They had 22 wins and, 24 wins. And they had so many years where they were bad. 6 straight years of no playoffs. So what Steph is saying is not let's be bad, right away.
No.
Let's be bad on 3, 1, 2, 3, let's be bad. But what he's saying is we're probably not going to win championships for the next year or 2 that I'm here. But in the meantime, let's draft, let's get better, let's build it. Like Keldon Johnson in 2019, nobody thought then that he would be a part of a team that might win a title this year, 7 years later, right?
Yeah, I just think it's to me, it's just about thought process. It doesn't mean don't try to win. It doesn't mean that you're not allowed to win a championship. It's just thought process, and I love what Steph is saying there. Let's back up, let's breathe, and let's try to be good again. Start there. But a lot of Warrior fans in a transitional phase, I feel like, kind of want to walk before you crawl, which is, how do we beat Wemby next year? Well, I'm going to raise my hand and say, you won't.
No, don't say that.
And then I'm going to
tell... But they beat him twice in a row this year.
And then I'm going to tell all the other teams the same thing. You can't be 7-5 next year. Or probably ever. That's my belief. He's about to go on his run. That's what I think. And unless something goes completely haywire with that man, and what we know about the NBA, which is if you've got that dude, you're probably going to win more often than not. I think over the next 5 years, he's going to win more often than not. And maybe more than 5 years, because he's still a baby. And it's definitely going to cover the remainder of Steph Curry and LeBron's careers. That I know. So, that's just my opinion, but that's why I love what Steph is saying here. Yes, there's a way to do this. And I believe there's a way for Steve Kerr to be the coach and Steph to finish as a Warrior and also sort of adjust your foundation. Is there a way to win a title? Not unless a bunch of weirdo stuff happens.
Right.
And that's okay.
And this is not 2022 where, Steph would have been, 34 at the time, and Draymond was 32 or 33, and, Clay and whatever, Jordan Poole, and you had, Andrew Wiggins on an absolute heater 4 years prior, and these guys are all now a lot older. And I'm just looking at the Spurs, and you've got De'Aaron Fox is 28, and Johnson 26, and Wemby is 22. Dylan Harper's 20. I mean, are you kidding me?
And they're incredible already.
Right. Stephon Castle, your guy, your man crush.
I love him.
He's 21.
21 years old.
You're looking at a team that is probably not ready to win now, but next year when they're going to be, having this experience and they're all going to be still in their early 20s to mid 20s, and you're going to have a team of guys in their late 30s.
The only problem they have is the luxury tax and the salary cap.
Well,
I don't know what the hell they do in 3 years.
Well, next year, Wemby's only making 16.8.
Exactly. So you're fine right now.
De'Aaron Fox is making 49.8 next year.
Exactly. So you're fine right now, but when you get 3 years in a row of extension eligible, Wemby, Castle, Harper, have fun with that. I mean, I don't know how you do that.
The De'Aaron Fox contract, just looking at it, oh my God, that thing is an albatross. Well, good player.
But when's it up?
2030.
Oh, he's got that many more years on it?
He's got 49.8, 53.8, 57.8, and 61.7.
That dude's getting traded.
I mean, yes.
In a couple years, that dude's getting traded.
No, for sure. Yeah. But just looking at their money, Wemby is still an unbelievable bargain. Obviously, he's still on his rookie deal. So they're in their sweet spot. They're in their window. And the Warriors are not in their window. And so, I mean, even if you want to close your eyes and dream that everything goes your way this offseason, Steph is back and Draymond takes less and, Porzingis takes a minimum and LeBron comes here and he plays for peanuts and Al and DeAnthony and all the rest of it.
And then everybody's healthy now.
Right.
And everyone's healthy.
You're still maybe the fourth best team in the West.
Yeah, you can do some things.
Sure.
But
you're not as good as OKC, San Antonio, or Denver.
No, they lost 2 fewer games than the Thunder, and all everybody talks about is the Thunder. I'm I don't know if y'all noticed, the Spurs are here. It's now.
It's then.
If it's not now, it's next year.
Agreed.
And if they play each other in the conference finals, buckle the bleep up.
Yeah.
That's going to be an epic
I think
watch.
It will be.
Yeah.
And I was actually having this conversation yesterday with somebody right after I was listening to you and your side piece on our station.
Boy, you're going to offend a big, strong man now.
He doesn't know where to find me.
Just so you know, I'm nobody's side piece, okay? I'm the main course.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In fact, you're the appetizer and you are the dessert, my friend.
Nah, bro. We don't need none of that. We're not trying to do none of that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Salam, but that's the way that goes. But I was talking to somebody yesterday and they were saying, the Spurs. And I said, you kind of have to go through it once before you can actually do the thing.
Maybe.
I mean, normally you do.
I remember, now I know the Warriors had been to the playoffs the year before, but when they won their first, I remember feeling that was about a year before I thought it was going to happen. It was quick.
Right.
But I know
they went through, they lost in 7 to the Clippers.
Right, correct.
Which
round 2, right?
Yeah. I mean, losing to the Clippers seems like so
funny.
12 years ago, right?
Feels like a dream. Larry in Berkeley. Hi, Larry. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey there. How are you?
We're
Can you hear
great.
me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Okay, good. Listen, there's one thing I think guys may have overlooked, and it's behind Steph's words. It's 4 words, lightning in a bottle. I think what they think is they can get it, they can capture it. You know, there were only 18 players that went through the whole season without getting injured. Injury is a big part of it. This team came together sort of without Jimmy and Moody at the very end of the playoffs, where finally they had a team that might be able to do something, but they hadn't played together. So when you look at that and you look at expectations, go back to 2023, that team, in no way anybody would have predicted that 2023 team would win a championship. Or was it 2022? I forget what year it was.
Yeah, 2022.
But anyway, 2022. But you know, in Steph's mind, in Kerr's mind, in all their minds, they know they can catch lightning in a bottle. Does that mean if the cards fall the right way with injuries the way they are? I was looking at Wemby play yesterday. That guy's he's got legs that go 6 feet tall. They look like toothpicks. And the energy that he's looking for.
Oh, we lost Larry a little bit there at the end. Yeah. I mean, lightning in a bottle. Okay, sure. I'll buy that if you're playing the lightning in a bottle game.
Right.
But understand what that is. That's
lightning in a bottle.
That's a lot of hope.
Right.
I mean, that's like every time you buy a lottery ticket. That's kind of what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
It's not a plan.
It's not.
I hope that's not your plan.
And the bottle might be broken. And, I mean, shout out the weather right now. There might be lightning today, but in general, there's no lightning out there.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Keep your calls coming. Those of you on hold, 888-957-9570. And with all promise, the first thing, right when we get back, what Draymond said on the podcast today about Steve Kerr's future is a must-hear. We have that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free.
QUO.com/SPORTS.
Looking for a fun and memorable way to celebrate Mom this Mother's Day? Join History San Jose for a Mother's Day tea the whole family can enjoy. Set inside the historic Empire Firehouse overlooking beautiful History Park. Gather together and treat Mom to a delicious spread of pastries, tea sandwiches, and refreshing teas. It's the perfect way to slow down, reconnect, and make lasting memories with the people who matter most. Vegetarian options are available. Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at historysanjose.org.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Is it over?
What?
Aha. Good question, Dibbs.
When it's over. What's that, 3 Doors Down?
I don't think so.
It's one of your bands.
Those are not my bands.
Sugar Ray.
I think it's Sugar Ray.
Might be Sugar Ray.
When it's over.
God, the 3 Doors Down thing is going to be a moment I'll never forgive myself for.
Yeah?
Yeah. Over on Sarah and Vinny.
Oh, that's right. I mean, I don't know why. I've blocked that thing out.
Well, the whole... Okay. Whatever. What was the question? What was the band that sent their album to your iPhone, your iTunes, or whatever? And
you too.
Right. And I didn't know. And then after the fact, I'm like, oh, right. And that's fine. I don't care that I didn't know. Like, there's a lot of things I don't know. But then they go, well, if you don't know, just name a band. And I have no idea why that was the first band that came flying out of my mouth.
Don't either.
I could think of 200 bands I like better.
Yep.
But I looked at Sarah and Vinny, icons. I looked them straight in the eye and
Legends.
I'm like, 3 Doors Down?
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, I should leave.
Yep.
What? And you can even feel it in the room. They kind of looked at me like, What?
Of all the half-hearted
What
guesses.
are you doing over here? I was like,
reminded me of my
Why did I
appearance
just-
on Wheel of Fortune when, like, you get to the final puzzle and you have a chance, like 5 seconds, and I knew it was surprise, and it was an E, and I said surprise Easter, and then I said surprise earring. Nah, it was surprise ending.
Ending.
Of course.
Yeah, like it's ending, right?
Yeah, but I was already so frustrated.
Surprise ending is a little bit of a salacious Wheel of Fortune puzzle.
Yeah.
Grandy.
That's not what surprise ending. It's like a twist in a movie or a book.
It's not a happy ending. I know that. It's anyway. Can we hear from Draymond? Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
You control it. You can play the Draymond sound whenever you want.
I know, but he's looking at me.
Oh,
He's
no.
looking at me with but with that, not with the normal look. He's looking at me with that look.
That's the look. That's the look. All right.
It's hard to focus when you're looking at me like that.
Play the Draymond.
You looking at me?
Yeah.
All right, stop. Okay, this is on the Draymond Green show. It's part of the Odyssey family.
Yep.
And he was asked about, or wasn't asked about. He's on there by himself. He asked himself about Steve Kerr's future, and this is what he said.
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
Okay, I have thoughts on this, but I want, at first, I don't know what happened on your phone. I know what happened on my phone. Friends from all over who live everywhere who are huge Warrior fans immediately started texting after that embrace. And they're like, what the hell did that mean?
Yep.
And then later in the night, turns out they were mic'd up and we heard it. And then everyone's like, oh, God, what the hell's going on here? How did that thing grab you?
It hit me in a certain way where I didn't expect that to be the way it went, but it was two things. One, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's awesome, because you do never know, Steve could be done, and Draymond and Steph, yes, they have one more year, but if Steve's gone, then he wanted to bring it in one last time on the court. In that moment, the season's over. You're not going to the playoffs. Let's bring it in. I loved it. And then I stepped back and I thought, oh, man, is this really going to be it? Is that the end? And if that is the end and that's the way it goes, then what does that mean? And who wants it to be that way? Is it Steve? Is it Joe Lacob? Is it Mike Dunleavy? And all the other things we found out, including Mike Dunleavy getting an extension that we didn't really know about. And so many things hit me after the fact. But in the moment, I was thinking, that's awesome. But wow, I mean, that's almost too awesome.
For those of you who didn't hear it, I feel like most of you did, but it was part of the Prime broadcast on Friday. We saw them kind of embracing, but, who knows what he was saying to them at that point. They're embracing, and he could have been like, let's get more money this offseason on 3. 1, 2, 3, right. Break. But the Prime microphones were running, and this is what he said.
I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death, and thank you. I appreciate you.
That's it. Right. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys to death. And I think it from all those on the scene, it caught the two of them a little bit off guard. You heard Draymond just there say he didn't miss the moment, and I'm appreciative of that. All right, now let's get to the fact that Draymond addressed it the way he did. There's one line in that podcast that's exactly the same as one of his lines from his press conference right before the trade deadline. And it led to you and I and so many others doing an entire show from Radio Row of the Super Bowl all about Draymond Green and how this show that we're doing might be the last one we do with Draymond as a Warrior, because he signaled to everybody that it had been addressed with him that he might be going somewhere at the trade deadline. And I think all of you are smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. Draymond, before the deadline, does a press conference and is like, they called me and they told me I might be in on this. And then the deadline passes and Mike Dunleavy's like, we would never talk about Draymond. Right. And everyone's like, wait a minute. But Draymond says that you did.
Exactly.
But I didn't. And you called Milwaukee, right? We sure did. And you have to match Giannis' salary, right? Yep, you sure do. So Draymond and Jimmy, right? Nope, not Draymond and Jimmy.
Nothing concrete ever
Okay, so we know, in my way of thinking, we know for a fact that these guys are, I think they're friends, they're coworkers, they get along, they respect one another, but they're also pushing buttons out in the media, for sure. And I think that Draymond's doing it again. There was one line that in both press conferences, I know this one was a podcast, it was the exact same, where he goes, and if that was it, man, what a run.
What a run. Yep.
He's right, but I think he's saying that for a reason. He did it then. He's doing it now. He's sending a message to all people with the last name of Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and maybe others in the organization as well. Don't do this. Don't do this. We don't want you to do this. And I'm going to tell the fans that you're about to do this because I don't think the fans want you to do this. And so this is his way of having it be therapy. It's his way of getting the message out. I don't believe he's just whimsical and okay with it.
He's never whimsical on his podcast.
Right.
He's directed and everything he says is thought of and pointed. And I think this is exactly that. I don't think that he or Steph wants to play for another coach next year. And Draymond will be back if he takes his player option. And Steph's already inked for another year. So, yeah, I think that this is not accidental. It's absolutely directed. And it's directed at the front office. And I can't imagine thinking about that and just what I've been able to reflect on over the course of the weekend. I don't think that this ends that way, where they decide that they want to go a different direction and Steve Kerr just, he takes a year off and he goes and coaches somewhere else. I don't think that he will do that. I can't imagine anyone else coaching Steph and Draymond on this team next year.
Well, that's another really good point to me, which is I know that, and we've been sitting here, and I know we'll get calls on both sides of the fence. Yeah, it's time for Kerr to move on. No, I'd love for Kerr to be back. And by the way, if you want to weigh in on that, is it time? 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel will join us in an hour, but we'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. Is it time? Even if you vote yes, it's time, I'd love to hear someone go, and the guy I'd like to see them hire is... and then fill in the blank, and then do a new sentence of how that works perfectly at the end of Steph Curry's career. Wow. That's a unique individual that I haven't met yet. Right. I have no idea who that person is who's going to seamlessly walk in here, replace Steve Kerr with 1 to 2 or whatever years left for Steph Curry, have a lottery pick, have Draymond Green's personality, have Butler coming back, Horford, the Porzingis thing, all of this stuff. There's somebody out there who's going to come in and do well with that next year?
The only people I could think of would be Terry Stotts, who has done it a long time, and now he's an assistant, or Jerry Stackhouse, who's never been a head coach, and he's on the staff, and he has that respect. I can't imagine you bring in somebody from the outside, and Steiny was joking earlier about Danny Hurley, who was the UConn college coach, and he's a big-time, personality and a rah-rah. He's kind of like the Tony Vitello of college basketball coaches. And I think that if he wants to be an NBA coach, he'll be a good one, but not here and not now.
No, and he already he turned down the Lakers job a few years ago.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Is it time? We can continue to get in on that. Nick Friedel, in an hour, he's been in all of these press conferences, all of them, including the exit interviews today. The NFL draft is Thursday. We're broadcasting live from, get this, the draft, but not the actual draft. The Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick, win some great prizes. Come hang out with us Thursday 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. All right, we'll get to some of these calls that are flowing in. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And I love talking about Fremont Bank on a Monday because I had a whole weekend to think about how great it is to be a Fremont Bank customer, and I have been one for more than 5 years. And I made the change because Fremont Bank knows me. They know my family, and they know that I'm not just another number at a big bank. I'm not an account number or a bank balance, but I'm an actual person. They know me, and they know my family, and their customer service is second to none. They go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and well-informed with whatever questions I might have. They're active members of the communities that they serve, and they support local nonprofits. They're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations. They keep the money local, and they reinvest it into businesses, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area so much better. When you put your money into Fremont Bank like I do, the dollars stay right here, and it supports those businesses and home ownership, all right here in the Bay Area, and they support nonprofits as well. And in fact, they designate 5% of their earnings to charity right here in the Bay Area. Go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself why Fremont Bank is awesome. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change, we get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Dub Nation, it's Steph Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's your guy right here.
I'm out on this.
When it's over, time to trade Steph and Draymond and fire Kerr to the lottery. They'll blow it. They'll take another Wiseman when it's over. Don Levy. Window.
You just started spitting out words. You're just like,
Don Levy. When it's over.
Oh.
That was When It's Over by the Golden State Warriors.
I appreciate your effort. I really do.
I've been better.
I appreciate And you've been worse.
Facts.
You know, I mean.
Much like the Warriors. Like Wednesday, oh my God, basketball, sports, amazing. Friday was like, like.
I was so happy that it was a Friday, though. I was just like, I'm going to open a bottle of wine and just. I was kind of like Steve Kerr. We're going to take the weekend. Just going to get away from this.
Yeah.
We'll come back with a statement on Monday.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag. Yeah. You got to halftime and it was like, all right.
Did you drink a lot this weekend?
On Friday.
You did?
Yeah. Every time they missed a three, took a shot.
No, you didn't.
They missed a shot.
Oh, God. You're still with us?
I took a shot.
No, you didn't.
Miss a shot, take a shot.
Did you ever play the, I think this was the police Roxanne drinking game? You ever play the Roxanne drinking game?
For sure.
You have?
Absolutely.
For real?
Oh, yeah.
Please explain.
Every time they say Roxanne, you take a drink.
It's a little deeper than that. It's a shot of beer. Every time they say Roxanne is a shot of beer, and then I think it's like every chorus or whatever, then it's a shot of alcohol. And it goes fast, dog.
Red light.
That's
Roxanne.
Right. No, he says it like 1,000 times.
Rocks.
And you're like, shot of beer? Trust me, it goes fast.
Fast. Yeah.
It's been a long time since I played that game. Anyway, let's go to Tony in the city. Tony, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Oh, hey, right on, fellas. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm on the freeway right now.
We got you, man.
It's rain pouring down. Okay, got my radio turned down. I'm a first-time caller. Want to make sure I'm doing everything okay.
You're doing great, Tony. Thank you.
So far.
Right. Right on. Well, Dibs, love the game you were playing. I was feeling the same pain as you guys. But just want to say, so I don't want Steve Kerr to be out as a head coach. Really don't. But I heard you guys talking before the commercial. And if we were to get someone else, I want to throw someone in the bayou, which is Dan Hurley for the UConn head coach. I feel like his energy and his passion for the game is enough to corral Draymond, and also maybe bring in some new ideas that Steph, maybe not new ideas, but some he could adapt to Steph's game. I'll take your guys' call off the air. First time caller, love you guys. You guys are pure comedy, and take care, fellas.
Tony,
here on the radio.
Man. All right, appreciate you. Thank you for your energy. Appreciate
drive
it.
safe, Tony.
Yeah, whatever freeway you're on. He's on the freeway. It's raining.
Yeah, he's on the freeway, and it's raining. Could be anywhere. But, I mean, I like Dan Hurley, the idea in a vacuum, but not now not here. I like Dan Hurley, the idea of, like, bringing in somebody with energy to like reinvigorate a young team and like be the guy to lead a bunch of 20-year-old somethings.
Did you like him when he was nose butting the referee in the tournament?
Didn't really mind it because I know that there was more to it than just like, the first time that he ever talked to this person, he headbutted him. No, there was a long back and forth, and I get that. And so we only saw what we saw, and we all think that, he went after him. No, he was just excited.
No, he
and
didn't.
I'm sure that they had a much deeper relationship, and it was probably a little bit of an inappropriate interaction, but it didn't bother me.
He was excited.
Right.
You know me. I don't mind when people authentically get excited in sports. I think it's really weird that some people try to police that. You know what I mean? Like celebrate, but no, not that much. Don't do champagne if it's only round one. Like, stop. Just, have fun.
Right.
Go to a baseball game in the Dominican. They're dancing in the first inning.
You win in the play-in, and you want to
time.
say that it felt like a championship? Then
do it.
Yeah. Celebrate. Enjoy.
So, I love Dan Hurley, but
not now, not here.
Yeah, first of all, and maybe I'll just admit sort of a hole in the game here. I'm not mentally at a space right now where I can even think about who would be the right replacement for Steve Kerr. For me, we're going to have to get to the point where he actually needs replacing, and that's actually going to happen. And then I think I could think about that because at that time, maybe we'd have a little bit better idea of the philosophical shift that's taking place. Maybe we'll have a little bit better idea of what draft pick they have and kind of what direction they're going. But if you're telling me, our next big acquisition could be LeBron and it could be AJ DeBonsa. Well, those are two completely you want to talk about a fork in the road. So I don't know who that coach is. But I also think Dan Hurley has already turned down the Lakers. I don't think he's really looking to leave UConn. And then our caller, Tony, also said one other thing, which is I think Hurley would have the energy to corral Draymond. Look, if you're going out in the world looking for somebody to corral Draymond, good luck to you. Like, that actually, to me, it underscores the problem with the idea of Steve Kerr not coaching the Warriors next year. Who exactly on planet Earth can come in and immediately navigate both the end of Steph Curry's career and then just anything Draymond? And you may respond to that by saying, well, that shouldn't even be the organizational focus. And you might be right. At the same time, it still has to be done.
He's on the team.
Unless he's not on the team.
Right.
But I don't Draymond works solely through the idea of respect. We hear him talk about it with every opponent that he goes through. Kawhi Leonard, respect. Karl Anthony Towns, nope. Rudy Gobert, nope. You know what I mean? He's solely about the idea of respect. How you going to bring in some newbie who's never coached an NBA game in his life and have Draymond's respect right out of the gate? I don't know how you do that.
You don't, and you won't. I mean, the guy's been playing for so long. He's in the top 40 all-time in playoff games played, and he's a vet, and Steph's a vet, and they've done it here, and they've won here. So the only way you would move off of Steve Kerr, in my opinion, would be to either elevate Jerry Stackhouse, a guy who is 51, and he played a long time in the association, and he's been there, and he's done that, and he's got, I think, enough of experience as a coach now to where if you elevated him, he could handle it. Or Terry Stotts, a guy who's coached actually almost as long, if not a little bit longer than Steve Kerr in the association. And so if you were going to make that move, I don't think that you could bring in a college guy, somebody who had never been in the pros like Dan Hurley, or even somebody else if you wanted to go to like Shaka Smart or another one of these like bright young coaches, somebody who's never been in the association. It's one thing to bring Tony Vitello to the Giants, right, where you've got a few vets, and Tony V had never been in the bigs. He's never played there. He never managed there. And you've got 3 or 4 guys who are veterans, 4 or 5, maybe Robbie Ray and Logan Webb. But it's baseball, and it's not as much as with basketball. And you're not going to have anybody, quote, corral Draymond Green. That's not going to happen.
My mind doesn't even go there. Like Grandy just whispered in my ear, and I've seen this rumor thrown out there, and I don't even know if you call it a rumor yet. But this idea, the concept, Todd Golden, right? He's at Florida. He has ties to the Bay Area. Like, no matter what name you're going to bring up, I'm just currently in this spot where I'm like, I don't even know how to wrap my head around that. So I have to do this. I have to segment this. You have to tell me first that Steve's not coming back. Then I can start to think about what might be next. But any name that you bring up right now, I'm going to go, no, I'll take Steve. Any name, I'll take Steve.
Well, of course.
And I think that, there you go. So that's my answer right now. My answer is Steve. Like, do you want this guy? You want that guy? Steve. And if it's definitely not Steve, now we can go to round 2. But that's my round 1 choice.
Okay, and if it's anybody but Steve, if it's not Steve, then what are we doing with the roster? Are you keeping Steph and Draymond? And by the way, Todd Golden is 11 months older than Al Horford. If you want some perspective, Al's about to be 40, and then Todd will be 41 in July. I just did the quick Googlage on that. So, yeah, Todd Golden is a great coach, and I think he'll be an amazing NBA coach at some point, but not for a team that's going to have, 3 or 4 guys that are his age and guys who have done a lot more in the association than he has, which is right now nothing. So if it's not going to be Steve, are you keeping Steph and are you keeping Draymond? Because if you are, well, then to me, you need to bring in somebody that they know and they respect. And maybe it's somebody like, Mike Brown is currently busy, but somebody like that.
It's just that, I think we could all admit it's an incredibly difficult task on so many levels. First of all, following a legend is never an easy thing to do. But second of all, we've spit out this idea of 2 timelines so much. If there has to be a new coach this year, and that coach both has to be the guy who welcomes the either 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, or 12th pick in the draft to the team, but also navigates the end of a legendary career, navigates the end of a personality like Draymond and his Hall of Fame career, navigates the return to action in the middle of the season of Jimmy Butler, and anyone or anything else that might be going on with this roster. Woo! Okay.
Right.
That's a hell of a description. You put that on LinkedIn, I'm going to keep scrolling.
Well, especially if you're going to be somebody who's never coached in the league. So not only all those things, but go ahead and learn the league. You are Todd Golden, who I think is great, or Dan Hurley, or whoever else. You've never coached in the association, and now you get to do that. Plus, you have to do all these other things. Good luck. And all the media that we talk about with Tony Vitello that he's had to kind of navigate and learn, and the road trips and all the rest of it.
Oh, yeah. And whoever that person is has to talk to us every week.
Right. Which,
jeez.
We hold their feet to the fire,
Brutal.
Tough, yeah. It's a tough talk, yeah. The more I think about, what you're describing, whoever that would be if it isn't Steve, how can it not be Steve? And I guess that's where I keep going back to, and the big hug, the 3-way hug, and the comments, and Draymond and Steve, and everyone's circumspect, and all the rest of it. I think about the reality of what that would mean. It would mean that somebody else comes in and is the head coach for this.
It would mean, in my mind, that Steve is not digging what is being put in front of him, and he doesn't want to be the coach anymore. I don't really see it as a scenario. I know a lot do. I know people love it. I think Joe Lacob wants Steve Kerr to be the coach. I think that Joe Lacob wants Steve Kerr to be the coach that he wants him to be, though. That's what I think this is. I think Kerr wants to be the Warrior coach, and Joe Lacob wants Kerr to be the Warrior coach. But Joe Lacob would like Steve Kerr to be the Steve Kerr that he wants him to be, and Steve Kerr kind of wants to be the Steve Kerr that he wants to be. And you have to find out if there's common ground out. Here's from the ESPN article this morning, Slates and Momo. They worked together on this. It was a collaboration sensation.
That's a buck.
And
Cha-ching!
Thank you, Grandy. I think this is I'll call it the phrase that pays. It's a little bit more than a phrase. But let me read this and get this out to everybody. Y'all can react. And again, we're taking your phone calls right now on whether or not you think it's time. And you know what that means. Steve Kerr even said, these jobs have an expiration date. Do you believe that April 20th, happy 420, 2026, is that day? 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls right now. Do you think it's time? But listen to this from the article. More than anything, team sources said, Lacob will want to hear Kerr express a hunger to continue executing the nitty-gritty details of the daily job, not a reluctant acceptance that he should continue coaching purely out of loyalty to Green and Curry and the sentimentality of riding out the era. That's why if Kerr decides he wants to return, there's a desire from management for him to sign a multi-year deal, according to team sources. So that's from Slates and Momo, and I think that's very important because this idea of like a chasm between Kerr and Lacob, I feel like is getting sort of miscast today. I don't think there's some sort of fundamental argument between the two. Lacob is literally saying here, if he stays, I want him for more than 1 year because I don't want this to feel like some sort of nostalgia tour.
Right.
This
the Last Dance thing.
This article for me was important. It was the first time that I think I heard ownership's thoughts expressed through the media where I was like, I get that. You have a point. Lacob has a point here. There's no question. But I personally believe Steve will be able to answer that question. I don't think Steve is only doing it to hang out for Steph. I know it sounds like that when he goes, I'll never leave Steph. But he's too competitive for that. Right. He wants to win.
And has he not been like drilled down on the nitty-gritty of the season? Like that's the part of it, of that paragraph that you read that I wonder about, because it feels to me like Steve Kerr is really all about still the nitty-gritty of this. And, we read the Nick Friedel article from last week from The Athletic, friend of the program, who will join us. And he talked about, Steve being in Detroit off a 5-game losing streak, and they were just having like a shoot around or, not an actual practice, but guys were just in the gym and Steve was there. And Steve was there and trying to, coach guys up and look at other players and whatnot. And so I think that Steve is actually all about the nitty-gritty that quote or that paragraph is talking about.
I mean, I've never felt for a minute of my life that Steve Kerr is out here just collecting a check and hanging out with his buddy Steph.
Right.
Like, have you ever felt that for a minute?
No, like he's just in this to be a part of the Steph train. And
like, I think that everybody needs to feel and hear that there's an openness to maybe not overhaul this, but tweak it. Why wouldn't you tweak it? And I like what Steph said, and we have it now. This sounds like somebody who gets, we need to tweak it. This is after the game on Friday.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night, understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
He's so good.
Yep.
I mean, that's it. To me, that's it. That's the middle ground that he just created. Can Joe and Steve both get there? It's like a Venn diagram.
Right. I mean, you can get there, but what exactly does that mean? And what Steph is saying in a vacuum is true, and it's accurate, but you also want to try to win while Steph is here. You're not just going to, trade Jimmy Butler and his salary next year for whatever, some $52 million expiring bum and a bunch of picks so you can load up for 2032. You're still going to try to win. So what he's saying is get back to the foundation of, playing good basketball and being a good team. And the league now is young and athletic and we're not. And so that's not as easy as, snap your fingers and bring in 4 or 5 guys who are young and athletic.
No, get in the lab. Like, that's what I'm hearing him say. That's an awareness of what others might say is the game passing you by. The league is different. It's young and athletic. You're not. So step one is probably get some youth and athleticism.
Right.
But also, how do we combat that? There's always a yin to the yang. There always is. Remember the read option? And Colin Kaepernick was going to run the league. And there was nothing anybody could do. And then defenses were like, what if we do this? like, oh, well, we hadn't thought of that. So now we're going to do this. And that's constantly what sports leagues are doing. And so the Warriors have got to go figure that out. No, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. And yes, your age is what your age is.
Right.
But obviously, Steph still has a place in this league. Draymond still has a place in this league. Kristaps, Al, I'm not sure. But there's pieces to the puzzle. They need additions and a tweak. And I don't know if it'll work, but go try.
Right. And all I'm saying is that the tweak is not a one-off season thing where, you get a draft pick and you sign a couple of guys and there's the tweak.
Yeah.
We're back. We're good. And what he said about championship, he's right. Like, it doesn't have to be about just that. And Steph is 38 and he's going to have one more year, maybe longer if he gets an extension. But the long-term future of this team is going to have to be either drafted players or undrafted young people or free agents who are young, and you have to turn it over.
Deborah and Hayward. Hi, Deborah. Thank you for calling. What's up? Is Deborah there? Deborah? Go on. Okay.
Go on.
Go on. Oh, I think that's Deborah calling back. She got disconnected. I want to hear from Deborah.
So Deborah and then Deborah again?
I mean, it's just my guess.
Same number.
The phone number looked very similar.
Could be.
There were similar digits.
I mean, you talk
she's
about
not there. Okay.
The reboot, and I can't help but think about San Antonio, where it was a 2019 pick, a 2020 pick, 2021, 23, 24, 25.
No, it takes forever, and it's awful.
Right.
But that's when you're starting from zero, and the Warriors aren't.
Well, they will be. They will be soon.
Maybe.
Right.
I don't know what they're going to do between now and then.
Right. I mean, they could bring in a free agent, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point this year.
I mean, I don't know, man. The constitution of every season is different. So I know how we're all feeling right now. We're all feeling right now like this is old, decrepit, and impossible to keep healthy. But I don't know that that's the case. LeBron James just played a healthy season. He's 41.
Yeah.
Then the two young guys got hurt, and he went out and led the rest of the scrums to a Game 1 win over Houston. I know they didn't have KD, but still, it can happen.
That guy is unlike any other athlete we've ever seen.
Yeah, except for Steph has some of those characteristics. He's not as large of a body, but I mean, LeBron adjusted his role midseason, and it's why the Lakers are doing so well. Maybe Steph and Jimmy and all that, maybe they got to do the same thing. To me, that's what he was saying.
Right, and you can adjust your role, and that's great, but who's going to take on the role that you normally have, which is best player? And that's the problem right now with them.
Sure.
Because, LeBron adjusted his role because you have Luka Doncic, and he is amazing, and then he got hurt, and Austin Reeves is also really good, so LeBron could kind of play third fiddle if he needed to, and he did, and they were on an absolute roll, and then they get hurt, so now he has to be first fiddle again, which worked for a game. Will it work all the way through the playoffs?
Yeah,
probably not.
It worked because he kept passing the ball to Luke Kennard, and he never missed.
Yep.
It won't always be like that, but yeah. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Nick Friedel is a half hour away. Okay, a bunch of the callers are back. So we'll try again. Stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. Do you think it's time, based on this entire conversation that we're having? Plus, we haven't gotten to this yet. Coming up next, in this article that Momo and Slates wrote, there's something completely separate from Steve Kerr and Steph Curry that I actually found to be the most concerning thing of all about the Warrior organization. You got to hear this. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Play, donate, or get involved. Every dollar supports local autism programs. Register now at AgapeCharityGolf.com. Don't miss it.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, this is much better. I'll take this over Sugar Ray.
And then crossroads.
It's an important distinction. It's not over.
When it's over.
We're just at a crossroads. So it might be over, but it not.
They're going to resign Draymond. They're going to keep Steve Kerr. They're going to get Curry. Totally right.
That makes no sense to me.
They're going to go and extend pods.
Why? Just pause. Not pods, pause.
He cannot be that guy.
They're going to keep on Al Horford.
By the way.
Yep.
I have
crossroads.
Quick request from both the Golden State Warriors and Brandon Pajemski's agent. So, in the summer...
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Pull it off. Sit one out, Steve. I don't even know if you're going to be the coach. In the summer, it's when a lot of people go on this thing called vacation.
Yeah.
Kids are out of school. Weather's nice.
Yeah, sure.
There's less sports.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So we tend to go on vacation. Lots of July stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
Please, Warriors and Pods' agent, whenever you sign that extension, I don't care how much money it's for. But just call me and make sure that I'm going to be here for the next show.
You want to be here?
That's my only request. I just want to do the show that comes the day after Pod signs the extension. Even better would be if that Pod's extension breaks. We get a little Shams action at about 2:45 on a day when you and I are both here.
The Warriors and Brandon Pajemski have agreed to a 4-year, 100.
He knows how to pronounce his name by now?
The Warriors and Pajemski, thank you, have agreed to a 4-year, $112 million extension.
That's a big number.
4 years and $108 million.
Keep coming.
4 years and 97.
Keep coming.
4 years and 92.4. 1 year and $2.7 $1,000.
Whatever. It's not even a narrative on agree or disagree because I don't even know if there is a deal or what it would be for. I just want to hear the reaction.
I mean, the reaction.
I just want to be here.
It's the reaction's already like all around you. It's all around you.
No, but that's preview stuff, and that's bluster. That's bluster. I don't buy it from a lot of people.
It'll be north of Moody, $13 million a year, and south of Poole, which was what, 20?
That was almost 30, wasn't it? Wasn't it
a year?
Yeah, that was up there.
Probably south of Kuminga too. Which turned out to be like 20.
Jordan Poole was 4 for 128.
Yeah.
Yeah,
JP.
We'll go south.
Get that money.
Meet me south of the border.
32 mil per.
Yeah, that's not getting that.
And you know what? And I said it then, and I believe it now. That was a classic, like, sign and trade. Like, yeah, $32 million, JP. Here you go.
Well, there was so much going on with that team. Yeah, you're probably right. They had to know. I mean,
they knew.
Well, Steve, remember when I asked him about the Steph Curry speech going into Game 7 and if he would have anything like that going into play-in week, and Steve was like, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to this time. That time he did, because that team, he used different words, but he's like, was a hot mess with all kinds of chemistry issues. So if you're a hot mess and you've got all kinds of chemistry issues, and they're centered around Draymond and Jordan Poole, you know damn well Draymond's not going anywhere, so you're probably right.
Yep.
They probably signed that thing knowing that they were going to trade it.
Right, and they signed it, and then that whole year happened, and then the money kicked in, and they traded him before the money actually hit the book. So that's the way that went. But yeah, the Pods thing, they don't even have to sign him right now.
The contract came after the punch, though, right? At least the announcement. Am I remembering that right?
The timing of it,
yes.
But it'd probably already been basically done behind closed doors.
Right. Correct. Yes. Correct. And so it hadn't played out yet that the chemistry was horrible, maybe, but they knew.
And you remember they had gone to Asia, and that's when Clay was like, this guy, thinks he's gonna beat me in a shooting contest or whatever.
Bring it down a notch.
That's right. So there was already things in place, but whatever. This contract will be north of Moody, south of Poole, and I also hope that I'm here for that. That'll be a fun show.
I just want to hear it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Please, Pods.
No,
Valkyrie's correspondent.
Well, they may not even do it this offseason. They don't have to.
Right, they might not. My request is, if it happens, please check our schedules first.
Right, exactly.
Please. I missed Purdy's extension last year. I'll never get over it.
That was Grandy and I live at Chase Center. We were doing the Valkyrie show.
The only reason I was okay with it is because I was in Cabo with my best friends.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, celebrating. We were celebrating our 50th.
Jaminski.
And nobody could tell me nothing that weekend.
Right.
But I still would have liked to have been here.
Jaminski.
We were locked in on WNBA and Valks talk, and all of a sudden we had to pivot.
Was that the Caitlin Clark one?
That sounds about right.
I think so.
Yeah. Caitlin was
Grandy's
here.
got the memory.
Yeah. And then Purdy.
We were next to
Purdy just came in and absolutely napalmed the whole show.
We were next to the Sephora booth, and there was probably 87 young girls and women all lined up waiting to get some free makeup.
And what'd they think of Purdy?
They could not care less.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
yeah. All right, let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Oh, and then I got something out of this article that I'm like, ooh, that's not good. And it's got nothing to do with Steve or Steph or Joe or none of that. Let's go to, Deborah's back. Hi, Deborah in Hayward. What's up? Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. No problem. Thank you, guys, for what you're doing every day.
Thank you, Deborah.
Keeping me laughing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Deborah.
So it's not time. It's not time, guys. And this is why. A couple of reasons. You ran down the list before about if that coach is going to be able to do this, that, and the other, then it's no, we're sticking with Steve unless he leaves, right? Unless when he's ready to go. And I think it should be 2 years. Like Lacob says, it has to be more than 1 year. So it's not like a farewell tour type of thing. Now, having said that, if he does leave, Stotts is not my guy because Stotts does not have a great playoff winning record. I'd rather go with someone like Stackhouse, who's been around. He's a defensive-minded guy. So for that part on Steve, then I was listening after that the Game 7 that we won on Wednesday. I call it Game 7.
Very nice, Deborah.
That's what everybody acted like.
Yep.
And I'm listening to all of these NBA players the next couple of days commenting, and they're saying they're naming all these other players, and they said if Steph Curry is playing, I'm going to watch his game.
Yep.
So that's why you don't trade Steph Curry because he's still putting butts in the seat. What you have to do is get somebody else that can shoot 3-pointers because I don't think we have anybody else that shoots 3-pointers when they put it up. I feel like, oh yeah, it's going to go in. So we need to get that person somehow, and you don't trade Steph, and it's not over yet. That's my 10 cents. What do you guys think?
Deborah, I'm going to buy probably all 10 of your cents because you made a lot of sense. Thank you. I still sit here and say I can't give you the entire equation. I just know that my equation does not include trading Steph Curry. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think it ever will. I understand where y'all are coming from if you're in full rebuild mode and you want to sort of look into that or talk to Steph or get a new coach or blah, 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 whatever. But I'm a no. I think Steph has a place. I think Steph is still worthy of being the best player when he's on the floor. I think Steph wants to be here both next year and at least the year after. He said as much on Friday night. I don't really understand the reasoning behind that. The only thing I can think of is if you get to the end of next year, or even if you get into a conversation this year about extension, and Steph Curry is completely demanding an absolute max salary slot, and in some way, shape, or form, you've got other action out there that prevents. But I have a hard time believing that Steph would run it that way.
Right.
I'm not saying he wouldn't deserve it or not get it. I'm just saying if the Warriors were like, but we could get this teammate for you if you would just take 55 or 50.
Right.
I feel like he would do it.
I think he might.
LeBron did it. I feel like he would do it.
I mean, if he wants to end as a Warrior and he wants to have one more bite at the apple, then he would be a fool not to do that because you're not going to be able to do what he wants to do without taking a little bit of less. And the whole idea about trading Steph Curry, I just want people to understand how that would happen.
Yeah.
What are you going to get? And if you want to look at the list, he's making 62.6 next year, which is the most in the association. Then number 2 is Jokic. I think the Nuggets like him. Then it's Tatum. Beyond that, it's Anthony Davis making 58.4. So do you want Anthony Davis?
No.
And the next year it's a player option for 62.8. The other one on the list is Giannis. So you'll do a Steph for Giannis?
No, thanks.
Joel Embiid?
Come on.
Meow. Karl Anthony Towns? Jimmy Butler is number 10. I don't think you can trade for him. Paul George? He's making 50. Kawhi. So as you run down the list, you have to go really far down before you find somebody who's just a straight up bum.
No, it would be multiple players, but it just it doesn't make sense.
You can't do it.
It doesn't make sense to me for multiple reasons, and what you're laying out is one of them.
Even if you wanted to actually do it or engage in it, you really can't do it based on what he makes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. Alex in Santa Rosa is next. Hi, Alex. What's going on?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Great.
Yo, so I'm just calling in to say, anyone who doesn't think Kerr should be back, not a real Warrior fan. I know you're always saying you get to fan how you fan. No, dude. This is my opinion. Anyone who thinks that isn't a real fan. And if you need me to explain that,
I'm going to ask
nothing I can even do for you.
Well, but what if I said, I want you to explain it, Alex.
The history of the Warriors, the history of the Bay, the struggle of the Warriors. Maybe if you're a little on the young side, okay, I'll give it to you. But other than that, to even weigh in on if Kerr should be back, and that's what Curry wants. And now I'm hearing people talk about, maybe you can get this for Curry. Maybe, come on now. Talk about not being a fan.
Alex, I think that you're talking to two people here on the radio who largely agree with you. I'm going to stop short of saying you're not a real fan. There's room for lots of opinions here. But even if we agree with you, when I asked you to explain it, you started bringing up a lot of history. And I think that's a piece of this conversation, but I also think in the minds of some in the front office, that's the danger. The danger is continuing to run this team based on its history. There's no questioning the history of Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Steph Curry. But I do think that the front office has a point if they're great, we want to acknowledge the history, but it does also need to blend in with the now. We can't do a retirement tour for 2 more years. You know what I mean?
Now is looking pretty good. And considering all that Curry has done for the organization and the entire state of California, let the man do his thing for a couple more years. They have pieces. Make a couple moves.
Yeah, no,
make it work.
I think they will. Alex, thanks. When he says now is looking pretty good, I think for a lot of people, 38 and 46 is not looking pretty good. And I get that. I get that.
And it's not looking pretty good based on what happened. And you can look at the positives that may be coming, which is Jimmy comes back and boy, that worked well together. And who knows about Porzingis and the rest of it. But right now, it's not looking pretty good. You were the 10 seed. You were the only team in the play-in with a losing record, and you are out again, and you're watching the playoffs. So no, it's not looking pretty good. But I don't know what the pivot is other than you've got Steph, you've got Draymond. Can you get Draymond next year cheaper than he is? You can. Steph is going to be $62 million, and he's worth every penny. And how do you work around that to put out a team that can maybe be good in 10 months from now? That's the challenge for Dunleavy.
Joe Lacob on the TK show back in October of last year. Our guys pulled this. This is really relevant now. This is in October. This is the very beginning of the year. And they announced we're not doing an extension with Steve Kerr. So Kawakami talks to Lacob about it. Listen to the conversation.
Yeah, if it was up to, I know it's a hypothetical, if it's up to you, he came to you, let's do this for another year, you would be all on board for that, another 2 years, another 3 years?
I mean, I'm not going to commit to anything like that. I think I want, the only thing I want to know is that he wants to do it and he has the energy and drive and enthusiasm for it. That is a requirement I do need from him. I need it from our GM. I need it from everyone in the organization, and including me. Mm-hmm. I need to be motivated. I need to be enthusiastic. I need to be working my ass off every day. And if I can get that out of them, then I want them to be here.
Okay, so and I think that's fair, and I think sometimes we probably heard that back in October, and we're like, well, sure, everybody's dedicated, everybody's motivated, everybody's doing their thing. But what he might mean by that is, like, we're not just here because Steph's here and you want to be next to him and you feel like you owe that to him. You know, that's one thing that I do think when you hear a lot of people say they, quote, owe that to Steph Curry. This is just my perception. Joe Lacob's shoulders get a little tight when he hears that. I think he gets it. I think he's classy. But when he's running his organization and trying to win each year, I don't think he's thinking about, well, we kind of got to put winning on hold because we owe it to Steph Curry to, like, ride out on his terms.
Right. I mean, it's about energy and enthusiasm, which is what he said. And so if Steve Kerr is not energetic and enthusiastic, then I think Steve Kerr would be the first one to say, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. He's not just going to do it and mail it in. I don't believe. Steve Kerr's been in this league for the better part of 4 decades. And so he's been doing it. And he was a coach and a GM and a broadcaster and a player and the rest of it. So he'll know when he's not that into it. And he strikes me as a guy who's not just going to do it for the check or for the esteem or for, you know, the flights and, you know, being on the road and being away from family. Yep. He's not a guy who just wants to be away from home because I want to be away from home and I want to make $14 million a year because I love money and I'm not that into coaching anymore. But you know what? I'm just going to fake it.
See, but this is why I'm with you, that I still do believe this ends with Steve coming back. I think the things we're saying would offend Steve and Steph. Like the idea that it's like, yeah, let's ride this out. Wave to the people on our way, because we've done some really good things. So let's just stay next to each other and wear this uniform for as long as we can. Listen to the way they talk. They are competitive SOBs. Steve Kerr is the one who came on this show, and when we played remember when we played the caller?
Oh,
it was like, what is Steph coming back for?
What is the point of what we're doing?
It's the guy from Brentwood.
Listen to how mad.
What is that?
Listen how mad he is.
That makes no sense to me.
Okay, that right there, that's the voice you get when you question whether or not Steve is trying to win every basketball game he plays.
What's the point?
That sound like a guy that's just like, yeah, I didn't, Steph's here, so thought I'd just hang out.
Exactly. Rack up a few more wins, climb a little higher on the all-time list.
So, this has got to work out.
You would figure.
Yeah.
And, Joe Lacob talked then and in this ESPN article, and I recommend everyone read it from Ramona Shelburne and Anthony Slater. It's the same sentiment, which is I need a coach with energy and enthusiasm. And I don't believe that Steve, to my eye, has ever shown a lack of that. Now, you could look at a press conference, and we talked about how he looked kind of tired and won, and I get that, but that's a press conference, and you grind 82 games and all the travel and the back-to-backs and all the media and all the rest of it. You're allowed to be a little tired or a little bit bummed at any particular point.
Hell yeah. You ever get done with the show and look tired?
Every day.
Yeah. You ever look tired in the middle of the show?
Sometimes, but I try to, ramp it up.
How about before the show?
Always before the show.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get home at 7, and I've got a 3.5-year-old who just wants to play, and she wants to play hide and seek or chomp chomp letter puzzle, or it's a game I made up.
What's it called?
It's called chomp chomp letter puzzle, where there's a puzzle of letters, and she'll dump all the letters out, A through Z, and then I have one of her stuffed animals, and I say,
I'm going to eat it.
I say, ooh, I'm going to chomp a letter that starts with the same letter as your name. And she'll think about it. She'll go, M, and then chomp, chomp, and I'll go into chomp, 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 and I'll try to chomp the M, but I'm going to eat it. She always gets to it before me. It's a chomp, chomp letter puzzle.
It's adorable.
Sometimes I don't want to play chomp, chomp letter puzzle.
It makes me go, I can't believe that you're still doing this.
57 years old.
I can't.
And I'll even, lately I've been doing it.
He cannot be that guy.
Lately I've been chomping with Orange Guy. Hey, I'm Orange Guy.
He cannot be that guy.
I'm sorry, you cannot be that guy.
Hey, I'm Orange Guy.
Oh, God.
And Orange Guy will chomp.
Dom?
Red pumpkin.
You let Big Dom play with Mila?
At times, yeah, I'm Orange Guy. It's also my Big Dom voice, but hey, I'm Orange Guy. And Orange Guy, Orange Guy wants to chomp. Orange Guy wants to chomp some fruit.
What is going on here?
I'm telling you a story, Fitz.
So what?
It's a good question. It's not really a question.
Stop! Would have also worked. Thank you.
Let's go to Bleacher Dave.
For the love of God.
Let's go to Bleacher Dave in West Oakland. Hi, Bleacher Dave.
Chomp chomp letter puzzle.
What are you doing, Bleacher Dave?
What is going on?
I'm trying to keep from jumping off a bridge listening to this station today. Everybody's depressed. It's morose. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wasn't it a lot simpler when the Warriors sucked?
That's funny actually. There's there's a song that's got a great line that I listened to about it was so much easier to have fun when we were a mess and we didn't have any money, and I'm butchering the line, but you get the idea. Yeah, it is. It's a little simpler then. Yeah. These are some high-priced problems, Dave.
Dude, that's right. What they say, more money, more problems. I think these first world problems, man. I was looking at a list of Warriors coaches and running through the muscle men and say, no shade on say, but, a bunch of one-year coaches because we just couldn't even really get a coach back then, and now we're debating options. We done came a long way, baby. I woke up this morning, Draymond, I hear a clip, Draymond's going, it felt like Kerr's last game. I'm going, what the hell? Then I'm starting to think about Bill Walsh, who probably would have traded Curry 2 years ago and reloaded and kept it going, right? But a year earlier than a year late. But, I think I'm like everybody else. I want to see Steph Curry play here as much and as long as I possibly can.
Yes, sir.
And that's probably irrational if you want to do what's best for the long-term thing in the franchise.
Okay, but Bleacher Dave, what's wrong? And we got to run, and I actually want to play for everybody the comment that you just referenced, but irrationality. There has to be some of that in fandom. There has to be, or else you wouldn't care about sports. There's nothing rational about caring about sports. Sit down with your remote control and your food and stare at a television, scream and yell about people you've never even met before and whether or not they make a basket. It's ridiculous.
It's short for fanatic.
But that's what we do. So, again, I like rational. I'm a big fan of rational. I think that I bring a lot of rational. But there's got to be a little bit of irrational. That's okay.
There's got
to be some.
Yes, there's always irrational in everything we do. And, you can go to the grocery store and you're looking for organic blueberries and they're all out, and you have to settle for the blueberries that aren't organic, and you're all mad because you want the really special ones or whatever. But it's like that with everything. And the one that's been hitting me lately is people who complain about no Wi-Fi on the airplane in your flight. If you're that person, then you need to slap yourself because you're 35,000 feet in the air in a metal tube. Check yourself. It's a miracle what you're doing.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
Totally.
You're going to get mad at me, but you want to know the one that's bugging me lately? Will you just relax with the playoffs are on Peacock? This is what we're doing now. Things are going to get streamed.
No, I get it.
I'm sorry that you can't toggle. I'm sorry.
No, I tweeted it. You're coming to me.
No, I saw this everywhere.
No, but I tweeted it, and I'm not that mad about it. All I said is it makes me not watch. That's all. If I have a choice between watching hockey and I can toggle, or watching basketball when my team's not playing on a stream, I'm not watching
it. That's fine. We're sponsored by Sarah Money Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now, sky high, but Sarah Money Ford's got you covered. During the Fuel Your Ford event, get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at SarahMoneyFord.com. Sarah Money Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel also joins us next. He's been at all of these press gatherings, all of them. His perspective next. Willard and Dibs.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
Yeah! The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch.
Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Wet weather today, and we've got more of the same for tomorrow, maybe a bit cooler.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
I wish everybody was on YouTube. I mean, Granny's sitting here playing a rejoin where cousin Nick Friedell's talking about how something puts a smile on his face. And I'm looking at him, and there's a huge smile on his face. And I'm like, the smile on his face now came before the smile. I'm like, Nick, what are you smiling at, man?
Yeah.
Hang on. Before you answer that. Hang on. Okay? I got to bring you in correctly here.
False start.
All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And now we can officially go out to that River Islands guest line because Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell is with us. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, now you can answer. What are you smiling at, man?
Mark, I think Lucas could put a smile on anybody's face with his tomfoolery, let's say.
It's happened before.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, good. So Lucas got you all warmed up. That's great.
He's our fluffer. He's the official fluffer of Willard and Dibbs.
I thought it was like a Cheshire cat grin because you knew something. Do you know something about Steve Kerr and his future?
No, I know we got a hell of a lot to get into out of all the weeks that we've talked this year. And Mark, let's start with Kerr because as we sit here today, right now, I would still tell you I'm leaning towards Steve coming back. I was just in there all day long listening to all the different players, talking to people in the organization. That doesn't get a drip. That's my job. But
no, it does. No, you're fancy. Your job is fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've earned the drip before. That wasn't a true drip. But I would tell you this. There are people within that think it's over and that Friday was the end, and that hug on the sidelines with Steph and Draymond signified that, this is probably the way that it goes. And there are other people that think, no, I mean, it was just the end of a long season. There's a lot going on, and they would still be really surprised if Steve left Steph. And as we sit here again, Mark, right now, I think that's where I come down. I just would be a little surprised still if Steve walked away from Steph. But there's no question there were some seeds that were being planted. And I think it's going to come down to when Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob sit down, whenever that is, and Steve gave the timeline, it was a week or two at some point here in the near future, they're going to discuss what's going on. And I think both sides have to like what is being said. So the speculation is going to continue until we figure out something for sure. But let me just say this as we get started here today. If Kerr decides to leave and the Warriors don't bring him back, I think they are they've got a gigantic hole that I don't know who the hell is going to be able to fill given the way their roster is still likely going to look next season.
Yeah, Todd Golden, college coach, well-respected, well-revered. But, yeah, I'm with you. And Nick Friedel is shaking his head from side to side with his eyes closed, which is somewhat dismissive. He will be an NBA coach at some point, I believe.
I'm
but
sure.
Not here and not now. So you talked about, Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr. And what's your gut tell you, Nick, about, who is more hesitant right now to want to go forward with this relationship?
I think there's hesitation on both sides, Dips. Truly, I think everybody's kind of looking around going, all right, do we want this to continue? And if you're Steve Kerr, you want to get paid and you want Joe Lacob to say, look, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done. I want you to keep running this thing the way you feel comfortable with. You have helped us build the whole culture and helped us win 4 titles alongside Steph and Draymond and Clay. I think there's a lot to that there's going to be certain things that Steve's going to want to hear. And if you're Joe Lacob and you own the team, I think there's certain things that you want to hear the other way. Steve, do you really want to be here? Is this something that is going to get you out of bed every day and keep you motivated? Or are you just doing this out of loyalty to Steph and to Draymond? I think there's got to be an open communication on both sides. And only those two guys, Dibs, have the answer. And Mike Dunleavy, of course, will be involved. But as I have been around day to day this year, I just keep coming back to, I think that's the most important conversation that's on the horizon. It's between Joe and Steve. And they've got to figure out, can we see this through for another year or two? Or is it time to change? But I go back, and I'm glad you mentioned Todd Golden, because that's the name. I know my friend Tim Kawakami mentioned that recently in a column as well. Todd Golden is a good college coach. They just won the title at Florida a year ago. If Todd Golden gets hired, the first thing that's popping out of people's mouths, especially out in the Bay, is, hey, Todd, what was all that stuff in Gainesville about? All the stuff behind the scenes. And it never came all the way to the forefront because it didn't get to that level. But to go from Steve Kerr, who is beloved across the league and has earned everything he's gotten for decades in the NBA, to Todd Golden or anybody else. I mean, Dibs, truly, the only guy, as I was sitting there thinking about this the last couple of days, who would fit if you could just plug him in, but it just doesn't work like that because he's got a big job somewhere else, is Mike Brown. Mike Brown is respected. Mike Brown is loved internally. He has the respect of the Stephs and the Draymonds. That would make sense. He's been around this team. He knows what it's all about. Outside of Mike, I mean, you could go in a different direction. You could say, hey, it's time. And Kerr said it the other night. There are expiration dates on every coach, and maybe that's what they come to. I'm just telling you, as I look around, not just the league, but, even out of the box hires, you're going to stick, let's say, for argument's sake, Todd Golden with Steph Curry and potentially Draymond for the last couple of years, and you're going to say, hey, let's go do this. I mean, if you are changing coaches, guys, you really should change everything and almost everyone not named Steph Curry. And I don't know if everybody's got the stomach for that right now, given how this season ended. But I was sitting in there on Friday night, and my biggest takeaway in all of it was Steph and Draymond acknowledging in the moment that they are not close to a title, that there has to be a shift in how they build these next couple years worth of teams. And I mean, Draymond was basically sitting there saying, I want to come back. I don't know if they're going to want me to come back. It revolves always around Steph. But that was the first time in years I have heard from either of those guys. And it wasn't, hey, the standard is the standard around here, and we're going to continue to push for a championship. They know they are far away. And if you know that and you make a coaching switch, I think this roster could look a lot different than it looks right now today.
Talking with Nick Friedel, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Okay, so I want your perspective on this, Nick. On I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday or whatever it was of last week, Draymond Green's in his kitchen in L.A. on national TV going, who the hell's going to coach this team other than Steve Kerr next year? That's a crazy idea. Then today he's on his podcast going, yeah, I think he's probably not coming back. What changed?
I think everybody's trying to figure that out, Mark, because as we walked into that, let's take Friday night in Phoenix, that was such a high internally in the organization after that Clipper game. I mean, Kerr had the line of the night, which is, we're us again. For one night, we're champions. And that's what it felt like. Guys, they were so happy. It felt like they had beat the Rockets again. It felt like we were in Houston and everybody was partying and they couldn't believe that they had pulled that off at the end. And this is what it was like in the good old days. And you got to Phoenix and you watched that scene at the end of the bench and you saw Kerr huddling everybody around. And then you listened to what he said. And I give you this also for context. When we're sitting there asking Draymond and he was giving his answers, then we're asking Steph. Mark, at one point, Steph looked at us and was like, what did he just say in here? Like I think the exact quote was, man, he must have been dropping some bars. Like, you guys are throwing stuff at me that I don't even know. I think it was such an eye-opener for these players who have been around Kerr for so long. And like Steph said, he left the door open. But I don't think anybody was expecting, hey, that could be it. And Steph said he was jolted by all of it. So I think the reality of it, Mark, is what's changed, in that this was a possibility, certainly, but nobody thought it would be that outward. And for Kerr to bring everybody together and have that human moment and then be as open after the game as he was, it just left the door open for everything. Now, I'm not sitting here again saying, hey, it's over. I know I saw the Draymond clip. I know his opinion is that that's probably it as far as Steve and this team goes. But I do think if everybody sits down, whenever that conversation is, and they say, let's clear it all out, let's get everything out in the open, and they realign. I mean, that Kerr mentioned the word alignment. I think that's a crucial buzzword in all of this. If you don't have both parties aligned, then you're not going to have a marriage that continues. But if Steph wants it to happen and Lacob is willing to put the money up for it to happen, whatever that number is in Steve Kerr's mind, and Kerr, after some reflection, says, I just can't walk away from Steph and Draymond, and I'll kind of do some things differently, and maybe we can get a different coach in here or two and have some different style potentially over the next year or two. I still think it has a chance to continue, but it was the reality setting in for everybody that this thing really might be done. And if you remove Kerr, guys, again, it's going to be a big adjustment for everybody in that organization whenever that day comes.
Yeah, and it would totally feel like a reboot at that point, even if Steph and Draymond were still here. And I wonder, Nick, if the uncertainty around Steve Kerr isn't part of why Steph and Draymond didn't do their exit interviews today.
I think at least in the last couple of years, Dibs, and I can't speak to it completely because I obviously just came back the beginning of this year, this is kind of the way it's been, in that the last game happens, those guys were up there for 15 minutes and they answered whatever questions came their way, but they're so advanced and so much older that they don't need to be sitting there on the day when everybody else does their interview. So I know that on the surface, on paper, people looked at that and said, well, why are they doing it? Why isn't Kerr doing another interview? Why isn't Dunleavy up there? With Steph and Draymond, I think they said everything they needed to say. As far as the Dunleavy thing, I'm not sure what else he was going to add today, because all he was going to be asked is, hey, do you think Kerr's coming back? And he could have sat up there for 20 minutes and said, I don't know. We'll sit and talk to him over the next week or two. So I'll be much more curious to see what he says after whatever happens, and that will happen at some point. And Dibs, as far as Kerr goes, he can't say anything else at this point. What it boils down to is him sitting down with Joe Lacob and those two discussing everything they want to put out on the table. So that will come, and we'll get the answer at that point. But again, I can't stress this enough, even as we're having this conversation. If Kerr leaves, and maybe he's just done, and I think all three of us agreed all year, there were times where he was tired and he looked burned out. But guys, I remember talking to him a month ago, not even, and he really enjoyed the day-to-day process still. So did something happen in the last couple of weeks? Only he knows, and only he'll share that whenever he wants to or he doesn't. But if you take Kerr out of the setup that they have, I mean, change happens in the NBA. It's going to be a lot different whenever it does. But universally, the feeling in the league and certainly within the organization was Steve will go as long as Steph goes. The idea that Steph will still be out there and Steve Kerr won't be there is jarring to a lot of people. And I would only say to Warriors fans who say, oh, man, it's past time for Kerr to be gone. They need a new voice. Good luck to you. Good luck. Because that guy, I sat and listened to all those interviews all day long. He has the respect of the room. And it's not to say another coach can't come in and have that, but he has it right now. And more than anything, he's got the respect of the one guy who matters the most in that room, and it's Steph Curry.
Nick, I'm also just amazed by the trickle-down effect of everything you're talking about now. And here's another spot where I really felt it. Last Thursday, Warrior fans were like, oh, Porzingis, 1 year, $20 million, done. Like, we're in on Kristaps Porzingis. Then one more game happens. He gets hurt in it. He says afterward that he's questioning his own future, and all of a sudden, it feels like it's not even on the top 10 of the priority list for the Warriors this offseason. What happened with everyone's thought about Kristaps in the last 3 days?
In the span of a blink of an eye, Mark, he became a mega afterthought because it starts with Kerr. Then you have to decide what happens with Draymond. Do you bring him back, or does he fill that role as that last real piece to get anybody in return in some kind of larger deal? I think they still like Porzingis. I think they'd like to bring him back, but I'm with you completely. I mean, it happened quickly, and it happened as soon as Kerr brought everybody together, everybody being Steph and Draymond, and had that public show of, hey, this could be it. And I think it's not only is it spot on what you're talking about, but it's what we're going to be talking about the next few weeks as this all unfolds. Guys, this team just isn't good enough. And if you're really going to have the reboot, the only person that you feel comfortable maintaining into the future and building with is Steph. That's it. There is a chance in all of this that in a couple more months, we're sitting here and the Warriors have a new coach. Draymond is on a different team. The periphery players, I mean, Horford sounds like he wants to play. He sounds like he really loved the Bay, and he sounds like he wants to come back. But, you know, Horford hadn't been here that long. Paz sounds like he wants to come back. But what does the money look like? Do they want to bring him back at that kind of rate year to year? This team could look dramatically different. I mean, here's another name I'll throw out at you, Mark, that we haven't even mentioned yet. Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was in the locker room in Phoenix on Friday night kicking a softball around like he was Neymar with Gary Payton's nephews, and he's enjoying it. And all I kept thinking to myself is, man, Jimmy really looks comfortable here. He looks like he's found the niche that he was hoping for after Miami and the blow up in Minnesota. And Jimmy has to be sitting here thinking the last couple of days, what the hell is going on? Because everybody thought there was one more year before all these questions appeared. And after Kerr brought everything out to the forefront, there's a good chance that this thing looks dramatically different. So how it all plays out, we'll see. But what I would say moving this whole thing forward is if you're Kawhi or you're Giannis or you're one of these veteran guys that we've talked about through time, and they make this change and Steve Kerr is not there, well, then who the hell wants to come here right now?
Right.
It would be Steph and a bunch of younger guys that you would try to grow over those last few years of however long he wants to extend his career. And the shift would happen pretty quickly. And if they make that switch and try to wedge somebody else in there, again, you can wish all you want. I think if you're going to make a coaching switch, you have to make a gigantic organizational shift in the players that you are bringing in to play alongside Steph Curry at the end here.
And I agree with exactly what you're saying. And so I guess the next question would be, which way do you think they go? Because if you do that organizational shift, if you bring in a new coach, then you kind of have to find a way to get rid of vets and get in picks and young players. Is that more difficult than just trying to stay the course? Is that more likely that they just run it back one more time?
The easiest way, Dibs, is to run it back, no doubt. And you can say, okay, well, we'll bring somebody in, and here's Draymond and Steph, and Jimmy will come back, maybe around the All-Star break. Maybe Moody comes back at some point next year, and the pod situation works itself out. Again, that's a solid team. I can only speak for myself watching this, though, day to day. If you are making the coaching change, I think you have to make the coaching change looking ahead 2 or 3 years. There has to be an acknowledgement in that, hey, guys, we did everything we could. The injuries derailed us this year, and we're just not good enough the way we're constructed. It's what, Dibs, frankly, it's what Steph was hinting at. I thought one of his best answers the other night in Phoenix was he's like, all we talk about for 4 or 5 years is championship, championship, championship. He's like, we have to go back to the drawing board and rebuild how we go at this. And Steph has said 100 times he only wants to play in one uniform in one place. I take him at his word. But there also has to be that honest conversation of, Steph, what's best for us right now is to build with you, and we have to continue this next phase, especially if Steve Kerr decides he's done and that marriage ends. So I think if you're going to make the switch, you have to make the switch all the way. The mistake to me would be if you make a coaching switch and you say, hey, let's just run it back with this new guy and see what happens. They are not good enough the way they're constructed. And if you believe, if you're Lacob and Dunleavy, that there's more hope on the horizon, you sit down with Steph and say, hey, we want you here. You're our guy, and we want you to know exactly what we're doing. And you have to see if he wants to sign off on all that. If he doesn't, that's a whole different conversation. But Dibs, I think to your question and to the point, there has to be universal belief that this is the right time and direction for the organization to go. And if you're them and you make this switch, I think that's absolutely the move that you have to make.
There he is, Nick Friedel. Nick, that's a nice Cubs hat. We can commiserate Cubs and Giants both in 4th place. Sorry about that so far.
Okay, yeah, that's really a positive to go out on. I mean, I'll see you on Wednesday for Shohei time. Okay?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are on a plane, aren't they? Okay, Nick, great stuff. We're going to keep chatting with you because I know this summer might be crazier than the fall was.
Mark, I'd leave you with this quickly. It's one of the most fascinating teams I've ever seen.
Yep.
This team, this year, and all the teams I've covered. And it's another reason why the fan base is so strong and people are so into this group. There are compelling characters. There's compelling storylines. But the offseason for this team could be way more interesting than the season itself, which is saying something because this season for this team was off the charts as far as the interest level usually went day to day.
Keep your phone close, okay?
You got it. See ya.
Yep, see ya. There he goes, Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Okay, there's a lot to chew on there.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll do that coming up next. Those of you who stayed on hold through that, thank you. Stay right there. We come to you next. Is it time? We're taking your calls throughout the 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. The draft is Thursday. We'll be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick. Wins great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us because we're fun. That's Thursday from 2 to 6. Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. And it's Willard for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, quote, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I still think Draymond was trying to get a point across on the podcast today. It was referenced a couple of times there with Cousin Nick. I want to make sure everybody's heard it. Draymond Green Show, Odyssey Family. Here's Draymond today on Steve Kerr's Future.
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
Man, if that was the end. Yeah, if that was the end. What a run that it was.
Great run, yeah, no doubt.
Exact same thing he said at the trade deadline.
That's right. When he was up there after the game and he said, what a run. What a blanking run it's been, and he's not wrong. It's been a great run.
No, he's not wrong, but he's so brilliant, and I just don't believe that he does things off the cuff that often. Like, I think Draymond, similar to what he told us a few weeks ago, that when he goes crazy on a court and gets in a whole arena to turn on its side, he knows what he's doing. He thinks about things before he does them. And I think he's doing that here as well.
I also think that, but at the same time, he doesn't know what's going to happen.
No, I don't think he knows what's going to happen, but I think that he's putting his fingerprints on it to the best of his ability, which is every time it sounds like it might be over, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to say it, and there's two things that serves. One, it makes me sound like I'm okay with it. Not okay with it, but like I can handle it. Boy, if that was it, what a run.
What a run, yeah.
What a run that
Great
it was.
run.
Oh, that was great. And then the second thing it does is it gets everybody talking about it, and then you start getting all the opinions out in the air about, like, I just don't think this should be it. This shouldn't be time. This shouldn't be time. And that benefits his position if the fans and the media are saying that publicly because it sends the message to the organization. And, yes, they do care what you think. I'm not saying they'll act on it, but they do care. They care what their fans think. I mean, Draymond did this before the trade deadline, then came back 4 weeks later and admitted he's like, I didn't want to go to Milwaukee.
Yep.
I didn't want to be traded. I believe he's doing the exact same thing here. That's what I believe.
He doesn't want Steve to be gone, and he doesn't want to be traded.
Correct.
And, I mean, he could opt in, and then they could trade him, or he can opt out and sign a 2-year deal, and they could trade him. So, ultimately, the only way he can 100% assuredly end his career as a Warrior is by opting out and retiring.
Right.
Which he's not going to do.
He's not doing that. That would be, my opinion, I know you were just throwing out a hypothetical. If the Warriors asked him to decline his option so that they could do a 2-year deal but make a little bit less money this year so they could bring someone else in, and then they trade him, that's a punk move.
No doubt.
That is a punk move.
They wouldn't do that. No,
they would
no
not
way.
do that.
So he's getting $27 million next year. So he agrees to a 2-year, $40 million deal, and then they trade him. They deal him.
They wouldn't do that to him. They would not do that to him.
They would not do that to him.
Not to that man.
No.
He cannot be that guy.
I don't
Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
I am.
Stand on what you do.
Draymond, we're trying to help you.
They wouldn't do that to anybody.
You guys should ask Draymond about that.
No, they definitely wouldn't do it to him. I'm not saying, like, you're probably right. I don't think they would do that to anyone. They definitely wouldn't do it to him.
Right. Like, they did that to Jordan Poole, but it was after a year. And, they gave him the deal. He played out the next year, which he got punched, and a lot of other things happened. And then before the money kicked, then they traded him.
But they didn't really do that to Jordan because Jordan didn't decline any sort of an option. He didn't take less money. Like, this
right.
Like this, they would not do that.
I don't even think that they would trade Jimmy Butler, who is injured and making 50-something million.
That one I'm not so sure about. I mean, we're potentially moving into desperate times. And
I guess we are.
They could call for desperate measures.
I think that if you looked at it like that, and I would refer to what Steph was saying about, it doesn't have to be championship, and it's not. So even in that hypothetical, so you find somebody to take on Jimmy Butler's deal, and you get $52 million worth of, I don't know, let's just say Kawhi, because he makes about that much. So you trade Jimmy, who is out until January or February, and you probably have to package a couple of picks as well, and then you get back Kawhi. That is desperation. Does that make you suddenly now a championship caliber team? I don't think so.
It makes you better.
It makes you
got a guy that could actually play next year.
Well, and he can play in like October, November, December.
That's what I'm saying.
That part of it, but Kawhi's no spring chicken.
No.
So
you know me, like I've sort of arrived at a spot where I would be very, very hesitant with this whole future pick thing. I mean, everybody's bodies are breaking down, and you're going to send out the next 5 years of picks? That better be a really that dude better come in here and be unbelievable and available.
And for a long time.
For a long time.
I mean, you're going to need to have somebody here for a super long time. And, we've talked a lot about the Sharks more than ever before. And you look at what they've done over the last few years, and it's all high draft picks, and they hit on them. And this year they got close to the playoffs. And then you look at San Antonio, and it's, Devin Vassell at 11, and it's Keldon Johnson first-round pick, and obviously Wemby was 1, Castle was 4, Dylan Harper was 2. You got lottery picks, and you nailed them, but it took 6 years, and your 6-year drought of no playoffs is over this year, and I don't think that you're quite ready to step up and win the Larry O'Brien, but you're definitely on the short list, and if it's not now, it's going to be probably soon.
Getting there fast.
But that was 6 years.
Yes.
It was a 6-year build of, good draft picks, smart trades.
Some luck.
A lot of luck.
Yep.
You won the lottery in the right year. Shout out Atlanta for Richache. They won the lottery, and it wasn't Wemby. And, it just happens to be the year that you win it. And, San Antonio took 6 years, though, to build up to this.
888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls. Is it time? Everything you've heard, is it time for the Warriors to go in a completely different direction, or would you try to blend this together in sort of a new form? Let's go out to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hi, Trevor. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. What's up? Listen, I've been listening for a while now and kind of hearing the back and forth about either Steve Kerr stays and they run it back, or he goes, they get a new coach, and they rebuild. And I think, honestly, what's going on in Steve Kerr's mind is that maybe he does want a little bit more control over the draft or who they go out and get. I'm not sure he always has, and I think maybe both is true. I think maybe one, I think everybody would want Kerr to come back, and then two, I think there is time for like a pretty big shakeup anyway. I think both things can be true. I don't think he wants to come back and run it back the same way because, yeah, that is tiring and watching a team lose in the fashion that they are. They're also not at the bottom of the barrel yet, guys. They still made the play-in. That's not like they're in desperation mode. They're not a few players away from a championship, but they don't need to turn the whole roster over either. They've got 4 draft picks, and then including whatever draft pick they're going to get in the lottery this year. They can make some moves, get some veterans in here. Doesn't have to be a LeBron James or Kawhi Leonard necessarily, but they just need to get a few solid, consistent players. That's really what it is. They don't have anybody on this team outside Steph Curry that's consistent. So when you see that Curry is not putting 2 games together that are successful games where he's putting up 35 points or whatever, it's not necessarily all him getting older. It's also the fact that he's got no supporting cast around him. So I think a lot of what you guys are saying, there's segments to that are true, but not all just the same. It's not just black and white.
Yeah.
I don't think it's black and white.
No, it never is, Trevor, or almost never is. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know that they made the play-in tournament and even won a game. I don't know that does a whole lot, at least for me in this conversation. I'll agree with Trevor from the standpoint, though, that I don't think you're starting at ground zero. You might be in a few years, but you're not yet. It's just that's more of a timing thing than anything else. We can have the debate, and we have and we will, over how many actual pieces do they have on this roster? What number would you affix to that player, right? If Pods is your 6 or your 7, then you're okay. Right. If he's your 2 or your 3, you're screwed. Guy Santos, he's an 8 or a 9. We don't need him as a 3 or a 4. All of those things, but yeah, Steph Curry said after the game he would like to talk extension, and he feels like he's got multiple years left. Draymond Green said he'd had multiple years left. I think it's likely that both of them spend the majority, if not all, of those multiple years left with the Warriors. There are other pieces to this puzzle as well. It's possible that Butler comes back and contributes next year. Moses Moody is a down-the-road thing, might be a piece. Pods is a piece. Guy Santos is a piece. You've got a lottery pick. And then, there's a whole off season. So I think that the job is big, but I don't think you're starting from ground zero.
You're not yet. And, you're looking at a team with Steph Curry still on it. And even though he's 38, he's still really good. He's not really good every game. He can't play every game. And if you want to look at next year and Steph Curry, you're probably looking at 65 games as the target. And of those 65, he'll be amazing Steph Curry, probably 35 or 40 of those times, and then he'll be not as great the other 20. I don't even know if the breakdown is accurate, but you're getting the point of 82 games in the regular year. He's not playing all of them. He might play in 60 of them, and of those 60, he'll be the Steph that we know maybe half the time or more. It's a question of, can you get to April with a healthy enough team to then make some sort of a run?
Did you hear that Nick and I loved the exact same quote? Did you hear that?
I did hear that, yeah.
So I want to play it again. This is the most important quote of the weekend. It's the most important quote of the weekend. This is not just all about Steve Kerr's future. It's not about whatever Draymond wants to say about all of this at a podium or on a podcast. It's not what everybody said about just their personal job futures. This is the middle, I believe. We're looking for a middle. Joe Lacob wants to compete. He does not want a retirement tour. Steve Kerr, obviously very loyal to Steph and competitive and has his own thoughts on how to run an offense. And so we're looking for how those things can blend together so that it can continue. And then Steph says this.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only those first 2 years, you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that. And it's been that way since, 20, 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
Tell everybody what you're smiling about while you listen to that.
Because it's an overmodulation sensation is what it is.
I knew you'd get it. I knew you'd get it.
I mean, I actually tweeted that, and Tim Roy, the elevated one himself, liked the tweet.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I feel good about that. I'm just smiling because it's 2026 and
multi-billion-dollar industry,
and we can't control our levels.
We cannot figure out how to plug the right cord into the right spot and put the little tuner into the right position.
And have somebody with headphones on, like turning it down, whatever. But the
it was like that for the Clipper game too.
It was, yes.
What'd you say, Mark?
Sorry, should I yell it?
I mean, shit, for crying out loud.
But the quote is money, and he's right. And I love what he's talking about with, build a foundation. And also what he was saying is the way that the game is played now. Younger, faster, more athletic. And this team is not that. They don't have a lot of young, faster, athletic people. And all you Kuminga stands, you can call in and say, well, they had it. Steve Kerr didn't play him, but he had 7 points over the weekend.
Yeah.
I apologize. 8 points. I didn't mean to sell him short. But yes, they had that, and they need to get more of that, and it takes time to go from what you are to what you eventually want to be.
I was wondering, it's possible that the NBA overmodulated that because they wanted Warrior fans to really hear it doesn't have to be all about championships every year. Dibs, how long have I sat here in front of this microphone and said, take your championship or bust and flush it?
Well, sometimes it is championship or bust.
I mean, not really, but I understand what you're saying. Right. Not really in my mind, but I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Sometimes you're queued up for it. The Niners, the last time they went to the Super Bowl. Sure. I get what you're saying.
Where we are right now with the Giants, the Niners, and the Warriors, and even the Sharks, we're not there.
But I love that it came from him. We get so many fans running around going, but we got to get Steph his fifth.
Maximize the window, right?
What if Steph told you that it's okay to take a breath and stand down? What if Steph said it? I don't think we can play that enough. Everybody going, Steph doesn't want to be a part of this organization and be a part of any sort of a retooling, and he doesn't want to do. Well, he just said that he did. He just said it.
Well, he didn't use those words, but rebuild, retool, reload.
But, he said we need to, what was the exact word that he used? Here, let's just listen to it again. I'm sorry. Listen.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only those first 2 years, you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, and then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, knowing the back of our mind, that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
Reshape, rethink.
Reshape the narrative is what he said.
So that we can build the foundation again. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, to the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Steph said it. There. Now we don't have to.
Reshape the narrative.
Yes.
In other words,
rethink the way we do this.
Right. And which means reshape the narrative is we're not going to be championship or bust. We're probably, he even said it doesn't have to always be championship. Reshape the narrative. And the new narrative is watch me play. I'm fun to watch, and we're going to try like heck to be a playoff team, and then we'll
he
see.
didn't say that, though. No. Like, to me,
reshape the narrative.
You took that too far. Like,
what's the narrative?
Because what he said was we need to, like, basically whittle this back down to the beginning. We need to just be a good basketball team. Let's reshape. Let's rethink. Let's understand what's going on around the league. We don't have to, he said, we don't have to start over. We're not starting from the beginning. You still got me, but you got things going on in this league, and we need to rethink the way we do our foundation.
Well, I'm just stuck on reshape the narrative, which is what he said.
He did, but then he said rethink.
Well, the narrative has always been maximize the Steph Curry window and get him one for the thumb, and that had been the narrative. And so, I mean, we're chasing a championship. So if we're going to reshape the narrative, then the whole idea of bringing in LeBron, for example, in this offseason, that's not what we're trying to do.
I don't know if it is. Again, all he's saying to me is we need to start over in terms of just being good. Let's just be good. And then maybe one of our previous callers, lightning in a bottle. Maybe it hits. And then you can start thinking about moving through the playoffs. You don't need to think about that now. Next year's playoffs are, checks notes, a full year away.
Right.
Let's start with, let's be good at basketball. Because right now, we're not healthy, we're not young, we're not athletic,
right?
We're not all the things that you need to be. So let's do that. Let's try to be good, and then we can worry about whatever narrative you want to build off of that.
And I guess just listening to that quote again, as overmodulated as it was, he's talking about getting younger and more athletic, and that also leads me to think that, you know, bringing in LeBron or Kawhi or even Giannis for that example. I mean, Giannis, you could bring him in. He is younger and he is athletic, but he would cost you a ton. Just hearing Steph, it makes me think that, you know, they probably won't go out and make any sort of a big swing that involves picks in their future in the offseason.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I forgot to mention it earlier. One of the side things that came out of this article was that the Warriors and how quote-unquote close they've been to acquiring big names in recent years is really challenged in this article. Now, Ramona Shelburne worked on this with Slates. Slates is based here and works with the Warriors. Momo's based in L.A., and I can confirm that she is very tapped in to the Clippers organization. Very tapped in. And this article will explain that both the Warriors thinking that they were so close to Paul George a couple years ago and that they were so close to Kawhi Leonard at the trade deadline this year, the Clippers think otherwise. There are conflicting reports about how quote-unquote close the Warriors were. So if we go on the premise that actually the Clippers were never close to saying yes about Paul George and about Kawhi Leonard, and the Bucks never even really considered everything that the Warriors were saying at the February trade deadline. And then there's Utah and Markkanen and possibly Memphis and Jaren Jackson and all of these things that we've been fed of, near miss. It almost makes the Warriors sound a little bit
thirsty.
Farhanian.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we tried.
Right.
Damn it, Farhan.
Second place again.
Trade him! I don't even know if they came in second. I don't even know if they were in the race. And that was concerning to me because we keep hearing about big game hunting. I don't know that the Warriors are as good at that as they think they are. How about if I put it that way?
That's fair. I mean, it depends on how many times they've been out there hunting. And, you know, Mike Dunleavy would tell you that they never had any substantive talks with Milwaukee over Giannis, and Draymond was never thrown out there as a possible, trade piece in any deal. And, we heard about them trying to get after KD as well. And, Kevin Durant maybe reportedly said, no, I don't want to go back there. So, yeah, big game hunting. It just depends on how many times you've actually been making these swings at the big game.
Let's keep going on the phones. 888-957-9570. Mike in Pittsburgh. Thank you for your patience there, Mike. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Definitely appreciate the call. Trying to keep an open mind with this, but I'm just sitting here thinking that, Steph has made so much money in his life, and he's got so much more potential to make so much more. Why not just take $1 million salary, save the $59 million, open it up, go get those amazing talent that you can for $59 million, get that 5th ring, retire right next to Magic and Kobe with 5 rings?
Well, first of all, even the minimum salary, and I might be splitting hairs a little bit here. The minimum salary is even higher than $1 million. But a couple things just so that you understand, like, there are some rules here first and foremost, right. Mike. Steph cannot do that next year. That deal is already in ink, $62 million. You're not allowed to adjust it or any of those things. So that's done. As far as what he does after that, in theory, and thanks, Mike, so much. In theory, what you're saying is allowed. I wouldn't hold my breath. I don't think that's how it works. When you say, like, why wouldn't you do that? Well, because he's worth a hell of a lot more than that.
Right.
And going through the rigors of an NBA season in your 40s, I know you could say, well, money is no object, and why wouldn't you do that? I guess I could just ask right back, why would you? I don't think players should have to go completely compromise their worth in order to chase rings at the end of their career. Can you make some concessions? Sure.
Yeah.
Going all the way to the minimum, that's a little much.
A little bit far-fetched. And even Tom Brady, who, he had a wife at the time who earned more money than he did. She made more money than he did for his whole career. He would take, quote, less, but he was still taking like 15 to 18 million a year. He was taking, not the minimum. He was taking good money, less than what he probably could have commanded. Football is a little bit different because, he wanted to get all those other players in there and be able to compete. But if Steph is going to get an extension and he doesn't want to take the max, and I don't even know if it would be, 67 or...
I have no idea. It's probably more than that by now.
Right. For him to take, he might take 45 or 50, which would be a concession. It's totally not a bargain, but he still would be like getting more money than most of the people in the league.
I know people hate this stuff, but I also think, you got to be careful with the players union and whatnot when you do stuff like that, because there's precedent all over the place. So just understand, when you ask something like that, does Steph Curry want to be the guy that signals to NBA owners, even all-time greats, like top 10 of all-time players, at the end of their career, they'll take $1.3 million
right.
and just, hang out and work their asses off and be the whole reason people are buying tickets and all of those things. That's not a precedent that anybody wants to set for their brethren.
Exactly.
Put it that way.
Well, yeah, not that he has to continue to push the market forward, because all that stuff is kind of set based on the CBA. If you're all NBA, then you can command up to, I think, 30% of the salary cap, and the cap usually goes up. But, yeah, you don't want to come out and just play for the minimum, because that'd be a little bit of a middle finger to the union. But what did LeBron get this year?
I think he's making about 50, isn't he?
Yeah, 52. Yeah. And I'm looking, last year it was 48.7, so he's making more this year than he did last year, but he could have gotten more than that.
Yeah. You could do whatever you want if you're those guys.
Right.
But I do think that Steph would probably, he seems like the kind of person who, if looking at the Warriors situation and help was asked for, I think he would give it. The same thing that we're saying about Draymond right now.
Yeah.
If he were to, in exchange for another year, lower an option, basically you'd have to decline an option. That's why Steph can't do it. His is not an option, but decline an option and take a less number next year so that he can have another year after that, and it helps the team. They'd probably, I don't think they'd be offended by that.
I don't think so.
NBA vet men would offend them.
Yes, and that's why I think this whole thing about LeBron to the Warriors, he's making 52 now, and he's going to be a free agent. So if he decides, I want to play with Steph and Draymond 1 year and see what we can do as a group, I don't think he's coming here for 5.7. He probably would want...
Most people are saying it would need to be the mid-level exception, which is about 15.
Even at that...
It's far-fetched.
Right.
It's far-fetched.
Not that he needs the money. I don't know what he needs, but he's made $584 million in his career.
He's a billionaire.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but billionaires tend to not want to take the L. And if LeBron's going to play, I don't think he's going to come here for the mid-level.
Did you hear about the Portland Blazers' new owner?
I did. I heard it from you guys, actually.
Yeah, we talked about it last night.
You and the side piece. Ephraim Salam. Hope you're listening.
He's not. Somebody just texted in and goes, is he an NFL line? Yeah, 13 years offensive lineman, left tackle in the NFL.
Just so you know, I'm nobody's side piece, okay? I'm the main course.
Yeah,
but the main course, he's lost so much weight that I probably wouldn't be that intimidated.
That's a different offensive lineman.
Never mind.
He's not like fat at all, but he's not Nick Hardwick. He didn't lose all of it. He's a huge dude.
Oh.
He'll squash you.
Sorry, Mr. Salam.
Nah, bro. We don't need none of that. We're not trying to do none of that.
I was listening to you guys, and I heard the story about the Portland owner, and I didn't fully understand who they didn't bring, but apparently 3 or 4 people didn't get to go on the trip.
The guys the guys that were on two-way contracts. This would have been.
Turns out it's a no way.
Right. They left them at home for the playoffs. One of them is Caleb Love. He had huge games earlier this year when the Blazers were injured at guard. One of them was against the Warriors. He lit them up for 26 points. He helped them get to this position. They left him at home.
So they weren't going to play.
No, they're not allowed to.
Right.
If you're on a two-way, you're not allowed to play in the playoffs.
So what's the big deal?
What do you mean, what's the big deal?
I mean,
it's classless.
You can't help us. You can't play.
Did you see the bench at the Warriors playing games? Guess who was sitting over there?
A lot of people.
There was some Leones.
Yep.
There's some Crier. Them dudes were invited on the trip.
Rick Seven wasn't there.
He's not on the team anymore.
I mean, still, you could have broke him off a little plane ticket and hotel room.
You could have. But just dude, really? You just bought the team 3 weeks ago for $4.5 billion.
Right.
And you want to save 2 hotel rooms?
I don't know if you've ever bought anything for $4.5 billion. You're probably a little short on cash. He probably had to scrape and
You're very much
save.
probably not. I mean,
you know what the payments are on that? If he has to do monthly mortgage payments on the Blazers?
I don't think he financed it. He also didn't do it by himself. He's just the lead guy.
Right.
He's not the only guy. He didn't do the whole $4.5 billion.
Well, then he's not the only guy who said, no, you guys can't come.
He's the lead guy.
Yeah. It's a bad
Joe
look.
Lacob's not the only guy, but we make it sound like he's the only guy.
He probably called Peter Goober and said, hey, Goob, do you think we should bring Leons? Go ahead, Joe. We'll go halvesies.
First class.
Yep.
Halvesies.
We'll go halvesies on Leons.
We'll go Dutch.
Totally.
On Leons' hotel room. Go to Sean in L.A. Hi, Sean. Thanks for calling.
Hi. Yeah. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I think Steph hit the nail on the head with his, post-game comments. Definitely need to build up that foundation again. Definitely means getting younger and more athletic in any way you can. Obviously, you got your draft pick coming up. I definitely hope they're looking, the front office is looking to find as a creative way as possible to maybe move some of these other guys on the team, whether it's, Jimmy or Dre or whoever in exchange for, a younger, more athletic player. But there's a lot of uncertainty. So, I'm not sure what the best answer is. And I'm not sure about, Steve Kerr, whether he's, the right option going forward. I definitely like Steve Kerr a lot. I'm from Chicago, so it goes way back with Steve Kerr. But the main thing for me is actually the one positive that I can definitively say for this year, and that's Guy Santos. I really loved what I saw from Guy Santos. I know you guys have him on for interviews, and it's always a great listen. But just thinking about the way the year started, he was getting DNPs the first half of the year because you got the Kuminga situation, you got Buddy Hield's getting 15, 20 minutes, and it's just hard to find time for him. And then the way he came on the last half of the year when Jimmy and Steph are out, I was really impressed, and I really loved his growth this year. And I know that he was a role player this year, but I think he's got a lot of potential, and I think he's the type of guy who's going to get in the gym this offseason, get in the weight room, and just work his tail off. And I think he's going to come back next year an even better player. And I think the future is really bright for him. I think he's got a lot of potential to be a really good player in this league. I don't think, Willard, you said maybe 20 minutes ago or something about how he's an 8th or 9th guy. And and I know he was that this year when the team was fully healthy, but I think going forward, he can work his way into the starting lineup on a real good team, a playoff team. I think that.
Yeah, Sean, thanks. I don't outwardly disagree with that. I'm talking about where we are right now. Guy, could he work his way into being a starter on a really good team? Maybe not the one that you would rely on. You know, they're quote unquote being a starter on a great team. Yeah, I actually bet we could go poll our audience. How many of you could name the Thunder starting five?
Right.
I mean, there's two of them where you'd be like, and they're a starter on a championship team.
Yeah, I mean, they're different because they'll hit you with 12 different guys at any time.
But my point is I think Guy could be one of those guys on a really good team, but I don't think that he's someone that you're ever going to rely on for 20 points a night.
Exactly.
I could be wrong. I think, he's good rotational player.
He's a piece.
That's what he proved this year.
He's a piece.
Yeah.
And, that's not to disrespect what he did because especially when all those guys were out and Steph wasn't playing, Guy was huge and he showed that he belongs in the league. But ultimately, if you are a really good team, he's one of your guys. And if your rotation is 8 or 9 or maybe even 10 like OKC, he absolutely is one of those guys. And that's what he proved this year, that he can be a piece, and they signed him to an extension, and so you'll see him continue to develop.
Is it time? 888-957-9570. Draymond Green today on his podcast said, it might be.
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
I mean, it's a classy statement. I think there's some authenticity there. At the same time, I think Draymond is trying to push his side of this debate. He wants Steve back. He wants to be back. These three guys want to ride off in the sunset together. Joe Lacob probably is open to that, provided that that's not the centerpiece of the story. I don't think he wants Warrior basketball to be about the three of them riding off into the sunset, but they can do it provided that other things are moving in the right direction as well. That's kind of just my take on it.
And I also think that they know behind the scenes that Steph and Draymond feel this way, but Draymond is putting it out there into the public. That way, we're all aware of the fact that he wants Steve to be here. And if you like Draymond, then you're going to believe that and you're going to want that as well. And if you are anti-Steve and anti-Draymond, well, you're going to think what you think anyway. But he says this now in this moment to just put it out there that, it could be over, and boy, he's coming to terms, and what a great run it's been. But deep down, you know that he doesn't want it to be over.
Will in Berkeley, you're next. Hey, Will, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys, thanks. How are you?
We're good, man.
I'm really, really hoping that these guys are all trolling us and that they're running it back next year, because I don't really feel we had a chance this season to really get things going with all the injuries. And I really feel, I'm looking at these internet couch coaches who are calling for Kerr's head and saying, we need new energy, Semper Fi. And I feel like, part of this is the age-old thing of, wow, really? Like, this is what happens at work? You don't do a good job and you get kicked out. So if I look at his track record, Curry's got a pretty good track record in sustaining relationships, keeping healthy relationships with players. I don't think that's going to happen right off the bat if we get a new coach. If you look at the 49ers, we haven't had, a good track record with that. So, let's see what it looks like next year with everybody healthy and hopefully Butler comes back in February. So, let's pull the brakes off and see what happens.
Will, I'm with you. Thanks for the call. I just think I want to kind of highlight something that came up a lot between the three of us when you and I were talking to Nick Friedel. And this is a special shout to everybody out there who does want to move on from Steve Kerr. If you want to move on from Steve Kerr, good Lord, I think you got a massive hot mess waiting for you on the other side. I just do, because I don't think that's a workable situation. I don't know who the hell it is that's going to come in here and fit your bill when your bill includes a lottery pick, Steph, Draymond, Lacob, Dunleavy, the desire to win, massive personalities, huge branding, but also transitioning at the same time? Who the hell is that person that's going to make that all gel? That person doesn't exist.
Well, Nick Friedel mentioned Mike Brown, who I believe is currently busy and doing well with the New York Knicks, and so he's not that guy. He cannot be that guy because he's doing well in New York, and you start to think about other like wild candidates. It would have to be somebody that Draymond knows and respects, and also somebody who would fit and work here. And one name that popped into my head, and I'm not saying that this would work, but Doc Rivers is a guy who's been. I mean, you're looking at that type of person.
No thanks.
That's a 4. Somebody who's been around the association, somebody that Steph and Draymond certainly know, and somebody who could come in and at least try to contain the expectations in here. He's not the one.
I don't even think he's that good of a coach anymore.
I mean, he's been at so many different places, and he's won the one title, but my whole point is it would have to be somebody like that, somebody who is experienced and a vet, somebody who that they respect and who has that gravitas, but I don't even know who that would be.
Yeah, I just think that's like, to me, you have to start, your starting point for a season has to put you in a position for success. That's my definition of coaching, is simply someone who puts others in a position for success. And I told you last offseason that, like, not figuring out which way you were going to go with Jonathan Kuminga was not going to be a workable situation because it just didn't put everybody, forget their opinions and their stances, it didn't put everybody in position for success. And I thought everyone was going to get exhausted from answering questions. They did. It exploded. It wasn't good. I would say the same thing this year about finding a new coach. Now, if it's Steve that just flat out wants to walk away, I guess that's a little different. You'd offer some grace. I just don't even really see that as possible. Even if Steve had a press conference and said that, I wouldn't believe him. We know he wants to still coach, and we know he loves Steph. So if he's leaving on some level, it's because he's not being met where he's at.
Perhaps. I can't help but think about the Bob Myers departure, and I think that when Bob left, and it was obviously a mutual parting, and I wanted, well, just at the time, and I want to remember that it seemed like he wanted to spend time with family, and that was, kind of the primary reason. And he steps away, and Mike Dunleavy gets the gig, and then Bob Myers goes out and works for ESPN, and not that he traveled all over the country doing it, but he was fairly busy, and then he had a consultant job, and he was, with the Washington football team, I believe. He worked with them and this and that.
ESPN.
And so, it turned out he was, fairly busy. It wasn't as much as, I want to walk away and, literally sit at home out there in the East Bay with family. And so if Steve Kerr had the same kind of thing, it's just 12 years, it's been a hell of a run, I just want to take some time away and this and that, and then, 4 months later, he's out there doing stuff, then that
funny?
would tell me.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? Do you know where Steve Kerr could spend more time with his family? By coaching the Warriors.
Oh, how so?
His son is one of the assistants.
Good point.
I mean, yeah, like this, I never buy that when people are doing the whole, I'm going to spend some time with the family.
Well, I buy it if they actually spend time with the family.
If you retire. If you really retire.
Right. And I'm not saying that, Bob Myers was selling us a bill of goods, but that one felt like a little bit of burnout. And the burnout might have been because the owner is calling him 9 times a day.
For sure.
If this happens this way and Steve says, hey, guys, I'm going to step away and, I'm going to go ahead and hang him up. And then, a year later, he's coaching the Charlotte Bobcats, Hornets, whatever.
Yeah. Jason in Concord is next. Hi, Jason. Thanks for the call.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. So I'm here watching these playoff games. I'm being jealous, to be honest with you. Watching these teams with the younger guys, faster, more athletic. We're totally the opposite of that. I mean, this league is getting a lot younger, and I don't know why are we in this position. And some guys calling, like the last caller, for example, saying that run it back again. We got a bunch of old guys that can't play back-to-back. How can you run it back again? Even if Jimmy Butler and Moses come back in day one, which we already know they're not, we still don't have enough to match up with other teams. We just got to get younger. in order to get younger and see what happens, I don't know. I love Steve Kerr, but it might just be the time to move on. I don't know for sure, but in order for us to get younger and get people tooled up a little bit, Steve Kerr has been with us a long time, and he won with great players in this league. But at the time, it was always bothering me every single game. We are a high-rated turnover machine, even those years that when we won the title, but we had the team to overcome that. Now we don't. We still turn the ball over, the worst in the league. Why can't he fix that? Don't you guys think it's a coaching thing?
I don't. On that point, I don't, Jason. I mean, he's literally, until he's blue in the face, he's talked to us about it, he's talked to them about it, he's talked to the media about it a constant number of times with regard to trying to adjust the turnover thing. And he even said at one point, he's like, I'm giving up. I'm just not talking about it anymore because it seems to be in these guys' DNA. That said, Jason, I think you have some very fair points. I don't think you're wrong. I just want to, like what I would say when someone, and at least that particular caller, when they called in and said, run it back, I didn't take from that the caller meant, let's stay old. That's not what I thought he meant. Run it back was specific to Steph, Steve, and Draymond. Anything that's happening around them, I don't know. Look, the Warriors are going to have a lottery pick. So you're going to start by getting younger there. There's a lot of other moves to be made. Steph Curry is on record on Friday night saying we need to rethink our foundation. And he talked about the youth and speed and athleticism in the league. So I think they get it. I think that there has to be a world where the team does get younger, make moves, get athletic, but also still have Steph, Draymond, and Steve on the team. I don't believe that's impossible. I don't think you're going to win a title, but that can start now.
It can, but it's going to be very, very difficult to start now when you've got Steph making 62 and Jimmy's making 56 and Draymond's making 27. So that right there is $150 million worth of old, pretty old, and old and injured. So that right there, 150 is about, 75% of your cap. So you want to get younger draft pick. You want to get more athletic. You got some athletes. You can't just go out and start signing free agents who are young and athletic unless you're paying them peanuts.
Look, Draymond's salary may go down. I don't know what's going to happen with Jimmy Butler. I really don't. These are now expiring deals. So I'm not telling you can go get a bunch of great young players or draft picks for them, but you can start making adjustments.
You can. If you want to trade Jimmy, you're going to have to attach picks with his injured body and his expiring deal. So
you would think. I mean, it depends on what you're getting back. Other people have bad money too.
True. I mean, you know what I mean? You could trade Jimmy Butler and get Zach LaVine, somebody like that, somebody who is wildly overpaid and not very good.
I'll give you an example. Once upon a time, the Washington Wizards traded Chris Paul. And they got picks.
Right. It's because, you had to attach Jordan Poole.
Yeah. And so that's all I'm saying. There are unique situations that develop for NBA teams, and you don't know what that team is trying to do in that moment.
And that trade turned out to be horrific for the Golden State Warriors. You got Chris Paul, and that turned into a salary spot, and you had to give up picks.
Right, but
and Jordan Poole.
That salary spot did aid in getting Jimmy Butler, which until a couple months ago was something that Warrior fans really liked.
Still, you had to attach picks to a young player to get an old guy who played for 1 year.
No. Look, you're in a bad spot because Draymond punched him. You're in a bad spot. Your chemistry goes sideways. It's kind of what I've been saying about the Bucks. The Bucks, they bucked this up because now everybody knows that Giannis is furious with them, and you get stuck. I'm not saying now they're stuck with Giannis, but you're not going to get the deal that you would have gotten 3 months ago, I believe.
Probably, and the Kuminga trade's another one where you trade Kuminga and you get back Kristaps Porzingis, and he plays 18 games. Maybe he just leaves and you get another salary slot, or maybe you can sign him on the cheap and keep him, but right now, that trade is not looking too super duper either. As much as Kuminga hasn't been great, had you traded him 2 years ago, you would have gotten a lot more.
I completely agree with that. Yeah, in terms of asset management, it was not great. Carlito in Alameda next up. Hi, Carlito. What are you doing?
Yeah, hello, guys. Look, I think I want Steve Kerr back. If it's time for him to go, I would say a name is Danny Hurley. I think, if anything, it would be a blockbuster hire. Your thoughts, guys?
Danny Hurley.
Thanks, Carlito. Yeah, we mentioned Dan Hurley earlier. I don't really necessarily see it in that I don't think Dan Hurley is looking to leave. He's having tremendous success at UConn. Even the Lakers couldn't pry him away a few years ago. I'm not sure that the Warriors would. I really this. I love Dan Hurley. I think he's a ton of fun. Do I think that he could, again, if we're just looking short term, do I think Dan Hurley could step in and navigate lottery pick, Steph, Draymond, Joe, Warrior fan base, Thrive City, branding? No, I do not. I'm on record. I don't think that person exists.
Right.
That person is Steve Kerr.
I would love Dan Hurley in 2028. Steph retires.
I can get into that.
Steph's got a statue. Draymond's got a statue, and Steve Kerr is ridden off into the sunset. And now you're starting over with a bunch of young pups. Bring him in. Bald-headed, love that about him, and kind of half crazy, love that about him as well. But right now, especially with the portal and the NIL, he's out there crushing it in Connecticut.
I'm into it without knowing. I don't even know what the hell's going on with the roster at that point. So we'll see. I like Dan Hurley.
Yep.
But
that's Pods to shave his head, like the head coach. Yeah, am I right?
Might help.
Pods will be in the second year of a big old long-term extension.
He tried to give him $112 million earlier today.
Porzingis.
Just wait. That's going to go up.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Oh, it's not.
Porzingis.
Do we need to do a Pods contract bet?
Brandon
Kajemski.
Thank you, Lucas.
All right.
No, we'll get to it as we get to the summer. There's a number.
We got time.
And I'm just being, kind of a troll right now, talking about 4 years. And
you trolling?
I got $122 million over 4 for Pods.
You're 4 and 75. 4 for 75.
It's going to be more than that. Yeah.
Maybe. How about 3 and 55?
You know what? He just might play on that qualifying offer.
No,
Thank you, Lucas.
Lucas laugh.
It's early. It's Monday. Yeah, I gotta wait.
Brandon Kajemski.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody still wants to weigh in. So 888-957-9570. Stay right where you are. We're going to rapid fire through as many of you as possible. The draft is Thursday, and we are going to be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. You can watch every pick. You can win great prizes. You can come spend time with us, and isn't that a gift? Thursday, 2 to 6, Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelce. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelce, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelce. Trade on anything.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
My biggest takeaway in all of it was Steph and Draymond acknowledging in the moment that they are not close to a title, that there has to be a shift in how they build these next couple years worth of teams. And I mean, Draymond was basically sitting there saying, hey, I want to come back. I don't know if they're going to want me to come back. It revolves always around Steph, but that was the first time in years I have heard from either of those guys. And it wasn't, hey, the standard is the standard around here, and we're going to continue to push for a championship. They know they are far away. And if you know that and you make a coaching switch, I think this roster could look a lot different than it looks right now today.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He makes a good point. That was Nick Friedel. Odyssey NBA insider, our friend, The Athletic, the entire conversation will appear on Best Of with Mark Grandy coming up at 6 o'clock.
That means it was a good conversation because Mark Grandy doesn't just mail it in at 6. He listens to the entire day. He picks the best stuff, and then he goes with it.
Yeah.
Nick Friedel. And when in doubt, he'll play the crossover, too, which was pretty good today.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up, too. Good job, Dibs.
There
you go.
There it is.
Yep.
There it is.
He's a fan of the crossover.
Good prediction.
Yep.
I like Nick has a point in that the trickle down, the staircase down, the snowball effect, if you will, could be massive. We'll go step by step. But if Steve Kerr leaves for all the reasons that we were just detailing, I don't know who this coach is that would be able to navigate that situation. You could have a situation where if Steve is not the coach, well, now you've sort of lost your reason for the roster to look the way it looks. And so now do you open up to doing this a completely different way? And how does that land with Steph and Draymond?
That's right. And, I mean, how does that land with them going forward? So if you want to play out the dominoes on the negative side, so Steve and Joe Lacob or whoever, they decide that it's not going to work going forward, and so Steve's not the coach. That'll happen before the league year starts, and that'll happen before Draymond has to make that decision on his options. So, you know, maybe Draymond and Steph are not happy about that new reality, and so Draymond decides to opt in, player option, $27.7 million. Steph Curry decides to not sign an extension, and he plays on the $62.6. And so now you're looking at a roster that's $176 million as it sits right now, and you don't know who the coach is. And your future beyond this upcoming year would be a gigantic question mark.
No doubt. All right, a few more people want to weigh in. I want to take another reminder. We'll do it all week long, but let you know, NFL draft is Thursday. And so we're going to be over at the draft in Pleasanton.
Makes sense.
Not so like that's actually the name of the establishment, the draft.
Like
sports
every day,
pub.
it's called that.
So we're going to be hanging out there Thursday. Hopefully everybody will come see us. Trent Williams signed.
Yeah.
So
there you go. We're no longer tackle shopping.
Look who's out here signing extensions for old people. It ain't the Warriors.
That's right.
It's the Niners.
I mean, who's got more left on their career bone? Is it Trent or Steph?
I don't know. I mean, both.
I threw that out on the show thread, and I got crickets.
I know, because it's. I don't know. They're both still playing at a high level.
Right.
I don't know if I trust either of their bodies all the way to the end of the year, but they're both still playing really well. Both still meat. There is meat.
Thank you,
much?
Steiny.
I don't know.
You just went full Steiny on me.
What? What do you want? Like,
have an opinion. Have a take.
That's why you got crickets. I don't have an opinion on that. Don't tell me what to have an opinion on.
I see both sides.
No, I don't. There aren't sides. I see both players, and they're both very good.
Go them.
What's happening in there? Are you two okay? Grandy and Lucas are hawking stuff at each other. Are you all right?
He threw a little Nerf football at me and it almost messed up the whole board, so I threw it back.
Why are you doing these things, Lucas?
Because it's 5:50.
All right. Yeah,
let's go to the phones. What are we doing?
All right. Let's go to, Skills is on the line. Skills in Vallejo. What up, Skills?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. And before I make my point, I just want to say the other day, Dibs, as someone whose dad been freestyling myself, your coffee gets cold, rain gets old was among the best freestyles I've ever heard all time. That was very good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I was in my bag last week a little bit.
Skills, you said you do that sometimes?
Well, just like 5 days a week, but, whatever.
I mean, the floor is yours. As you just heard from Lucas, it's 5:50. Nobody gives a rip about anything anymore.
Well, I just had some Taco Bell. I'm full. I don't really have any material right now.
Oh,
man. I did want to talk about the game and the future of the Warriors.
What'd you have at Taco Bell?
Well, it's one of those. You get these. If you have the app, you can get these custom boxes, and you fill it up with whatever you choose. Pretty much, you get a main item, you get a second item, and then you get like a snack item, and then you get a drink. And I got one of those, and it's like right in my stomach right now, so I can't really freestyle right now, but maybe another time.
Yeah. Wow, I did not know that Taco Bell was preventative of freestyle rap, but all right, you learn something every day.
So much information, but yet zero detail.
I know.
On that order.
You can't find anything to rhyme with chalupa?
No, I got nothing. My mind is too heavy. I'm focused on the Warriors and Coach Kerr and the Warriors' future.
Steph Curry's a hooper. Drop the chalupa. You don't want that, Skills?
Boys, now you're calling me out. I don't want to do it, but maybe I promise one day in the future. I dropped a semi-freestyle one time on the air about a couple years ago.
I believe you, Skills. All right, I know you have a Warrior take. What is it?
Well, watching the Clippers victory on Wednesday night, and I want that victory as bad as I wanted any victory in the Kerr era. We pulled it off. We left them crying. We broke their hearts. And what that told me is something I didn't know about myself. Entering that game was that I wasn't ready. I'm maybe ready. And my heart is saying one thing, my mind is saying another. I'm not ready to let the trio of Kerr, Green, and Curry exit the Warriors unless there's absolutely no chance we can get any other help around them and compete for a title in the next couple of years or so, or in the next year or so. I want to give them one more go, if possible, if we can get them the right help, get them a good draft pick, get them some good players, get Butler back healthy eventually as the season goes on. And if we can do that, then I'm all for giving them one last go. I'm thinking with my heart, you guys. I'm not ready to let them go yet. We've had too much victory, too many victories, too much winning under them to just cast them aside. And that's my take.
Skills, I love it. Yeah. I agree with you. And did he just drop a Christina Aguilera bar? I mean, I don't know. My body's saying yes, but my mind is saying no.
I guess that's what that was.
He kind of tucked that in there, even after he said that he had Taco Bell and he couldn't do any freestyle anymore.
Might have been in R. Kelly as well, because he's got a lyric that is very similar to that.
All right. Anyway, go ahead.
It's from the song "My Body's Calling." So my mind's telling me no, but my body is telling me yes.
We'd have to go to the internet.
That was actually Bump and Grind.
Yeah,
is what that was.
I find out which one came first, R. Kelly or Christina. I'm not sure.
Yep.
All right. Let's go to Matt and Orinda. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
Sitting in the rain. What are you guys doing?
We're about to be doing the same thing. Yeah. We got to walk to the cars here pretty soon.
Skills is going to be a little hard to follow up there, but
no doubt.
Look, I mean, as you look at, this isn't that hard. This isn't that hard, guys. And it doesn't need to be that hard. If you look at 26, 27, you look at who's committed on the roster, you look what the player options are. Everybody's going to cool down. Steve Kerr comes back. The only way you're going to find a coach would be someone off the bench that absolutely understands the environment. And if you're the Warriors, and I don't mean the, Steph Curry Warriors, I mean the front of the Jersey Warriors, you're looking at 27-28. And Dibs, you know what the combination of those 2 years is, right?
No, tell me.
It's a computational sensation. It's a computation sensation, baby.
Oh, man. It's good. It's good. But he fumbled the punchline there, Matt.
Punchline in one or two.
I did.
Yep.
I did fumble that one. It is my first cha-ching fumble in my calling history, which is a bit of a bummer. But there you go. I picked it up and put it in the end zone. And here's the celebration. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Dibs is on point with the numbers and the cap. Willard, you're on point with he's a Hall of Fame coach. You're not going to exit stage left a guy in a year when the following year, and I want I don't want to quote Mr. Radnich, but listen to me and hear me good. At the end of the day, we should not be ever hearing the words build around Steph again. It's not about building around Steph anymore. It's about putting a team on the court